My name is Chungjua. Today was Awakening Day, the day I finally found out what kind of power I'd get. Turns out, I got the worst possible result. My source card is F level, and my creature is a sand dune cat, a tiny, fluffy kitten that fits in my palm. It can't even fight a rat. They assigned me the job of sewer rat catcher. I walked out of the awakening room feeling everyone's eyes on me. Some felt sorry for me. Some were glad to see me fail. I used to be the top student, the class monitor. Now I'm just another nobody. I sat down in a corner and stared at nothing. I'd been in this world for 18 years, always hoping I'd awaken something powerful. But no, I'm still at the bottom. Then my girlfriend, Su Wantong, came over. She told me she was signing with the Thunder Guild. I already knew the deal. Some rich guy named Zhao Shichong offered her a B-level contract, but only if she left me. I didn't make her explain. I just said, let's break up. She tried to suggest we fake it, but I told her no. I asked her to let me keep a little dignity and walked away. Outside, the sky was getting dark. The old streetlight at the school gate flickered and died. In the distance, I could see the inner city, bright lights, flying cars, tall buildings. Out here in the outer city, everything was old and falling apart. This world changed 200 years ago when gates to other dimensions started opening up. Towers appeared that gave humans the power to awaken cards inside their bodies. Cities formed around those towers. But only the strong get to live well. The inner city is for powerful card users and people with good genes. Everyone else is stuck out here. I knew Su Wantong dreamed of getting into the inner city. I couldn't give her that, so I let her go. As I headed for the subway, a girl called my name. Wan Qinghe, the most popular girl from the class next door. We barely ever talked. She ran up to me, out of breath, and said she'd overheard my breakup. Then, out of nowhere, she asked me to marry her. I thought I was hearing things. She said she'd been watching me for a long time, that she thought I was calm and dependable, and that she wanted to leave her family's home. But it didn't make sense. She's an E-level healer, which is actually useful. She's pretty. She has options. Why would she pick me? I figured it was probably a prank. I saw two girls watching us from the school gate. I turned her down and left. When I got home, something fell off right away. I could smell meat cooking. We almost never have meat. My father was smiling and sober, which never happens. My stepmother was being sweet. I knew something was up. Before I could get an answer out of them, fat old Lou from the neighborhood committee barged in, slapped me on the shoulder, and congratulated me. The reproduction bureau had matched me with a wife. Her name, Wan Qinghe. Turns out, in this world, the government forces everyone to marry before 22 and have kids within 2 years. They even give you 50,000 credits and a housing unit as a reward. If you can't find someone on your own, they hold a matchmaking event every month. You get 3 rounds. The first 2 you pick freely. The last one, they just pair you up. My father signed me up behind my back. He didn't even ask me. He got his buddy fat old Lou to push it through some back channel at the reproduction bureau. So now it can't be canceled. I was furious. I knew exactly why he did it. He wanted the marriage money. I told him straight to his face, he's not getting a single coin. He tried to yell at me, but when I stared him down, he actually backed off. Old Lou reminded me to show up at 9 the next morning. Breaking the marriage rules is a serious crime, so I had no choice. That night, I lay in bed, feeling drained. Useless awakening, forced breakup, and now a marriage I never asked for, all in one day. I opened my wristwatch and checked the list of people attending tomorrow's event. Most of them were not great. Divorced moms, widows demanding huge dowries, girls with F-level abilities asking for guys way out of their league. The more I scrolled, the worse it got. I gave up and went to sleep. The next morning, I went to the reproduction bureau alone. The hall was huge, bright white lights everywhere, clearly designed so nobody could hide behind makeup. The place was packed. Within seconds, a middle-aged woman covered in jewelry came up to me, looking me over like I was something to eat. She offered to buy me an apartment and a luxury car. I turned her down fast. Then an enormous woman blocked my path, asked if I'd fallen for her, and told me to kiss her. I ran. I wandered around feeling awkward. My looks got me attention, but most of the people here were strange. The few normal ones had standards I could never meet. Then I heard shouting from the back of the crowd. Some older guy was yelling at a girl, saying nobody else could afford to take care of her and her 2 burdens. I pushed through to see who it was. I froze. It was Wan Qinghe. I couldn't believe it. Wan Qinghe was here at the matchmaking event. Then I remembered how she asked me to marry her yesterday. Maybe she wasn't joking after all. She wasn't alone. Two twin girls stood beside her. One with mismatched gray and blue eyes who couldn't see well, and one with silver hair who couldn't speak. Some rich guy with a big belly was pressuring Wan Qinghe to marry him, saying nobody else could afford to take care of her and the twins. People in the crowd were mocking her, saying the twins were burdens, making cruel jokes. Wan Qinghe's eyes went red. I watched for a while, then I couldn't take it anymore. I pushed through the crowd, reached out my hand, and asked her to come with me. The rich guy laughed, saying she'd never go with someone like me. But she grabbed my hand right away. The four of us walked out together. We found a small room to talk. Wan Qinghe told me everything. After her father died, her stepmother refused to pay for her schooling and tried to force her to marry some older man. The twins were daughters of a kind neighbor named Aunt Zhang, who had taken care of Wan Qinghe when her own father used to beat her. But Aunt Zhang went into the ruins earlier this year and never came back. The stepmother somehow took over Aunt Zhang's house, and now the twins had nowhere to go. Wan Qinghe couldn't abandon them. In this world, people with disabilities have almost no rights. Without family or a home, the twins would end up on the streets, thrown out of the city, or worse. The silver-haired girl stepped forward and signed something. The one with different colored eyes translated. Basically, if I'd take them in, they'd work hard and never complain. She started saying something about dressing up as maids before her sister covered her mouth in embarrassment. I thought it over seriously. 3 girls to support, and I could barely feed myself. But then it hit me. Wan Qinghe's card was E-level healing type. That's rare and valuable. If I could just hold on for 4 years while she finished school, she'd easily get a well-paying job at a hospital or with a hunting team. For years, I could endure that. I looked at Wan Qinghe and told her the truth. My talent is low, my family is poor, life with me would be hard. She shook her head, eyes shining with tears. It won't be harder than before. That hit me. She was only 18, and she'd already been through so much: poverty, abuse, losing people she loved. She was just a girl trying to find a way forward. I took a deep breath and asked her to marry me. She said yes. The twin with different colored eyes smiled and agreed too. The silver-haired girl placed her cool hand on mine and held it tight. Then something strange happened. A voice rang in my head. Host has obtained a true partner. Harmony system activated. Congratulations. You have received a newlywed blessing pack. I was shaking with excitement. After 18 years in this world, I finally got my cheat, the harmony system. But I kept my cool and told the girls we should go register. On the way, I realized I didn't even know the twins' names. The lively one with mismatched eyes was Xia Chan, the younger sister. Her ability was petrifying gaze. She could turn things to stone by looking at them, except she was born blind. The silver-haired quiet one was Xia Mo, the older sister. Her ability was Beast Whisperer. She could talk to and tame animals, except she couldn't speak. Both had F-level cards, just like me. In this world, to become a real card master, you need a special card called a breathing meditation card. For F-level people like us, you'd need at least an epic grade 1, which costs over 1 million credits. And even then, you'd only reach level 1. So basically, F-level people are treated like ordinary folks who can do a few party tricks. While standing in line at the registration office, I quietly opened my system panel. My stats were low, mostly 5s, with spirit and luck at 8. I could have up to 3 partners, and the system's rewards depended on real emotional bonds. If feelings faded, the contract would break. Then I opened my beginner's blessing pack. My jaw almost dropped. All my stats went up by 10. I got a mythic level breathing meditation card called Dragon Meditation, the rarest grade. Only one had appeared in 200 years. And my origin skill got an enhancement too. Warmth spread through my body, my muscles cracked and shifted, and I felt stronger than ever. Wan Qinghe noticed me sweating and held my hand, thinking I was nervous. I smiled and teased her about still calling me by my full name. She blushed and finally called me Brother Chum. Then she stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. Xia Chan started teasing that her sister wanted a kiss too, and Xia Mo chased her around us in embarrassment. I couldn't stop smiling. When we went through the health scan, Wan Qinghe and I passed fine. But the twins were flagged for genetic issues. Xia Chan's eyes, Xia Mo's voice. They could still register, but they wouldn't get the marriage money. Fixing them would need expensive cybernetic surgeries we couldn't afford. The girls looked sad, but Ruanqinghe promised to help them once she became a card master. I promised too. With my system, I believed I could. We finished everything in about half an hour, registration, wedding photo, all of it. I held up the keys to our new home, District 11 West, Happiness Community, Building 5, Apartment 501. Let's go see our new place, I said. We walked to our new apartment, about 3 kilometers from the reproduction bureau. The girls chatted and laughed the whole way, looking for shade under the hot sun. I watched them from behind, still not believing this was real. Yesterday, guys in my class were talking about how Ruanqinghe was the perfect girlfriend. Now she was my wife. Our place was in Happiness Community, Building 5, Apartment 501. Less than 50 square meters, dusty and empty, but it had a small loft inside, sleeping area on top, living space below. The girls loved it. Ruanqinghe asked if she could put a flower stand in the corner. Xiachan ran around exploring everything. Xiaomo pointed at the kitchen and smiled. We cleaned the whole place in about an hour. Then we sat on the floor and talked until it got dark. I walked the girls home and came back to the apartment alone. I had things to do. Tomorrow the city was holding a hunting trial for new candidates. It was a 6-hour test that would decide if you became a hunter, an assistant, an academy student, or just stayed ordinary. All the big guilds would be watching too. I needed to pass this trial to get my cardmaster certification and a lighthouse contract. Without it, I couldn't advance or grow stronger. Plus, I needed a believable story for how I got my mythical level meditation card. The trial would be my cover. First, I summoned my sand dune cat. The moment it appeared, I almost fell over. The tiny kitten was now the size of a big dog. Short legs, round belly, covered in fur. It looked like a furry gas tank. I tried talking to it through our mental link, but all it wanted was milk. I named it Tank. The system told me Tank had been upgraded to a Tier 1 beast pet. That was a massive jump. Unranked creatures are weak, but Tier 1 starts at level 50.0, way beyond what most beginners ever reach. Tank also got 2 talents. Doom Spirit Hunter, which meant it could scare dark spirits and ignore soul attacks, and Night Prowler, which doubled its speed at night. Its belly growled loud enough to echo in the room. I went out and bought a big bottle of milk. Tank finished it in seconds and wanted more. I promised it could drink all it wanted once we started earning money. After feeding it, I put Tank back in the card. Then I pulled out the mythical level breathing meditation card from my system, Dragon Meditation. Time to get to work. That night, I merged with the Dragon Meditation card. I sat cross-legged, held the card between my palms, and activated my power. Dark golden light crawled up my arms like a living dragon, spreading scales across my body. I sank into a dreamlike state and felt the card fuse with my origin card. When I opened my eyes, my pupils had briefly turned into dragon slits. It worked. The Dragon Meditation gave me 2 abilities. Dragon Power makes me grow stronger faster than normal card users as I level up. Dragon Form transforms my body. I grew 30 centimeters taller, covered in blue dragon scales, strength multiplied 4 or 5 times. My stats jumped massively. Strength, agility, and constitution all hit 65 with the boost. I punched the air and it cracked. Then I tried it on Tank. My little kitten swelled up, grew dark green dragon horns. Sharp scales replaced its fur, and its tail grew ridges. Its meow turned into a deep rumble that shook the air. I grabbed its mouth shut before it could roar the ceiling down. But there was a problem. My energy drained fast. I could only hold the form for about 5 minutes. I needed to get stronger. The first step was passing tomorrow's hunting trial and forming a contract with the lighthouse. That night, the transformation left me so hungry I ate 5 bowls of beef noodles at midnight. In the morning I had 10 buns and 3 bowls of soy milk. Then I jogged to school at crazy speed, barely breaking a sweat. Ruanqinghe was waiting for me under a tree at the school gate, wearing a light dress, fidgeting nervously. When she spotted me, her face lit up and she jumped and waved. Some boys passing by stared at her, then saw she was waving at me and walked away looking crushed. She came up to me pouting. I hadn't answered any of her messages. I checked my watch. Over 20 missed calls. Dozens of messages from last night until this morning, all worried about me. I'd slept through everything. I apologized and promised to always reply right away. She blushed and started talking about wanting a proper wedding dinner. At least 12 dishes, half of them meat. I jokingly suggested the fancy Sky Hotel. She immediately said it was too expensive. The school was buzzing with excitement. Recruitment canopies from the 4 biggest guilds lined the road: Nebula, Ash, Thunder, and Sacred Beast. Today was the hunting trial, and it was a huge deal. The whole city would watch the live broadcast. First, I took Ruan Qinghe to the Nebula Guild's booth to sign her up for their Card Cultivator Academy. E-rank healer, regular class. Tuition was 25,600 city coins. She winced when she paid. Half the marriage subsidy gone just like that. I told her not to worry, that we wouldn't have money problems in the future. She looked at me with wide eyes and asked if I'd won the lottery. I just smiled and said something like that. Then I took her to the big screen in the playground. They were showing highlights of hunters in action. The final clip featured Rose Shah, the star hunter of Star Iron City. She'd started as an F-level awakener just like me, got a legendary meditation card during her rookie year, triggered a second awakening, and jumped all the way to S-level Phoenix power. Her recruitment video played across the field, calling on people to join the trials. Ruan Qinghe's face went pale when I told her I was entering the trial. She grabbed my sleeve and begged me not to go. She said after she graduated, things would get better. I could tell she blamed herself. She thought I was doing this because I had to support her and the twins. I rubbed her head and told her I'd be careful. Then my best friend showed up. Ho Wanli, everyone calls him Black Monkey. He's skinny and dark, but incredibly lucky. Yesterday he awakened a B-level Shadow Warrior ability, and guilds were fighting over him. He'd already talked to his guild leaders about getting me into the trial. I told him not to use his connections recklessly, but he brushed it off. He was riding high. I asked which guild he joined. He said Thunder Guild. My expression must have changed, because he immediately asked what was wrong. Thunder Guild, that was the same guild tied to Zhao Shichong, the guy who made Su Wantong dump me. Black Monkey almost lost it when I told him about Zhao Shichong and Su Wantong. He wanted to cancel his Thunder Guild contract right then and there. I had to grab him. Breaking a B-level contract would cost over 10 million. I told him to stay put. Thunder Guild isn't just one family. Then he noticed Ruan Qinghe watching us and started wondering if she liked him. I pulled her over and introduced her as my wife. She smiled shyly and said, "I'm Brother Cheng's wife." One of them. Black Monkey's jaw hit the floor. He dragged me aside, voice shaking. "One day apart, and you married 3 wives? Including twins." He went from feeling sorry for me to feeling sorry for himself. He dramatically covered his eyes and groaned about being single. At 9, the trial ceremony started. Our principal gave a speech that lasted a whole hour. The important parts were simple. The trial lasts 12 hours. Nearly 3,000 people split into teams of 4. We kill beasts for points, and the top prize is 1 million. The city's AI system called Lingxi would rate everyone on combat, defense, speed, reaction, and toughness. We got combat suits with Lingxi terminals built into the right arm. The suits could monitor our health and activate emergency shields if needed. For weapons, everything was cold steel embedded with source energy cores. I picked a spear, my best weapon. Before we headed out, my dad called. He acted like he was angry I hadn't come home, but really it was my little brothers and sisters who wanted to see me. Wenjung was excited, cheering me on. Chung Yimo was worried, saying rat catching was good enough. My 2 little half-sisters screamed encouragement too. Even my stepmother brought them to the camera. Right before hanging up, my dad glanced at me and muttered, "If you want to die, don't bother coming back. I can't afford another grave." That was his way of saying be careful. Ruan Qinghe leaned close and said my family seemed nice. I promised to introduce her soon. She asked why they call me second brother. I told her my older brother went into a 2-star realm gate a couple years ago and never came back. They couldn't even find his body. Her face went white, and she begged me again to be careful. Then Lingxi's voice rang out across the playground, telling all contestants to gather with their assigned teams. The trial was about to begin. I said goodbye to Ruan Qinghe and headed to my team assembly area. My team was number 81. The terminal showed my teammates, 1D level and 2E levels. Based on how Lingxi balanced the teams, my real strength must have been rated above C level already. When I got close, I heard 2 guys complaining about having an F level on their team. They called me a burden. I ignored them. Then I noticed the team leader was a Nuo, Su Wantong's best friend. Small world. Even smaller, Su Wantong and Zhao Shichong were right next door in Team 80. Zhao Shichong started talking loud on purpose, mocking me, calling me desperate, saying I was trying to force my way into Thunder Guild. I didn't react. Su Wantong came over and scolded me for being reckless, saying I was just trying to prove something. I put on my headphones. I had nothing to say to her anymore. A huge transport plane landed, and we boarded. Inside, it was like a giant steel cave. My two teammates sat away from me on purpose, so Manhwa ended up next to me. She broke the silence and got everyone to introduce themselves. Wei Qingfeng, E-Rank Fire Control, Strength 8.3. Peng Wei, E-Rank Beast Transform, Strength 9.1, going up to 14.6 when transformed. And Manhwa herself was D-Level Wind Arrow, Strength 10.5, good at long range, but not the best aim yet. When my turn came, I said F-Level Summoner, Strength 5.2, my old score. The two guys sighed and looked even more annoyed. Madare, a scary-looking commander with a metal plate face, yelled at everyone. He warned us not to get cocky. Stats don't mean you can fight for real. He said at least 30% of people get injured every trial. If anyone was scared, now was the time to quit. About 10 minutes later, the plane started descending over a ruined city, an old metropolis that was now a nest full of low-level monsters. The hatch opened, wind roaring in. Teams started jumping one by one, and Manhwa reminded me to wear my communication headset and find the team quickly. She wasn't worried about me. She was worried I'd drag down her score. I walked to the open hatch, faced the wind, and jumped. Meanwhile, up in the inner city, the big shots were watching all of us on giant screens. Ren Tianxing, vice president of Nebula Guild, spotted my name on Thunder Guild's signing list and burst out laughing. An F-level summoner with strength 5.2. He mocked the Thunder Guild's vice president OS until the man stormed out in humiliation. Turns out Black Monkey's binding contract request was what got me on their list. But Ren Tianxing wasn't just laughing. He saw an opportunity. He told his assistant, a cold woman named Mu Yinji, to gather evidence of my contract situation and come talk to me. He wanted to recruit me for Nebula instead. Down in the Beast City, I was on my own. I'd just killed my first monster, a mouse roach, about the size of a dog with cockroach mouthparts and sharp claws. My hands were still shaking from gripping the spear so tight. First real fight. Nervous, but I handled it. I didn't waste time on mouse roaches. They had no core and weren't worth much. I had a plan. Somewhere in this city was a creature called a unicorn porcupine. Its core could randomly produce a breathing meditation card when you crack it open. Hunters called it a blind core. The card inside was random, so getting a high-level one was rare, but not impossible. This was my cover story. I needed everyone to think I got my legendary meditation card from a lucky blind core drop. I couldn't say it was mythical. Only one mythical card had ever appeared in history. But legendary from a blind core? Unlikely, sure, but it had happened before with epic-level cards. People would chalk it up to crazy luck. Good enough. I checked my map and found the porcupine territory, Yida Square, just down the street. Before I could move, a drone came racing toward me. That was strange. Drones usually follow high-potential newcomers, not F-levels like me. It stopped in front of me and projected a hologram. A woman in a black dress appeared, sharp and cold. Hello, my name is Mu Yinji from the Nebula Guild. Let's talk. A drone from Nebula Guild found me. A woman named Mu Yinji appeared as a hologram, cold as ice. She offered me a level 3 servant contract. I told her I wanted a hunter contract, reward-based. She scanned me, noticed my body had been strengthened, and assumed I'd used a serum injection. She upgraded her offer to a level 1 servant contract, but I turned it down again. She warned me that F-level core means I can't advance, and anyone above a level could beat me easily. I shrugged and walked away. I kept moving through the alleys toward Yida Plaza, killing mouse roaches along the way. They were easy, one spear thrust each. After a while, the nervousness faded. I actually started enjoying it. Then Manhwa called, annoyed that I hadn't joined the team after landing. I made an excuse about being chased by insects. She suggested we all meet at the unicorn porcupine territory. Perfect, exactly where I was heading. I got on the team voice chat and kept going. What I didn't know was that my kill count was climbing fast. My teammates noticed the team points rising and couldn't figure out how an F-level summoner was scoring so quickly. And Manhwa defended me, saying my combat skills were top 3 at school and I was near a monster nest. That shut the other two up, especially since enro had already proven herself by one-shotting a level 15 creature with her bow. They weren't about to argue with her. Up in the headquarters, Rin Tianxing heard Mu Yanji's report that I'd probably used a serum. He sighed, disappointed. He thought I'd thrown away my chance at a second awakening for a quick boost. He told her to drop me and focus on the uncontracted A levels. The drone tracking me flew away. Back at our apartment, the girls were watching the live broadcast. Wan Qinghe relaxed a bit seeing me fight well. Xiaochang complained when my feed got cut. Then Xia Mo pulled her up, and the three of them started packing for the move, getting the new place ready for when I came back. I turned a corner, and there it was, Yida Square. I was the first one here. Lucky. About 30 meters away, a unicorn porcupine was gnawing on a carcass. Its forehead glowed faintly green. That was the core. But this thing was way bigger than I expected. The guide said it was like a pig. This looked more like a small elephant. Before I could wait for my teammates, the porcupine spotted me. It roared and charged like an armored truck. I dove sideways just in time. The car I'd been hiding behind got launched 10 meters and smashed into a building. The guide said to use kiting tactics, run around until it gets tired. I tried that, ran circles around the square. But this thing wasn't slowing down. It was getting faster and angrier. I threw the guide out the window. I sprinted toward an overturned truck, jumped onto the roof, launched myself into the air, and drove my spear straight at the porcupine's neck. The tip went in with a satisfying crunch. Hot black blood sprayed everywhere. Then the impact hit me. The spear handle slammed into my shoulder, and I flew backward like a rag doll, crashing onto a car hood hard enough to leave a dent shaped like my body. My entire right side went numb. But the spear was still inside the porcupine, draining its energy. After a few shaky breaths, the massive beast collapsed with a thud. I dragged myself up, cursing whoever wrote that strategy guide. Slightly stronger than a rat. Yeah, right. I pulled my spear out, grabbed a short dagger, and cut the glowing core from its forehead. Got it. The blind box core. This was my whole plan. Crack it open, and everyone would think whatever meditation card I had came from here. I sat down to catch my breath, excited to finally test my breathing technique and try Tank's dragon form in a real fight. Then I heard a voice behind me. Hey, Commander Chung, you're lucky to find a Lord-level porcupine corpse. That source core looks pretty good. I went cold. I turned around. Zhao Shichang, walking toward me with two teammates, all of them staring at the glowing core in my hand like hungry wolves. They didn't look friendly. Zhao Shichang called the porcupine I killed Lord level. That explained why it was so tough. Biological strength around 15.0, way above a normal beginner beast. At least now I knew my real strength could handle derivative-level creatures. Zhao Shichang wanted my source core. He gave me two options, hand it over, or face a force team PK. My teammates whispered that I should just give it up. Zhao Shichang was a B-level stone skin user, and even in Nuwa might not crack his defense. I didn't care. If I gave in now, he'd never stop. Then two arrows slammed into the ground in front of Zhao Shichang's charging teammates. And Nuwa stood on top of a bus at the edge of the square, bow drawn, hair blowing in the wind. She jumped down and landed in front of me. Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei followed. And Nuwa warned Zhao Shichang that killing wasn't allowed in the trial. He smirked and said treasure disputes allow team PKs. Then Su Wantong showed up, scolding me for causing trouble. I finally snapped at her. Are you blind? Can't you see who's starting this? She looked shocked. I'd never talked to her like that before, but I was done being polite. I held up the source core and started fusing it right there. Zhao Shichang lunged at me like a cannonball, but I was faster. My spear tip stopped right at his throat before he could touch me. He froze. He couldn't understand how an F level could be this quick. He stepped back, furious. He didn't really care about the core. He just hated me because he could tell Su Wantong still had feelings for me. He wanted to humiliate me in front of her. His body cracked and rumbled as stone armor covered him completely. He looked like a living statue. He told Nuwa and the others they could quit the PK and keep their evaluation scores. But me, he wanted me to surrender or get beaten. Su Wantong stood behind him, arms crossed, looking like she wanted to watch me fail. The system notification chimed in everyone's ears. Zhao Shichang's team has initiated a PK. Accept or withdraw. Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei went pale. Even Nuwa hesitated. her fingers tightening on her bow. Up in the headquarters, the guild leaders were already placing bets on our fight. Rin Tianxing from Nebula, OS from Thunder, Song He, and even Rose Xia, the famous Phoenix girl, who showed up as the Sacred Beast Guild stand-in. They all bet against me. Nobody gave my team a chance. The live stream chat exploded too. People figured out it was a love triangle situation and ate it up. Everyone called me an idiot for picking a fight I couldn't win. Some thought I was just showing off for my ex. Back at the apartment, Wan Qinghe, Xia Mo, and Xia Chan were glued to the screen. Xia Chan asked if my teammates would help me. Wan Qinghe wasn't sure. Xia Mo was gripping her sister's hand tight. She was more nervous than she expected. She barely knew me, but something about that marriage certificate had changed things for her. In the square, Zhao Shichang cracked his joints and told Enrollment and the others to step aside. I agreed with him on that part. I picked up my spear and told Enrollment to disband the team. This was my problem. I'd handle it alone. Su Wantong went to Enrollment and told her to just retreat. Enrollment looked at her. Then she gently pulled Su Wantong's fingers off her arm. She drew her bow. A wind arrow appeared on the string, aimed straight at Zhao Shichang's face. Then come on, she said. And Enrollment chose to stay and fight. Su Wantong was stunned. She couldn't understand why her best friend would side with me. And Enrollment said it simply. As team leader, she wouldn't abandon a teammate. She didn't want to be labeled a coward. Then Pang Wei transformed into a 2-meter beast man and said he couldn't let a girl show him up. Even Wei Qingfeng sighed, lit flames in both hands, and joined in. Though he complained he just wanted a meditation card and asked everyone to watch his back because some girl might be watching the stream. All three stood behind me. I appreciated it. Zhao Shichang was furious. He started yelling. But before he could finish, something slammed into him and sent him flying into a wall. It was Tank. My little fur ball had launched itself at Zhao Shichang without me even giving the order. Through our mental link, Tank told me the big rock was too weak and there was no need for dragon form. It just wanted to save energy so it could drink more milk later. Tank pinned Zhao Shichang down and started tearing through his stone armor like paper. Chunks of rock and cloth went flying. Zhao Shichang screamed for help. His two teammates tried to move in, but Tank bounced over and knocked them both into a pile of cars. They spat blood and Lingxi's emergency system kicked in. Up in the headquarters, everyone was shocked silent. OS from Thunder Guild demanded Lingxi send help, claiming it was a wild advanced beast. Lingxi corrected him. Tank was my registered summon creature. No rules broken. The room exploded. An F-level summoner with a beast that could tear through B-level armor? Lingxi analyzed my energy flow and estimated a 73.4% chance I had a legendary level breathing meditation card. Everyone gasped. Then they called it a waste. Legendary card on someone with 0.00007% gene unlock potential. Rin Tianxing from Nebula was the only one smiling. Since everyone else bet against me, he'd won all their B-level contracts. OS tried to save face by pushing a deal. He'd let Nebula have Black Monkey's binding contract, but warned it came with strings attached. Then the deputy director, Hu Yin Song, ordered Lingxi to bring me in for questioning. Rin Tianxing immediately backed off, wanting nothing to do with the politics. Tank kept tormenting Zhao Shichang, peeling off his stone armor piece by piece, careful never to hurt him badly enough for Lingxi to intervene. When Zhao Shichang gave up and dropped his armor, Tank jumped on his leg and snapped it. That was enough. I called Tank back. Everyone finally got a clear look at the terrifying beast that had destroyed a B-level fighter. A big, fluffy kitten rubbing against my leg like a house pet. The live chat went crazy. People couldn't believe an F-level summoner's beast could do that. Most guessed I'd gotten a legendary meditation card from the Porcupine Blind Corps. Some called me the luckiest person alive. One guy said his summoned border collie runs away faster than he does. Someone joked about ex-girlfriends wanting to come back. I walked up to Zhao Shichang. He was shaking, staring at me like I was a monster. He couldn't accept it. I asked if he wanted to leave on his own or if I should help him out. He activated his emergency shield instantly. Then I looked at Su Wantong. And Enrollment jumped between us, worried I might do something. I wouldn't. I had no grudge against Su Wantong. She activated her shield too. Before she disappeared behind the glow, she screamed at me. If you really have the ability, keep your head high and walk forward. Don't let me see you kneel and beg. I will laugh at you. I didn't answer. I understood her better than she thought. She'd grown up with an abusive, gambling father and a dozen siblings. She'd dreamed of the inner city since she was little. When Zhao Shichang showed up offering a shortcut, she couldn't say no, even though she didn't really like him. She once liked me for real, but reality crushed that. I didn't blame her. I just couldn't help her anymore. A military craft swooped in and took away the shielded fighters. Our team had won a PK nobody expected us to survive. Before I could celebrate, a soldier walked up to me with a hard look on his face. Come with me. The deputy director wants to see you. The soldier took me straight to the inner city. It was my first time there. Floating cars, neon lights, holographic ads, towering buildings. A completely different world from the outer city. The massive lighthouse tower stood at the center, piercing the sky. I was brought to the deputy director's office, Hu Yin Song, the strongest fighter in Star Iron City. He sat behind a black desk, typing with one finger on a projection screen, looking fierce but slightly awkward. He got right to it. He was furious-eyed, wasted a legendary meditation card on myself instead of giving it to someone with higher potential. He slammed the table and called me selfish, saying the city needed high-level card cultivators to survive. He told me about his teacher, who died fighting the 7-star king 20 years ago, a death that might have been avoided with a legendary card. I stayed calm. I told him the blind core's result depended on the opener's origin. Without my luck, that legendary card wouldn't exist. He unleashed his aura on me. The pressure was crushing, like drowning. I could barely breathe, but I held on. I knew he wouldn't actually kill me. This was still a society with laws, and he'd already gotten in trouble for giving Rosa that card last year. He backed off. Then he dropped the real bombshell. The 7-star gate would reappear within a year. Star Iron City had no 7th-rank fighter. Mu Yinji from Nebula Guild was the only one who might reach 7th rank in time, but she had no legendary meditation card. He blamed me for that. His punishment: I was banned from getting a lighthouse contract in Star Iron City. No contract meant no advancement through the normal system. But he mentioned I could go to a wilderness town for certification, smaller lighthouses outside the big cities. It was dangerous, but his authority only reached Star Iron City's borders. I accepted it quietly. I'd already shown my strength and kept the mythical level hidden. Tank was tier 1. I had options. The wilderness was riskier, but staying off the radar of powerful people might actually help me grow faster. They flew me back to school. My trial was canceled. The moment I landed, a white figure came running at me. Ruan Xinghe threw herself into my arms, face buried in my chest, crying. She thought something terrible had happened. I held her and told her everything was fine, just to talk with the deputy director. She looked up with teary eyes and asked if I was going back to Beast City. I smiled and said no. I was coming home to help them move. Her face lit up through the tears. Behind her, Xiachan was trying not to laugh at us. Xiaomo stood quietly, watching with her calm eyes, silver hair drifting in the breeze. I looked at all three of them. Let's go home, I said. We hadn't even left the school grounds when a falcon landed, and out came Manhwa, the guys, and Tank. The moment Tank saw me, it broke free and charged over like a fuzzy cannonball. Xiachan immediately fell in love with it, calling it a pig cat. Tank's fur bristled in protest, but when Xiachan hugged it, it just looked at me with helpless eyes. And Nuwa told me Tank had been a star in the trial. The live chat was calling it the top F-grade mythical beast. Wei Qingfeng got a perfect match Fire Spine Bird meditation card thanks to Tank's help. Peng Wei got one too. And Nuwa had multiple guild offers. They all wanted me to join them at the Wolfpack Guild. I showed them my watch. The professional hunter registration button was grayed out. Hu Yin Song had already blacklisted me. No guild contracts, no city hunter teams. And Nuwa was shocked. Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei got angry, calling it unfair. They suggested hiring me as a contracted attendant instead, but I turned them down. I told them I was going to become a wilderness hunter. They warned me it was dangerous, no fixed teams, no safe gates, and shady people everywhere. And Nuwa mentioned rumors about a secret organization kidnapping people for organs. I thanked them, and we exchanged contacts. We spent the afternoon moving. Ruan Xinghe had already packed her things at the twins' place to avoid her stepmother. We loaded everything into a truck and brought it to our new apartment. Before leaving, Xiaomo stood at the door holding her parents' portrait, and for the first time since I'd met her, she broke down and cried in Xiachan's arms. I promised her I'd get their house back someday. That evening, my father hosted a dinner. He gave each of my new wives a red envelope with 666 coins, clearly trying to get on my good side after seeing Tank's performance on the live stream. I let it go. It was my wedding day. After dinner, we came home. The atmosphere got strange. The three girls huddled together whispering, and Ruan Qinghe kept glancing at me with red ears. Xiachan announced she and Xia Mo would sleep downstairs so Ruan Qinghe and I could have the loft for our wedding night. I went upstairs and tried meditating while waiting. I could feel source energy rushing in, but my channels were too narrow because of my low potential. At this rate, I wouldn't be strong enough in a year to face the 7-star gate. I needed the breathing technique from actual ruins hunting. Then the bathroom door opened. Ruan Qinghe came out in thin white pajamas, hair still wet, looking nervous and beautiful. Xiachan snuck up behind her and playfully tugged her collar down off one shoulder before running away giggling. Ruan Qinghe sat on the edge of the bed. I picked up the hairdryer and ran my fingers through her hair. Every time my fingertips brushed her neck, she trembled. When I turned off the dryer, everything went quiet. I leaned forward and put my arm around her waist. She stiffened, gripping her nightdress tight, her shoulders flushing pink. "Chum, brother Chum," she whispered, her voice barely steady. The room was quiet. I held Ruan Qinghe close and didn't rush anything. She curled into my arms like a small cat. I asked if she was nervous. She said yes. So we just talked. I teased her about the rumor that she'd secretly liked someone for 3 years. I asked if it was me. She said yes, then immediately grinned and said she was joking. I pretended to be jealous and threatened to feed the mystery guy to void beasts. Then I saw her smug little smile and realized she'd been messing with me the whole time. I tickled her until she was laughing and begging for mercy. She settled against my shoulder, poked my chest with her finger, and said softly, "Who told you not to believe in yourself? I literally came up and asked if you wanted a wife, and you still thought I was joking." I asked when it started. Instead of answering, she told me a story. 3 years ago, she transferred to our school. The girls in her class didn't like her. They put mice in her bag and ruined her homework. Her mother had just died. Her father didn't care, and she was too scared to tell the teachers. Then one day, 3 girls accused her of stealing, cornered her in an alley, threw mud at her, and tried to tear her clothes. She looked at me with warm, shining eyes and said, "You were just passing by. You scared them away with a few words. Like a hero dropping from the sky." I pointed at myself, confused. "Me?" She smiled and called me her Superman. Then I remembered, 3 years ago, I chased off some girls who were bullying someone in an alley near school. I never realized that muddy, scared girl was Ruan Qinghe. She told me she'd wanted to find me afterward but was too shy. She said I seemed dazzling back then, confident, popular, good at everything. She didn't feel worthy of getting close. Then she said something that hit me hard. "What was just a small favor to you was like a beam of light in my dark life. If it weren't for you, my life might have ended 3 years ago." I held her tighter and promised no one would ever bully her again. She whispered, "Brother Joie," and before I could respond, she kissed me, quick and soft. Then she pulled herself closer, sitting in my lap, looking up at me with those bright, warm eyes. "My Superman," she said shyly, "now that I've given myself to you, can I repay your kindness?" I couldn't hold back anymore. I pulled her in and kissed her deeply. She was shy at first, then melted into it. Everything felt right. Her warmth, her softness, the way she trembled when I touched her. I laid her down gently. She covered her face, too shy to look at me. I leaned close and whispered, "Call me husband." She bit her lip, her cheeks burning red, and softly whispered back, "Husband." Afterward, I lay beside Ruan Qinghe and looked into her eyes. I asked if she could use her holy light healing skill on me later. She blushed hard when she realized why, but she nodded. I won't go into details about what happened next. I'll just say it was our wedding night, and it was everything it should have been. Downstairs, the twins were trying to sleep on the living room floor. Xiachan, being Xiachan, couldn't help whispering commentary to her sister the entire time. Xiamo kept covering her mouth to shut her up. It didn't really work. Over an hour later, the system finally chimed in my head. "Congratulations. You and your partner Ruan Qinghe have completed your first harmony." The rewards were real. I got an epic level blind core, my gene unlock rate went up by 0.1%, and I received a random harmony blind core. Wan Qinghe got a daily blessing too, +1 to her strength stat every day. The harmony system was no joke. If this was just the first time, I could only imagine what consistent rewards would look like over weeks and months. My path to getting stronger just got a whole lot clearer. I stared at the system panel, heart pounding. A random attribute point every single day just from being with Qinghe. If I completed contracts with all 3 girls, that would be 3 points daily. My stats would skyrocket. Even better, my gene unlock rate had gone up. It was tiny, but it meant a second awakening was actually possible. If I kept going, my F-grade potential wouldn't stay F-grade forever. I pulled up Wan Qinghe's partner info. Her daily luck bonus gave us both a random attribute point. The harmony effect from her healer origin could cure any internal injury and boost self-healing for 12 hours. And when our harmony was excellent, there was a chance to increase my gene unlock rate even further. This system was incredible. Beside me, Qinghe was still catching her breath, cheeks flushed, hiding under the blanket. She caught me staring and got shy all over again. I couldn't help but admire her. She was beautiful, and her nervousness only made her more charming. She traced little circles on my chest and asked what I was thinking about. I said I missed her. She called me a smooth talker. I kissed her again until we were both breathless. She worried that Xia Mo and Xia Chan would tease her tomorrow. I grinned and said they couldn't escape either. She laughed and said anyone who made fun of her would regret it. I teased her that what we were doing was actually good for her. It could make her body stronger and maybe even trigger a second awakening someday. She didn't believe me and called me a liar. She'd find out eventually. That night was long and sweet. Qinghe was shy at first, but eventually she came to me on her own. Downstairs, Xia Chan was keeping her sister awake with teasing questions about history, her way of joking about how long things were lasting upstairs. Xia Mo pretended to be annoyed but couldn't help listening. In the morning, I woke up to Qinghe sleeping peacefully beside me, her face still flushed pink. I carefully moved her legs off me and tiptoed downstairs. The twins were asleep on the floor in messy positions. I forced myself to look away and headed to the bathroom. I went out for breakfast. While the girls slept, I checked the news from yesterday's trial on my watch. The top team had a guy named Yi Chun, a potential, nearly S-rank, Thunder Guild. Black Monkey's team made the top 30. He'd sent me a bunch of excited messages about celebrating. I searched for anything about myself. Almost nothing. A few mentions of a legendary source card popping up, but those posts disappeared fast. The city's AI system Linksy made controlling public opinion easy. Then I pulled out 2 source cores from my system space. The first was the light green one from the Lord-level porcupine I killed yesterday. Usually worth about 10,000 coins, likely to produce a good or excellent quality card. The second was purple-red and glowing, the epic level blind core I got as a reward for my first harmony with Qinghe. That one looked rare. I checked my luck stat, 18 points, well above average. Good odds for gambling on blind cores. Time to open them. I opened the porcupine's blind core first. Got a high-quality card called Barbaric Blood, a strength-boosting meditation technique. Not epic level, but still lucky. Only about a 2% chance of pulling high quality from a Lord-level core. I figured it could sell for 70,000 to 100,000 coins. I thought about Qinghe. She'd spent almost everything on tuition and probably wouldn't ask me for money. I wasn't going to let her struggle at the academy the way she did in middle school. I listed the Barbaric Blood card on the official trading platform for 100,000 coins. Then I opened the Epic Blind core from the system reward. Got an epic level weapon card, a legendary longbow, usable within 4 levels, worth over 1,000,000 coins. I thought of a Nuwa for a second, but we weren't close enough for that kind of gift. Instead, I decided to auction it and trade for a healing-type breathing meditation card for Qinghe. Her E-level priest origin would benefit hugely from that. In the morning, Qinghe woke up blushing the moment she saw me. We had a lazy start to the day. At breakfast, Xia-chan couldn't stop teasing Qinghe about last night. Qinghe threatened to give her a live show tonight. Xia-chan just grinned and said, sure. Qinghe had no comeback. I didn't tell any of them about my plan to become a wilderness hunter. Qinghe would worry too much. I told them I was going out to prepare equipment. I took the subway to Bao Ka Street, the biggest card market in the East District. A long road lined with shops selling source cores, custom cards, and card repair services. At the end stood the white trading center building. Both my cards had found buyers already. I went inside and headed to a sealed verification room to finalize the deals. The barbaric blood cards sold fast, 97,000 coins after the 3% fee. My wallet felt full for the first time. The epic longbow had 3 offers, but none were what I wanted. I needed a healing meditation card for Qinghe, so I decided to wait for a better match. I headed to Ironware Street to gear up for leaving the city. Bought a super alloy spear with a basic armor-breaking enchantment for 5,000 coins. Nothing fancy, but good enough for a beginner. I also picked up a one-handed source-powered rapid crossbow for another 5,000, the strongest ranged weapon civilians could buy, with 6 source core slots and nearly 1,000 bolts. Then 2 sets of basic combat uniforms, a multi-purpose knife, lights, compressed food, and water. Hunters really do burn through money fast. As I was heading back through an alley, a woman called out to me. She was striking, wheat-colored skin, toned body, but her right arm, right leg, and right eye were all cybernetic. She told me her eye cost over 3 million and could read my public info. She'd already figured out everything. F-grade, city blacklist, suspected serum use, fresh equipment. She knew I was heading out to get certified. I tried to walk away, but she said she was a hunter broker recruiting for a place called Redstone Town. Then she pulled out a carved stone from her cybernetic leg, a lighthouse stone. That got my attention. Lighthouse stones let you make remote contracts with a lighthouse without traveling there in person. They're rare and valuable. I'd only read about them in books, but I was suspicious. Every small town has transport routes and regular monster clearing missions. Why would I go all the way to some remote place like Redstone Town when I could contract with a closer lighthouse? I asked her straight, what's the real benefit? The cyber woman had her pitch ready. Redstone Town offered instant contracts through the lighthouse stone, a 1-month beginner grace period, and only 13% hunter tax, nearly half what other towns charged. Plus, she pointed out something important. The long-distance dimensional gate for newcomers would open within a week of awakening, and half that time was already gone. If I left the city now to reach even the closest town, it would take over a day. I might miss the gate entirely. With the lighthouse stone, I could contract right here in the city and enter the gate without wasting time. It was tempting, but something felt wrong. I looked at her cybernetic eye and asked how much it cost. She said 320,000, latest Nebula technology model. I asked casually if being a broker paid that well. Her smile froze for just a second before she recovered, saying it was a gift from her parents. That confirmed my suspicion. No simple broker walks around with equipment worth hundreds of thousands. I told her thanks, but no thanks, and turned to leave, hand quietly sliding to the crossbow at my waist. Her voice followed me, colder now. Then I felt it, a crushing pressure, like a predator locking onto me. It was so overwhelming, I almost activated my dragon form on instinct. She warned me not to say reckless things. I broke into a cold sweat and walked faster. The pressure didn't fade until I reached the crowded street. She was almost certainly part of the organ trafficking ring in Manhwa had warned me about. Hunter organs sell for a fortune on the black market. Rich people with no cultivation potential pay huge money for them, believing they'll live longer and healthier. Even though the city cracks down on these groups, the money is too good. I sat on the subway, heart still pounding. That woman was strong enough to crush me even with tank and dragon form combined. The wilderness was going to be dangerous in more ways than just monsters. Then someone on the subway shouted about breaking news. I checked my watch. The long-distance dimensional gate had appeared. The headline read, "New hunters with no experience should prepare quickly. Ordinary citizens, please stay away. My chance was here." The news showed the dimensional gate on a live broadcast, a gray tear in space, hanging in the middle of a road. A reporter said this was a cross-city gate shared with Guangming City, 500 kilometers away. That meant tougher monsters and a higher death rate for newcomers. 18 gates had appeared total, scattered across the city and surrounding towns. Then I saw where one of them had opened. The camera zoomed in on a cracked cement road with a rusty sign embedded in the ground. Xingfu Community. Our home. My watch rang. Wan Qinghe's voice was shaking. She couldn't find Xia Mo and Xia Chan. They'd gone out to buy something, and then the gate appeared right at the community entrance. Their watches showed no signal. She was terrified. The twins knew almost nothing about surviving in the other world. Xia Chan was basically blind without her sister. I told Qinghe to stay put and not move. I grabbed my gear and ran. By the time I reached the community, hunters and city guards had already set up a perimeter. The gate towered dozens of meters high. Our building entrance was smashed, walls cracked, people crying everywhere. Chinghe ran to me through the crowd, covered in dust, crying. Still no signal from the twins. I held her hand and told her the gate wasn't extremely dangerous yet. It was a newcomer zone. But I needed to finish my lighthouse contract fast so I could go in after them. On the subway back to Baoka Street, I made my decision. I couldn't waste a full day traveling to Sana Town. I needed that lighthouse stone from the Cyberwoman to contract with Redstone Town remotely. Yes, she was probably an organ trafficker, but she wouldn't attack me inside the city. The real danger would come later, and I'd have a month to get stronger before then. I searched the area for nearly half an hour with no luck. I was about to give up when her voice came from behind me. She was leaning against a metal pipe at a corner, spinning the lighthouse stone on her fingertips, smirking. The gate appeared. Getting anxious, little handsome guy? I didn't waste time. I want the tower stone. Name your price. The Cyberwoman wanted 20,000 for the tower stone. A ridiculous markup since these things normally go for almost nothing. She tried to sweeten the deal by offering it free if I joined her guild's team in some forest dungeon. I said no. She was clearly after my organs, not my combat skills. I paid the 20,000 and took the stone. She sent a friend request. I deleted it the moment I turned around. On the subway, I held the stone and channeled my energy into it. Red lines spread across my palm like veins. In my mind, I saw a massive crimson stone standing in the void, sending out a thin beam of light. It connected to my source card. Tanks stirred inside, a tiger shadow forming around it, crying out toward the light. The dragon pattern on my card glowed in response. The contract was done. I was officially a professional hunter. The system exploded with notifications. My panel expanded with new features, biological detection, harmony value tracking, and more. My stats looked solid now. Strength 16, Agility 15, Spirit 18, Constitution 15, Luck 18. Biological strength rated at 16.5. Gene unlock at 0.10007%. The harmony system had its own section now. My total harmony value was 167, built up from the contract with Chinghe and our time together. I noticed something interesting. Even Chinghe thinking about me generated 2 points. The system truly ran on real emotions. I had 3 daily blind cores to claim. I opened them. 2 good quality source power supplement cards that could fully restore my energy in 30 seconds, and 1 premium wristwatch resource card. The watch could detect biological strength, connect to Lingxi, launch mini satellites, and map terrain. The detection function alone was worth over $1 million. Far away in Redstone Town, my contract registration was causing a commotion. The lighthouse's radiation readings spiked through the roof. The town's monitors thought it was a monster attack at first, then realized it was a contract fluctuation, one so powerful they thought an S-grade hunter had just signed on. Then a second spike hit, even stronger. They had no idea it was just me, an F-grade summoner with a mythical breathing card and a system nobody knew about. I sat on the subway admiring my new watch. It was smooth and fast, probably better than the latest Nebula Tech model. I started thinking about how to get into the dimensional gate. The rules were strict. Teams needed 6 people in A, 2-2-2 formation, 2 melee, 2 ranged, 2 mental specialists. Attendance didn't count toward the limit, but I wasn't looking to carry bags. I needed a real team spot. The problem was my reputation. I was registered as a wilderness hunter from Redstone Town with F-level potential. Nobody in the city would want me. I posted my info on the team formation board anyway, hiding my gene unlock rate. Then I started calling people. And Nuwa picked up fast. She was already gearing up to enter the gate. She said her team was full and she wasn't the leader, but she'd ask around her guild. I thanked her. I called Black Monkey next, even though I worried about the Zhao Shichong situation. He answered, but was in a rush. His superiors wanted a top 10 ranking, and he was busy prepping supplies. I tried to tell him about my beast's first-tier strength, but he cut me off. He thought I was still just an F-level servant candidate. He hung up before I could send my updated info. I called classmates one by one. One had just filled his team 2 minutes after posting 3 open spots. Others said their guilds didn't allow outsiders. Some straight up laughed at me. Only one girl who'd watched the live stream knew I was strong, but she had no spots either. I tried reaching the twins again. Still no signal. I video called Qingha. She said a casualty list had been posted at the community entrance and the twins weren't on it. Good news, at least. But their watches still showed nothing. They were almost certainly pulled into the gate. I was running out of options. I even considered asking Su Wantong for help. Then a notification popped up on the team formation board. Someone with the ID, superpower, and wealth had sent me an invitation. Half an hour later, Gate 4 of Zone 11. Target first place. I'll take you there. Interested? Gate 4. That was the one at Happiness Community. Right where the twins disappeared. I didn't even check the team details. Yes, see you in half an hour. Somewhere in the inner city, a rich young master in a white suit was putting together a team. He'd registered in Redstone Town too, and my info caught his attention. He told his butler to prepare top-tier equipment for all his teammates. 10 million coin mimetic armor, carefully checked source cores. He was arrogant, but seemed to genuinely care about keeping his people alive. He wanted his team to be #1 on the newcomer list. Back at the community entrance, I felt better. After that first invitation, over 10 more team requests had come in. My strength was actually in demand. I found Qingha and gave her 10,000 coins for school supplies. She tried to refuse, but I grabbed her wrist and pressed the money into her hand. I told her she wasn't allowed to say no anymore. We weren't strangers. She finally agreed. I summoned Tank, and Qingha knelt down to rub its big face, promising 5 buckets of milk if it helped bring back the twins. Tank went crazy with excitement, bouncing around on its stubby legs. Then a familiar voice called out from behind. It was my old homeroom teacher, Li Xiaohua, with about 10 classmates, all wearing Thunder Guild combat suits with lightning badges. He said he'd switched jobs and was now a tactical instructor at Thunder Guild. He told me he'd heard from Su Wantong about my conflict with Zhao Shichang, and he wanted to help settle things. His solution: I should apologize to Zhao Shichang, join their team, and help everyone get good rankings. I almost laughed. These were the same classmates who'd mocked me on the phone an hour ago. Now they wanted my help. I asked him straight. Was he really telling me to apologize to the guy who picked a fight with me, and then carry a bunch of rookies up the rankings? The classmates behind him got angry. Li Xiaohua shut them up with a look and lectured me about being short-sighted. He said they all had more potential than me, and helping them now would pay off later. Teacher Li, there's no point talking to such an arrogant person. A tall, thin student with his head held high stepped forward. This person was Lu Zixuan, the vice class monitor. He walked up to Cheng Zhua and said bluntly, "Class leader Cheng, you'd better apologize for insulting your classmates, or you'll regret it." Oh, Cheng Zhua glanced at him lightly, as if looking at the air. Really? Want a fight? What? Lu Zixuan choked. A fight to the death. Cheng Zhua raised his spear tip and looked contemptuously at the dozen or so students. I can let all of you come at once. You. Lu Zixuan glanced at the seemingly harmless jar beside him and instinctively stepped back. His face instantly turned a dark purple. Not to mention these 10 or so newcomers. Even if double that number came, they couldn't withstand a few charges from a tier beast pet. Too scared? Then get out of here, Cheng Zhua coldly shouted. Cheng Zhua, you're going too far. Li Xiaohua's tone completely cooled down. How can you be so stubborn? Look at their combat uniforms. He grabbed Lu Zixuan's arm, pulled up his combat uniform sleeve in front of Cheng Zhua, and scratched the fabric with his nails. Look, this is the Thunder Guild's custom-made combat uniform, worth 100,000 city-state coins per set. How long would it take you to save enough? You used to be clever at school, so why are you so confused now? You're right, Cheng Zhua said, not interested in arguing. He looked down at the information on his watch. He just wanted to enter the Void Realm as soon as possible. Find Xia Mo and Xia Chan based on the location posted in the group chat. They should be close. Old Cheng, how can you be so mean to Teacher Li? Suddenly, Ho Wanli's voice came from behind. He casually draped his arm over Cheng Zhua's shoulder and said openly, I just found out about your situation. You're impressive, actually earning a legendary level. Cheng Zhua gave him a strange look. Aren't you worried about the team rankings? Why are you still outside? It's just a few more minutes. I'll be in soon. Ho Wanli pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Old Li is still hanging around. He's become our team's tactical coach. Do me a favor and let him join us. Mainly because she's in that team. Ho Wanli glanced diagonally across. That's when Cheng Zhua noticed Su Wantong standing on the street corner, looking at him, and Ruan Qingha with complicated eyes. You. Cheng Zhuo looked at Ho Wanli with a hint of suspicion. Don't look at me like that. Ho Wanli helplessly spread his hands. She's the one who knew you were eager to find a team and reached out to me first. You misunderstood. She and young Master Zhao are innocent. Young Master Zhao? Cheng Zhuo's lips twitched slightly. He casually glanced around and finally spotted a familiar SUV. The person was probably inside. Cheng Zhuo looked away and focused on Ho Wanli's slightly more refined outfit. He realized, this guy who used to follow him around every day, joking and teasing, might be different now. Seeing his expression, Ho Wanli showed a hint of helplessness. Old chum, don't be like that. I still consider you a brother. Haven't I ever looked down on your potential? Things are different now than in school. Their family is powerful, and since you're not in the guild, you don't see the gap. Even I, a B rank, have to be cautious. Why are you so stubborn? Don't you know how hard it is to survive in the wilderness? You really think a legendary level breathing meditation card can change your fate? As he spoke, he took out a card glowing with blue light and handed it to Cheng Zhuo. Look, a top-quality spear card, worth 180,000. Young Master Zhao said he bears no grudges. If you don't want to weaken our team, our elite team can give you a spot. If you help us reach the top 10 with all your might, this weapon card is yours. I already have a team, Cheng Zhuo said unexpectedly, patting Ho Wanli on the shoulder. Just stay there and do your best. Tell them I don't hold grudges either. As long as they don't provoke me, we'll get along peacefully. TSK, old chum. Stop talking. Cheng Zhuo raised his hand to signal, his voice turning completely cold. If you keep trying to persuade me, brother, there's no more to talk about. All right, just think it over carefully. Ho Wanli sighed and helplessly shrugged towards Su Wantong. At that moment, suddenly, a commotion erupted on the other side of the street. Click, click, click. 6 nearly 3-meter-tall dark silver mechs appeared around the corner, moving in unison. Every step caused dust and debris in the ruins to fall. The crowd around immediately turned their attention. These mechs had armor with faint blue energy flow lines, clearly made from shape-shifting alloy. Their sleek, streamlined shapes radiated a sense of advanced technology and sharpness. On their exaggerated, inverted trapezoid shoulder armor, various weapons were mounted. Some carried cannons, others had Gatling-style heavy machine guns, and some sported chainsaw swords at their waists. It's the Silver Knight Type 3 gravity unit, one of Cheng Zhuo's classmates exclaimed. I saw it at the Mecha Expo in Tianji City last year. The bear machine costs around 600 million. It's said that in full weapon mode, its combat power can rival a 4th-tier Caxiu. Could it be that some rich person is about to open the gate to the world? Another student asked. Lu Zixuan snorted. Huh. If you don't have experience, don't talk nonsense. This thing's energy index alone exceeds 2nd tier. There's no way it can enter the beginner's gate. The student stiffened and awkwardly chuckled. Class teacher Li Xiaohua pushed up her glasses and began explaining. Zixuan is right. Energy weapons, like people, are limited by the rules of the gate. This Silver Knight might be a new piece of equipment from the Hunter Army. Exactly, it's from the Hunter Army. Lu Zixuan slightly lifted his chin. My second uncle is a squad leader in the 2nd district of the Hunter Army. I'll ask him to bring it over so you all can see. Way to go, Brother Lu. Brother Lu is awesome. Praises flooded in, and Lu Zixuan grinned happily, almost pulling his mouth to his ears, proud as he turned to glance at Cheng Zhuo. What annoyed him was that Cheng Zhuo completely ignored him. Did you see that, Lao Cheng? Ho Wanli leaned on his elbow against Cheng Zhuo and said earnestly, this kind of heavy gravity device is usually only used by the children of wealthy families, even in the Hunter Army. Offending such people is really unwise. Cheng Zhuo didn't reply. He looked suspiciously at the few heavy gravity mechs. There were no marks of the Hunter Army on them, but the redstone emblem looked very familiar. Suddenly, his watch beeped. The caller ID showed, superpower is super rich. Hello? Hello? Cheng Zhuo, right? A smooth, elegant voice came from the other side. Come to the mech. Okay. Cheng Zhuo picked up his spear. Amid the surprised looks of the people around him, he pushed through the crowd and stood in front of the heavy gravity mech. The people who were talking loudly before fell silent when they saw him approaching the mech. With a click, the hydraulic hatch opened. The outer cover of the cockpit slowly lifted, revealing a strikingly handsome face. He had blonde hair, a very noticeable diamond earring in his left ear, He looked very luxurious but not gaudy, with a calm, aloof, noble air in his brows. Once the cover was fully open, he supported himself with one hand on the edge of the cockpit and jumped out with a very cool and handsome pose, flicking his bangs in midair. He landed lightly, without making any sound with his shoes. Chengjua, he extended his hand, palm raised gently. I'm Huangfu Bai. You can call me Captain Bai. Hello. As Chengjua reached out his hand, the other person withdrew it and lightly brushed his sleeve. Chengjua, a good name, sounds steady. This is for you. He then casually pinched a card glowing with purple light and threw it to Chengjua, muttering softly. A summoner using a gun. Chengjua instinctively caught it. When his fingertips touched the card, he was surprised. It was actually an epic-level weapon card. Broken Star Formation, Ho Wanli muttered the name on the weapon card and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, an epic-level spear. They just gave it away so easily?" He took a few steps forward, glaring at Huangfu Bai and showing his teeth. "Boss, is the team still short of people? I am a B-level shadow warrior, very strong. I can do both long-range and close combat. I'm also good at rallying the team. Step aside." The middle-aged man in black next to Huangfu Bai reached out and pushed Ho Wanli to the side, looking annoyed. "Our young master only recruits people from Redstone Town. What are you, a country bumpkin from Star Iron City, doing here, Ho Wanli? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Huangfu Bai didn't even lift his eyelids. He crossed his arms, slightly raised his chin, and glanced at a nearby mech with black trim, speaking calmly. "That one is yours." Then he waved his hand again. "Get him into battle gear and get ready to leave." "Can the gravity suit be used?" Chengjua looked a bit surprised. "These are custom-made. The source energy level is below level 1. Once you wear it, the smart system will guide you on how to operate it." The middle-aged man in black explained as he took out a small hexagonal alloy disc, about the size of a palm, and slapped it onto Chengjua's chest. With a light touch of his fingertips, a glow appeared. In the next second, the alloy disc turned into a silver-purple liquid, quickly covering Chengjua's entire body along the edges of his clothes, and automatically adjusted the shoulder lines and waist fit. A deep purple combat suit with golden trim instantly formed. It fit perfectly. Chengjua hardly felt any foreign sensation. "Nanomimetic combat suit," a boy behind Lu Zixuan suddenly exclaimed loudly, trembling with excitement. "Wow. This suit must cost nearly 1,000 units. Which wealthy family's young master is this? An epic-level weapon card, given just like that?" All team members are using nanomimetic combat suits, and each has a custom gravity suit. I always said, the squad leader is very strong now, so we won't be short of members. No wonder the squad leader calls us rookies. Not only are we rookies, but we're also just country folks. A set of $10,000 combat suits, and we're feeling proud. Several classmates discussed excitedly. Li Xiaohua and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. A beginner team, with gravity suits? Is that even possible? At that moment, an untimely question was heard behind the two of them. "Brother Lu, didn't you say this gravity creature belongs to the hunting corps?" Lu Zixuan's mouth twitched. He quickly turned his face away, pretending not to hear. On the street, Su Wantong moved a few steps closer to an SUV and asked in a surprised tone, "Young Master Zhao, do you know this person? Is he from your wealthy circle?" In the back seat of the SUV, Zhao Shichang's face was stiff as he calmly swallowed. He really wanted to say, "You might have misunderstood the wealthy circle. A small rookie world, deploying equipment worth dozens of billions? Not to mention the wealthy young masters. Even their rich fathers wouldn't do such things." He opened his mouth, but only managed to say, "I don't know him. Just some gravity creatures. Young Master Zhao will have equipment for them sooner or later." A team member snorted from inside the car. "Zhao Shichang. Duh." At this moment, Chengjua was also confused. When the homeroom teacher mentioned 100,000 combat suits, and Heiho handed over a premium weapon card, Chengjua had thought of many ways to confront them. But he never expected the first slap to come so quickly, and so absurd. Until he was dressed in a nano-combat suit he'd only seen online. Until he was led in front of the gravity creature, his gaze drifting over the pale blue glow outside the cockpit shield, he was still stunned. "Brother Zhua," a gentle call from Ruan Qinghe brought him back to his senses. Chengjua turned and nodded slightly to Huangfu Bai. "I'll go now. After saying that, he walked over to Ruan Qinghe, took her hand gently, and softly advised, I'm leaving now. Don't worry. I promise to bring them back safely. You can go to the academy tomorrow as usual. Don't overthink. Yes, but you must be careful. Ruan Qinghe nodded, though her worried eyes couldn't hide her concern. Your partner misses you. A system notification appeared. 5 harmony points. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he understood that line. As long as you're still in front of me, I already start missing you. He reached out and gently embraced Ruan Qinghe, whispering in her ear, don't worry. After a moment of comfort, he turned and headed toward the gravity creature. The two people's intimate actions were clearly seen by Su Wantong standing nearby. Her face darkened almost as if it could drip water. She raised her foot to go forward and ask questions. But Ho Wanli stopped her. They are now officially married. What? Su Wantong looked stunned, as if struck by lightning. Ho Wanli sighed helplessly and explained everything. How Cheng Zhuo was registered for marriage by her father, met Ruan Qinghe at the Yinyu division, and how both twin sisters married him together. As she listened, Su Wantong's face gradually turned pale. How? How could this happen? When she learned that Cheng Zhuo had merged a legendary-level breathing meditation card, she briefly felt hopeful again. If they could both advance, become real hunters, support each other, maybe life wouldn't be so bad. But she was also unwilling. She wanted a luxurious house in the inner city, benefits from high-level cards, not just a decent life. Yet she also desperately wanted to win Cheng Zhuo's heart. She was conflicted, confused, and in pain. But she always believed that if she turned back, Cheng Zhuo would be waiting for her where she left him. Why did it turn out like this? She raised her slightly heated eyes, staring at that familiar figure. Suddenly, her throat felt like it was stuffed with a lemon, and her chest was sour and uncomfortable. That boy who used to patiently comfort her whenever she threw a tantrum. How did he suddenly become someone else's husband? And he had merged a legendary-level breathing meditation card, an epic weapon, a liquid nano-combat suit, and a gravity body. Su Wantong was stunned to realize that what Cheng Zhuo now possessed seemed to be what she had once dreamed of. No, that's not right. A voice suddenly rose inside her heart. These aren't even his. He's just shining because of others. Su Wantong, you can't lose. Crash. In the vice director's office of the hunting grounds headquarters. A blue and white porcelain teacup was slammed hard onto the floor of the desk, making a loud crash. Hu Yinsong suddenly stood up, furious, tearing open 2 buttons on his uniform collar, his eyes wide with anger. You, this observer, are just wasting time? A new S-level potential. Why would you contract in a place like Redstone Town? Nothing but a dump. Huh. Speak up. At his desk, his chubby, white-faced secretary shrank back and made a sour face. According to Lingxi's data, this time the awakening wasn't S-rank. Lingxi, can't your brain work? You just rely on Lingxi. Just because we don't have it in Star Iron City doesn't mean other cities don't. Hu Yunsong stepped forward, sharply pointing at the map. Have you considered the movement of personnel among those big cross-city business groups? Have you been paying attention? The chubby secretary lowered his head further in scolding and quickly pulled up another set of data, holding it with both hands and handing it over. Deputy Director, I've been watching these. The list of personnel movements in cross-city groups over the past month, and the records of wandering civilians. I haven't missed any. There's no one named Huang Fubai. And look, he pointed to Huang Fubai's information section and explained. This person's public info is highly encrypted on Lingxi's side. Even the headquarters can't access it. Hu Yunsong's tense face paused slightly. Highly encrypted? Yes. All right. Hu Yunsong's expression softened a bit, realizing he had misunderstood him. His tone became calmer as he asked, Huang Fubai? Is there any major business group with the surname Huangfu? No, I checked. The strongest background for the surname Huangfu is just a counselor, the chubby analyst replied. Hu Yunsong sat back in his chair, rubbing his forehead with his fingers. What about the gravity body? The Silver Knight should be a model from Qilin Technology, right? The chubby secretary shook his head. When I contacted them, they said no director has the surname Huangfu, and they don't have any models capable of entering the newcomer realm. Maybe he changed his name. Hu Yunsong hesitated for a moment and then asked, did his team enter the realm gate? Yes, they did. Here's the information on his team. The secretary projected an image of 5 people, including a photo. Huh. Hu Song raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze falling on Chung Shua's profile. That kid again. He really went to be a wilderness hunter. Deputy Director, what should we do next? The round-faced, chubby man asked. Should we send someone to Redstone Town to get him? No need. Call Yin Song waved his hand. People like this won't be influenced by a small town's decisions. Focus on their team situation. When he comes out, invite him to the headquarters immediately. He tapped on the desk, paused, then added, tell him we can offer the highest standard for S-level newcomers. No, add the rank of major in the Hunt Army. All city taxes waived. As long as he's willing to stay in the city, we can discuss it. The chubby man quickly took notes and asked, what about the other temporary teammates in his team? Should we also? Call Yin Song waved his hand. Let's see if they survive first. On the vast wasteland, the scorching sun hung in the sky. At the edge of the distorted, shifting earth, smoke and dust billowed, forming an endless yellow wave. A group of people was running desperately. Quick, run faster. The city gate is ahead. The leading man, shirtless, with bronze-colored muscles streaked with blood, carried a broken iron rod on his shoulder, shouting loudly, run. Don't look back. Behind him, dozens of men, women, and children of various appearances were fleeing in chaos. Some slower ones fell behind and soon got caught in a rapidly moving group of strange rocks. They stumbled and fell, and before they could get up, they were covered by the rocks. Screaming, they gradually turned into dried meat. Through the jagged cracks of the rocks, occasional glimpses could be seen. Beneath the stone shells, strange faces, similar to humans, were embedded. Their skin was wrinkled like old tree bark, moving entirely by skin. The moment they touched a person, their dull eyes would flash with greed and excitement. They opened their mouths wide, screeched, and bit down. Quick, hurry into the city. The big man was the first to reach the city gate, pulling on it, ready to close it at any moment. Among the crowd, two girls in shorts and white t-shirts were running hand in hand, weaving through the crowd, stumbling through the gate. These two were Xia Mo and Xia Chan, who had been caught in the transdimensional portal. It's okay now, it's okay. Xia Chan gasped, clutching her sister, looking back in shock at the outside of the city. The mountain of stone-faced monsters was surging like a tide. The rustling sound made people's scalps tingle. Fortunately, these creatures couldn't climb, so as long as the city gate was closed, they would be safe. Hurry up and close the gate. Two young men with green hair, standing near the gate and looking somewhat alike, urged urgently. Can't you see there are still people? The big man glared and turned to the slower ones, shouting loudly. Hurry up, don't panic, there's still time. But just then, a young woman holding a baby staggered and fell to the ground with a thud. Wah! The baby in her arms started crying loudly. Seeing the approaching group of stone-faced monsters, the big man cursed under his breath, threw his iron rod on the ground, and quickly ran out. He swiftly picked up the baby, grabbed the woman's arm, and turned to run wildly. However, as he looked back, he was shocked to see the gates slowly closing. Don't close. Not yet. The big man widened his eyes and shouted hoarsely. Damn it. Don't close. There's still time. But the two green-haired brothers who had been scolded earlier ignored him completely. With a loud bang, the gate was shut tight. Damn you! The big man's eyes nearly bulged out in rage. He pounded his fists on the gate, making dull thuds, shouting, Open the door! No matter how hard he tried, the gate wouldn't budge. Hey, why are you locking people outside? Xia Chan was anxious to rush forward, but her wrist was tightly held by Xia Mo, who shook her head to signal. There's no time. Don't open it. Don't open it. Please don't. A middle-aged woman in a nightgown shouted sharply. People outside have already lost too. Better than all of us dying. The younger of the green-haired brothers turned around and glared fiercely at Xia Chan. Anyone who wants to die can try opening it. No, no. Besides the woman in the nightgown still screaming, everyone else fell silent, trembling with fear. Despite the big man's shouts and curses outside the gate, mixed with the crying of the baby, some felt heartbroken. But the relentless rustling sound, along with the fierce-looking green-haired brothers holding knives, made them lose the courage to open the door. Sorry, we dragged you down. Outside the gate, the young woman cried tears of despair, glancing hopelessly at the approaching group of stone-faced monsters. The Great Han saw that opening the door was hopeless, so he quickly moved a few steps to the wall. Looking at the stone wall that was about 20 or 30 meters high, he swallowed hard and turned to the young woman. "If I can get up, I'll throw you a rope. You hide first." After saying that, he bit the baby's blanket, growled softly, and his arms suddenly grew brown fur. Sharp claws extended, and his large hands turned into bare paws. He leapt up, with claws firmly embedded in the cracks of the wall. But after taking a few steps, loose stones from the cracks started to fall with a rustling sound. He staggered and slipped, falling to the ground. Not daring to delay, he stomped his feet hard. Then he jumped again. The young woman nervously looked up at the man's moving back, then glanced back at the approaching stone-faced monsters. It seemed she was giving it her all. She picked up the iron rod the man had dropped, ran while shouting, "Come on, you disgusting monsters. Come eat me." She deliberately slammed the rod onto the ground, making loud banging sounds. The stone-faced monster's attention was indeed drawn to her. Their cloudy eyes turned toward her, and they moved to chase her. The man noticed she was delaying for him. He dared not be distracted. Blood was already seeping from between his claws, but he clenched his teeth and carefully kept climbing upward. Huff! After reaching the top of the wall, he quickly held the blanket steady and looked back. The young woman stood 100 meters away, holding a slightly deformed iron rod, quietly standing there. Dense stone-faced monsters were rapidly approaching from all directions. She seemed to ignore them, her gaze fixed on the man who had just reached the wall, and she smiled brightly. She raised her hand and waved, as if saying goodbye to the child, or perhaps saying, "Please take care." "Damn it!" The man turned his head, unable to bear watching her be overwhelmed by the stone-faced monsters. He raised his hand behind him and waved as well. "Was it you shouting the loudest just now?" Inside the stone city, the young green-haired girl chewed on roots, tapping a stick lightly in her hand as she approached Xia-chan, shouting, "Little girl, if you keep shouting, do you think you can scare us all to death?" She knew that at this point, fighting with such a person would bring no benefit. The big green-haired man also came over, looked at Xia-chan from head to toe, and in a loud, rough voice said, "You look pretty good. Oh, and you have different colored eyes. Brother, I just realized these two are twins." The small green-haired man paused on Xia Mo's long legs, his gaze bold and unrestrained. "Want to join us? No one takes care of you here. With your delicate skin, you'll be eaten by wild beasts soon. You're probably still young, right? Haven't had fun yet. What a shame if you die." Seeing their words becoming more and more inappropriate, Xia Mo grabbed Xia-chan and turned to leave. But the big green-haired man blocked their way, sneering, "You dare to yell at our brother and try to leave? Do you think we're just some street wolves? I was just warning you that there was still time for them to come in earlier." Xia-chan said angrily, "Nonsense." The big green-haired man raised his voice and pointed at Xia-chan's forehead. "You're just a hypocrite, trying to get everyone killed. It was my brothers and I who saved your lives. You should be grateful." Suddenly, before he finished speaking, he let out a loud scream and was thrown to the side. The small green-haired man turned around in horror, only to be hit directly by a giant paw. Smack, a nearly tearing sound of flesh and bone. He also screamed and staggered to the ground. The attacker was the man who had just climbed over the city wall with a giant paw. He was holding a child in one arm and grabbing the small green-haired man with the other. Standing over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with exaggerated muscular arms and paws, the small green-haired man looked like a tiny chick in his hand. He threw the small green-haired man onto the big green-haired man and kicked him fiercely. "Damn it! Open the damn gate. Do you know that you've left this child's mother alone? Open it. Go to hell." The giant paw man kicked repeatedly, and the screams of the small and big green-haired men echoed one after another, until they stopped moving. He spat twice and turned to walk away. Seeing this, Xia Mo was still frightened but pulled Xia-chan to follow. Others hesitated for a moment, but then also started to follow. The stone city was silent. There was only the sound of chaotic footsteps and the howling wind. This stone city was the place where their group was first brought. The city was small, and they had already searched it thoroughly. There were no living creatures, no water sources, and no food. To survive, they had to leave. Big Brother, an elderly woman in a nightgown, caught up with the burly man with bare paws and looked distressed. "What should we do now? You can't just ignore us. Look, My grandson is still just a child. She pulled her chubby 1.7-meter tall grandson in front of the man. His waist was almost as thick as the man's arm. How did these two catch up? The burly man with bare paws glanced sideways and asked suspiciously, "Was it you inside encouraging us not to open the door earlier?" No. The woman in the nightgown hurriedly waved her hands to deny, then quickly added, "You're probably going to be a hunter, right? Hunters are supposed to protect civilians." Her chubby grandson also puffed out his chest and said, "My dad is a junior officer in the hunting army. You have to protect me." The burly man with bare paws looked annoyed and said, "Those two just now locked me and this kid outside. Why didn't you do anything? I just heard that girl shout, but none of you did a thing. And some old woman was shouting not to open the door. Those two are fierce and dangerous. We didn't dare to mess with them," the woman in the nightgown said anxiously. "Exactly," others nearby agreed. "Stop arguing. It's so annoying." The burly man shot a disdainful look at the woman in the nightgown. "Can't you see the kid is crying? Are you coming with us?" The woman in the nightgown quickly shook her head. "I can't. If I take him, we won't be able to run." "Then get out of here." The burly man with bare paws raised his eyebrows angrily. "If you keep talking, I swear I'll slap you to death." "Hey, who are you scaring?" The woman in the nightgown stretched her neck and said, "My recording is on. Try hitting me. See if the city guards catch you. If you have the guts, kill all of us." The burly man with bare paws' eyes suddenly flashed with fire, and he raised his hand to slap. The death of the mother made him even more angry. The baby was crying, and the woman was still nagging in his ear. His anger suddenly exploded. "Brother, don't get upset." A well-dressed man with glasses hurried over and reached out to stop him. "Don't be angry. Look over there. There's another mother with a baby. Want to try helping her?" Hearing this, the big man's hand froze in midair, and he looked over. At the edge of the crowd, there was indeed another mother holding a baby. She looked hesitant, staring at the crying baby in the big man's arms. She seemed reluctant, but finally pushed through the crowd and came closer. She handed her own baby to a man named Xia Chan, who looked friendly, and said, "Let me try." The big man carefully handed the small baby to her. As soon as she held the crying baby, it stopped crying instantly. Seeing this, the big man let out a sigh of relief. Holding the baby was more tiring than fighting a bunch of stone-faced monsters just now. "My name is Luo Chiang," the glasses man said, extending his hand. "What should I call you, brother?" "I'm Demeng." "Brother Demeng." Luo Chiang hesitated and moved closer to him. "Do you think we should try to go out and explore?" "Try? Forget it," Demeng sighed sadly. "Let's see if we can find some new hunters to come in. The city will definitely send rescue teams, but it's really strange." Demeng frowned, looking confused. "Aren't these ruins supposed to be similar to the beginner village? Why are there so many stone-faced monsters everywhere? No new person could handle this." Luo Chiang also sighed. "Who knows?" Meanwhile, in an unknown wasteland, a gentle breeze suddenly arose. Suddenly, the void twisted strangely, and 6 huge light figures appeared and then shrank rapidly. "You have entered the distant wasteland called Endless Wilderness. Ecological Distortion Assessment. Unknown. Wasteland Exploration Progress. 7.3%. Keyword, killing. Mission, disperse the Pharaoh's resentment. Eliminate the evil source. Deadline, 6th at 1823. 6 heavy gravity mechs just landed, and everyone's eyes immediately see a message appear. Chengzhua didn't have time to look closely and directly summoned Guangguan. "How is it? Can you sense anything?" "Meow." Guangguan confidently nodded. Perhaps because the 3 women are Chengzhua's partners, Guangguan not only has a mental link with Chengzhua, but also has a subtle connection with Wan Qinghe and the others. Guangguan's senses are very sharp, and this slight connection is enough for it to roughly sense the locations of the twin sisters. "Chengzhua, are you sure you can determine the direction and find the person you're looking for?" Huang Fubai's voice was the first to come through the team channel. "No problem," Chengzhua replied. "Good. Hurry there and come back quickly. We don't have much time to waste," Huang Fubai urged, then shouted sternly, "Everyone else, follow me. Let's hunt and clear the way." The wind on the wasteland blows sand and gravel against the mech shell, making a crackling sound. Guangguan runs ahead wildly. Its short legs are a bit funny, but it's very fast. Chengzhua sits in the cockpit, pushing the control stick close to full, barely keeping up. Of course, besides Guangguan's speed, It's also because this mech is a simplified version, only capable of short-distance gliding. Compared to others, this mech's power and defense are greatly reduced, but its firepower remains strong. After a brief understanding, Chengzhou couldn't help but marvel. The modder is truly a genius. The source power enchantments on the mech's weapons are controlled with near perfection. The harmony between power and firepower, every detail just right. At the edge of source power, merging to the extreme, but not triggering first-level source power. Once this harmony crosses the threshold, the mech's combat ability will far surpass that of unranked newcomers. Combined with the innate strong defense and power of the mech, although it is a simplified version, it can definitely stand out in this new wasteland world. But none of that matters much. What shocked Chengzhou the most was that the team leader was actually an S-rank newcomer. Is that even possible? An S-rank newcomer coming to be a wilderness hunter. Time slowly passes. Inside the wasteland stone city, a group of people have nothing to do and can only wait idly. According to usual city rules, whenever a gate appears outside the city will send rescue teams to help. Ordinary people who are not awakened are not bound by gate rules, so there are special rescue teams for newcomers in the wasteland. They can only hope that this wasteland isn't too big. They hope the rescue team arrives early. Night falls. The blazing sun disappears completely, leaving only the cold night wind to blow fiercely. Everywhere, there are sounds of whistling wind, which can't be distinguished from the low growls of strange beasts. They gathered some dry wood and lit several fires inside a huge stone hall in the center of the city. Most of the people are hungry and tired. No one feels like talking. They sit around the fires, feeling confused and sleepy. A small house at the end of the hall was assigned to the mother of the treasure, with Demeng and Luo Qiang standing outside the door, helping guard and ready to assist if needed. Xiachan leans against a cold stone pillar, half of her body nestled against Xia Mo, whispering, "Big sister, will Brother Zhuo come to save us?" Xia Mo slightly sits up, looks at Xiachan, and nods seriously. He definitely will. Hearing this reassurance, Xiachan's eyes light up immediately. But thinking about the scene of the stone-faced monsters on the mountain today, her expression quickly darkened, and she worries. But it seems something's wrong here. Everyone says this isn't an ordinary wasteland world. During the day, those stone-faced monsters are too strong. Even if a newcomer comes, they won't be able to handle it. If Brother Zhuo comes, it might also be very dangerous. Hearing this, Xiao Mo's chin, which had just been raised, gently lowers again. Her silver-white bangs hang down, covering her worried eyes. Night deepens. The surroundings become increasingly silent. Not long after, only the crackling of fire and some sounds of deep sleep remained in the stone hall. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream broke the silence. Everyone was startled awake and looked up quickly. They saw the mother from White Sun, holding two children, staggering out of the room at the end of the stone hall. Xia Chan and Xia Mo looked at each other in surprise, quickly got up, and moved closer with the crowd. Before reaching the door, a strong smell of blood hit their noses. Inside the stone chamber, blood was everywhere. The big Meng, who was watching the children for the mother, was leaning awkwardly in the corner, his head tilted at a strange angle. His skull looked like it had been forcibly pried open, with red and white brain matter clearly visible. Luo Qiang was kneeling beside the body. His 10 fingers hovered in the air. His knuckles were slightly curled, as if controlling invisible strings. Carefully looking closer, faint streams of glowing liquid flowed strangely between his fingertips and the brain matter. Ugh! Several people gagged instantly after seeing this bloody scene. Luo Qiang turned his head. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next to him stood the two green-haired figures who had been beaten to death by Meng earlier. They were leaning against each other, their faces still showing fresh bruises. They slowly turned their heads, their pupils glowing green, with mischievous expressions. Xia Mo tugged Xia Chan's arm and started to walk away. Xia Chan understood and quickly held her sister tightly, turning to leave. "Hey, it's so late. Where are the two young ladies headed?" Before they could leave the hall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the door. The green-haired figure leaned against the doorframe, playing with a dagger in his hand, and sneered. "It's so dark outside, so dangerous. Big brother will keep you company. You don't need to bother." Xiachan scolded and pulled her sister to turn back into the crowd. But just 2 steps back, another thin, dark figure appeared in their path. The green-haired figure had also come out of the stone chamber, holding a shiny dagger, with a fierce look in his eyes. My younger brother was kind enough to accompany you. How dare you ignore us? What? You look down on us, brothers. Hey, you guys are going too far. At this moment, a tall, thin boy with glasses couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed through the crowd that was curled up and shouted, "Hunters could arrive at any time. Aren't you afraid of being taken away as minors? Where did this little brat come from?" To everyone's surprise, the small green-haired girl at the door moved like a ghost, almost instantly appearing beside the boy. She grabbed the back of his head and pressed down hard, then delivered a knee strike. Crack! Ah! The boy screamed as his glasses shattered, mixing with the sharp sound of bone breaking. His cry was so loud it made people's hearts tremble. The green-haired girl lifted him up. His face was covered in fresh blood, and the broken glasses had cut into his eye socket, making it look terrifying. "You're just a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, and you're pretending to be a hero saving a damsel," she spat, and then struck him again with her knee, hitting his stomach. Ugh! The boy curled up in pain, groaning in a strange, muffled voice. Some people who had wanted to step forward were now sweating coldly after seeing how fast and fierce the green-haired girl was. What's going on? He had been slapped away by Demeng earlier during the day, so how could he be so fast now? "Hey, are you crazy?" Xiao-chan shouted angrily. "He's still just a kid." "Heh, and you're worried about him." The green-haired girl chuckled softly, her knuckles tightly gripping the back of the boy's neck, a dagger pressed against his throat. Her bloodshot green eyes looked fierce and bloodthirsty as she roared, "Come over here too. Or else." With a sinister smile, she gently pulled the dagger. A thin, bloody cut appeared instantly. "You!" Xiao-chan stepped back in panic. Xiao-mo quickly protected her behind him, his right hand reaching out to grab a sharp piece of broken stone. His clear eyes beneath his silver bangs showed determination, ready to fight to the end. "Oh, little girl, just give in to them." Suddenly, a woman in a nightgown spoke from the crowd. She lowered her voice, full of complaints. "It was you who angered them earlier. Demeng is already dead. Don't let anyone else get hurt." Xiao-chan felt her world collapsing and shouted in anger. "What do you mean we caused someone to die? It was clearly them causing trouble. Now they're acting like zombies. They no longer look human. Can't you see? Damn. All of you, shameless, aren't you?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the large green-haired person. He quickly stepped toward the 2 sisters, cursing as he moved. "Everyone die? Just go and die for me." At that moment, whoosh, a shadow of gray suddenly appeared. In the next second, there was a loud bang as the large green-haired person was hit head-on by a truck-like force, curling into a shrimp shape and crashing into a stone pillar inside the hall. Debris fell everywhere. Almost at the same time, boom! A deafening explosion sounded outside the stone hall, and the clear sound of mechanical footsteps could be heard. "It's the Hunter Army. They're here to save us." An elderly woman in a robe, holding her chubby grandson's arm, screamed with joy as she pushed her way out of the crowd. Her voice was full of excitement, and her body shook as she ran toward the door. Others also moved closer, their faces filled with relief and happiness after surviving the danger. Only Xiao-chan and Xiao-mo stayed still. They looked suspiciously at the gray shadow that had knocked away the large green-haired person. When they saw its round, plump shape, they couldn't help but cheer. Can, meow, Can, proud of itself, wagged its tail and happily jumped to the feet of the 2 girls. It rubbed its big head against Xiaomo's knee and then looked up at her, meowing softly. The 2 girls instinctively turned their eyes toward the door. Ken was here, so? Sure enough, with a soft mechanical unlocking sound, a tall, handsome young man in a purple and gold combat uniform entered. It was Cheng Zhua, the person they had been eagerly waiting for. "Hey, stop right there." The elderly woman in the robe rushed forward and blocked Cheng Zhua. She squinted at him with her triangular eyes, speaking arrogantly. "First, get some food for my good grandson. He's starving, and if he gets sick because of hunger, can you handle that? I want a burger and a cola." The chubby boy shouted loudly. "My dad is a lieutenant in the Hunter Army. You better serve me first, or my dad will fire you." "You're crazy," Cheng Zhua said with a side glance, ignoring her. He bypassed them and continued walking toward the twin sisters. "Hey, I'm talking to you. The old woman in the bathrobe reached out to grab Chengzhua's arm, but was stopped by a crossbow emitting a blue glow pressed against her forehead. Get back! Chengzhua's voice was cold as ice. I'm not a hunter, he said. The blue light made the old woman's face turn pale as paper. She froze in place, not daring to breathe even a little. This action startled the others, and they all stopped in their tracks. Hey, are you looking for trouble? My dad is. Whoosh! A bolt shot out swiftly. The fat boy's words suddenly stopped as the bolt whistled past his head. The hot air from the crossbow arrow blew away his bangs, leaving a straight middle part on his hair. It slowly sparked and smoked. If you dare to talk nonsense again, it won't be hair anymore, Chengzhua warned coldly. Good grandson, are you okay? The old woman in the bathrobe hurriedly held her chubby grandson's face, nervously patting his hair that was smoking and hot. The boy was stunned for 3 seconds before he suddenly burst into loud crying, wetting his pants instantly. A foul-smelling, unknown liquid dripped down his legs, forming a small puddle on the ground. Shut up, Chengzhua impatiently scolded. It's really outrageous that such a spoiled child can be so lawless in this era. The old woman quickly covered her grandson's mouth, not daring to make a sound. Brother Zhua, be careful, Xiaochan suddenly shouted in alarm. Chengzhua had already sensed something was wrong before she spoke. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow holding a dagger, sneaking towards him from the side. The person was much more agile than an ordinary person, probably a speed-type origin. But in Chengzhua's eyes, it looked no different from slow motion. Snap! Chengzhua quickly grabbed the wrist holding the dagger with precise timing. The little green-haired boy froze completely. When the fat cat appeared earlier, he was sure Chengzhua was a fragile summoner, but with that reaction speed and strength. He clearly wasn't someone who relied on beast pets to survive. In the next second, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed clearly through the stone hall. The little green-haired boy's arm, with a tattooed flower pattern, bent at a terrifying angle, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Little Green Hair suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face turning pale. Chengzhua frowned and kicked him away several meters. Then he turned to the worried twin sisters. Brother Zhua, you really came. Xiaochan hurriedly pulled Xia Mo to rush over, but stopped suddenly half a step away from Chengzhua. Her face showed joy and excitement, but also a bit of shyness. She didn't have the warm familiarity of Wan Qinghe and didn't dare to hug him first. Chengzhua had no worries. He stepped forward and embraced both girls from the sides. To his surprise, Xia Mo, who usually looked cold and distant, instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, burying her white hair into his chest. Through her soft body, Chengzhua could clearly feel her dependence. However, carefree Xiaochan suddenly stiffened like steel, her back tense and straight. She looked very nervous. Chengzhua gently supported their backs and softly asked, Are you hurt? Are you okay? No, we're fine. Both my sister and I are okay. Xiaochan's voice trembled slightly, and her nose felt a bit sore. Only then did she feel some fear and relief. She relaxed and hugged Chengzhua tightly. At that moment, suddenly, from the other side, a painful cry was heard. Big Brother Hunter, don't let them escape. They just try to make your girlfriend sleep with them. Chengzhua looked over. It was a boy wearing glasses. His nose and left eye were bleeding, his face swollen on one side, and he was hunched over, pointing angrily at something not far away. Behind the crowd, in the shadows, 2 hunched figures were sneaking away cautiously, limping as they moved. They clearly wanted to take advantage of Chengzhua's distraction and slip away quietly. He looked back at the 2 girls in his arms. Is that true? Seeing Xiaochan pouting her red lips, with tears in her eyes and a look of grievance, before they could reply, Chengzhua rushed after them. When the green-hair brothers heard the noise, they tensed up and didn't dare to look back. They hurriedly ran toward the palace gate. Just as they reached the threshold, a shadow with a sharp wind suddenly appeared and blocked the door firmly. The brothers stopped in their tracks, the tense gaze fixed on the seemingly harmless large milk cat, making my soul feel half gone. This aura is even more frightening than the stone-faced monster outside. Thud! Thud! The 2 of them knelt on the ground, one after the other, bowing their heads heavily on the floor as Chengzhua approached step by step. Big brother, we were just joking with them. We were wrong. We truly made a mistake. Please forgive us. Your kindness is vast. Huh. I remember a saying. Cheng Zhua smiled coldly, looking down at them from above. He said word by word, "You don't really know you're wrong. You just know you're about to die." Ugh. Before Cheng Zhua could deal with the green-haired brothers, Guanghua suddenly let out a strange low growl toward the end of the stone hall, catching his attention. Oh right. Xiaochan suddenly remembered the situation in the stone chamber. That strange person? He lifted Brother Meng's skull. Not sure if he was worried Cheng Zhua might misunderstand, she quickly added, "A rough-looking but kind-hearted big brother. He helped me and my sister during the day, and even saved a baby. Over there?" Cheng Zhua looked toward the stone chamber, glowing with a strange light. Xiaochan replied. Cheng Zhua handed the green-haired brothers to Guanghua, telling it to play with the mice, then turned to walk toward the stone chamber. Before he got close, he felt a cold, needle-like aura coming from the entrance. "Stay back." Cheng Zhua just finished speaking. A figure of a man in a white shirt slowly emerged from the stone chamber. He had long, blood-stained hands, looked ordinary, but the eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were especially sinister, like a venomous snake, exuding a chilling, creepy aura. Cheng Zhua noticed that inside the stone chamber behind him, there was also a large man lying down, with a perfect skull but covered in blood and looking pale. "That's him, Luo Qiang," Xiaochan whispered from behind Xiaomo. "He's a bit strange. Brother Zhua, be very careful." Luo Qiang stared at Cheng Zhua with a strange smile on his face. "Kid, it's not smart for a summoner to stray far from their beast pet." Cheng Zhua didn't reply. He raised his crossbow and shot. To his surprise, the crossbow bolt shot straight at Luo Qiang's face. But Luo Qiang just tiptoed, twisted his body, and easily dodged it. Cheng Zhua felt ashamed of his slow reaction. The cursed human, origin, unknown, mental type, no information in the current world database, biological strength, level 11.6. How is it only level 11.6? Why so fast? Cheng Zhua paused briefly, but kept firing his crossbow repeatedly. At the same time, he secretly used his meditation skill to activate the dragon form attribute. Luo Qiang moved like a ghost, each flash of his body nearly brushing past the tail flame of the crossbow bolt. His sharp eyes behind the lenses kept fixed on Cheng Zhua. Whoosh! During a moment when a crossbow bolt was being reloaded, Luo Qiang suddenly raised his hand. 5 shining surgical knives appeared out of nowhere, aiming straight at Cheng Zhua's face. "Kid, this is goodbye." After swinging the knives, he didn't look back. He stomped his foot hard and rushed toward the door. Roar! Just as Cheng Zhua dodged the knives, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the stone chamber. Bang! Clatter! The stone door shattered, flying debris scattering everywhere. A nearly 3-meter-tall black shadow burst out. Its brown-black fur bristled, muscles bulged on its arms thicker than Cheng Zhua's waist. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Cheng Zhua. It was a humanoid bear beast. It was strong and fast. In an instant, a giant palm, like a fan, swept toward Cheng Zhua with a howling wind. Cheng Zhua barely managed to raise his arm to block. Bang! At the moment of impact, Cheng Zhua felt as if a truck had hit his arm. He was pushed back several steps before stabilizing, his arm numb. How is this possible? Cheng Zhua was shocked. Even with his dragon form activated, his body strength had reached the first level. But this bear beast's power was even stronger than his. Clack, clack, clack. At this moment, suddenly, there was the sound of machine gun fire outside the stone hall, mixed with a few screams. The previously frantic beast suddenly froze, a hint of clarity flashing in its crimson eyes. Then it collapsed heavily to its knees with a thud. The long fur on its body quickly receded to the naked eye, muscles shrank, and finally it transformed into a strong man. It was the man called Demeng, who had been lying in a pool of blood earlier. Cheng Zhua's gaze flicked over him, seeing that he was breathing heavily, as if he had lost some strength and was no longer a threat. He then looked outside the hall, a cold smile curling on his lips. The gravity body has an intelligent program and can be controlled remotely. Cheng Zhua quickly walked outside the stone hall. By the stone wall, Luo Qiang stared with bloodshot eyes, his chest shot through like a sieve, full of unwillingness. That why are there machines? Kid, this is goodbye. Cheng Zhua returned his words exactly as they were. His fingers crossbow slowly raised, aimed at his forehead, and without hesitation, he shot again. Bang! The crowd at the entrance of the hall instantly erupted. Another person is dead. Most of the people here were civilians from the city. They had seen many beast attacks, but most had never seen someone killed. This was also Chung Zhu's first time killing someone. But in this world of disaster, bloodshed was inevitable. He was stunned for a moment, until he felt something soft on his hand. He snapped back to reality. It was Xiaomo. She had somehow come to Chung Zhu's side, her silver hair flowing, her clear eyes full of concern. "I'm fine." Chung Zhu took a deep breath, lowered his crossbow, and patted her hand. In his peripheral vision, a yellowed sheepskin paper slid out from Luo Qiang's chest, catching Chung Zhu's attention. He bent down to pick it up. As his fingertips touched the paper, the system's annotation panel popped up. Incomplete Pharaoh's hidden secret, quality, forbidden item, effect. After use, can learn the initial source skill of undead summoning. Usage limit, none. Description. This is a lost page from an ancient manuscript, cursed by the Pharaoh, and will automatically bond with the seeker's source. Detected that the current item is cursed. Purification costs 100 points and Ming value. Purify? Chung Zhu's pupils shrank suddenly, his heart pounding. Source skill? He suddenly remembered some basic knowledge. The origin skill is the foundation of Kaxiu. It can only be learned when advancing to the next level. A first-level Kaxiu has only one skill, which is common knowledge. Unlike meditation techniques or advanced skills that consume source energy, the initial origin skill may have restrictions but does not require any source energy. For example, Chung Zhu summons a jar. He can keep the jar outside without any effect on himself. Therefore, the initial origin skill is the core of a Kaxiu's power. And this piece of sheepskin paper surprisingly allows him to gain an extra initial origin skill, which is definitely a happy surprise. Chung Zhu couldn't help but feel curious about Luo Qiang's identity. According to the system's notes, this sheepskin paper is a forbidden item in this realm. How did it end up in his hands? Never mind that. Purify, Chung Zhu muttered. Since the system can purify curses, there's no need to worry about the side effects of this forbidden item. He believes that the system's underlying power is definitely stronger than this realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint golden glow appeared on the sheepskin paper. Chung Zhu noticed that the description of the sheepskin paper had changed. Description: this is a lost page from an ancient book, cursed by the Pharaoh. It will automatically resonate with the user's source. However, the curse has been erased by an incredible power. After Luo Qiang's death, De Ming seemed to return to normal. Except for his pale face, likely caused by blood loss, there was no obvious change. But to be safe, Chung Zhu had him sit alone in a corner and gave him some food. Eat something. Chung Zhu took out cookies and water, handed some to the two sisters, and also gave some to the glasses-wearing boy and the mother holding a baby. He actually had a lot of food stored in his space, but it wasn't suitable to take out in front of these people. Suddenly, the stone hall was filled with sounds of swallowing. A group of people wanted to ask for food and drink, but hesitated, afraid to step forward. They suddenly regretted not having made better relations with the twin sisters earlier. If they had, it wouldn't have been hard to subdue the green-haired brothers. If only they had known earlier to build good relations with these twins, they would now dare to step forward and ask for some food and drink. The bonfire flickered. Soon, the people in the stone hall split into several groups. A few of them sat together, eating, drinking, talking, and laughing. Most others leaned against the wall on the other side. They were afraid of Chung Zhu, but dared not leave. "Grandma, I'm hungry." The chubby boy tugged at the old woman's robe, his voice trembling with tears. "I want cookies and water." The old woman looked at him with pity and hugged her chubby grandson. Then she quickly looked around, secretly glancing at Chung Zhu's backpack, and whispered to the people nearby, "It seems he has a lot of food. Should we ask for some?" "There are so many of us," someone in the crowd agreed. "Exactly, with so many of us, we're not afraid of a crossbow. If he doesn't give us anything, we could just hold him down quickly. His big cat and robot wouldn't dare act up." "Oh, then you go first," someone suddenly interrupted. After this, the crowd fell silent again. A middle-aged man with a small beard seemed unable to hold back. He gathered his courage and approached Chung Zhu's side, smiling awkwardly. "Brother, can you sell us some cookies and water?" Chung Zhu leaned against a stone pillar, casually tapping the cookie box with his fingertips. Without looking up, 1,000. 1,000? The bearded man raised his voice instinctively. Isn't that the same as stealing? Chengzhuo rolled his eyes at him. You keep people outside the city. What's the difference from killing? Xia Chan had already told him everything about what happened during the day. Regarding these people's indifference and selfishness, Chengzhuo thought that not throwing them out of the city was already a huge act of kindness. The bearded man choked and tried to argue. That's not us who closed the door. It was the green-haired brothers. Chengzhuo pointed to outside the hall, where the heads of the green-haired brothers were hanging on a stone beam across from them. So, the ones hanging there are not you. The bearded man's face instantly turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, drawing 1,000 city coins from his watch. Here, he reached out to grab the cookies and water in front of Chengzhuo. Chengzhuo held the water bottle firmly. 1,000 for the cookies, 2,000 for the water. You. The bearded man was so angry he wanted to curse, but he held back and spat out another 2,000. Seeing Xiao Huzi spend money on food and drinks, a few others who were almost burning with thirst couldn't hold back either. They had no choice but to endure the pain and pay Chengzhuo. Brother Zhuo, we might have to stay here for several days. Are you sure you have enough to eat? Xiaochan looked worriedly at Chengzhuo's backpack behind him. Seeing there was still a lot of water and compressed biscuits, her eyes widened in surprise. He sold so much, but it doesn't seem to be less. As she spoke, those who had been waiting for rescue, thinking it would only be a day, suddenly couldn't sit still and rushed over. Prices have gone up, doubled. Chengzhuo pointed to his backpack. Not many left, huh? Big brother, you can't just raise the prices, a woman in a floral dress hurriedly said. It was 1,000 just now, and now it's doubled. Do you want it? Chengzhuo asked impatiently. Yes, I want it. She doesn't want it, I do. I want it too. The crowd immediately became chaotic, with notification sounds of transactions ringing out one after another. Everyone was afraid of missing out. It's really easy to earn money in times of trouble. Chengzhuo looked at the income that would soon reach tens of thousands and couldn't help but secretly sigh. But for these people, he felt no burden earning it. Over there, the elderly woman in a bathrobe finally couldn't resist her grandson's pleading. She mustered her courage and walked over. Young man, can you give me a discount? Chengzhuo rolled his eyes tiredly. Are you buying vegetables at the market? The elderly woman in the bathrobe pouted and boasted proudly. My son is a second lieutenant in the hunter army. Do you know how many people a second lieutenant can command? When he gets out, I'll have him give you an honorary certificate. It'll be something you can brag about for a lifetime. Not to mention the hunter army. Chengzhuo was already annoyed. So, you want a discount? The elderly woman nodded repeatedly. Yes. Chengzhuo smiled cunningly. 11,000 per bottle. You. The woman was so angry she trembled all over, pointing at Chengzhuo. She couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time, her face turning from red to purple, then white. The young man with glasses nearby looked at her with disgust and said, Brother Cheng, don't sell to her. She even wanted her two sisters to join the green hair brothers. This remark was like a bomb, making the woman's face turn deathly pale instantly. She turned around to leave, but Chengzhuo grabbed her firmly. Seeing her expression, Chengzhuo didn't need to confirm with the other two women to know she was pretending. At first, he thought scaring that chubby kid was a bit of bullying, but hearing this, his anger suddenly flared. Where are you going? Chengzhuo quickly grabbed the old woman's neck. I haven't bought the cookies yet. The old woman's mouth twitched, and she shrank back, smiling more painfully than crying. Bye. Chengzhuo looked around at the others and said in a serious voice, This brave old lady plans to go out of town with me to fight monsters and make up for her mistake earlier. Does anyone want to come along? The room instantly fell silent. No one dared to speak. They all knew how mean and cruel this old woman was. They secretly hoped she would get punished or even die. Everyone even hid their watches, afraid Chengzhuo might think they were secretly filming. No, I won't go. I didn't say I would go, the old woman screamed in fear, kicking and scratching the ground. She didn't care about the pain from the small stones cutting her heels. You murderer, put me down. But Chengzhuo's hand, like a steel clamp, held her neck tightly, making her unable to turn around. You crazy person. My son is a junior officer in the hunter army. If you hurt me, he will definitely tear you apart. No. Please, I don't want to go outside the city. Chengzhuo threw her in front of the mech and told the two women to wait inside the stone fortress on the city wall. Then he leapt into the mech. You bastard. If you hurt my grandma, my dad will definitely kill you. The chubby grandson also roared and rushed over, ready to fight Cheng Zhuo, with a fierce look on his face. The girl who mocked me for being fat last time was sold by my dad. If you don't want to die, kneel and beg for mercy. Such filial piety. The gravity suit mech's right hand gained a 1 boost. When Cheng Zhuo arrived, he saw countless stone monsters wandering outside the city. It was definitely time to go out and fight monsters. Help from Bai Huangfu had been a big help, and Cheng Zhuo felt it was necessary to help him fight for some benefits. The revelation system couldn't show the actual rankings, and now they couldn't connect to Lingxi's network, so they could only do their best to hunt monsters. Follow me. Cheng Zhuo let out a light cough as his mech thrusters activated, launching him several meters into the air with a loud boom that shook the ground and scattered loose stones. Guan followed closely behind, his round body arcing through the air at a steady speed. Wow, so cool, the boy with glasses exclaimed with envy. Xia Chan nudged Xiao Mo's arm and smiled warmly. Your husband is so amazing. I like him a lot. Outside the stone city, a heavy, dark night fog pressed down from above. The wasteland outside the city gates looked like it had been splashed with black ink mixed with tiny stones. Strange stone faces crowded together, and a weird rustling sound drifted with the night wind, making the back of people's necks tingle. Cheng Zhuo stood on the city wall, not rushing to attack. He took out a piece of parchment and slowly activated his inner power. A faint source energy seeped from his fingertips into the paper. A cold aura surged back along the source energy, wrapping around his core card instantly. It was very strange, an almost peeling feeling appeared. His core card seemed to have gained another one. Suddenly, a clear, ethereal system prompt sounded in his mind, breaking the silence around him. Congratulations, the host has awakened a dual source. Reward: Harmony Blessing Pack 1. Cheng Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. So, the system's note that using it can learn the undead summoning source didn't just mean gaining a new skill. It meant he had gained an extra core card? Outside the Star Iron City, District 10, West. The holographic screen in the Old Hunter Tavern was crowded with people. Foam from beers spilled over the glasses, mixing with the smoky aroma of roasted mouse meat. The air was filled with a lively yet restless atmosphere. On the screen, the real-time rankings of the recent interdimensional event, Endless Wasteland, flickered. Every time the numbers changed, a wave of excited shouts erupted. In a corner near the bar, Cheng Qingshan sat hidden in the shadows, most of his ice beer already drunk. He frowned as he looked at Cheng Zhuo's personal page on the Wasteland information, then cursed angrily. Damn it. Ungrateful little traitor. He takes subsidies but doesn't show respect to me. He goes to the Wasteland without even saying a word. Is he trying to cut off our father-son relationship? Things are getting more and more unruly. When he opened Cheng Zhuo's team information, his brow furrowed so tightly it seemed he could crush a fly. Wild Hunter? What kind of team is this? 3 F rank, 2 E rank, and 1 unknown? Damn it, is he crazy? Hey, my dear old Cheng, what did you find? A dark horse? Hee hee. Suddenly, at the door, a rough voice like sandpaper and a sneaky laugh sounded. A flashy-dressed old white man, looking like a bacon-wrapped ham, walked into the tavern and headed straight for Cheng Qingshan. This man is called Old Ford. Both he and Cheng Qingshan work at a parts processing factory. They are considered gambling and drinking buddies. They seem to get along well, but they are always competing. Seeing him come over, Cheng Qingshan hurriedly closed the page and switched to the personnel homepage, pretending to be helpless. Ah, that damn dark horse. I just said it's rare to cross cities. Our Star Iron City hasn't produced a single S-rank newcomer. I guess the strongest newcomer this time might be snatched by Bright City. Old Ford pulled out a chair and sat down. The bartender, in sync, handed him a glass of cold beer. Sigh, isn't that right? I heard Bright City has an S-rank heavy sword master. That kind of person in the beginner village is like a boss level. He took a sip, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. But in a few days, the two of us might not be able to drink together anymore. Look at this. Old Ford showed a personal info page. My dear grandson, look, a C-rank Earth Spirit Master. He also entered this wasteland. Cheng Qingshan didn't even lift his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Seeing his reaction, Old Ford wouldn't give up. His thin fingers swiped across the screen, asking knowingly, "Hee hee, I've heard you praise your second son's good grades before. How did his awakening turn out? You didn't get an S rank, but it should be an A, right? Or did he awaken an F rank? Like a cat that has been stepped on its tail?" Chung Qingshan suddenly slammed the table, causing beer foam to splash everywhere. "My son, he. Anyway, he's very strong." "Huh." Old Ford seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Then he should have also entered this time's Transcendence Gate, right? Did you not place a bet for your son? Did you go all in?" "Well, he didn't." Chung Qingshan's neck turned red with frustration as he hesitated to explain, while Old Ford started searching on his device. After a moment, he scratched his curly hair and asked doubtfully, "What was your son's name again?" Chung Qingshan pretended to be calm and took a sip of his drink, mumbling, "Stop searching. That kid didn't participate. Chung Zhua." Zhua means burning in Chinese. Before he finished, a passing bartender said, "He's a top talent from 4th high school, always praised by Uncle Chung, saying he's among the top 3 in martial arts in the school. I remember it well." "Oh, found him," Old Ford exclaimed excitedly. "Ha ha." He stared at the screen for a while, then suddenly burst into a laugh that made Chung Qingshan feel hopeless. "Huh, your son. Oh dear, F rank. Or summoning type?" A few drinkers nearby heard the commotion and gathered around to watch. Some old drinkers familiar with Chung Qingshan patted his shoulder, teasing, "Oh, old Chung, it looks like your hope for your son's quick success is dashed." "Exactly." Another pointed at the screen, laughing hard. "F-rank summoner entering the Void Realm? That's just asking for death. Even if you hope your son will become a hero, you shouldn't push him so hard." Chung Qingshan's face turned bright red, from his ears to his neck, and he didn't know how to respond. He didn't say that he was the one who encouraged Chung Zhua to go. Taking the blame for overly ambitious hopes for his son was better than people calling his son a fool. Hey. Old Ford rubbed his eyes and pointed at the odds behind Chung Zhua. The odds for the newest top talent. 1:100? Look, am I seeing things? Shouldn't it be 1:1000? My grandson's odds are 1:180. How can he reach 1:100? Lingxi must have made a mistake. A few people nearby gathered around, all looking surprised. One person opened Chung Zhua's information. "Hey, old Chung, how did your son become a wilderness hunter? Why are several details not public? His physical stats. Level 16.6? Did he cheat with potions? Nonsense. Where would I get the money to give him potions?" Qingshan Chung also looked curious, glancing at Chung Zhua's public profile, and asked suspiciously, "Maybe he added some guild benefits himself. Are guild benefits this good now? Hundreds of thousands of serums, all for F-level players," the young bartender beside them exclaimed. "No way." Old Ford rolled his eyes. "My grandson joined the Nebula Guild, which is only C-level, and they don't get these perks." He then snorted, his nose wrinkling, and said sourly, "Little Chung looks good. Probably dating a rich woman, trying to be a little one. In Star Iron City, some wealthy women openly have 4 or 5 lovers, and secretly supporting a few is quite common." "You're talking nonsense." Qingshan Chung suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Old Ford, shouting, "Don't think just because your son is dating a rich woman, everyone is like your family. My son relies on himself." Old Ford rolled his eyes and snapped back. "My son is dating a rich woman. So what? That's how he produced such an excellent grandson. I dare to bet 1,000 on my grandson. Do you dare?" Poor B. He then threw down 1,000 and betted on his grandson's strongest rookie. Bet or not, who's afraid of who? Qingshan Chung didn't back down either, tossing 1,000 on a Chung Zhua's strongest rookie. Hey. 2 uncles, don't get impulsive." The young bartender beside them quickly stepped in to separate them, speechless. "Why are you guys doing this? Throwing money at me? $1,000? Enough for a month of beer. No need to fight over beer. Mind your own business." Qingshan Chung pushed the bartender away and sneered at Old Ford. "Stop pretending. Everyone knows your son, who's dating a rich woman, never gives you a penny." Old Ford was so angry his hair stood up. "At least I have money. Raising a bunch of poor little bees. Yeah, but just a broke old bee. Old bald guy. Try insulting me again, old poor bee." Meanwhile, in the top conference room of the Inner City Hunt and Ruin Bureau, Deputy Director Huyan Song sat upright at the main seat, his gaze serious as he looked over the leaders of various major guilds on both sides. He spoke in a deep voice. I've called you all here because there is an important matter to discuss. On the right side, Ren Tianxing, the first in line, twirled a goat beard at his fingertips and asked cautiously, "Is there a problem with the new ruins?" Exactly. The super-distance ruins of the newcomers might cause ecological changes and become a first-level ruin, Hu Yinsong replied. Shuanghe brushed his long hair back and raised an eyebrow. That doesn't seem right. We've been watching the gate closely, and there's been no change. How can you be sure it will change? Because of the forbidden death object. Hu Yinsong's voice grew even more serious, each word filled with anger. The death god's secret stash has reacted. What? Hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Hu Yinsong tapped lightly on the table twice, his tone easing a bit. Looking back at what happened 20 years ago, we are well prepared this time. We won't let the ruined spirits hide behind human skin again. Hu Yinsong reassured them. As soon as he leaves the ruins, we will contain him. Then he turned the conversation. However, the ecological change this time must be taken seriously. When 7 days pass, you must send your strongest first-level teams to cooperate with the Hunt and Ruin army to quickly eliminate the boss and rescue the remaining newcomers. As for the spirit, I will handle it personally. No problem, everyone responded in unison. Ren Tianxing's eyes flicked around, testing. I heard there's an outsider S-rank newcomer who entered the ruins with a custom gravity team. With that strength, they might not even need our teams to act. Old man Ren, you're confused. Songhe rolled his eyes. The boss information was already passed to Lingxi. It's a blind zombie. Ren Tianxing was stunned. That's the blind zombie that blocks all signals by releasing a force field? You think so? Songhe shrugged and snorted. This young master from some wealthy family has gathered a bunch of F and E level newcomers and signed with a small town. He's probably going to pay the price for his arrogance. In the wasteland of the Void Realm, on the wall of the abandoned stone city, after absorbing the power of forbidden objects and fully forming the second origin card, Qingzhua immediately opened the system panel. Sure enough, there was now an additional piece of information about the origin. Origin card 2. Undead summon, S-rank red, origin skill, skeleton summon, note. A forbidden card born from the fusion of Void Realm Calamity and Relics, aligned with the host's core power, gradually turning the host into a puppet of the Void Realm ecosystem. However, this card has been purified by a powerful force. It's actually S-rank? Qingzhua was greatly shocked, but after reading the note, he also felt a bit scared. If it weren't for the system's powerful force that purified it in advance, it sounds like he would have become a puppet of the Void Realm later on. Maybe because of the system's purification, Qingzhua also noticed that the requirements for upgrading this origin card were very special. It's not about absorbing source power through breathing techniques to improve the card's level, but about accumulating Himing points. The first 3 levels of the origin skill are clearly listed. Level 1. Dead's Cooperation, 0/5000. Level 2. Undead Armament, 0/. Level 3. Lich's Pact, 0/. His current initial skill, Skeleton Summon, can only summon nearby corpses, and at the same time, only one type at a time. The level of the summon depends on his mental strength. The second origin directly increased his mental strength by 40 points. According to the system's notes, he can summon any corpse with a biological body strength below level 60. The amazing part is, there's no limit on the number. Unfortunately, his initial skill only involves the power of corpses, not the core source power, and it has a time limit. This skill clearly depends on nearby corpses. When strong, it's very powerful, especially in a map like the Void Realm, where he can keep gathering more and more bodies. But when facing a strong enemy, it becomes quite weak. After all, they are just corpses, no intelligence, no source power. Second level can still add weapons to the undead. Qingzhua stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes shining brighter. Once he reaches the third level, this summoning ability will improve greatly. The Lich contract allows him to permanently keep a set number of contracted undead with their own intelligence, no longer relying solely on instinct and commands like ordinary summoned zombies. In theory, as long as the undead are willing to submit, he can contract with any creature, no matter how strong. This undead summoning is more effective on the battlefield in the early stages, but in the later stages, he alone can be 1,000 armies. He is the disaster. Skills after the 4th level are still unknown. There might be some special requirements. For now, Chengzhua suppresses his curiosity and looks at the harmonious blessing gift pack shining with golden light in the system space. Open, he silently commands. Congratulations, the owner has received a blessing. 5 to all attributes. Congratulations, the owner has obtained 3 epic level blind cores. That's a bit stingy. I thought there would be another mythic level meditation card. But despite the complaints, Chengzhua is quite satisfied with this harvest. He isn't in a hurry to open the blind boxes. Outside the city, stone-faced monsters are everywhere, and it's a good chance to test the power of his S-grade source skill. Phew, Chengzhua activates his thrusters and shoots up with a loud boom. Gliding mode is on. The faint blue flames are especially noticeable against the dark night sky. The stone-faced monsters, wandering aimlessly on the wasteland, immediately rush toward Chengzhua. After a moment, the rustling sound of writhing grows denser. Chengzhua hovers in midair, watching the increasing number of stone-faced monsters below. He smirks and suddenly pulls the trigger. Dozens of mini burning bombs eject from the mech's side compartment, whistling sharply as they fall into the horde. As the green flames explode, a pungent smell of scorched earth mixed with rotten flesh fills the air. These burning bombs aren't ordinary flames. They contain fiery energy infused with source power. Once touched, they cling like a bone infection, difficult to extinguish. The stone-faced monsters thrash wildly, like ants burned by hot oil, their wrinkled bodies twisting. Their shriveled mouths open and close, making faint hiss sounds, and their murky eyes show signs of fear. Clearly, they are very afraid of fire. In just half a minute, the entire stone-faced monster collapsed into a sea of flames. Chengzhua slowly descended. He took a deep breath, sensing the faint red glow of the source card within his body. Suddenly, a spell-like phrase appeared in his mind. He opened his eyes wide, and a deep, obscure syllable escaped his mouth. By my name, by the bones as a contract. Summon the remains. Bang, bang, bang. As he finished speaking, he gripped his spear tightly and struck the ground 3 times. Red light burst from beneath his feet, quickly spreading to the nearby stone-faced corpses. Then, a red mist swirled and spread rapidly. The previously shriveled stone-faced monsters began to sway and move again, crawling back to life. Summoned stone-faced corpses, level 0, newborn, biological strength, level 6.6, corpse skill, source material absorption, description, originally a mutated corpse insect, common near ancient tombs. When summoned by undead power, the corpse temporarily regains mobility for 1 hour. Chengzhua nodded with satisfaction. An hour was quite good. He waved his hand. Countless stone-faced corpses quickly engaged in fierce battle with the normal stone-faced monsters. They absorbed each other's energy, and soon, many shriveled corpses appeared again. Such a pity, no source core. Chengzhua sighed, but his eyes revealed a hidden joy. The energy stored in his source card was finally starting to move. The sluggish feeling from the dragon demon's breath was still there. The source energy, like a rushing river squeezed through a narrow gate, entered the card very slowly. But since it was a mythic level breathing technique, the influx of source energy was extremely rapid, and the improvement was very noticeable. It was easy to advance to the next level, especially with the progress bar on the system panel. The clear increase in progress boosted Chengzhua's confidence. He roared loudly, lifted his spear, and called out to the jar, rushing together into the stone-faced monsters. On the city wall of the stone city, Summer Cicada and the others had just arrived. Also arriving were Demeng and some curious onlookers. As soon as it appeared, everyone was stunned by the scene outside the city and couldn't speak. Bright green flames spread everywhere, making the barren land look like it had been splashed with poison. Chengzhua's mech charged wildly among the monster horde, swinging his spear. With each strike, he left behind stone-faced monster corpses, which then suddenly rose again, twisting eerily with the original stone-faced monsters. Guangguan was quick too, taking down monsters easily, almost 1 hit per monster, like crushing tiny ants. Big Brother Cheng is so cool, said the boy with glasses, clenching his fists, his eyes shining brightly. I don't even know which guild Big Brother Cheng joined, but they have mechs. I want to join too. Deming watched Chengzhuo's actions carefully, his throat moving slightly as he spoke with a hint of self-mockery. So, is this really the beginner's wasteland? He is 30 years old, considered a senior awakener. A few days ago, he awakened an E-level beast transformation ability. Today, after signing a contract and returning home, he was pulled into the otherworld portal. Earlier that morning, when facing the stone-faced monsters, he fought desperately to survive and was injured on his arm. At the time, he thought the wasteland was dangerous. But now, watching Chengzhuo cut through monsters like mowing grass, he suddenly doubted. Maybe the wasteland isn't too dangerous, just that he's too weak. Outside the city wall, the slaughter continued. The endless stone-faced monsters were decreasing visibly to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the army of corpses was being crushed underfoot. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from Chengzhuo's headset. Zzz, calling. He clenched his spear tightly and stopped moving. The mech's thrusters slowed down gradually. He listened carefully, but only silence remained in the headset. Chengzhuo suddenly realized. He hadn't heard from Huang Fu Bai in a long time. Activate the Wasteland Revelation, he said in a deep voice. A misty layer of glowing words appeared, and he was shocked to see that 3 of the 5 team member indicators had already gone out. A dull bell sound echoed through the streets of Star Iron City, lingering without fading. The residents outside the city were stunned by the noise. A woman hanging clothes suddenly trembled, and her clothes clattered onto the rusty iron fence. A homeless man squatting on the street corner, gnawing on a mouse jerky, suddenly looked up, his cloudy eyes staring blankly at the sky. A prisoner taking a shower in the big prison shook his soap, which fell to the ground. Everything in the city seemed to be forcibly paused. Everyone's eyes turned at the same time toward the tall glow around the city. Looking far away, the 4 gates of the distant city, east, west, south, and north, originally glowing with a faint gray light, suddenly lost all their murky color and turned pure white like jade. The gates of the other world had become distorted, and the bell ringing meant the gates would break open when the countdown finished. Although this was just a warning from the Hunt headquarters, the alarm from the boundary world had never been wrong. The gates are distorted, someone shouted nervously in the night street. The alarm is ringing, the gates are about to break. The crowd's discussion exploded, panic spreading like a wave. In the apartment buildings near the 4 gates, hurried sounds of packing could be heard, with many already moving out overnight. Although everyone knew the rules, hunters inside the gates had 7 days to kill the boss and close the gates. But no one believed that the newly awakened rookies could handle a boss that had become a first-level distortion. Once the gates break, countless strange beasts would rush out immediately. Even if the Hun army wanted to enter quickly, they would first have to break through the first wave of monsters. They didn't want to wait nearby, trembling with fear. How could this happen? Inside a new apartment in Happiness Community, Wan Xinghe, helping Chengzhuo wash clothes, suddenly paused, then continued scrubbing. It won't happen. Zhuji won't be in trouble, definitely not. She muttered to herself, but her trembling shoulders clearly betrayed her anxious heart. He said he would bring them back together. The lingering sound of the bell outside the window still drifted. The new apartment was very quiet. Only the sound of water flowing from the tap and Ruan Qinghe's occasional murmurs. It was like encouraging herself or praying. And at this moment, outside the stone city on the endless wasteland, Chengzhuo stared at the update from the boundary world, suddenly feeling stunned. The Pharaoh's curse has manifested. Please eliminate the derived body lord, the blind corpse, level 1. Most likely, Huang Fu Bai and his team have encountered a boss. This customized gravity entity, although controlled at level 0 source power, is still at the top combat level for beginners in both defense and attack. Moreover, there are 5 of them. With this power, 3 people have already died, showing that the trouble they face is quite serious. Suddenly, the jar-like creature jumped out playfully in front of Chengzhuo's mech, bouncing like a ball. It caught a stone-faced monster. It was having fun and fighting very fiercely. This distorted boss might be tough, but could it really be a match for the jar? Seeing the jar, Chengzhuo's tense mind relaxed a little. Saving people is the priority, but first, he plans to open the 3 epic-level blind cores given by the system to maximize his strength. He took out the blind cores and activated them with 3 quick presses. Epic level blind cores don't guarantee epic cards, but they have the highest chance, even a small chance to produce legendary cards. Chengzhua's luck stat of 23 isn't just a number. From 3 cores, he got 2 epic cards and 1 legendary card. Beast Pet Illusion Support Card, Quality, Epic, Purple, Effect. After use, can cast 5 Beast Pet Illusions, each perfectly inheriting the true form's attack power, with only 30% defense, lasting 30 minutes, recharge cooldown, 24 hours, usage limit, cannot stack with other support cards. Description: guess which one is the real cat. Seeing this support card, Chengzhua couldn't help but be very happy. Although it lasts only 30 minutes, he believes that in a standoff, 6 jars can instantly turn the tide of battle. Floating Vehicle Resource Card, Quality, Epic, Purple, Effect, can deploy a low-altitude anti-gravity RV, usage limit, none. Description: this is a PR-grade RV stored using source card capsule technology. Less than 3rd-level alien beasts are almost impossible to damage effectively, but be careful, its source core consumption rate is terrifying. Watch out, or it might burn through your balance. Chengzhua was very satisfied with the RV as well. He was just debating whether to go for the rescue, but there was a very important point. He didn't want Xia Mo and Xia Chan to leave his side. They were the reason he entered this ruined world. If rescuing them put the sisters in danger, it wouldn't be worth it. With this vehicle, he didn't have to worry about their safety. Finally, Chengzhua's gaze fell on a legendary card glowing with an orange aura. King Series Card Support Card, 1/5. Quality, Legendary, Orange, Effect. After fusion, it enters King mode, increasing biological and mechanical strength and source skills by 5 times for 1 hour. Charging cooldown, 7 days, usage restrictions, no level limit, cannot stack with other support cards, non-transferable after certification. Description: this is a support card from the King series. Collect all the series cards, and you will become a true king. It was a series card. Chengzhua didn't know much about the series cards, but he understood that their strongest point was in their combined attributes. The more series cards you have, the greater your power. From the card's effect alone, a 5-fold increase was already an extremely powerful skill. He dismantled 3 blind cores. His confidence instantly doubled. If it was just the cans, he might still have doubts, but with 6 cans, he didn't see how he could lose. Chengzhua didn't waste any more time. After briefly understanding the card's skill, he turned his mech around, shot out, and headed straight for the city wall. These foods and water are for you. Chengzhua handed his backpack to Demeng and warned, there's a signal device inside. Stay in the city and wait for rescue. The hunting army should arrive very soon. Okay, then you. Demeng took the backpack, suspiciously looking at Chengzhua's empty hands. There are still many with my teammates. Chengzhua didn't explain further. He carried the sisters on his shoulders, securing them with straps. He locked onto Huang Fu Bai's location and sped toward the wilderness shrouded in night fog, until the outline of the stone city was completely swallowed by the dark night. Chengzhua controlled his mech to land slowly. Why did you stop? The sound of summer cicadas carried a hint of confusion. She kept gripping the cold shoulder wings of her mech, unable to touch Xia Mo or see anything, which made her feel a little anxious. In Xia Mo's view, everything was actually pitch black. The surroundings were empty, only the whimpering wind blowing across the wasteland. Because she trusted Chengzhua, they didn't ask what to do and simply followed him out of the city. Let me show you something good. Chengzhua jumped out of the cockpit and helped her sisters slide down from the mech's shoulder wings. Then he took out a resource card for the floating house. He pinched the edge of the card with his fingertips, and as he infused a bit of energy, a faint purple glow spread quickly from the card. Xiaomo's clear eyes lit up instantly. An epic level card. She had only seen it online. She heard that the cheapest types cost millions. She couldn't help but glance at the handsome face illuminated by the purple glow. This man was becoming more mysterious, always full of surprises. No wonder Sister Qing, he was so fascinated by him. The purple glow expanded, quickly forming a semi-transparent vehicle shadow on the ground, gradually becoming solid. Wow, what is this? Xia Cicada rubbed her eyes. The dark night was affecting her vision. She pulled Xia Mo closer and suddenly widened her almond-shaped eyes. At first, when they saw the vehicle shape light up on the card, They didn't think it was a transport resource card. After all, Chengzhuo was already in a mech, so having a vehicle seemed normal. But this, is it a bit too exaggerated? Deep in the wasteland, inside a huge valley, night fog carried a foul smell, making it hard to breathe. The scene in the valley was brutal. 5 silver knights, with their gravity bodies crooked and twisted, lay in heaps of dirt. The alloy shells of 3 mechs were twisted like pretzels, with broken barrels slanting into cracks. The remaining 2 barely kept their shape, but their cockpit covers were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Leaking wires crackled with blue sparks. Not far away, a group of giant corpses over 2 meters tall. They wore rusty orange helmets, with dried cloth strips hanging from the edges, each holding a huge bone, banging on a fortress that looked like a metal lump. Huang Fubai leaned against the inner wall of the fortress, his eyes full of absurdity. He really didn't expect that a defense fortress made years ago on a whim with a material card would save his life in this situation. Next to him, the only remaining teammate, Li Mo, was crouched in front of the communication panel, his brow furrowed so tightly it seemed he could squish a fly. His voice was full of worry. Captain Bai, the force field is gone, but Eva still can't wake up. They probably destroyed all the gravity devices. Relying on the gravity devices to break out might not work. Should we contact Chengzhuo again? He's less than 100 kilometers away. No need, Huang Fubai said without even lifting his eyelids. Cutting him off. Bringing him here would only waste time and risk losing more people, and I'd just waste another gravity device. Then, Liamo wanted to say more, but suddenly the alloy plate beneath their feet started to shake. Not good. Hold on tight, Huang Fubai shouted in alarm. But the metal shell was empty inside. What could they hold on to? Boom. A dull explosion shook their ears painfully, and everything spun around. Huang Fubai and Li Mo were tossed like 2 sacks of potatoes inside the cabin, hitting their heads on the metal walls and falling in a mess. Huang Fubai's eyes flashed with disbelief. How is that possible? This fortress weighs at least 10 tons. What could lift it and throw it away? Before he could recover, there was another loud roar. They were hit again and thrown apart. Huang Fubai and Li Mo's foreheads collided, causing them to gasp in pain. Their bodies were not very strong, and they couldn't handle such rough treatment. They didn't know how much time passed before the impacts finally stopped. This fortress was originally just a quick test by Huang Fubai. It had no functions besides defense. They had no idea what was happening outside. Time slowly passed. The cabin was eerily silent. Li Mo's heart was pounding with fear, growing more anxious. He looked at Huang Fubai's tense face and knew that waiting any longer was a dead end. He clenched his teeth and quietly reached for his headset, opening the team channel. Calling Chengzhuo, "Can you hear me?" Huang Fubai was about to get angry, but then he heard Chengzhuo's calm voice. "I hear you. Come out now. The light is dead." Huang Fubai froze mid-movement, and Li Mo's mouth opened wide, doubting he had heard correctly. "What did you say?" Li Mo hesitated and said, "I told you. All those dirty things outside are dead. Come out now." Zhuo Cheng's voice sounded again. Huang Fubai spoke with disbelief and quickly grabbed Li Mo's headset. "How can the corpse puppets all be dead? There are at least 1,000 outside. What is your goal?" Not only did Huang Fubai doubt, but Zhuo Cheng himself didn't expect the fight to be so easy. When he saw the dense crowd of giant zombies surrounding a 4 or 5 meter tall blind giant puppet, he did feel a little nervous. Especially when that huge corpse puppet lifted a square iron block to smash at him. He instinctively released 5 clone jars. He also used corpse summoning to pull all the nearby giant zombies together. But in front of the jars, these giant corpses and stone-faced monsters looked almost the same. Zhuo Cheng suddenly remembered the jar's special ability. Gift, Spirit Hunter, has a deterrent effect on all evil spirits, ignoring any soul-based attacks. Gift, Night Owl. When night falls, the little chubby's speed doubles. Although these corpse puppets are not soul entities, they must contain evil spirits inside. And right now, it was nighttime. No wonder he felt that Jar Jar was unusually strong tonight. Inside the city, the hunting grounds headquarters conference room. Cold white light shone on the long conference table, casting a faint glow on the holographic projection in front of everyone. A faint coffee aroma filled the air, but it couldn't lift the heavy atmosphere. "I told you so, didn't I?" The vice president of the Ruin Hunt Guild, Song He suddenly spoke, his voice full of obvious schadenfreude. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the screen showing the Divine Initiation Hunt team. I said, "This young master, he will definitely pay for his arrogance. Look, another teammate is dead. Soon, all his teammates will be gone." Hui Yin Song shot him a cold look. "Vice President Song He, please watch your words." Song He quickly apologized, clasping his fists. Sorry. Ren Tianxing looked at him suspiciously. "Why do I feel like you're very unhappy with Huang Fubai? Have you interacted with him before?" The tone of Song He was suddenly cut off, and he waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing much. Today, when he was at the entrance to the boundary, I happened to be nearby and gave him the highest signing contract. He said I was just trying to bribe a beggar." Ha! Ren Tianxing couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You also brought this on yourself. How could a young master carrying a heavy body of billions of gravity take a casual guild contract seriously?" Song He was about to argue, but Ho Yin Song suddenly sighed and looked back at the projection. "No matter his personality, I still hope he can survive. Every S-rank awakener is a treasure of humanity." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, in the corner of the conference room, a hurried cry was heard. "Deputy Director! Deputy Director!" Everyone looked in that direction. The chubby secretary, the deputy director, was hunched over, rushing over in a hurry. Ho Yin Song frowned and knocked heavily on the table. "How many times have I told you? No loud noises during meetings. What's so urgent that you're this panicked?" The chubby secretary hurried to his side, unable to hide his excitement, pointing at the boss information on his arm. "Deputy Director. You see, the awakening of the boundary. Boss it." Ho Yin Song was already irritated and impatient. Just as he was about to push him away and glanced casually at the projection, that glance made him freeze instantly. "What?" Ho Yin Song shouted in surprise, grabbing the fat man's wrist. On the projection, the status bar that was originally glowing with Level 1 Overlord Leader, Blind Corpse, Alive, was now rapidly fading from bright red. Instead, 3 gray words appeared: defeated. And in the kill team column, the first name was clearly Chengzhua. Rosie from the Sacred Beast Guild unconsciously stroked her sexy red lips, showing a curious attitude. Again, this Chengzhua, an F-level summoner, managed to kill a Tier 1 derived boss. Little Rosie, don't be too curious. Not all F-levels have your kind of miracle. Matsuhara pointed to the list of team members behind him. He and Huang Fubai are the real answer. The blind zombie can interfere with signals, but it can't maintain the force field all the time. Most likely, Huang Fubai severely injured the zombie, and this kid used his mech to deliver the final blow. So he got the lucky break. This immediately sparked agreement. Exactly, such a level of overleveled kill isn't just about defeating a boss. The monster groups around the boss are even more dangerous. One person can't handle it alone. It seems Huang Fubai has some skills. No wonder he's an S rank. Who exactly is he? Besides his S-level potential, all other information is blocked. Unfortunately, the scene inside the wasteland couldn't be transmitted out. Everyone desperately wanted to see it for themselves. The battlefield where this new team defeated the boss must have been very exciting. From the appearance of the team in the Divine Awakening squad to the death of the boss, it took nearly 5 hours. This boss fight must have been intense and full of clever tactics. I hope they recorded it. It's been a long time since I saw a level-over boss fight during the rookie stage. This boss battle attracted a lot of interest. After all, such a large-scale wasteland boss isn't something ordinary small creatures can handle. For a rookie team with limited equipment, it was almost impossible to succeed. Almost everyone, including Ho Yin Song, believed Chengzhua was just the one who used his mech to land the final blow. The real boss killer was definitely that mysterious Huang Fubai. Even Deputy Director Ho Yin Song, who knew Chengzhua had a Tier 1 beast companion, thought so too. It was just a beast companion strengthened by a legendary breathing technique. Impossible to handle a large wasteland boss. Everyone, quiet down. The Deputy Director's voice, filled with energy, silenced the room. His gaze swept across everyone, and he spoke seriously. The value of an S-rank hunter, I don't need to say more. I don't care what methods you use, but you must show your greatest sincerity and keep Huang Fubai in Star Iron City. As for his contract with Hongsha Town, I will personally coordinate with Mayor Wang. Deputy Director, don't worry. Leave this to us at the Ember Ruins. We will handle it properly this time. Song-hee patted his chest confidently. Old ghost, with such a big attitude, aren't you afraid your tongue will slip? Rin Tianxing chuckled softly, smiling faintly. This kid clearly wants to make a contract with the small town. Either he's playful or trying to make something big happen. To bring him back into the city contract, he must first sign with the town branch, and then we can plan carefully. As for his relationship with the town, your Ember Ruins are far behind us in Star Cloud. Because it involves town income, hunters from different lighthouse contracts are not allowed to sign cross-region guilds. So, groups like Star Cloud, which have branches in many towns, have an obvious advantage here. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our Ember Ruins are just as strong in Hongshi Town, you know. Song-hee looked a bit guilty. Really? Rin Tianxing slowly added. I remember last year, Old Wang asked to set up a station in Hongshi, but you refused. Now, Hongshi's lighthouse might not last this year. Song-hee raised his eyebrows. Dismissive, isn't that right? Hongshi only has 1/6 rank left. How long can it survive in such a deep ecological zone of the ruins? Rin Tianxing didn't bother to argue further with Song-hee. He stood up, gave a subtle signal to Mu Yinji behind him, then quietly walked out. Mu Yinji followed. Her voice was calm. Teacher, should I contact Huang Fubai? No need. I'll handle this. Rin Tianxing swiped on his terminal, bringing up Cheng Zhua's information page, then turned to Mu Yinji. When he comes out, contact him to sign with our Hongshi Town branch. Mu Yinji blinked and asked, what kind of treatment? A sea-level hunter contract with increasing shares. A hint of surprise appeared in Mu Yinji's indifferent eyes. Sea-level? Do you think that's high? Rin Tianxing raised an eyebrow, then suddenly realized, that's normal. This kid has a boss kill title, but everyone knows Huang Fubai did most of the work. Mu Yinji blinked with a confused look. So what now? Do you remember his biological body level before entering the Void Realm? Asked Rin Tianxing. Mu Yinji thought for a moment. 16.5? Rin Tianxing smiled and pointed to the latest data. Look at his current level. 26.8? Mu Yinji raised her eyelids slightly. In one day, how did it increase? Obviously, he received a second serum injection, Rin Tianxing said confidently. This guy is very poor. He definitely can't afford the serum himself. The only explanation is that he has a close relationship with Huang Fubai. Mu Yinji felt she might have understood. So, signing him means we can also sign Huang Fubai. Not exactly, but the chances are high. Rin Tianxing patted her shoulder affectionately. It's up to you now. Okay. Mu Yinji's eyes brightened with a calm look. Signing Huang Fubai should be quite interesting. Rin Tianxing was about to go back inside, but turned around worriedly to remind her. Don't threaten with a sword around someone's neck. Got it. Also, don't control others' hands to sign contracts. The electronic record is just a record. A voluntary core contract is the only valid one. Understood. Mu Yinji nodded obediently. Just don't cause any harm, and be happy. Rin Tianxing waved his hand. He didn't really care much about this signing. He knew very well that this was an arrogant S-level. As for their relationship, he was only guessing. From the footage before they entered the realm, even if they had some connection, it wouldn't be very deep. The reason he left this task to Mu Yinji was just to let her feel a bit more alive. Mu Yinji's core is S-level killing sword intent. As her realm increases, her emotions become more and more indifferent. Strangely enough, she has some special habits every now and then. It seems her instincts are consciously avoiding losing her humanity. Last month, she especially enjoyed playing mahjong with people, but only with those from the mental hospital. The month before that, she liked going to the wilderness to serve as a follower, only responsible for gathering materials and looting supplies. Even when her team was wiped out, she didn't blink an eye. This month, for some reason, after looking at the guild manager talk about signing a contract, she became obsessed with signing new members. The approach was too rough, so I lost interest. After a few words, I gave up. Those who are interested either threaten with a sword or knock someone out and force them to sign. As the only hunter in Star Iron City likely to reach the 7th rank this year, most people who know her are also helping her along. Otherwise, if she completely loses her humanity because of her killing sword intent, she might destroy the city before reaching the 7-star realm. She seems quite interesting. A hint of cleverness flashed in her indifferent almond eyes. Yes, I must first get Cheng Zhua to sign, so I can persuade my teacher to agree to let me sign with Huang Fubai. That would be fun. She glanced sideways at Ren Tianxing's back in the corridor. OSS, Vice President of the Thunder Guild, had a strange look in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he also stood up, knocked on Lu Changshui's desk at the Thunder Recruitment Office, and headed toward another door. Lu Changshui saw this and quickly followed. He bent down until OSS stopped in front of a metal wall at the end of the corridor, then asked, "Vice President, do you have any instructions?" OSS repeated a similar statement to Ren Tianxing. After explaining the possible connection between Cheng Zhua and Huang Fubai, he spoke calmly, but with an undeniable tone. "Understood? We must sign Cheng Zhua." "Got it, Vice President." "What level should we offer him?" Lu Changshui asked. "Start with a C-level contract. Remember, we still have 2 advantages when we contact him," OSS advised. "Advantages?" Lu Changshui quickly looked at the files, then slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. "Are you talking about Ho Wanli? He and they are best friends at school. When Ho Wanli signed, he even specifically asked to bind Cheng Zhua. And what's the other advantage?" OSS lightly tapped his fingertips, projecting an image of a young girl. "This girl is Cheng Zhua's ex-girlfriend, now in our guild's new recruits." His tone was flat and indifferent. "First, get rid of her to show our sincerity." "Okay." Lu Changshui's eyelids twitched, secretly surprised. The vice president is busy with many things, yet he still knows about such small details? "Oh, and don't be too eager," OS reminded everyone. "Give him the contract. If he signs on the spot, then it's settled. If he needs time to think, let him decide." Lu Changshui was surprised. Just let him decide? Since they were about to sign, shouldn't they be more cautious? It was unlikely that only they knew about Cheng Zhua's special relationship with Huang Fubai. Once he understands that only we can offer a higher price, negotiating will be easier, OS said with a confident smile. "Why?" Lu Changshui was confused. "Is this about lowering the price? Aren't they worried other guilds might sign him? He's a rising star who defeated a boss above his level, so he has some value. Just stay in touch," OS said with a slight smile. "Even though there are many guilds interested, Huang Fubai can only choose between us and Xingyun. He can't change the lighthouse contract soon, so those other groups are just jealous. They don't even have the right to negotiate." Lu Changshui still didn't fully understand and asked, "What about Xingyun? If they offer Cheng Zhua a higher price?" A hint of sarcasm flickered in OS's eyes as he whispered, "Tianxing, that old-fashioned guy, won't give Cheng Zhua a contract above sea level. Last time, he wanted to take Ho Wanli, but our contract for that kid was already above the standard B level, so he backed out immediately." Lu nodded. "Yes, he always sticks to the rules. But if he might give a C-level contract, why not just offer a B-level contract directly?" OS smiled cunningly. "Lower the price first, then raise it." Lu suddenly understood. "Create a gap in treatment, make him feel valued." OS looked at him appreciatively. "You're a sharp manager, good instinct. Vice President, you're flattering me." Lu nodded slightly. "It's your wisdom. With a little trick, Cheng Zhua will definitely choose us, Thunder. Give you the authority to offer the highest B-level contract. Don't let me down." "Thank you, President. I will do my best." In the large conference room, everyone whispered and discussed eagerly. Everyone had their own thoughts. Since an S-level contract could change the guild's power structure, some guilds, even without a base in Hongshu Town, started planning. In 6 days, they might still have time to complete the registration process. At the representative seat of the Sacred Beast Guild, unlike others who are talking about Huang Fubai, Rosa gently bites her fingertip while staring at the information page about Cheng Zhua. Next to her, another page shows scenes of Cheng Zhua killing a rat and his beast pet attacking Zhao Shichang wildly. She raises her eyebrows, as if making a decision, and opens a chat window with a turtle avatar. "Teacher, I want to sign a new member. What level? Do I need to approve it? Not a high level, but it might break some signing rules. Please don't be mad if that happens." Endless wasteland. Cheng Zhua looks a bit helpless at the unmoving iron lump. Huang Fubai and the other 2 refuse to come out, and Cheng Zhua is too lazy to argue. He simply turns around, takes out a floating lamp from the system space, and throws it on the ground. The faint white glow instantly clears the surrounding darkness. He then pulls out a short dagger, squats down, and quickly cuts into the skull of the giant zombie. With a click, a faintly glowing first-level source core is removed, cold and cool in his hand. Although it's just a common first-level source core, Each one is worth 50 or 60 city-state coins, so he can't waste it. With 6 jars helping, they dig very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, he collects over 200 source cores. The jars have collected even more, and at the edge of a dark, huge pit, a pile of clear, sparkling source cores has formed. There is a weak, tall figure called the Lantern Bearer, who also provided Chengzhua with 18 ordinary blind cores. Chengzhua directly opens his inventory for gray, 12 white, and 2 green cards. Besides 2 green toxin support cards that are somewhat useful, he doesn't care much for the rest of the ordinary source cards and casually throws them into the system space. Such a pity. Once I leave the boundary gate, the redstone lighthouse will take 13%. Just as he feels a bit regretful, Chengzhua suddenly stops. If he puts all his income into the system space, can the lighthouse still take it? Almost instinctively, Chengzhua denies this possibility. Considering that the system can erase a curse with just 100 points and a certain amount of Ming value, the system's rules are definitely better than the lighthouse ruins. He even suspects that the system's 100-point purification is because he only had about that much at the time. If he only had 10 points, maybe the system's purification requirement is just 10 points. In other words, as long as he stores all his gains from the wasteland in the system space, he doesn't need to worry about the layers of deductions like other hunters do. As for hunting in the wilderness, the town guards are unlikely to discover anything. Of course, he still needs to leave some things visible to avoid suspicion. That's about right. Chengzhua noticed that Guangguan had stopped moving and was now sitting beside the core pile, wagging its tail. Since Xia Mo and Xia Chan were still alone in the RV about 10 kilometers away, Chengzhua decided to go meet up with them first. Then, he tried to communicate with Huangfu by a few times, but he refused to come out, firmly believing Chengzhua was an imposter beast. Feeling helpless, Chengzhua had no choice but to let them stay there. All the nearby monsters had been cleared out, and their iron shell couldn't even face the boss, so he thought it should be quite safe. Thinking this, Chengzhua put away his short dagger, then leapt a few times with strength in his legs, quickly landing beside Guangguan. As soon as he landed, he was stunned. Your meow gur Guangguan, with its round belly almost bursting, rubbed against Chengzhua's thigh, acting cute and adorable. Chengzhua stared at the dull gray core pile and was completely dumbfounded. Did you eat all of it? Cat only took a small bite. Gore. Guangguan lifted its big round head, amber eyes shining brightly, and kept burping uncontrollably. Chengzhua activated his detection skill and focused on Guangguan. Normally, as a single summoned beast pet, its level should match its owner, with the source card intact and the pet alive. But beast pets also have growth stages, and different types require different feeding methods. The core is definitely the main food. Yet Guangguan had eaten over 1,000 cores, so its growth progress should be much higher. Summoned Beast, Sand Dune Cat of Doom, Infant Stage, Growth Progress, 0.053%, Realm, Tier 1 Beast Pet, Biological Body Strength, 67.8, Talent, Doom Spirit Hunter, has a deterrent effect on all evil spirits, ignores any soul-type attacks, Talent, Night Cat, at night, the chubby one's speed doubles. Description: this is a Dune cat enhanced by overwhelming power. Besides being greedy, it seems to have no other flaws. This was simply unbelievable. However, it also shows that the strengthened can is far beyond what ordinary pets can compare to, and Chengzhua comforted himself. Then he opened his panel again. Owner, Chengzhua, Realm. Level 0, 3.95%. Source card. F-grade gray, source skill. Summon Cat of the Deadly Sand Dunes, infant stage, second source card. Undead summoning, S-grade A red hidden state, source skill. Skeleton summon, creature body strength rating, 26.8, gene secondary unlock potential, 0.10007%, strength, 24, agility, 20, spirit, 63, constitution, 20, luck, 23, partner count, 1/3, space. Seeing that the progress was less than 4%, Chengzhua felt both surprised and frustrated. He was happy because the passive meditation skill Dragon Power was showing effects. For every 1% progress, his strength increased by 1 point. But he was also frustrated because he had just defeated a boss with monsters guarding nearby. Such a level of slaughter, an ordinary F grade might not be able to kill so many in years. His realm progress only increased by 3.95%. Chengzhou finally understood why F grade potential was so often looked down upon. If he didn't have the mythic level breathing card, this progress might be even slower. Ordinary F grade individuals wouldn't have a real chance to advance. He couldn't give up. He had to work harder. Chengzhou looked back toward the camper where his twin sisters were. Whether it was to improve the undead summoning card, increase gene unlocking rate, or gain a second awakening opportunity, he needed to work hard. Hunting was not his battlefield. The realm of tenderness was. On the way back to the camper, the haze over the wasteland cleared a bit, revealing a clear night sky. A huge, exaggerated full moon hung overhead. He could clearly see some wandering strange beasts in the distance. Although the can kept hiccuping, it looked quite satisfied, often moving its short legs to go hunting. It had a natural night owl talent, making it very fast at night. It also had an innate suppression over undead monsters carrying evil spirits on the wasteland. Night hunting feels like fish in water. Since it is still a young creature, it mostly sleeps inside Chengzhua's source card. It only has a few hours of wakefulness each day. Chengzhua, thinking it's better to let it rest, reminds it not to stray too far, then lets it go. He drives a gravity vehicle to catch up. In just a few minutes, the outline of a camper appears outside the valley. From afar, the PR-grade combat camper looks like a hidden steel giant. Its dark shell glows coldly under the moonlight. Its large body, with sharp-edged armor, makes Chengzhua want to say again, "It's really, really cool." Chengzhua controls the gravity vehicle to stop beside the camper. As he gets close, the door slides open with a hiss. A fresh, clean scent of shower gel wafts out. Inside, the space is very spacious, with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. The interior is not lit, but warm white light seeps out from the crack of the bedroom door, making Chengzhua feel strangely tempted. "Brother Zhua, you're back." The bedroom door is gently pushed open, and Xia Chan's head peeks out. She isn't holding Xia Mo and can't see the road, so she reaches out and gropes her way toward Chengzhua. He quickly steps forward, holding her warm, smooth arm. When he sees her cool outfit, he suddenly feels a rush of heat and tension in his throat. Before leaving, the sisters look disheveled and dirty. Chengzhua notices the bright eyes when they see the shower room, so he reassures them to relax and use the water. On his way to Shurching, he passed through the oasis. The vehicle also has a water purification system. However, due to the urgency of the situation, he didn't think to bring extra clothes for the sisters, so he only took a few of his own to share. Xiachan only wore one of his t-shirts. The fabric is light and loose, with the hem just covering her hips, revealing her fair, straight, and well-shaped long legs. Chengzhua takes off his combat suit and walks into the inner room under Xiachan's arm. "Wow, Brother Zhua, you know, this vehicle is amazing. It has a kitchen, bathroom, big bed, and even a medical system, defense system, and several patrol drones and robot dogs." Xiachan starts chatting excitedly, sharing all the features she discovered in the camper. She was talking softly with her small mouth, arms tightly wrapped around Chengzhua's arm, but Chengzhua didn't pay much attention to her words. His focus was on the soft feeling coming from her armband. This girl was actually a vacuum. Of course, the clothes they changed out of should have been thrown into the washer-dryer. "Brother Zhua, isn't it true that cards and weapons that go beyond the rules can't be brought in? How did you bring such a powerful vehicle inside?" "Brother Zhua?" "Brother Zhua," Xiachan touched Chengzhua's cheek, surprised, and exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Zhua, you're so hot. Are you sick?" Cough. Chengzhua quickly grabbed her wandering hand, his ears slightly hot. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. "I'm fine." Cough. About this vehicle, it was obtained inside the Void Realm, so it isn't restricted by the boundary gate. A soft click sounded. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. A mist with a faint fragrance flowed out, and Xia Mo stepped out. Her hair was still dripping water, a few strands of silver-white wet hair sticking to her neck, her fair cheeks glowing with a moist blush. Xia Mo was also wearing Chengzhua's white t-shirt, the loose hem barely covering her thighs, revealing two fair, smooth legs. Under her delicate ankles, her small feet, pink and white, walked out barefoot. Seeing Chengzhua, Xia Mo paused, then gently curved her lips. Her still cold face showed a hint of shy embarrassment that was hard to notice. Cough, I have something to discuss with you both. Chengzhua carefully chose his words, gently explaining the system's ability to enhance both partners' strength through a subtle way. After a moment, Xia Chan's eyes widened with starry brilliance as she asked curiously, Brother Zhua, do you mean, if we just, then we can gradually become stronger? Yes, that's right. Is it true that the more we indulge, the stronger we get? Xia Chan's face turned red like a ripe apple, shy and curious. Like in those cultivation novels, where dual cultivation makes both partners stronger, Chengzhua hesitated. You could say that. Actually, after completing the system, they and Chengzhua could each increase their attributes daily, without needing to indulge every day. But as Mingyu increased, Chengzhua received more blind cores, and the chances of both their genes unlocking also went up. So, the idea that more is better is correct. Summer Cicada glanced at her sister and grinned mischievously, showing her small tiger teeth. Sister wants to ask, what counts as one? It has to be official, right? And it can't be just any way. Before she finished, Summer Mo's face turned bright red, and she quickly covered Summer Cicada's mouth with her hand. Chengzhua chuckled awkwardly. Actually, he wasn't sure either. His system liked to boast loudly, but unfortunately, it was mute. Suddenly, the room fell silent. In the warm glow of the lamp, a subtle, intimate atmosphere spread. Summer Mo sat on the edge of the bed, mechanically rubbing her hair with a towel. Her lips were lightly bitten, revealing her nervousness. Chengzhua was a bit worried. Not because he feared she would refuse, but because he was worried he wouldn't trigger the system's reward condition for harmony. Summer Mo had a naturally cool and distant aura, but the system's harmony, at its core, was about emotions. Next to her, Summer Cicada's face was slightly flushed. Even though she was usually carefree, at this moment, she looked away shyly, unconsciously tracing her fair thigh with her fingertips. I'm going to wash up first. Chengzhua couldn't handle the tense silence anymore and decided to give the sisters some space. He poured cold water over his head, but it couldn't calm his restless heart. Soon after, when he pushed open the door, the sisters were sitting close together at the head of the bed, their heads leaning in as if discussing something. Their fair faces were flushed. Hearing the door, they both looked up. Summer Mo's silver hair was half-dried, hanging over her shoulders. Her clear eyes showed a different kind of brightness than usual. Meanwhile, Summer Cicada, who usually talked about uniforms and poses, panicked first. She suddenly pulled away from Summer Mo, grabbed a nearby blanket, and buried her head in it, acting like an ostrich. But Summer Mo didn't hide. She stood up voluntarily, walking gently to Chengzhua. She took the towel from his hand and naturally tiptoed, helping him dry his wet hair. A girl's unique, gentle fragrance filled the air, making Chengzhua feel restless and distracted. Xiaomo's delicate fingers occasionally brushed his ear tip, cool and careful. Usually, Xiaomo kept a distance from the other two girls, but now she was very close. Chengzhua slightly lowered his head, clearly feeling her warm, slightly hurried breath and the gentle rise and fall of her chest. There was obvious nervousness, but also a brave, proactive feeling. Whether intentional or not, the girl's body moved closer. In a casual glance, through the wide neckline of her t-shirt, Chengzhua saw her fair, curving figure clearly. He swallowed hard. He instinctively looked up and met her straightforward, expectant eyes. Xiaomo's lips were slightly pressed together, her small tongue lightly touching her red lips. She was standing on tiptoe, seemingly losing her balance, and accidentally fell into Chengzhua's arms. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slim waist. His palm felt her soft, warm body pressed close to him, making his blood race and his breathing grow heavier. The girl lifted her face, her silver-white hair falling back, and she gently closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her ears blushing red, but she showed no sign of retreat. Instead, she slightly tiptoed. Her slender arms rested on Chengzhua's shoulders. Her intentions were clear. Under Xiaomo's silver-white hair, her fair cheeks lost their usual coldness and turned a rosy hue like a sunset. It was as if ice and snow had melted, making people feel intoxicated. A faint, lovely fragrance drifted over. Chengzhua couldn't hold back anymore and leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met softly, cool and tender. Xiao trembled slightly, her breathing becoming more hurried. Her eyelashes fluttered intensely, and after a while, her body gradually relaxed. To Cheng Zhuo's surprise, her delicate, white arms actively wrapped around him. Her response was shy but passionate. From cool to hot, even the air seemed to warm up. Hearing something, the girl with the cicada-like sound of her breathing moved closer to the wall, leaving a large space open. After a long while, phew, Cheng Zhuo let out a soft breath, tightening his hand around her waist before suddenly lifting her up. Their lips parted instantly. Xiaomo's chin was slightly raised, her eyes misty with emotion, as if reluctant to part from that unfamiliar yet intoxicating touch. It wasn't until she was suspended in the air that she suddenly snapped back to reality. Thinking about what might happen next, her hurried breathing stopped abruptly. She quickly wrapped her arms around Cheng Zhuo's neck, trembling slightly. Silver-white hair fell down, brushing against Cheng Zhuo's arm, causing a tingling sensation that made his heart race even more. Xiao raised her delicate hand and pointed at the ceiling. Cheng Zhuo understood immediately and turned off all the lights. He casually opened the curtain of the skylight. The silver moonlight spilled in, casting their overlapping shadows together. Outside the RV, faint sounds of chasing strange creatures and their frightened roars could be heard. The creatures' fear made the inside even quieter, only the sound of their breathing growing more synchronized. Their breaths intertwined softly in the moonlight, curious and gentle. Xiao, hearing the sounds, secretly peeked out her head. Without Xiao in sight, she couldn't see anything. She could only hear strange, unclear noises. Suddenly, with a rustling sound of clothes falling, the movement beside her stopped. Then, perhaps hearing something, she felt a strange warmth spreading through her body. She hurriedly buried her head back into the cool blanket. If I tell Cheng Zhuo's restrained voice came through, Xiao, don't be like an ostrich. Huh. Xiao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head quickly. No, you guys continue. I might disturb you, perhaps with a hint of intentionality to make her feel involved. Xiao, with a faint sweat on her delicate hand, reached out and groped for a moment before grabbing Xiao wrist. The next second, Xiao suddenly froze. Her stiff body didn't dare move. After a moment, perhaps because the scenery outside was too ambiguous, the wind outside had quieted, and although the air conditioning inside was very cold, a restless heat seemed to fill the air. Xiao quietly moved the curtain aside, only daring to reveal one blue eye. Under the moonlight, the scene made her pause in surprise. The tense muscles, like finely carved jade, looked sharp and wild, giving off a strong, aggressive feeling that made one's heart race. But in a quick glance, Xiao only felt her heart pounding wildly in her chest, almost missing a beat in her breath. She hurriedly hid in the corner, curling up like a little rice dumpling. Time seemed to flow slowly, as if soaking in warm water. Inside the camper, the atmosphere gradually became more intimate. After a moment, Cheng Zhuo's deep voice, with a hint of a smile, came through the blanket. Little Chan, is it stuffy inside the quilt? Xiao quickly shook her head. No, I'm not stuffy. I didn't hear anything. But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a strong force suddenly pull her up along with the blanket. Xiao was suddenly pulled up before she could react, and her lips were covered by heavy breathing. She stared in shock, her eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight from the skylight. A strange sensation touched her. Mixed with her sister's unusual electric energy, she felt powerless to resist and slowly closed her eyes. Night deepened further. Silver moonlight fell, creating a beautiful, intertwined scene. Xiao was awakened by a slight coolness on her skin. Her fingertips still linked. She suddenly realized her t-shirt had disappeared without her knowing, and a cool breeze from the air conditioner brushed her skin, making her feel chilly. The empty feeling made her instantly alert. She shyly wanted to escape, but was pressed down by an unstoppable force. Cheng Zhuo's voice sounded in her ear, low and warm, with a teasing tone. What's wrong? Aren't you usually quite bold? Xiao mind was in chaos, and she looked at her sister for help. But Xiao was lying on her side. Her silver hair spread messily on the pillow, with a mysterious charm in her eyes she'd never had before. Instead of helping, She looked at her with a playful gaze, as if saying, "It's your turn now, let your sister rest." Huh. Xiaochan quickly covered her burning face, too afraid to look directly into Cheng Zhuo's aggressive eyes. "Little Chan, are you not considering a uniform or a pose now?" Cheng Zhuo gently poked her nose, teasing, "I keep telling you not to spread your sister's words randomly." Not at all." Summer Cicada hurriedly waved her hand. "Some of it is indeed my sister's idea, like what counts as one time after the kitchen and those kinds of things." Huh. Cheng Zhuo was surprised and suspiciously looked at Xiaomo beside him. Xiaomo, hearing this, bit her lip lightly, showing a hint of shyness and annoyance, but she didn't deny it. Earlier, her shy expression and her passionate change from her usual indifferent look made Cheng Zhuo think it was just a moment of courage driven by emotion. If Summer Cicada's words are true, then secretly, could it be that she, the sister, is the more open one? Wow, I didn't expect that. She looks cold and distant, like a quiet little white flower, but inside, she might be a little yellow person. Turning to look at the extremely shy and nervous Summer Cicada, her usual lively spirit was gone, and her neck was even blushing. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but become more interested. He rarely saw this shy side of her. The deep night on the wasteland seemed a bit long. Guangguan was tired from playing, with a bunch of source cores stuffed into her mouth. She pawed at the door of the RV, whining outside. After a while, her owner didn't respond. Guangguan simply gathered the source cores together, lay on the doorstep, and fell into a deep sleep. Of course, Cheng Zhuo knew she was back, but at this moment, he had no mind to open the door for her, not even to call the smart system to do it. His eyes were only on Xiaomo's slightly moving silver hair, making it impossible for him to look away. Earlier, he had been intimate with both women, but the sisters didn't have the incredible healing ability of Ruan Qing'e, so they couldn't handle Cheng Zhuo's increasingly extraordinary physical strength. He had initially thought to just let it go, but unexpectedly, Xiaomo suddenly tied up her long silver hair. This was the first time Cheng Zhuo saw Xiaomo tie her hair into a ponytail. Honestly, from this angle, if her hair color weren't different, he really couldn't tell who was Xiaomo and who was Xiaochan. The girl's movements were shy yet gentle, her eyes often lifted with a hint of emotion, making Cheng Zhuo more amazed by the stark contrast between the two. When she was really tired, she would pull the shy Xiaochan over to help. The originally cold and distant Xiaomo and the lively, outgoing Xiaochan had, for this night, both transformed into pure, innocent girls with different styles. A sense of warmth and shyness. I don't know how much time has passed. It was only when the two exhausted sisters beside me let out soft snoring that I carefully got up. Xiaomo was still curled up in my arms, her fair shoulders shining like jade in the moonlight. Her warm breath brushed against my chest, and even her gentle rising and falling looked peaceful. Xiaochan was sprawled across half the bed, one leg resting on my stomach. Her lips were slightly parted, and she occasionally mumbled in her sleep, then returned to her carefree look. I carefully pulled my arm away and moved Xiaochan's leg from my body. Then I tiptoed off the bed. I went to the door, called back the snoring Gugu, and threw a bunch of source cores into my space. The system automatically sorted and counted them. I looked at the data and raised an eyebrow. 712 newly born source cores, 55 derived ones. This little guy probably cleared out the area around the valley. Normal source cores are just crystallized source energy. After being separated from the body, their internal energy quickly drops to a stable level and gradually dissipates over time, so they aren't very valuable. First-level normal source cores, except for those of the overlords, are usually under 100 city-state coins. They are mostly used in small source energy weapons or everyday machines. If I sell this batch, I could get around 40,000 coins. Adding the high-priced cookies and water I sold earlier, my funds are now close to 200,000. And that doesn't include the source cards I kept for myself. Who would have thought that less than a week ago, I was so broke I couldn't even afford 500 coins. By the way, I suppose I'm almost like a lifesaver for these newcomers, right? I couldn't help but smile and had a silly thought. If everyone gives me a thank you gift of 10,000 or 8,000, I'd be financially free. After the distortion in the wasteland, the growth of strange beasts was gradual. On the first day of the mutation, I defeated the boss, cutting off the source of the wasteland's continued strengthening. The remaining strange beasts only maintained their current strength, and their aggression was greatly reduced. Of course, whether others recognized my help was another matter. Many talented newcomers, with some help from support cards and supplies, weren't afraid of first-level strange beasts. If some strong opponents are not careful, they might blame him for stealing the first move and killing the boss too early. Putting aside complicated thoughts, Chengzhua turned around and went to the kitchen, grabbing a can of cold beer. With a crisp sound, he opened it. He tilted his head back and took a sip. The cold, refreshing feeling made him feel more awake. Then he leaned on the sofa, lightly touching the air with his fingertips, and started to look at the system messages he had previously turned off. Your partner, Wan Qinghe, is thinking of you. 5 harmony points. Your partner, Wan Qinghe, is thinking of you. 5 harmony points. Your partner, Wan Qinghe, is worried about you. 10 harmony points. The contract partner, Wan Qinghe, has received daily good luck, both agility 1. Qinghe, scrolling down, Chengzhua's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the cold can, and his brow furrowed slightly. In just a short time, his harmony points had already reached over 200. Apart from the 60 points contributed by Xia Mo and Xia Chan, most of these points came from Wan Qinghe's longing for him. Chengzhua suddenly felt a pang of worry. That girl, alone in the new house, must be worried sick. He could imagine her tossing and turning in bed right now. Unfortunately, in this new, distant realm, whether or not she completes the task, she has to stay for 7 days before she can leave. She should be able to see the prompt about him killing the boss. If she saw it, she might not worry so much about her safety and that of her sisters. Taking a deep breath, Chengzhua continued to read downward. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first harmony with your partner Xia Mo. Partner contract reward. 1 epic level blind core. The daily reward for your current partner, Xia Mo, has been unlocked. You and Xia Mo completed your first harmony. Gene unlock rate 0.1%. You and Xia Mo completed 1 harmony. Harmony points 30 and 1 random blind core. After harmony is completed, you enter a charged state, and your stamina is restored. Partner Xia Mo's daily good luck has been granted, both physical qualities 1. After reading Xia Mo's harmony message, Chengzhua couldn't help but feel a sudden realization. No wonder, after all that fuss earlier, he didn't feel tired. In fact, he felt more energetic. It turns out it was Xia Mo's charge effect. He quietly looked back at the bedroom. His gaze fell on Xia Mo's smooth and flawless body. Partner, Xia Mo, level 0, biological body strength, 4.66, gene secondary unlock rate, 0.102%, source card. Beast speaker, F grade gray, source skill. Whispering beast control, partner's good fortune, daily random attribute 1 for both partners, harmonious resonance effect, charging. Quickly restores the host's stamina and enhances stamina recovery speed for 12 hours. Harmonious resonance effect, unlock. When in excellent harmony, there is a chance to increase gene unlock rate with Xia Mo's charging effect. I'll be a perpetual energy generator in the future. Chengzhua secretly sighed. His eyes shifted to Xia Chan, who was sleeping noisily, and he couldn't help but smile. This girl, except when she's doing something intimate, is very careless at other times. Partner, Xia Chan, level 0, biological body strength, 4.66, gene secondary unlock rate, 0.102%, source card. Petrifying gaze, F grade gray, source skill. Petrifying sight, partner's good fortune, daily random attribute 1 for both partners, harmonious resonance effect, luck. Temporarily doubles both partners' luck, lasting 2 hours. Harmonious resonance effect, unlock. When in excellent harmony, there is a chance to increase gene unlock rate. Not bad. It can temporarily double luck. Before opening the blind core, I must have a session with Xia Chan. Xia Chan mumbled in her sleep and turned over. She sprawled on the bed, her smooth, white skin glowing under the moonlight, completely unaware that she was caught in an evil plan. While the luck doubling effect was still active, Chengzhua took out the epic-level blind core he had just received from 2 partner contracts. Xia Chan, bless me, I hope I get 2 breath meditation cards. He silently wished. He activated his source and opened the blind core. Unlike beasts like the porcupine, which mainly produce breath meditation cards. Most source cards from the blind core are random. Chungjua hoped to get at least 2 epic-level breath meditation cards, so that the sisters could start their path to becoming card cultivators. It is unclear whether the double effect of luck or the protection of Little Cicada is working. 2 epic-level blind cores actually produce 2 epic-level breathing meditation cards. One is called Hunter's Perception. The card shows a faintly shining hawk pattern on the front, with scattered tiny source energy points on the back, flickering gently as the source power flows. Breathing meditation card. Hunter's Perception, quality, epic, purple, meditation skill. Marking echo, effect, during operation, can create a source energy mimicry vision in the mind, generating a dynamic mark for nearly 2 hours using biological residue. While marked, friendly units near the target gain a 15% speed boost. Usage limit. None. Description. A tracking secret created by a mysterious hunter. Chungjua stared at the source energy mimicry vision on the card. His eyes suddenly brightened. He had just discussed with Xia-chan about the issue of cybernetic eyes, feeling perhaps fear or something else. She was unwilling to remove her own eyes. This card doesn't perfectly match Xia-chan's petrifying gaze, but with this mimicry vision, she at least doesn't have to rely entirely on Xiaomo for eyes. It's a kind of indirect solution to the blindness problem. The other card is called Abyssal Breath. The front shows a curled giant beast shadowed in dark purple starry depths, giving an inexplicable feeling of being watched when held. Breathing meditation card. Abyssal Breath, quality, epic, purple, meditation skill. Intimidation, effect. When practicing breathing techniques, can borrow the pressure of the abyss to disrupt the target's source control, causing confusion. Usage limit. None. Description. An ancient meditation inherited from beast spirit priests, helping hunters gain an advantage in confrontations with strange beasts. This card is also a good support skill, quite suitable for Xiaomo. The meditation skills of both cards are only average among epic level ones, but Chungjua still plans to let her use them first. After all, breathing meditation cards are not items to be used for a lifetime. If better ones come along later, replacing them is fine. He won't lack money in the future, so he doesn't need to worry about not being able to afford them. Just as he put away the cards, Chungjua suddenly heard some movement from the bedroom, followed by the faint sound of barefoot footsteps on the floor. Summer Imo wrapped herself in a cream-colored blanket and walked out of the bedroom. She tiptoed, her long silver hair messy and falling over her shoulders, carrying a lazy, just-woken-up look. She walked with her fair, smooth legs to Chungjua's side. "Did I disturb you?" Chungjua asked softly. Summer Imo shook her head. She slightly knelt and sat in Chungjua's arms, like a small cat, rubbing her chin against him. Chungjua could clearly smell her fresh scent, mixed with a faint body fragrance and the soft blush on her skin, spreading from her cheeks to the part of her body exposed outside the blanket. It was full of the gentle charm typical of a girl just coming of age. She seemed to depend on him a little more. Chungjua thought, then tightened his embrace around her. His fingertips accidentally touched the blanket. Beneath the smooth fabric was her warm, soft body. That delicate feeling was like a hook, making his throat feel tight. His greedy hand couldn't help but quietly slip under the blanket. Summer Imo softly hummed, with a sleepy, soft tone. It seemed she sensed some change. She slightly lifted her head, her moist eyes meeting Chungjua's, with a hint of doubt and anticipation. As if asking, "Are you thinking about it again?" Unable to resist her enchanting eyes, Chungjua leaned down and kissed her, until a feeling of suffocation came over him. He slowly released her. His fingertips gently brushed her lips, which had been kissed until shiny, and he said in a husky voice, "Take a few days to rest. When you go home, I'll take care of you." Summer Imo slightly lifted her smooth chin, gently pursing her lips, seeming to still want more. When she heard Chungjua say this, a flash of lively spirit suddenly appeared in her black eyes, like a little kitten caught eating dried food, quietly turning around. That playful, lively expression made Chungjua feel a bit curious. It seemed there were many hidden sides to this girl. But then, Summer Imo struggled to get up, clutching the cream-colored blanket tightly, carefully pulling the falling edge up to hide her springtime glow. Then she tiptoed on her delicate, white feet, walking lightly to the other side of the room. There was a silver-gray medical pod standing there, its body shining with a cold, metallic luster. Summer Imo looked back at Chengzhua, pointed at the medical pod, and showed a shy, faint smile. Chengzhua thought about some source card skills carried by the treatment pods, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Have you seen the functions of the medical pod? Yes. Xiaomo nodded slightly and opened the door to get inside. After the door closed, a soft blue light appeared along the edge of the pod, flickering with a gentle glow. A moment later, Xiaomo stepped out, her face slightly flushed. Chengzhua leaned back on the sofa, showing a teasing smile that said, "You have quite a few little thoughts." Seeing this, Xiaomo shyly rolled her eyes at him. Then she bit her lip lightly, a hint of charm in her eyes, her hands playing with her hair as the blanket slipped off. But she slowly tied her hair into a ponytail. Gulp. Chengzhua swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the perfect figure approaching step by step. That silver color truly made his head spin. All right. It seems Xia-chan is really innocent. In the bedroom, Xia-chan curled up in the corner, occasionally covering her ears. Sometimes she couldn't help but move her hands away. She kept muttering, "Such a shame, this little girl. Why is she not shy at all? Damn it, secretly practicing dual cultivation, wanting to suddenly become a super hunter. Is she jealous of me? Who wouldn't dare? I want to go too. 555, I don't dare. What's the point of shouting so loudly? I can't even speak properly. Humph, 555, why am I so hot? The living room should be cooler, right? I just want to get some fresh air." Outside the caravan, the night deepened. The wind grew stronger, mixed with the romantic atmosphere inside. Chengzhua no longer remembered how many system notifications he had received. When he woke up again, a blinding light came through the gap in the skylight curtain. There was a faint sound of sleep nearby. Chengzhua didn't get up. He first checked his gains from last night. His harmony value had reached 557. He gained 8 more random blind cores. Chengzhua didn't rush to open them. When he checked the gene unlock rate, he was surprised to see an increase of 0.5%. He recalled the timeline, and it seemed to be, well, brothers, you can imagine for yourselves, the second time in the palace was deleted. Chengzhua felt a tingling sensation on his scalp at that moment. Could it be because of this? It seems I need to do more testing next time. I don't know how much time has passed. Until the sun was high in the sky, they finally got up. After a lovely lunch, Chengzhua took out the epic-level meditation card he had prepared. Xia-chan's mouth opened wide in surprise, and she was flipping the card back and forth with her fingertips. "Is this for our fusion?" Chengzhua nodded. "Yes, that's right. Epic level, epic level." Xia-chan was so excited that her breathing became a little quick. "Epic level should be worth at least 1 million. Let's sell it and get rich fast." Chengzhua gently tapped her forehead with his hand, speaking in a tone full of gentle frustration. "Little money grubber, this is for your fusion. If you really want to sell it, it's better to sell this vehicle. It's worth much more than these 2 cards." Xia-chan instinctively looked at the spacious RV. For some reason, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she quickly waved her hand. "This can't be sold." After a second, she lowered her head again and added, "Our potential is too low. Using this card is such a waste. Did you forget what I told you?" Chengzhua pinched her cheek affectionately. "As long as you perform like last night, your second awakening will come soon." "Really?" Xia-chan's eyes lit up. "Of course." Next to them, Xiaomo had returned to her usual calm demeanor. She looked into Xia-chan's eyes, tightened her grip on her hand, and nodded in understanding. "We need to become stronger so that when danger comes, we won't hold Zhuji back, and maybe even help him." Xia-chan was stunned, looked back at Chengzhua, blushed, and leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and sweet. "My sister told me to thank you, and she also said, you can guess what she said yourself. I can't write it here because it's under review." Ugh, how can a pure girl say such things? So pure. After saying that, she winked at Chengzhua, sat cross-legged holding the card, and, mimicking Xiaomo, gently pressed her fingertips on the card's surface. "I can't write it here because it's under review." I can't write it here because it's under review." I can't write it here because it's under review." I can't write it here because it's under review." Ugh, how can a pure girl say such things? So pure. After saying that, she winked at Chengzhua. He quickly walked to the window and looked outside intently. 6 black single-person hover vehicles sped quickly from the edge of the wasteland. Blue flames left faint trails on the ground, but within a few seconds, they surrounded the front of the camper. "Which guild are you guys from? Come out and talk?" A harsh, rough voice came from outside the vehicle. On one hover motorcycle, a tall, thin man with a rough voice kept shouting. Chengzhua frowned slightly and planned to get out and see what was happening. There were 6 people in front of the vehicle, 4 men and 2 women, all with potential at least at level B. 2 of them were examining his gravity body, while the others focused on the camper. One of them looked familiar, making Chengzhua feel a bit amused. Could it really be a coincidence? It was Zhao Shichang again. He looked at the badge on Zhao Shichang's combat suit. Sure enough, it was the lightning symbol of the Thunder Guild. Seeing Chengzhua get out, Zhao Shichang also showed a surprised expression. He leaned close to a white young man in the middle and whispered something. Chengzhua, right? The tall, thin man with the rough voice was the first to jump out, with a mechanical detector glowing red around his left eye. "Anyone else on the vehicle? Come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his voice disdainfully and spat. "Damn, too many useless drug users this year." His left eye had a detector, probably with functions similar to cybernetic eyes that could access public information. But the network inside the wasteland couldn't sync with the outside. He had only the information from before entering the wasteland. Chengzhua felt a bit annoyed. Looks like he'd have to spend some money to block public info. Otherwise, he'd always feel exposed. The system's scans mainly analyzed biological functions and couldn't tell who someone was by name. Among the 6 opponents, 3 were level A newcomers, with biological strength over 20, and the other 3 were B level, around 17 or 18. Judging by their weapons and gear, this team was among the top in the newcomer circles. "Just say what you want." Chengzhua ignored the tall, thin man shouting and looked at the white young man in front. He was standing with his arms crossed, wearing sunglasses, looking proud. Judging by Zhao Shichang's attitude toward him, he was probably the team leader. Chengzhua's voice grew colder. "Don't say anything, just leave." "Hey, damn it, you little troublemaker, you're pretty bold." With a sharp clang, the tall, thin man drew a faintly glowing long knife and pointed it at Chengzhua, shouting, "Do you really think that just because you got some serum, you can be invincible during the beginner phase? Believe it or not, I could cut you in one stroke. Speak nicely." The white young man at the front pressed down the tall man's knife and smiled. "We mean no harm. Just want to ask a few questions." He pretended to be friendly and continued. "Your car, was it obtained inside the ruins? Can a material card of this level drop in the beginner ruins? Or maybe," he paused, pointing to the heavy object parked on the other side of the vehicle. "Is this car, like that mech, owned by that Huangfu Bai?" "None of your business," Chengzhua replied casually. "Little brat, you damn." Slap. The tall man was about to lose his temper again, but the white young man slapped him hard across the face. His expression darkened like water, with a fierce look that suggested he might attack at any moment. The tall man covered his face and staggered 2 steps, a visible bloodstain appearing on his left cheek. He was clearly terrified of the white young man, clutching his cheek and not daring to speak. He only glared at Chengzhua with a fierce look, like he was blaming him for everything. "Sorry, my subordinate doesn't know better," the white young man said apologetically, but there was no real apology in his tone. His gaze swept over the RV and the mech, finally resting on Chengzhua. "One more thing. According to the ruins hints, the boss has been defeated. We got information that it's nearby. Do you know who did it?" "I did," Chengzhua blurted out before he finished. There was no point hiding it. Everyone outside probably already knew. As soon as he said it, a burst of laughter erupted from the others across the way. Except for Zhao Shichang and the white young man. The others looked at Chengzhua as if he were a fool. The 2 women even laughed so hard they leaned back. "Is that funny?" the white young man asked coldly, glancing around. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. "You forget," he said, pointing at the heavy object, "that his team leader is an S rank. Do you really think that the recently deformed blind corpse can block all gravity bodies forever?" Several team members didn't dare to speak up after being scolded by him. Although it seemed like he was defending himself, Chengzhua knew very well that this was just his arrogant self-confidence. Sure enough, he turned his head and showed a superior attitude, slightly lifting his chin, and said, "I am Moro, a new S-level recruit of the Thunder Guild. You probably don't have a guild yet. In Redstone Town, we also have a base. Help me introduce by Huangfu." I can arrange a contract for you. He paused and pretended to be generous, saying, how about an E-level servant contract? Cheng Zhuo pointed toward the valley and said, Bai Huangfu isn't a fortress in the valley. After speaking, he turned and walked back to the camper. He didn't want to talk more with this person. Seeing his rude attitude, Moro's face instantly turned cold and fierce like a venomous scorpion. Boss, look, twins, your favorites. The tall, thin man shrank back and whispered into Moro's ear, pointing at the window of the battlefield vehicle. Moro's expression darkened, and his gaze quickly shifted to the window. Hiss! His eyes widened instantly. Two sisters, one cold and one lively, with pure and attractive faces, looked out from behind the window, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene that was hard to look away from. He took a step forward, but his arm was suddenly pulled back. It was Zhao Shichang who stepped forward and held him, whispering, Captain, this kid is not easy to deal with. He has a Tier 1 beast pet. The legendary meditation card I mentioned yesterday was created by him. There might also be some hidden meditation techniques. So it's him? Moro squinted and glanced at the window where the sisters had disappeared, showing a hint of impatience. He suddenly shook off Zhao Shichang and sneered. So what? Old Zhao, your courage is really impressive. The tall, thin man snorted nearby. I've been wondering why this kid's name sounds so familiar. Turns out, you're the one who got beaten up by him? Ha. Did you forget how many Tier 1 alien beasts we killed on the way? After contracting, you equipped so many high-level support cards, and you're still afraid of a Tier 1 beast pet? Zhao Shichang's face changed. On the road, the first-level monsters were all killed by the 6 of them working together. If any one of them went alone, they would be in trouble. Moreover, even if they became stronger with card upgrades, is Cheng Zhuo's gravity body and this seemingly high-level war vehicle just for show? He wanted to argue, but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. Silently, he stepped back. Their words reached Cheng Zhuo's ears without missing a single one. His steps suddenly stopped, and he quietly closed all the doors, windows, and curtains of the battlefield vehicle, then slowly turned around. Clang! The Lone Star spear suddenly materialized, its cold gleam pointing directly at Moro's throat. One more step forward, and you'll die. Don't be so excited. Moro slightly raised the corners of his mouth and spread his hands, saying, the city-state has issued a ban on hunters killing each other. We are civilized people. I'm a wilderness hunter, Cheng Zhuo said expressionlessly. Doubt. Moro was slightly stunned, then smiled. I'm not interested in bullying a level F cripple, nor do I want to offend a noble of level S, even if he doesn't really care about you. As he spoke, his greedy gaze clearly showed as he glanced at the vehicle, raising a finger and saying, 1 million. How about you send those 2 to me? Not satisfied. Seeing Cheng Zhuo silent, Moro raised an eyebrow and showed a crazy, lewd smile. Then 2 million. I have a few more outside. You can choose 1 pair. How about that? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a trembling, humming gun barrel responded to him. Moro's figure flickered, narrowly avoiding the shot by skimming past the barrel, then quickly stepped back a few paces. Boss, Captain! Several people behind hurried forward, but were stopped by Moro raising his hand. Hold on. He narrowed his long eyes and smiled. It seems. Huangfu Bai is really generous. Your mech's strength exceeds 20, right? The tall, thin man was stunned by this and quickly touched his detector. After a green glow flashed, he looked at Moro in surprise and said, Boss, be careful. This kid's rating is close to 25. Higher than yours, huh? Moro sneered, a current of electricity flowing from his fingertips. Caxiu, the core is the true measure of strength. Biological bodies. That is something only weak people pay attention to. After saying that, he suddenly stomped the ground, causing broken stones to explode beneath his feet. His entire right arm was wrapped with faint electric currents, and with a lightning-like punch, he charged straight at Cheng Zhuo. Kid, go die for me. In that moment, Moro's figure almost appeared as a blur. Shoo! Next second, Moro's sinister smile instantly froze on his face. He looked down in disbelief. His electric shield was pierced effortlessly by the spear, which went straight through his chest. He could even feel a rush of blood pouring wildly from the wound. How? How is this possible? His voice trembled with shock and fear. While in an electric state, his attacks carried energy and his speed doubled. How could a useless person who relies on medicine be faster than him? Boss, the tall, thin man shouted loudly. Without hesitation, he swung a long, faint blue sword shadow several meters long, with a gust of sword wind and source energy, aiming straight at Chengzhua's head. Another man wearing glasses pushed out his arms, wildly releasing several green vine-like snakes. Let go of our captain. Two female team members raised rifles glowing with blue light, and another released a giant red wolf that was as tall as a person. In a flash, except for Zhao Shichong, all four of them attacked Chengzhua. Four attacks arrived almost simultaneously, blocking all of Chengzhua's possible escape routes. But in the next second, everyone froze in place. Their attacks didn't even touch Chengzhua's clothes. At that moment, Chengzhua suddenly lifted Moro into the air, then kicked off the ground and easily dodged their attacks. Damn, I knew it. This legendary level breathing meditation card is not that simple. Zhao Shichong instinctively took a few steps back. His face showed shock as he watched Chengzhua's strange transformation. The original Chengzhua, about 1.85 meters tall, suddenly grew taller at a visible speed, with blackish-green dragon scales spreading rapidly all over his body, covering him completely. His crimson vertical pupils had no warmth at all. He looked like a humanoid beast. Bang! Moro's body was heavily slammed back to the ground by the spear, with flying stones and debris creating a 2 or 3 meter wide pit on the sandy ground. The cracking sound of bones breaking could be heard from several meters away. Zhao Shichong's teeth trembled uncontrollably. He didn't dare stay any longer and scrambled back to the floating vehicle, his hands trembling so much he almost couldn't turn the power valve. Finally, he managed to turn the vehicle around. But the moment he looked up, his whole body seemed to freeze. He saw a strange creature that looked like a black tiger or a chelan, tilting its head curiously as it stared at the floating motorcycle beneath it. It was holding in its mouth the throat of a red giant wolf teammate. Its head was half lowered, clearly no longer alive. He had just turned around. Was that blood wolf already dead? Zhao Shichong felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He slowly raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture. He heard a few muffled groans behind him. Then a deep, hoarse voice said, "Young Master Zhao, where are you going?" Zhao Shichong froze instantly, forgetting to breathe. He slowly turned around and faced a pair of cold, glowing vertical pupils. Chengzhua stood there like a killing god, holding a long spear that propped up a tall, thin figure still groaning. The other three were already collapsed in a pool of blood, completely silent. "Zhao, brother Zhao, help! Help me!" The tall, thin man begged in fear and pain. Did he just call Zhao brother Zhao? Wasn't he just Zhao Laoer a moment ago? For some reason, a cruel thought of he deserves to die suddenly popped into Zhao Shichong's mind. Thud! Chengzhua lightly tapped the tip of his spear, letting the tall, thin man slip to the ground. He then walked forward as if on flat ground, casually stepping over with his large, bone-spiked foot. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones breaking was ear-piercing. The tall, thin man's neck was instantly snapped. His last twitch stopped abruptly. Chengzhua kept walking, approaching the gravel pit. Moro lay sprawled in the rubble like a lump of mud, a bloody hole in his chest still bleeding. He couldn't even produce a full groan. He couldn't understand why there were such strong newcomers. Was it reasonable? Remember to humbly accept your teammates' advice in your next life. Don't think about those twins anymore. Chengzhua whispered, then reached out with his gun. Bang! That shot finally broke Zhao Shichong. He knelt directly on the ground, his knees hitting the broken stones, but he didn't care about the pain. His voice trembled as he stammered, begging for mercy. "Brother Cheng, I haven't really interacted with Su Wantong since last time, and I haven't even touched her. She's no longer important to me," Chengzhua said coldly. "I didn't mean to hurt you just now. Can you spare my life? Stop begging." Chengzhua shed his dragon form and interrupted Zhao Shichong. "If it were you, would you let me go?" Zhao Shichong hesitated upon hearing this. Holding the lives of 5 promising newcomers, if it were him, he wouldn't let any witnesses leave. After a moment, he sighed sadly. "If I said that even if I got out, I wouldn't report you, would you believe me? Do you believe me? Can I do it myself?" Chengzhua didn't have a deep grudge with Zhao Shichong. The issue with Su Wantong was more her problem. Without Zhao Shichong, there would still be Li Shichong, Wang Shichong. If you want to blame someone, Go find your team leader underground, Chengzhua said softly, glancing at Zhao Shichang's body. Then he turned around and started counting the spoils. To be safe, he only took some cards and source cores from a few people's bags. After confirming there were no markings, he threw them into the system space. As for the 6 bodies, he didn't leave any behind. He directly activated his mech and shattered them into debris. After confirming with Guangguan that there were no creatures nearby, he drove the battlefield vehicle and quickly left the area. In the following days, Chengzhua hunted with Guangguan during the day and celebrated with the 2 women at night. For some reason, although Xiao Chan was shy every time they were in bed, as long as her sister had a turn, she had to have one too. In short, it couldn't be missed. Thanks to the efforts of the 2 women and watching his longing and concern. Finally, on the day before leaving the Ruins realm, Chengzhua successfully reached a cumulative harmony score of 5,000. Congratulations on your Hidden Origin Necromancer advancing to the 1st level. Congratulations on unlocking the 1st level Origin Auxiliary skill, Necromancer's Assistant. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary Divine Skill card, Necromancer Swap. After releasing Xia Mo's delicate hand, Chengzhua let her softly lean back onto the pillow. He also took a deep breath and lay down again. In the next moment, a cool feeling rose from his chest, quickly spreading through his body along the meridians. Xia Mo's charge effect really felt like a cheat. After a moment, Xia Chan curled up like a small cat. She rested her head on Chengzhua's arm and softly said, "Brother Zhua, can I go back tomorrow?" "Yes, around noon," Chengzhua replied. Xiao Chan showed a happy smile. "That's great. Sister Qing, he must be worried sick. These days have been so crazy. Whenever I think of her alone at home, I feel a bit guilty." Chengzhua gently pinched her nose. "Are you coming again?" "Sister just finished." "Huh," Xiao Chan blushed. "Just feeling guilty isn't very good, right?" Chengzhua raised an eyebrow. "Then let's rest." After saying that, he deliberately closed his eyes. After a while, a tingling, ticklish feeling came over him, followed by a soft warmth on his chest. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Xia Chan's shy, blushing face. He gently pecked her red lips and said affectionately, "Aren't you worried about falling behind your sister?" "Actually, 1 or 2 times is okay. Don't overexert yourself." "Well, it's not all like that," Xia Chan whispered like a mosquito. "Mainly, it feels good. And recently, my sister and I both clearly feel stronger." "Brother, look," she raised her arm, which had no fat at all, and flexed her muscles. Her biceps bulged slightly. "Not bad, not bad. Let me see the effect." Slow down." Deep into the night, Chengzhua leaned against the kitchen bar, holding a compressed biscuit and munching randomly. Xia Mo's charge effect was indeed powerful, but the side effects were obvious. He was starving. He quickly swallowed a few bites of the biscuit, then opened a can of cold beer. The icy sensation went down his throat, finally easing his empty stomach. After a moment, he opened the system panel and began to check the changes after reaching the next level. Master, Chengzhua, Boundary Level. Level 0, 12.21%. Source Card. F Grade, Gray, Breathing Meditation Technique. Demon Dragon Breath, Source Skill. Summon Cat of the Deadly Sand Dunes. Infant Stage, 0.16%. Second Source Card. Undead Summoning, S Grade, Red, Hidden, Source Skill. Skeleton Summoning. Minion of the Dead, Secondary Gene Unlock Rate, 2.7%. Strength, 57. Agility, 53. Spirit, 128. Constitution, 54. Luck, 28. Biological Body Strength Rating, 65.9. Partner Count, 3/4. Ming Harmony. Value, 5025. Daily Random Blind Core, 6. Claimable after each Ming Harmony. Blind Core Exchange. Epic Grade Blind Core, /10,000. Legendary Grade Blind Core, /100,000. System Functions. Body Detection. Mimicry Function, Space. The Undead Source greatly enhances mental attributes. After officially advancing to the next level, Strength, Agility, and Constitution each increased by 40 points, while Spirit increased by 60. The initial Second Awakening was forgotten, but has been corrected earlier. Combined with body improvements from Source Progress, and the daily random attribute increases for the 3 women, His current 5-dimensional attributes have significantly improved since entering the ruins. Now, even with bare hands, I can handle blind zombies easily, Chengzhuo muttered softly, sliding his finger down to the new mimicry function. This function can simulate body strength. Exactly what he needed. He was worried about how to explain his body strength skyrocketing to 65.9 after going out. His body strength can't be hidden. Such an outrageous increase would make people suspect he obtained a forbidden item. Remember, once the word forbidden appears, even a scrap of paper, the city-state will send people to investigate thoroughly. And his mysterious undead forbidden item clearly isn't normal. Without hesitation, Chengzhuo immediately lowered his rating from 65.9 back to 26.8, the level after defeating the boss. If asked, he would say it was the boss who caused the explosion. After all, since ancient times, mutated creatures have produced all kinds of strange things. He helplessly raised an eyebrow. In fact, apart from a first-level source core, the blind corpse didn't drop anything else. He could only hope that the rewards from the lighthouse would give him some real items after he left. These days, he had been driving around the wasteland hunting monsters. Compared to the giant corpses near the boss valley, there were noticeably fewer and weaker strange beasts elsewhere. But he had a battle vehicle, so traveling was quick. After a few days, he had collected over 3,000 first-level source cores and still had many low-level source cards. The most valuable items were the cards Chengzhuo found on Moro's 6 members. There were 9 epic cards among them. 6 weapon cards, 2 support cards, and 1 resource card. No wonder the big corporation's top new team each had an epic weapon card, and all of them were unrestricted in level. Besides some consumable supply cards, Chengzhuo didn't plan to use any of the other cards himself, especially the epic ones, which are rare on the market. If the Thunder Guild found out, it would be a big problem. He planned to store them in a space for a while, then after the hype died down, find some black market dealers in the wasteland to sell them. After organizing everything, Chengzhuo's gaze fell on the Divine Ability card from this promotion reward. Undead Swap, Divine Ability card, Quality, Legendary, Orange, Effect, can manipulate the movement of corpses within a certain range, sharing vision. The stronger the mental attribute, the farther the control distance. When the user faces life-threatening danger, they can consume 30 mental points to create a false self-destruction to teleport away. Usage restrictions requires undead summoning origin, cannot be used across domains, fusion type. Description, an ancient undead technique for swapping lives. Want to kill a death spirit mage? First, find out how many undead they have summoned. This is a divine card. That was Chengzhuo's first thought. It meant that with undead summons, he now had 4 lives. Of course, the awkward part about this divine ability is that he must summon the corpses an hour in advance before using it. He currently couldn't maintain his summons for long. Once he reached the 3rd level, he could contract a small skeleton or similar and keep it in a safe house for backup. However, what should I do about the extra contract? Chengzhuo leaned against the sofa, staring at the list of partners, 3/4, feeling troubled. After advancing, he had one more potential partner. Who should he choose? The system requires genuine feelings for a partner. He can't settle for just anyone. He also needs to consider the wishes of the 3 women. But he must improve his level quickly and can't be too picky or casual about it. Chengzhuo rubbed his head. This is really a tough problem. The next day at noon, the sun was blazing. The Old Hunter tavern outside the Star Iron City was much busier than usual. Greasy wooden tables were pushed aside, and the open space used for dancing was packed with people. A few excited gamblers and drinkers leaned against the bar, all eyes glued to the central holographic screen. The bright red words, "Countdown to the closure of the Void Realm," flashed intensely. The numbers ticked down second by second. The dancers forgot to entertain guests, occasionally tiptoeing to look at the screen. People in the bar had placed bets on things like hunter rankings and team battles. Most of them had some money on the line. At the front of the crowd, Qing Shan clenched his fists tightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen. He glanced at the countdown on the left, and then at the real-time ranking of the strongest newcomer on the right. Next to him, a few men who saw him bet 1,000 on Cheng silently cheered for the second-place newcomer. Even though that person was a newcomer from Bright City. 100,000. How could that boastful old drunk win? Unfortunately, the ranking data provided by Lingxi didn't include points or kills. If they knew the gap between the first and second place, they might give up entirely. Actually, that day at the tavern, Qing Shan was angry with Old Fort. In a moment of rashness, he bet 1,000 on the strongest newcomer for Chengzhua. When he got home, he regretted it deeply. That money was supposed to be for his wife Wang Xiulan to pay their daughter's school fees. Old Ford, that scoundrel, caused trouble at home, and he even got him involved. They didn't pay the school fees, and Wang Xiulan cried, caused a fuss, and threatened to end her life, saying they couldn't go on like this. But that very night, he saw breaking news. F-grade newcomer Chengzhua had defeated a mutated boss. Qing Shan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He thought his son had some special luck. But after searching online, he found out that the team leader of Chengzhua, who was in a hidden state, was actually a new S-rank rookie who appeared out of nowhere. Most people online believe that Huang Fubai took most of the damage, and Chengzhua, as a teammate, just got a lucky break. This shattered Qing Shan's fleeting hope instantly. 1,000 yuan. How many days of beer would that buy? But soon, the online discussion changed. Because Chengzhua kept his top spot in the solo rankings, and the strange team called Divine Awakening also remained the top rookie team. Finally, people found the answer. The post was titled, "The strongest newcomer is an outcast F rank. Not worthy of a legendary card." It described what happened to Chengzhua after hunting in the Beast City. He used a porcupine lore to obtain a legendary level breathing meditation card. He was taken away by the Star Iron Hun army. His contract was blacklisted by Star Iron City. He chose to contract with the Redstone Town, was recruited into Huang Fubai's team, defeated the boss, and secured the title of strongest newcomer. Once this post appeared, many city residents who watched the live stream recalled the event and confirmed the authenticity of this hot post from Bright City. The residents of Star Iron City exploded with anger. I watched the live stream that day. Chengzhua's beast companion completely crushed that B-level weakling, refusing to voluntarily hand over the legendary breathing meditation card and forcing people out of the city. That's what a city known for democracy and freedom does. Have you ever seen a democratic and free era where people are ranked by strength? I think the city did nothing wrong. An F-rank waste, using a legendary meditation card, reaching the first level. Such high-level cards should be used by high-level hunters to protect more people. Why? I am always eating plain food outside the city. Does the destruction of the world have anything to do with me? The only thing protecting us has always been the lighthouse, not some fancy high-level hunters. Without high-level hunters, how could you all still be alive? Without high-level hunters, we are the ones living inside the city. And how do you know he can't awaken a second time? The outer city is dangerous every day, yet you still talk about the greater good of the city-state. Losing the honor of being the best new talent for no reason. At Star Iron City Hunter Market, don't you have an explanation? At Star Iron City Hunter Market, which law forbids Chengzhua from making a contract inside the city, making such a fuss over the strongest new talent. People might think he became the strongest Deep Abyss Hunter. How do you know he won't be the strongest Deep Abyss Hunter in the future? Forget about being the strongest Deep Abyss Hunter. If he can come out alive from the abyss, I'd even dare to do a handstand and eat dirt. Screenshot taken. The countdown in the Abyss realm continues silently ticking. At this moment, the hunters and victims in the Abyss realm are completely unaware that the outside world is already in heated debate. The countdown on the revelation is slowly approaching zero. Everyone is waiting quietly. At that moment, outside Boss Valley, on a patch of gravel and sand, crack, a faint sound came from beneath the gravel. Soon, stones began to rise, gradually forming the outline of a human figure. When the debris fell away and the dust cleared, it revealed Zhao Shichang's bare body. Damn, I made it just in time. If I had been trapped here, there would be no sunlight for me ever again. Zhao Shichang gasped heavily, his voice trembling with relief after surviving. He reached up and touched his chest, where a legendary one-time support card should have been embedded, the Abyss Skystone card. This was a life-saving card specially made for him by his grandfather, combining his abilities and using Abyss Skystones. It could merge his body with the earth and stones, creating a fake body to confuse enemies. His origin was still weak, and rebuilding his body took a long time. What a pity, The Abyss Sky Stone his grandfather worked so hard to get was gone just like that. A level F. How could it be so strong? He muttered to himself, cold sweat starting to seep down his back. Just then, a sharp metallic buzzing suddenly sounded from behind him. Zhao Shichang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his hair stood on end. It was a gravity creature. Instinctively, he wanted to run, but his legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, and he could only stiffly turn around, watching helplessly as two dark silver shadows rushed out of the valley, blocking his path one after the other. God is against me. Zhao Shichang's face turned pale instantly, but when he saw the damaged cockpit and the missing helmet, he quickly relaxed. It wasn't Cheng Zhua, that deadly killer, although he might also be nearby. As long as he could survive these 2 or 3 minutes, he would be safe once he got out. Put on your clothes first. Emperor Bai, on the gravity creature, threw him a set of ordinary combat clothes, then asked, "How long have you been here? Do you know who killed the boss of the mutation creature B?" Zhao Shichang, halfway through putting on his clothes, hesitated. So, Cheng Zhua was telling the truth. The boss was really killed by him, and it might have nothing to do with Emperor Bai in front of him? But that didn't seem strange, such a powerful being. The crimson vertical pupil in front of him flickered and disappeared. Zhao Shichang trembled unconsciously. I don't know either. After about 10 minutes, on Xing 11's Happy Road, Cheng Zhua hurriedly led Xia Mo and Xia Chan toward a hotel. "Brother Zhua, are we not going home?" Xia Chan looked back in surprise at the increasingly distant happy community. "The entrance is definitely crowded with people. We can't go back now." Cheng Zhua kept walking, glancing at her and speaking softly. "The reporters, the guild members, and the Hunter Bureau people. If we go back, we'll just be surrounded." He paused and added, "I've already sent a message to Qing Yi. She'll avoid those people and come to find us." The three of them bypassed the crowd and checked into a relatively luxurious hotel. After a moment, there was a soft knock on the door. "It's me." Cheng Zhua just opened the door. A girl immediately rushed in, her soft arms tightly wrapping around his waist, trembling slightly as she said, "I miss you so much. I was so worried about you." "Damn." Cheng Zhua's palm was firmly pressed against the girl's soft back. He could clearly feel her trembling in his arms. It wasn't fear, but relief after holding back worries for so long. "It's okay now. Everything is fine." Cheng Zhua softly comforted her. After a while, Wan Qinghe slowly lifted her head, her eyes slightly red, and looked suspiciously behind Cheng Zhua. "Where are they?" "Next door." Cheng Zhua nodded toward the right side, trying not to smile, and said, Xiao Chan said, "You should go solo first." Wan Qinghe took a half step back and looked to the right. Sure enough, she saw Xia Chan's face, trying not to laugh, peeking out from the door next door and then retreating. Wan Qinghe's cheeks turned slightly red. She withdrew and closed the door. When she turned around, her gaze met Cheng Zhua's smiling eyes, making her already flushed ears burn even hotter. But she didn't feel afraid at all. She took a deep breath, tiptoed. Gently, she hooked her finger around Cheng Zhua's collar and pulled him down. He lowered his head, his lips covering hers softly. The girl's kiss was passionate and deep, as if she wanted to swallow the person she had missed and worried about for so long. All the feelings of longing, worry, and frustration that had built up over time suddenly found an outlet. She leapt lightly and clung to Cheng Zhua. He shifted lightly, leaning against the wall. "I still think Sister Qinghe's voice sounds better." Xia Chan leaned against the wall, glancing at her sister sideways. "Unlike you, who can't help but shout out everything you want to say." "Humph, little yellow guy." Xia Mo remained silent, sliding her finger over her watch. Suddenly, Xia Chan's voice trembled uncontrollably, echoing through the room. "Oh, when did you film this?" Xia Chan looked back in horror. The person in the video, though not showing her face, was obviously herself. Her skin was so fair, her waist so slim, and her bottom so round. "Wait, this isn't a little movie." "Damn," Xia Chan screamed, and tried to snatch Xiao Mo's watch. "How could I have filmed it myself? I wasn't even fully conscious at the time." "Delete it quickly. Offline videos don't count either." "Delete it now." Phew. Seeing Xia Mo completely delete the video, Xia Chan finally let out a deep sigh of relief. She turned around and angrily glared at her, saying, "It's all your fault. You kept taking me to see new things, or I wouldn't have wanted to film this." More than an hour later, the three women finally gathered together, exchanging warm greetings, teasing, and joking. With Xia Chan's lively chatter, Cheng Zhuo and Guangguan quickly shared their adventures in the wasteland world. While the three of them chatted casually, Cheng Zhuo sat to the side and opened his watch. He received many messages that had been delayed over the past few days. There were messages from his father and younger brother Cheng Yamo, from school teachers and classmates, and a few guild invitations. His drunkard father's messages from a few days ago were full of anger, saying he was upset about Cheng Zhuo going to the wasteland world and doing dangerous things. Later, his father's tone suddenly changed, asking about his well-being. Even though he knew Cheng Zhuo couldn't see him in the wasteland world, he kept urging him to do his best, just like when he was in school, to aim for first place. Today, after leaving the wasteland world, his father's messages sounded like the kindest father in the world. He insisted that Cheng Zhuo bring all three of his future wives, and he wanted to hold a celebration feast. His younger brother Cheng Mo's messages were full of admiration, asking Cheng Zhuo to find time to tell him how he defeated the mutated boss. Cheng Yamo believed that all the newcomers in the wasteland world should thank his older brother. The powerful mutated creatures that had reached a certain level were beyond their ability to handle. As for the messages from teachers and classmates, they were just polite greetings. Before teaming up with Huangfu Bai, he hadn't received such messages. Cheng Zhuo skipped over those. He directly opened the invitations from the three major guilds, Nebula, Thunder, and Sacred Beast. Both Nebula and Thunder's invitations were standard C-grade contracts, mostly offering basic training resources and policies to support newcomers. The clauses were clearly restrictive. Cheng Zhuo glanced at them briefly and then closed them. However, the message from the Sacred Beast Guild caught his interest. They could arrange for high-level hunters to escort him into high-star level wasteland worlds. The meaning was probably, although he had a legendary level meditation card and was quite powerful, to advance to a higher level, he would have to stay in low-star worlds or low-risk ecological zones for many years. The Sacred Beast Guild could directly arrange for him to enter high-star worlds, helping him advance more quickly. Cheng Zhuo was indeed a little moved. But then he thought, he might awaken a second time soon, so there was no need to make a decision now. It is said that most of the stable boundary gates or ecological zones in the wilderness have already been divided among various forces. Those without fixed allocation are either new or high-risk areas. Within the city, some stable boundary gates are controlled by major guilds. These gates, used for long-term opening, are usually low-threat types and often used for training newcomers. So, while guilds do have resource advantages, they also face many restrictions. The hunters in Contract Town are called wilderness hunters mainly because most of them prefer to work alone. They generally don't like contract guilds. There are various reasons for this. Also, Cheng Zhuo is different from most newcomers. He already has some basic self-protection skills in the wilderness. This concerns his future, so he must go alone to understand the wilderness better before making a decision. Right now, he plans to take the girls to Boca Street. He has someone interested in trading for the epic level breath meditation card he exchanged with Ruan Qinghe, and he also needs to handle the gains from this wasteland expedition. In the evening, the four of them took Line 8 subway directly to Boca Street. At this time, Boca Street was crowded with people. Since it was their first time here, the girls were dazzled by the strange and wonderful source energy devices along the street. Cheng Zhuo first took them to the trading center and completed the trade for the epic source card. Breath meditation card. Holy light, quality. Epic, purple, meditation technique. Holy light blessing, effect. When performing healing spells, can additionally absorb damage with the Holy Light Shield and maintain self-repair for 30 minutes. Usage limit. Only for healing source spells. Description. Said to be a small spell created by the goddess of Holy Light in her childhood. Is this for me? Ruan Qinghe looked at the card handed to her with some surprise. The card features a symbol of a Holy Light scepter, surrounded by a faint purple glow. Clearly an epic-level breath meditation card. It's a top-tier healing type card. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. She kept refusing, clutching her clothes tightly at her side. I can't afford it. Programmers would gently rubbed her head with some gentle frustration. Little girl, do you even know what you're saying? Who are you giving back to? He knew that Ruan Qinghe and her twin sisters still had their hearts and bodies with him, but their family values hadn't fully changed yet. She hadn't yet felt comfortable claiming what belonged to Zhuo, using Zhuo's things. I and my sister both have it, Sister Qinghe, Xia Chan advised softly. We're family now, so just pay with your body. Wan Qinghe, Zhuo lightly tapped Xia Chan's forehead, then half-jokingly comforted Wan Qinghe. My origin is a bit special. You probably felt the changes in your body. When we get close, we can help each other become stronger. So, since you used a high-level breathing technique, I also benefit. When you all become stronger, your husband can move forward. You know, really? Hearing that it was also good for Zhuo, Wan Qinghe's guilty feelings eased a lot. Really, Sister Qinghe, my sister and I have both become much stronger these days, Xia Chan said, clenched fists. Zhuo said we might awaken again soon. Hearing their explanation, Wan Qinghe felt a bit worried but accepted it. She thought to herself, if she became stronger, maybe she could go to the Ruo realm with him? Maybe she wouldn't have to just wait outside and worry like before? She didn't even realize it herself. Her fear of strange beasts and the Ruo realm suddenly faded a little. Before, she was willing to live a poor, hard life and never dared to use her abilities to sign with a guild as a hunter. After Zhuo finished merging and meditating with Wan Qinghe, he went to the exchange's source core and low-level card swap area. He kept 500 source cores as backup energy. All the other source cores were sold to the exchange. Most of the low-level cards, except for some resource cards and energy recovery ones, were also sold. Selling cards this way might not maximize profit, but Zhuo didn't care. The numbers on the screen jumped quickly, finally stopping at 178600. Zhuo casually confirmed, and his account balance instantly soared to nearly 350,000. This was just a small part of his assets. In the system space, there are also 31 glowing blue shells containing silent cores. The silent cores are unaffected by the shell removal time, limit and shine with a smooth, bright glow. Zhuo didn't rush to open them, planning to wait until his luck increased a bit. When he opened them together, he might even get 1 or 2 epic-level cores. As soon as the money from selling the source cores arrived, he transferred 66,666 to each of the 3 women. Hunting is very expensive, Zhuo. You should keep some for yourself. The 10,000 you gave last time hasn't been used up yet. Wan Qinghe was stunned when she received the money. What's going on? Just a few days ago, she was thinking about graduating from the Caxiu Academy, finding a stable healing job to earn money and support her family, so Zhuo wouldn't have to keep risking himself in dangerous worlds. But in just a few days, Zhuo not only gave her an epic-level breathing card, but also earned so much money all at once. She stared at the numbers in her account, her cheeks suddenly burning. A strange thought popped into her mind. It feels like I've been kept, and she blushed with embarrassment. Actually, Wan Qinghe had been worried about the breathing card these days. She is an E-level healing source, aiming to advance smoothly in the future, which requires at least a high-quality breathing meditation card. But she checked the price, and even the cheapest high-quality healing card costs over 100,000, which scared her away. Later, she looked for a second-best option, browsing the good-quality pages, hesitating over the 5,800 payment button. In the end, she closed the page. The money was from Zhuo last time, and she had been holding on to it in her account, reluctant to spend it. Thinking that Zhuo would need a lot of money in the future, and since she still had time before the academy required her to buy a breathing meditation card, she decided to wait. Unexpectedly, Zhuo directly gave her an epic-level card. The value of it was beyond her imagination. Even now, she still felt her heart warm. All right, if I hear anyone refuse again, I'll get angry. Zhuo didn't give them a chance to speak and pulled them out. They didn't walk far before reaching the shop, where Zhuo bought his combat suit last time. This shop only sells ordinary combat suits, costing a few thousand each. Zhuo didn't go to more specialized stores because he knew Wan Qinghe definitely wouldn't want to accept expensive combat suits again. If she feels too much pressure, she might develop some guilty feelings. Go help Sister Qinghe pick out an outfit for you. Zhuo smiled at Xia Chan. Before Wan Qinghe could refuse, he stopped her and said, "Don't say you won't need it. I haven't studied at Caxiu Academy, but I know you all do mimic training. Are you planning to wear a little dress to participate?" Wan Qinghe hesitated slightly. Don't worry, this one is very cheap, not even as good as a corner of your card, Zhuo said gently but firmly. Hurry and try it on. This is the first piece of clothing I've given you. Under Zhuo's gentle persuasion and insistence, Ruan Qinghe finally went into the changing room. Although she felt it was a waste to wear such an expensive combat suit, she was very happy with the gift Chengzhua gave her. After coming out of the changing room, Ruan Qinghe jogged over to Chengzhua. She smiled softly and spun around. "Do I look good?" Chengzhua's eyes brightened. It was a white, slightly elastic combat suit that perfectly hugged the girl's curvy figure. Although it was a neat combat suit, when worn on her, it didn't feel cold or stiff. Instead, it highlighted her soft, delicate curves, with her full chest and a narrow waist and hips that were hard to look away from. The perfect fit was more alluring than deliberate sexiness. Chengzhua felt his heart warm, but his brow furrowed in concern. Ruan Qinghe looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Chengzhua pouted. "Change into another one. Wearing this out, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage." Hee. Ruan Qinghe chuckled softly, tiptoeing to gently scratch his chin with her finger. "So, my husband is so traditional." Her words were teasing, but inside, she felt like she was soaked in honey. Her hidden possessiveness was more joyful than any compliment. "Tsk, little girl." Chengzhua raised his eyebrows and scolded. "You don't understand. This combat suit isn't well designed. If you're fighting enemies, your teammates will be distracted by your figure. How can you fight well?" "Yes, yes, yes." Ruan Qinghe and Xiaochan exchanged a glance and smiled softly. "Xiaochan is right. You probably wouldn't let me wear this. How about this instead?" She then gently pressed a button on her arm. The combat suit suddenly made rustling sounds. The tight-fitting suit instantly became loose. Although her graceful figure was still faintly visible, it was no longer as clearly defined as before. "Is this okay now?" Ruan Qinghe turned around and asked. Chengzhua pretended to be indifferent. "It's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Qinghe suddenly leaned in close, her warm breath brushing his ear. "Don't worry, I only wear this kind of close-fitting outfit for you." Chengzhua was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to react, he noticed that Xia Mo and Xia Chan each had a set and were smiling at him, holding up their packages. He realized they had quietly paid for them. One was black, the other light yellow. All right. These young girls are getting bolder, even teaming up to tease him. That night, in a luxury hotel, an unavoidable battle scene unfolded. 3 female hunters fighting a fierce dragon-shaped beast. The scene was too dangerous to describe in detail. Over the next 10 days or so, Chengzhua rarely left the hotel room. During the day, he mostly studied wilderness strategies. At night, he fought with the female hunters. During this time, he took the 3 girls home once, brought gifts for each of them, and also slipped some money to his stepmother, Wang Xiulan. Although his stepmother was quite scheming, she had taken care of them over the years, so Chengzhua couldn't deny her contributions just because she was a bit shrewd. The fact that all 3 siblings continued their studies showed that their stepmother hadn't done anything truly harmful. On the other hand, their alcoholic father had suddenly changed and gave each of the 3 daughters-in-law a red envelope with 999 yuan. Strangely generous. Maybe he thought I was doing well and wanted to improve our father-son relationship, Chengzhua thought. As the excitement around the Transcendence Gate waned and reporters and streamers no longer lingered at the Happiness Community entrance, Chengzhua finally took the 3 girls back to their new home. But that night, an uninvited guest arrived. "Wow, you really know how to hide, handsome guy." As soon as he opened the door, Chengzhua heard a familiar teasing voice. "It's really hard to invite you to team up." It was the cyber girl who sold him the tower stones. He was originally very cautious, but when he saw the people standing beside her, he couldn't help but pause. "Why are you all together?" Outside the door, besides the cyber girl, there were also Manhwa, Wei Qingfeng, and Peng Wei. "Isn't it funny? We are in the same guild," the cyber girl said with a smile, looking at Chengzhua. Chengzhua hesitated and looked surprised. Could the Wolfpack Guild really be an underground organization that harvests kidneys? No, maybe he was overthinking it from the start. His idea of harvesting kidneys was just a misconception. "Hello, Brother Chang." Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei both greeted him a little awkwardly, with some hidden excitement in their eyes. Manhwa stepped forward and introduced himself. "Chengzhua, this is Captain Catherine of our 3rd-tier hunt team, and also our instructor. We want to talk to you about a possible cooperation. Is that convenient? The house is too crowded. Let's go downstairs to talk," Chengzhua suggested. "That works." The 4 of them followed Chengzhua to a small pavilion in the community park. It was evening now, and a gentle breeze brought a cool comfort. Chungjua took the initiative to speak and asked his doubts. As a captain of a third-tier team, why are you working as a broker? Because these small towns give too much. Catherine tapped her mechanical prosthetic finger lightly, speaking casually. In the hunter circles, everyone has 2 or 3 part-time jobs. Once you spend more time in the wilderness, you'll understand. Relying only on the guild share isn't enough to upgrade your gear. Chungjua nodded, temporarily suppressing his suspicion about Catherine's strange threat that day in the alley, and asked again, "Are you talking about teaming up for that stable portal in Heiyun Forest you mentioned last time?" Good memory. Catherine tapped her cyber prosthetic finger, and a faint blue hologram suddenly appeared, clearly showing the coordinates of the portal and the information about the boundary world. That portal appeared last month. It's identified as a stable, multidimensional boundary world, level 0 to 3 stars, named H0173. Chungjua knew this type of portal. It was a stable, long-lasting multi-style portal. Once entered, it could lead to various small boundary worlds. Similar to parallel universes, even within the same boundary world, only 2 or 3 teams could meet. There are many types of ruins within this boundary, and they are very popular among hunters. These ruins are highly sought after and usually monopolized by major guilds. Big Brother Chung, you're probably also preparing to leave the city to learn about the environment, right? Catherine suddenly changed the subject. She pointed at the floating shadow and showed the cooperation rules of the Wolfpack Guild. I believe you've received many invitations recently. Why not consider joining us? We only discuss cooperation, no binding agreements. You can come and go as you please. For costs, we offer a guaranteed 10,000 city coins per session, plus a 30% share of the team's profits. How does that sound? Fair enough, right? That doesn't seem very attractive, Chungjua said casually. He tapped his fingers on the railing of the stone pavilion, clearly aware of the situation. He didn't have the time or energy to hang out with newcomers. In just a year, the 7 Stars Gate loomed like a sharp sword overhead. A few days ago, he specifically looked into the major incidents from 20 years ago. He noticed that the lighthouses around the world were all affected by the uncontrolled ruins that year. If those ruins come back again, even if he manages to escape to another city, he wouldn't be safe from disaster. Right now, every second counts for improving his strength. This kind of training partner work seems easy to make money, but it's actually a waste of time. Catherine clearly expected his refusal. She calmly shifted the topic. What about the broken tier source core? You should be interested, right? You should know that only the one who kills such a thing can use it. You'll definitely reach a higher level someday, and you'll need it eventually. Instead of searching all over the world later, why not prepare now? Chungjua's previously drooping eyebrows suddenly raised, and a genuine interest appeared in his eyes. You mean, there's such a thing? Of course. Otherwise, how could our small second-tier guild confidently invite a rising star like you to cooperate? A hint of pride flickered in Catherine's eyes. And right now, only a few people in our guild know about this. Seeing Chungjua hesitate, seeming to consider it, Manhwa quickly spoke up to persuade. Chungjua, the H0173 ruins are rich in types, from 0 to 3 stars. It's a very good place to learn about the environment. Our guild asked us to invite you. Although they want to use your reputation as a top newcomer for advertising, they also genuinely considered your current needs. You should think about it carefully. Wei Qingfeng also nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Chung, take us flying a few more times, okay?" Chungjua replied with a slight nod. "I'll think about how to respond." On the way back, Catherine asked Noah suspiciously, "What do you think? Do you think this popular new star will work with us? Maybe 50-50, Noah replied, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. He continued softly. He felt very special even when he was at school. He seemed easygoing and could chat with anyone, but inside, he had a very thick wall. If he really had the ability to stand out on his own, he would probably choose to be a lone wolf. But he's always cautious. Before fully understanding the wilderness, he wouldn't rush into danger alone. Catherine nodded slightly and said, "Yes. Only high-risk areas that even city-states can't control can be soloed." Noah looked hopeful and said, "So, I hope that the 3 of us, even if we can't do much, and having had good relations with him, can catch his eye." Suddenly, Wei Qingfeng leaned over with a teasing smile and said, "Noah, you know Brother Qing too well, huh? Do you have feelings for him?" Noah's face turned red quickly, and she scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. He's my best friend's ex-boyfriend. We just know each other, maybe a little familiar, but that's all." Catherine raised her eyebrows and teased, "Oh? Just being familiar means you know him so well? Interesting, teacher." Noah stomped her foot anxiously, sounding a bit coquettish. "Please stop joking around. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Catherine said with a gentle smile. Her expression then grew serious and said, "Do you really think Cheng Zhua can protect you in a first-level wilderness? There's been a lot of talk online. Many say he only got first place because of that gravity suit. Without the mech, he wouldn't be able to do it. It's important to know that, although the multidimensional wilderness has many benefits, it is also very dangerous. The mutation rate is much higher than in normal worlds. One moment, it might be a starless wilderness, and the next, it could turn into a one-star wilderness. Therefore, teams entering the multidimensional wilderness must have teammates capable of fighting across levels to support each other." Peng Wei looked thoughtful and agreed with Catherine. His surviving teammate, Li Mo, also said that he and Huang Fu Bai were trapped by accident. Otherwise, Cheng wouldn't have been the only one in the spotlight. A gravity creature is almost unstoppable in the wasteland. I think that Li Mo just wants attention and to become an online celebrity. Wei Qingfeng curled his lips in disdain. Huang Fu Bai never showed up, and Cheng didn't bother with any of that nonsense. Yet Li Mo keeps giving interviews every day. People might think he's the strongest newcomer. What a clown. Catherine turned to Peng Wei. "You don't think Cheng Zhua can handle a first-level mutation?" "Not exactly." Peng Wei shook his head. "The creature called Guan is a real first-level beast. I just can't tell how strong it is compared to others of the same level." "Oh, come on, don't overthink it." Wei Qingfeng patted Peng Wei's shoulder confidently. "No matter what you say this time, I'm a loyal fan of Cheng. I won't let you mislead me again." Information about the Ruins Realm. 1. The star level of a Ruins Realm is based on its danger level and doesn't always match a hunter's rank. For example, a 1-star realm might contain creatures below or above the first level. 2. Lower-ranked hunters can enter realms of the same or higher star level, but higher-ranked hunters cannot enter lower-star realms. After Catherine and the others left, Cheng Zhuo was alone in the stone pavilion. He thought quietly for a while. Lately, he had received many bounty invitations from groups like the Wolf Guild. Some offered high profit shares, others promised advanced source cards. In the end, they all wanted to use his strongest newcomer title to promote their guilds. He hadn't agreed to any of them yet, planning to explore the wilderness first and learn the rules before deciding. According to his plan, he would either work alone in the future or, after Ruan Qinghe and Xia Mo awakened their powers again, form a small team with them. After all, his partners were officially recognized by the system and could be trusted. But before that, he still needed a team to get familiar with the low-risk zones controlled by the city. Thinking about it, Enrolment and her 2 companions seemed like good choices. They were reliable enough, and skill level wasn't the main concern for now. During the Beast City battle, they didn't run away like others. Instead, they stood in front of him to block Zhao Shichang's challenge. Compared to those unfamiliar teammates, the 3 of them, although only useful as team tools, made him feel more at ease. As for the Holy Beast Guild's promise to take him into the high-star level ruins, Cheng Zhua decided to delay that plan for now. His main focus was still on the Gentle Night world. Whether it was the low-star or high-star ruins, neither would significantly improve his level at the moment, so there was no rush. Unfortunately, Huang Fu Bai had not made any move, and the gravity body and nano-combat suit were still in his possession. He hadn't come to ask for them either. If he could form a complete Silver Knight gravity team, going into the wilderness would be much easier. That thing was comparable to a 3rd or even 4th-tier combat power. He could easily sweep through low-risk ecological zones. Then let's choose them, Cheng Zhua decided without hesitation. He took out his watch and sent a message to Manhwa, agreed to cooperate. What time? It only took 2 seconds for the other side to reply. Okay, see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. They even attached an excited fist-pumping emoji. They agreed on an early start and late return schedule, which wouldn't interfere with him going home to spend the evening with his wife. Cheng Zhua happily put away his watch and headed home. As he reached the building entrance, he saw Ruan Qinghe walking over with Guan from the gate. Recently, to prevent another incident where Xia Mo and Xia Chan were taken away by the boundary gate. Cheng Zhuo had arranged for Guangguan to accompany Yuan Qinghe to the Caxiu Academy as a study buddy. According to Yuan Qinghe, Guangguan had now become a popular pet in their class. Its large, cat-like body made many students unable to resist petting it. Most students at Caxiu Academy came from well-off families, and Guangguan had been spoiled with plenty of milk these days, drinking expensive milk every day. Sometimes, the instructor would also give Yuan Qinghe some expenses to help Guangguan practice fighting with exotic beasts. After all, having a beast pet was the best living textbook for freshmen new to exotic beasts. Yuan Qinghe saw Cheng Zhuo from afar and suddenly paused. Her ears quickly turned a light pink, and her fingers unconsciously tightened the strap of her canvas bag. When she walked up to Cheng Zhuo, she kept her head low, like a girl who had done something wrong. "What's wrong?" Cheng Zhuo asked with a puzzled look. "I want to tell you something." "Please don't be angry," Yuan Qinghe said softly. Cheng Zhuo squinted his eyes and gave her a mischievous look. "Did you secretly have an abortion?" "No way," Yuan Qinghe exclaimed, her voice suddenly rising like a startled cat. She then noticed the curious looks from passers-by and hurriedly covered her mouth, lowering her voice. "We just took medicine, so it's impossible to be pregnant." After saying that, she grabbed Cheng Zhuo's wrist and pulled him toward the hallway. "Let's talk at home. Let's talk at home." Once inside the house, Yuan Qinghe quickly locked the door. She looked at Cheng Zhuo nervously, then slowly reached into her pocket. "Look, someone gave me this. Wow, it's epic." Xia Qin suddenly jumped up from the sofa, pulling Xia Mo to stand in front of the two, curiously examining the object in Yuan Qinghe's hand. It was a card glowing with a purple aura. The symbol on it clearly indicated it was a weapon card, and it was a healing staff, worth at least 5 million. Cheng Zhuo was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Is there a wealthy young man from the academy pursuing you?" No, of course not." Yuan Qinghe quickly waved her hands. "Everyone in class knows I am already married." Cheng Zhuo frowned slightly. For some people, being married makes them more interested. "Oh no, that's not true." Yuan Qinghe pouted her lips and swung her arm, acting cute. "Listen to me. It turned out that these days, it was the time for the academy to require students to equip source energy weapons. While the academy focused on theoretical research and rarely participated in actual combat, they still needed essential gear. While Yuan Qinghe was debating what level of staff to buy, someone unexpectedly approached her and forcefully handed her this card. They also asked her to pass a message to Cheng Zhuo. By the time Yuan Qinghe wanted to return it, the person was already gone. She thought for a moment and decided to bring it back for Cheng Zhuo to decide. Cheng Zhuo looked curious and asked, "Who was it?" Yuan Qinghe bit her lips softly and whispered like a mosquito, "It's Zhao Shichang." "What?" Cheng Zhuo's voice suddenly rose sharply, full of surprise. "He's not dead." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly took out his smartwatch, his fingers sliding rapidly on the screen, and typed into the search bar, "Thunderbolt Squad newcomers." The results that popped up made him break out in cold sweat. Thunder Guild's #1 seed team, with 5 members dead. High potential does not mean high strength. The luxury equipment team with over 1 billion in gear lost in the beginner village. Only 1 survivor left. Thunder high-ups are crying in the toilet. Zhao Shichang, he's actually not dead? How is that possible? Cheng Zhuo was filled with shock. He had clearly wiped out their ashes. After the absurdity, a sudden realization struck him. Cheng Zhuo remembered that since he had a divine card capable of resisting death, maybe Zhao Shichang also had some kind of life-saving method. The source cards in this world are strange and mysterious. Even having an extra resurrection ability wouldn't be surprising. His face suddenly grew serious. He was a bit confused. If Zhao Shichang was alive, why hadn't the Thunder Guild come to trouble him yet? Could it be that Zhao Shichang thought there was no evidence and was afraid of making a scene in the city, planning to come out later and settle the score secretly? Or maybe, Cheng Zhuo quickly looked up at Yuan Qinghe. "You said he asked you to deliver a message?" "Yes," Yuan Qinghe nodded quickly. "He wants to meet you at the More Sky restaurant at 7 p.m., hoping to settle their past grievances." To settle everything? Cheng Zhuo looked suspicious. What exactly does this guy want to do? Could he be so scared that he's trembling? It's unlikely. With the strength of the Thunder Guild, Zhao Shichang wouldn't back down just because of the display of power he showed earlier. "Zhuji, maybe you shouldn't go?" Seeing Cheng Zhuo's serious expression, Wan Qinghe looked worried. I'll go now and return what I have to the Thunder Guild. No, I'll go. A flicker of hostility flashed in Qingzhuo's eyes. He wanted to see what exactly Zhao Shichang was up to. After deciding to go to the appointment, he turned to look at the worried Wan Qinghe and the confused twin sisters. After a moment of thought, he dialed the voice call of cybergirl Catherine. Hey, little handsome guy, do you miss your sister right after we parted? On the other end of the phone, a lazy yet charming voice was heard. Help me out, Chengzhuo said without any small talk. Tell me, sister will definitely take good care of you. Can you help escort 3 people out of the city? You go ahead first, and after I meet Zhao Shichang, I'll come find you. Wan Qinghe couldn't believe it, her eyes turning red instantly. Can't you come with us? Xia Chan also pulled Xia Ma closer and suggested. Brother Zhua, aren't we supposed to go to the Redstone Town's contract lighthouse at the end of the month? We can leave earlier. Seeing the worried expressions on the 3 girls' faces, Chengzhuo felt warm inside and a bit guilty. He wanted to protect their peaceful life, but ended up involving them in such conflicts. Don't worry, I will meet up with you later. I promise, he said firmly. Wan Qinghe slightly lifted her face and looked at Chengzhuo. Really? Really? Chengzhuo nodded, ruffling her hair, then turned to Xia Ma and asked, Did you buy a hen this afternoon to make soup? Xia Ma nodded blankly, not understanding why such a serious situation still involved chickens. Bring it to me. He then took out a card from the battlefield RV and handed it to Wan Qinghe. This is a resource card for an RV. It has a camouflage invisibility function and an identifiable defense system. Xia Ma and Xia Chan know how to use it. Find a quiet place outside the city and hide there. Wait for me. Okay, Wan Qinghe nodded obediently. Even though she felt very uneasy and wanted to share her worries with Chengzhuo, she knew that at this moment, following the plan was the best way to help. At that moment, Xia Mo handed over the old hen. Chengzhuo examined it briefly. The hen had been plucked and its belly was hollowed out. He used his energy to sense if summoning spirits was okay. Once confirmed, he wrapped the hen in a black plastic bag and handed it to Wan Qinghe, warning her, make sure to carry it with you. No matter what happens, do not open it. Okay. After a moment, Catherine and Anhwa appeared outside the door again. Did Chung the Handsome get into trouble? Catherine leaned against the doorframe, a slight smile on her red lips, raising an eyebrow. Is Officer Catherine afraid of causing trouble? Chengzhuo replied with a question. That's a joke. Catherine waved her hand. Our wolf pack is only a level 2 guild, but that's because our leader is too lazy to deal with political fights. Otherwise, there would be 5 major guilds in Star Iron City. After a brief hesitation, Chengzhuo still asked the 3 women to go ahead. Please help escort them outside the city. I will repay you. Although he didn't fully trust Catherine, he had no better options at this moment and could only trust Anhwa's judgment. Don't worry. Catherine stepped forward naturally, taking Wan Qinghe's hand. Protect these 3 delicate beauties. It's no big deal. Please. Chengzhuo nodded in thanks, then looked at Anhwa with a hint of trust. Anhwa immediately stepped forward half a step, speaking sincerely and firmly. Rest assured, Officer Catherine always keeps her promises. If she agrees, it will be done. Qinghe and I have known each other for a long time, and I won't let anything happen to her. Thanks. After sending off Wan Qinghe and the others, Chengzhuo went to the Moor Sky restaurant at the scheduled time. At the end of the dull outer city, the Moor Tower looked like a giant from the future crashing into the old era, covered in a silver-blue, metallic shell that shimmered in the sunlight, flowing along its textured surface like the scales of a living creature. He quickly reached the building's entrance and followed the crowd into the elevator. The elevator was made entirely of glass, with a red and white carpet laid inside. Chengzhuo stood inside, as if trapped inside a glowing glass sphere, soaring rapidly up the building, offering a full view of the dilapidated outer city and the sparkling inner city. Ding! He took the elevator straight to the top floor. Following the waiter's gesture, Chengzhuo's eyes settled on the VIP seat by the window. Zhao Shichang was sitting there. He wore a well-fitted dark-patterned suit, holding a tall glass by its stem, with deep red wine gently swirling inside. His elegant posture was very different from the desperate plea and shame he showed in the wasteland. Brother Chung, you arrived quite on time. Zhao Shichang put down his glass and gestured to the seat opposite him. Sit down. I ordered our signature roast meat. Want to try? Chengzhuo sat calmly, picked up a piece of roast meat, and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender and fragrant with truffle. After 2 bites, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, then looked up with a playful expression. Young Master Zhao, you actually have the ability to escape death. When you were begging so miserably, I almost believed it. Zhao Shichang's smile froze for a moment. He raised his glass in a toast. Your strength is truly surprising. Let's not beat around the bush. Cheng Zhuo interrupted him, reached for half a glass of red wine on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. You lost your life because of me, so why are you coming to offer peace? Don't talk about being impressed by my strength. I don't believe it. Zhao Shichang paused, then looked away to the night view outside the window, sighing. If you hadn't come, I might still hesitate or even attack directly. But unfortunately, you actually came. He looked back at Cheng Zhuo, studying him carefully. Even if I order someone to attack you now, you probably still have a chance to escape, right? Cheng Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly. So, Zhao Shichang spread his hands. Don't be nervous. If I really wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't wait until now. Cheng Zhuo poured himself another glass of wine and said casually, You must be dying to tear me apart. No, no, no. Revenge won't solve anything. I am a clear-sighted person. More friends mean more paths. More enemies mean more walls. I may have lost some things, but they are all just external possessions. Besides, Zhao Shichang seemed to remember something and sneered. Those arrogant fools, they got what they deserved. You helped me get rid of a few troubles. If I were in your place, I would do the same. Cheng Zhuo didn't reply. He just lightly tapped the table with his fingertips and looked at him with raised eyes. That look seemed to say, Go on, keep pretending. All right, don't look at me like that. Zhao Shichang sighed helplessly. I have something, a revelation that makes me unwilling to be your enemy anymore. As for what it is, sorry, that's my secret. Really? Such a thing exists. Cheng Zhuo was slightly surprised. Yes, Zhao Shichang sighed again, with a hint of reluctance and frustration in his tone. If you hadn't come today, I would have risked trying to get rid of you. Now, in this world, I think I am the person least eager to make enemies with you. After speaking, Zhao Shichang stood up and bowed to Cheng Zhuo. Brother Cheng, I apologize for any past offenses. Please, show mercy. I have already died once. Let's put our grudges behind us. What do you think? Seeing his serious attitude, Cheng Zhuo was genuinely stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Shichang to go this far. This made him very curious. What exactly is that thing Zhao Shichang is holding that makes him so afraid of Cheng Zhuo? Could it be some kind of forbidden object that can foresee cause and effect? At that moment, a bright figure appeared at the elevator entrance, and with a snap, something fell to the ground. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe it. The usually aloof young Master Zhao was actually bowing to Cheng Zhuo? How is that possible? Su Wantong hesitated for a long time in place and didn't dare to step forward. She could see that the two were having a very happy conversation, as if they had reached some agreement, and they shook hands very solemnly. Moreover, Zhao Shichang seemed to be the one lowering his stance more. How could this be? Su Wantong kept asking herself this question over and over. Cheng Zhuo is just a level F summoner who got the title of strongest newcomer because of his gravity-based powers. Zhao Shichang, on the other hand, is the son of a shareholder of the Thunder Guild with powerful resources and connections. Why would he be so accommodating to Cheng Zhuo? Is it because of that person Huang Fubai? Until Cheng Zhuo stood up and calmly walked toward the elevator, Su Wantong suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and instinctively called out, Cheng Zhuo. What made her heart feel blocked was, Cheng Zhuo didn't even pause his steps. He just glanced at her with his side face. No resentment, no anger, not even a ripple of emotion, just like seeing a familiar stranger. He simply nodded faintly and then stepped into the elevator. In that moment, Su Wantong felt as if her heart was washed with bitter melon water, an indescribable feeling of bitterness and frustration. I told you not to come find me again. Suddenly, Zhao Shichang's slightly displeased voice came from behind. Su Wantong quickly turned around, and the resentment caused by Cheng Zhuo suddenly surged up. Zhao Shichang, why did you lie to me? You said you gave me a B-level contract, but the guild said they could cancel it at will, without even paying a penalty. I just asked you to wait a little longer. Why are you so heartless, pushing me to the edge? Show. Zhao Shichang frowned and made a shushing gesture with his hand, glancing around. The restaurant was already quiet, but now many customers were looking over, whispering and gossiping, making Su Wantong's cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Don't act like a shrew," Zhao Shichang said calmly. "Come with me." Su Wantong bit her lip, unwilling but following him. The two sat down. Zhao Shichang called the waiter to pour her a glass of wine, then looked her up and down with his eyes, suddenly sneering. "It's really strange. How come I never noticed before? You and Ruanqinghe look so different in temperament and appearance. Back then, I thought you were the prettier one." He paused, then seemed to realize something. "TSK, am I cursed to be like Chao Zai? You?" Su Wantong suddenly stood up, about to get angry, but Zhao Shichang's words suppressed her fury. "Don't you want to know why the guild canceled the contract with you?" Su Wantong froze, slowly sat back down, her voice hoarse. "Is it because of you?" Zhao Shichang shook his head. "It's because of Cheng Zhua." Su Wantong was stunned. "He's already strong enough to pressure your guild? Sometimes, you really are too self-important," Zhao Shichang said with a look of helplessness. "Cheng Zhua doesn't take you seriously. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you sit here and talk with me." Su Wantong could hear the sarcasm in his words. She forced down her rising anger, her voice trembling. "Why? Others are fine, but why are you now siding with him? Did you lie to me when you made that promise?" Zhao Shichang quickly reached out to stop her. Don't talk to me like that. How much money did I spend on you? How much effort did I put in? And you, just empty promises, not even letting me touch you. I just take a little longer to warm up." Su Wantong's eyes flickered, feeling guilty suddenly. "Huh. Then go somewhere else and take your time," Zhao Shichang snorted. He stood up, tidied his suit, and looked down at her with a sneer, full of disgust. "Don't act like a hypocrite here after being a mistress." He stepped to leave. As he passed by Su Wantong, he paused, his voice low but firm, with a warning. "Let me give you some advice. Don't go provoking Cheng Zhua again. If you're not satisfied and run after him, daring to mention me, you're doomed." After saying that, Zhao Shichang walked away without looking back. Su Wantong sat stiffly in her chair, feeling cold all over. She didn't understand why things had turned out like this. Zhao Shichang, who used to listen to her, seemed like a different person after going to the Void Realm. And Cheng Zhua, whom she had personally pushed away, had now become someone she had to look up to. "Your partner, Ruanqinghe, is thinking of you." Harmony 5. "Your partner, Ruanqinghe, is worried about you." Harmony 10. "Your partner, Xiaomo, is worried about you." Harmony 10. "Your partner, Xiachan, is worried about you." Harmony 10. On the taxi heading to the city gate, Cheng Zhua looked at the system's Harmony Points notifications and couldn't help but feel strange. It seemed that going out hunting during the day was really necessary. Within this short time, the three of them have already added 135 points to his Harmony value, almost matching the 2 or 3 hours of his late-night effort. Over the past half-month, he kept testing repeatedly and finally understood the pattern of the Harmony value. The most useful method is naturally the intimacy at night. In the first round, Ruanqinghe, Xiaomo, and Xiachan each contributed about 30 points, but it would decrease in the second round. He figured out the physical traits of the three women, so that 2 rounds each night stay within a comfortable range. Adding more would harm the body, while less would slow progress. During the day, Xiaomo sometimes intentionally or unintentionally teases him, like wearing yoga pants to do difficult yoga poses in front of him, or just wearing his t-shirt and pretending to be busy in the kitchen. Of course, she would inevitably be scolded by Cheng Zhua. Xiachan also gets caught up in it. But the thoughts and harmony points contributed by Ruanqinghe, who goes to the academy, are not less than theirs, sometimes even more. Compared to that, the pattern of unlocking genes is more chaotic. One thing Cheng Zhua is sure of is that the chance of experiencing flying high in the clouds is the greatest, especially when the twin sisters sense each other deeply at the same time. So, if the goal is to unlock genes, too frequent attempts might not be good. Of course, it also depends on individual physical conditions. Xiaomo's unlocking rate is clearly faster than the other 2 women, already surpassing 4%. This value, for hunters who struggle on the brink of life and death, might have already triggered a second awakening. That's also why Cheng Zhua is eager to become familiar with the wilderness ecology. He now has the Undead Swap card, which allows him to seek out ecological zones slightly stronger than himself to push his limits. Glancing at the nearly 9% on his panel, a look of urgency flashed in Cheng Zhua's eyes. Based on this probability, a few risky ventures should be enough to break through that barrier. After the taxi passed through a gray isolation zone, the outline of the outer city gate appeared. It was a massive structure spanning hundreds of meters, made entirely of a shimmering, imitation alloy with a cold glow. The 50-meter-high city gate looked like a sleeping beast's back, covered in faint blue source power patterns. This was Chung Zhu's first time seeing it. Before he could feel any emotion, he suddenly sensed a slight disturbance of air above his head. A woman dressed in a black professional dress suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Chung Zhu. "Chung Zhu, why haven't you replied to my message?" A clear, emotionless, yet pleasant voice sounded. Chung Zhu focused and recognized the cold woman. She was the recruitment manager who claimed to be Mu Yanji from the Beast City last time. "I waited for you for many days. The teacher said I should wait for a reply before sending more messages." She then pointed to Chung Zhu's watch with her hand. "Hurry up and reply to me. Once you sign, I can go find Huangfu Bai." Chung Zhu looked a bit strange and paused before speaking. "Manager Mu, I don't plan to sign with Xingyun." Mu Yanji was surprised, seeming to not understand. "Why? Weren't you interested in the hunter contract before? This is it, still a sea level." "Well," Chung Zhu frowned and replied, "I want to explore the wilderness first before deciding." "I see." Mu Yanji suddenly became quiet, resting her chin on her hand. Her silver-rimmed glasses slid down her nose, but she didn't bother to adjust them. The lantern light at the city gate shone on her black hair, highlighting her cold, yet beautiful profile. Her unconscious pursed lips and occasional head tilt revealed a strange innocence. It was then that Chung Zhu noticed that this woman, Mu Yanji, seemed different from ordinary people. Wait, Mu Yanji? The Xingyun Guild? Could this woman be the famous, female god of killers, Mu? It was said she practiced a killing sword intent, which made her almost emotionless, a killing machine. Vice President Hu Yen-song also mentioned her, saying she was the only hunter likely to reach the 7th rank within a year. Chung Zhu immediately activated his investigation. The next second, cold sweat broke out. Mu Yanji's biological body strength was marked with a string of question marks. Is it really her? No. Such a freak. Why is she here as a recruitment manager? Is the Xingyun Guild so short of people? Teacher told me not to threaten, not to knock people out, and not to use swords. Mu Yanji muttered softly, with a hint of barely noticeable frustration. Don't worry, I'll think of what other managers use. Hearing this, Chung Zhu broke out in cold sweat. His summoned zombie hen was about to arrive. If this killer suddenly went berserk, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. All right. At that moment, Mu Yanji's dark eyes suddenly brightened. Do you need a companion for sleep? Mu Yanji's words shocked Chung Zhu so much that his chin almost dropped. Am I too bored with life? He hurriedly waved his hands, speaking quickly and cautiously. Don't joke around. I really just want to learn more about the wasteland to consider future plans. It's not about your methods or contracts. All right, Mu Yanji muttered regretfully. It's a pity. If you had agreed, I could have used my sword to give you a proper scare. Chung Zhu. So, you're planning to catch me off guard? Huh. Suddenly, Mu Yanji turned her head sharply toward outside the city, removing her silver-rimmed glasses. Excitement flickered in her dark eyes. Whoosh! Chung Zhu only saw a flash of residual movement. Mu Yanji's figure shot out like a cannonball, leaving only a faint swirl of air behind. When Chung Zhu followed the sound to find her again, she was already high in the sky under the moonlight, rushing out of the city. It wasn't flying ability, but rather a leap powered by her body's explosive strength. Chung Zhu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What level of physical strength does she have? Huff! The departure of this female warrior made Chung Zhu instinctively breathe a sigh of relief. She hadn't released any pressure, yet Chung Zhu still broke out in cold sweat from fear. It seems something has appeared that interests her even more. Chung Zhu muttered to himself, quickly stepping forward and rushing out of the city. The pressure Mu Yanji had given him made him crave strength more than ever. Nighttime city entry and exit controls were strict. Fortunately, Catherine had arranged everything in advance, so Chung Zhu faced no obstacles. There were quite a few pedestrians and vehicles outside the city, mostly hunters returning from the wilderness, dressed in various combat outfits. Farther from the city gates, you could see scattered lights and campfires. Short, crooked shacks were huddled together, mostly made from scrap metal and cracked wood, some without roofs, covered only with tarps. This is a shanty town, home to the elderly, the sick, the disabled, and the homeless. Most people keep their doors tightly shut. Only a few bent old people shuffle along, scavenging for scraps. Looking along the main road, beyond the shantytown boundary, lies a deep, empty wilderness. The night is thick like dark ink, wrapping the distant landscape. Even the moonlight cannot penetrate the deep blackness. Programmed to see faint shadows in the distance, I notice some moving quickly through the darkness. Some resemble hunched figures. Others have long tails, darting swiftly through the shadows. These are low-level strange creatures, difficult to defeat, and they appear only at night. It seems everything is going smoothly for you, Commander Chung. A teasing voice comes from beside me. I turn my head to look. On the edge of the main road, Catherine's sexy figure leans against an exaggeratedly large motorcycle. She's wearing a tight combat suit that shows off her slim waist and curves, especially her long, fair left leg and her shiny, metallic right leg, which highlight her half-human, half-machine body with a strong, attractive presence. What are you looking at? Do you like my sister? Catherine teases with a playful smirk. You're so beautiful and sexy. What's wrong with liking you? I reply casually, smiling. Hee, I knew you had good taste. Catherine laughs softly. She turns around, lifts her shiny silver right leg, and straddles the heavy motorcycle. Her slightly leaning back posture makes her rounded hips stand out. Come on, she pats the seat behind her. Let me take you for a high-speed ride. I climb onto the back seat, reaching for the handlebar. Catherine quickly grabs my hand and wraps her arm around my waist. Hold on tight. I go pretty fast, she says with a smile. She turns on the power, twisting the throttle, and the motorcycle roars to life with a loud hum. For faint blue flames shoot out from the pipes behind her, and the tires crush over gravel, kicking up dust as the bike suddenly speeds forward. I quickly lower my head to steady her tight waist. The scenery around us rushes past, those crooked shantytown shadows shrinking into blurry shapes in the night. It only takes a few minutes. The two of them arrived outside a tall base wall. The motorcycle roared to a stop in front of the gate, which was topped with a large wolf statue. A green identification beam scanned overhead. Then the heavy metal gate opened with a loud click, revealing a brightly lit base inside. Sang-Juan knew many guilds had bases outside the city, but he didn't expect a second-tier guild's base to be so grand. Looking around, the area seemed to cover several thousand square meters. On the left, inside a glass building, rows of energy target ranges were neatly arranged. The targets were projections of alien creatures with embedded low-level energy cores, and many people were shooting at them with rifles that flickered with red light. Next to the shooting range was a training area, more lively. Two strong men were fighting barehanded, one with a deep brown scale armor covering his arm, punching a long arm covered in white fur, making muffled sounds. A circle of people surrounded them. Occasionally, cheers and applause rang out. On the right side, there were several semi-transparent alien creature simulation pods. Inside, faint blue holographic light flickered, and it was clear that someone was inside, battling against a projection of a metal wolf pack. Catherine slowed her car and gradually arrived at the parking area. Next to her, a skinny, dark-haired young man wearing headphones was repairing a large armored vehicle with a mechanical arm. He was bobbing his head and humming off-key rock music. Hey, Sister K. Bringing a newcomer, the skinny young man noticed the visitors, quickly took off his headphones, and exaggeratedly looked at Chung Zhua in the back seat. Who is this? Sitting in Queen K's back seat. Just fix your car. Catherine lightly tapped his mechanical arm, showing a gentle smile. Don't go on the road tomorrow, or I might break your leg. Fix, fix, fix. Miss, stop staring at my legs all the time. The young man spread his hands and kept working on the car, shaking his head with a sigh. No rights for mechanical engineers. Stop acting pitiful. We're going to H0173 this time to get back the Tier 3 mechanical core. Catherine turned off the motorcycle and handed him the key, warning. Check my precious one too. The young man's ears only caught the words, Tier 3 mechanical core, and his eyes lit up immediately. Really, Sister K? You keep your promises? When did Sister K stop keeping her promises? Catherine raised an eyebrow. Last time, when you were lazy playing mahjong and delayed using the car, I almost broke your leg right then and there, she said. The skinny, dark-haired young man shrank his neck. I'll go fix the car first. Catherine twisted her waist and gently patted Chung Zhua's shoulder. Don't worry, sister is joking with him. Come with me. I'll take you to see your lovely friends. She then walked straight down a corridor in the parking area toward the back. The atmosphere of the Wolfpack Guild seemed pretty good. Catherine led him through, and most people had cheerful smiles, greeting her sincerely. They walked to a place that looked like a dormitory area and stopped in front of a metal door. They're inside. Catherine nodded and gestured, then leaned close to Chung Zhua's ear, lowering her voice to tease. Don't rush to get intimate. Just kiss her to comfort her. After that, come to the medical area to find me. Mayor Wang's people brought a few things for you. Brother Zhua, as the metal door just slid open a crack, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from inside. 3 figures rushed out quickly. Wan Qinghe led the way, her pale hands grabbing Chung Zhua. She looked him over from head to toe, making sure he wasn't hurt, then let out a long breath, her voice still trembling a little. Zhao, that bastard Zhao Shichong didn't trouble you, right? No. Don't worry, Chung Zhua replied. He reached out and took her cool hand, then turned to the side, opening his arms to hug the approaching Xia Chan, rubbing her head. Finally, he looked at Xia Mo, who was standing a few steps away, and gave her a meaningful look. Xia Mo understood and stepped forward gently. With her silver hair flowing, she leaned against Chung Zhua's chest and silently held him tightly around the waist. Sorry to make you all worry. Chung Zhua's voice softened as he comforted his 3 wives. It's nothing, he said. Wan Qinghe leaned on Chung Zhua's shoulder, her heart pounding still from anxiety. She had just heard Xia Chan mention that the hunter team Chung Zhua fought in the endless wilderness seemed to have the emblem of the Thunder Guild on their combat uniforms. At that time, the RV was completely sealed off by Chung Zhua, and they didn't know what was happening outside. But Xia Chan was very alert and seemed to hear some sounds of fighting. She guessed that the small team was probably wiped out by her brother Chung Zhua. Hearing Xia Chan's words, Wan Qinghe became even more worried. Thunder City was a powerful force that ordinary people couldn't challenge. She knew Chung Zhua was no longer the same as before, but she couldn't help feeling anxious. Husband, Wan Qinghe slowly raised her head, showing a determined look on her face. I'm not going to Caxiu Academy anymore. I want to go to the ecological zone, hunt strange beasts in the wasteland, and I've discussed it with my sisters. We want to become stronger, have a second awakening, and help you instead of being a burden. Since leaving the new house and watching Chung Zhui disappear alone from sight, Wan Qinghe secretly vowed in her heart that she would work hard to become stronger. If such things happen again, she would never let Chung Zhui face danger alone. She really hated feeling so powerless. Chung Zhui responded with a tone full of gentle concern. Aren't you afraid, since you were pulled into the wasteland as a child and it left a shadow on you? I'm afraid. Wan Qinghe nodded honestly, but clenched his hand tighter around his. But nothing is more frightening than losing you. Yeah, same here. Xia Chan nodded eagerly beside them. Xia Mo also raised her face, her silence filled with an unspoken determination. All right, Chung Zhui nodded slightly. I also had this idea. Since you all want to, let's work hard together. Oh, that's so cool. After a moment of tenderness, Chung Zhui remembered Catherine's instructions. He led the 3 girls to the medical area. When they arrived at the door, through the clean glass, they saw Catherine sitting on a medical chair. She was gently pressing her fingertips on the interface of her cybernetic right leg. The faint blue source power lines faded away. She held the metal edge of her prosthetic limb, gently pulled it, and removed the silver-white mechanical leg, revealing the red skin at the stump. Catherine also noticed them and waved to signal them to come in. Wan Qinghe was the first to push the door open. She approached Catherine and gently touched the stump of her right thigh, her brows slightly furrowed. Big Sister K, does it hurt? Just used to it now. Catherine smiled and skillfully changed into a biomechanical prosthetic limb. Its skin color almost seamlessly matched her real leg, making it hard to tell the difference at a glance. She casually removed her cybernetic eye from her face and put on a pair of thin-framed gold glasses. Her long, dark yellow hair draped over her shoulders, hiding the faint mechanical connection behind her ears. After removing all the mechanical devices, Catherine looked much softer and more gentle. She had a kind of friendly, sisterly feeling. Then, if I practiced to the 7th level, Wan Qinghe suddenly looked up with a serious expression in her eyes, and asked, "Is there a way to help my sister repair herself?" The book says that high-level priests can use healing magic to regenerate lost limbs. Catherine paused slightly, as if lost in memory, and murmured, "When I was injured, there was a girl in my team who was a dedicated healer. She asked me the same thing. Now, what level is she at?" Wan Qinghe's eyes brightened. "Can I ask her some questions? I've decided. I want to become a hunter." Catherine looked down in silence for 2 seconds, then looked up at Wan Qinghe's sincere gaze and smiled gently. "A 7th level priest. That should be possible. But our Star Iron City doesn't have any 7th level hunters yet. Your sister will have to work hard." Wan Qinghe was a thoughtful person. Seeing her reaction, she quickly understood. The girl Catherine mentioned, the dedicated healer, might be in serious trouble. Wan Qinghe nodded slightly. "Yes, I will work hard." "Good. I'll be waiting for that day." Catherine smiled and took her hand, then looked at Cheng Zhu. "Come with me." The 4 of them followed Catherine through a few corridors until they reached a somewhat spacious room. "Enter." Catherine pushed open the door, just about to invite them in, when her gaze swept over the sofa. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no," and hurriedly rushed inside, gathering a pile of messy clothes on the sofa and tossing them into the bedroom. "Haha, sit wherever you like." Catherine awkwardly smiled and secretly picked up a black t-shirt from the floor. Everyone pretended not to see and found their own places to sit. The room was simple. Besides a sofa, a coffee table, a rack for drinks, and a refrigerator that added a bit of a lived-in feel. Catherine walked to the bookshelf and took down an unopened brown package from the top shelf. It had the emblem of Redstone Town printed on it. This was sent by Mayor Wong from Redstone Town. "It just arrived," she said. Catherine handed the package to Cheng Zhu. He only brought one message. "Thank you for bringing honor to Redstone Town. Everything inside is a gift to you, and your tax collection task next month has been waived." Oh, Cheng Zhu was a bit surprised, not expecting such an unexpected reward. Cheng Zhu took the package and opened it right in front of Catherine without hiding anything. Inside was a small leather case about the size of a book. When he opened it with a click, a faint purple glow spread out. Lying quietly inside was a source power card. Beneath the card, there was an envelope. Wow, when did Uncle Wong become so generous? Catherine adjusted her glasses and looked at the card carefully. "A top new talent gets an epic level card," she said. Cheng Zhu also paused, feeling the slight tremor of source power flowing through the card's patterns. It was definitely an epic level. The title of Top New Talent sounded impressive, but with 4 new talents each year, it wasn't a very rare honor. It might bring some attention to Redstone Town, but for a small town that could be swallowed by the ecosystem at any time, it didn't matter much. He had thought he would get a few thousand city-state coins as a reward. But unexpectedly, this Mayor Wong, whom he had never met, directly sent an epic-level card. Focusing on the card's details, Cheng Zhu's eyes lit up instantly. Thundering Scepter, Weapon Card, Quality, Epic, Purple, Effect. Summon with the Scepter. Instantly recall the summoned creature to the source card. The summoned creature will also learn the Beast Pet skill, Thunder Punishment, which strength depends on the creature's own power, usage restriction, summoning type, description, crafted by an unknown weapon master. The staff's patterns resemble an ancient divine scepter, but, unfortunately, it lacks the capacity for source power, making it a poor imitation. Thunder Punishment. Cheng Zhu lightly tapped the lightning pattern on the card with his finger. He had a premonition. If the jar could cast Thunder Punishment, the effect might be quite astonishing. Carefully store the cards. Cheng Zhu's gaze returned to the envelope still lying in the box. The envelope looked special, with a dark red gemstone seal on the flap. Cheng Zhu pinched the edge of the envelope, feeling the heavy texture of the paper, something rare in today's era. He broke the wax seal and pulled out a dark card. When the words, Abyss, in gold embossing appeared, Cheng Zhu's finger paused instinctively. Huh? Catherine, startled, instinctively leaned closer to Cheng Zhu, almost pressing her face against the card, with a look of disbelief. Abyss Hunter card? Could it be for you? Quickly, check the back. Cheng Zhu turned the card over as instructed. In the dark lower right corner, a line of gold embossed small characters clearly read, Cheng Zhu. This type of Abyss Hunter card was issued by Tashin, and it couldn't be copied or stolen. Having this card meant officially entering the main fighting circle of a certain faction, an opportunity many hunters desperately wanted. Catherine, staring at the dark surface of the card, stroked her chin. It seems there are really no new people in the town now. You haven't even advanced yet, and you've already got an Abyss card. Is it really just because there are no newcomers? Chengzhuo repeatedly examined the mysterious patterns on the card, pondering. Abyss hunters are considered the ultimate goal for most hunters. Only those with enough strength or potential can hope to obtain this card from the major lighthouse factions. After all, an Abyss hunter represents the face of a faction. If the outside world's ruins are like team dungeons, then the Abyss is like an endless mode. A hunter's name, level, guild, and the lighthouse they belong to are all linked to kill points and are displayed in real time on the Abyss leaderboard. If someone weaker than you surpass you, it's quite embarrassing. It was clear that Mayor Wang still had high hopes for him. Don't be too nervous. Seeing Chengzhuo clutching the Abyss card without speaking, Catherine thought he was intimidated by the words, Abyss, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Our Redstone Town's Abyss hunters aren't as competitive as others. We've been at the bottom for many years. The townspeople are used to it. Besides, there's more than a month before the next Abyss opens, so there's no need to worry about it now. Us? Chengzhuo was surprised. Are you also from Hongsher Town? Of course, didn't I tell you? Catherine raised an brow. Oh right, I also have something for you. She turned her head and walked back to the bookshelf. She pulled down a canvas bag from the top shelf, and with a rustling sound, it spilled onto the table. It was a bright red color. Clearly, it was a pile of tower stones from Hongsher Town. Cough. Seeing Chengzhuo staring blankly at the tower stones, Catherine's ears turned slightly red. She scratched the back of her head and laughed awkwardly. That day I tricked you. Other towns really don't have many tower stones left, but Hongsher Town has so many that they're endless. Those 2,000. I spent them all. I'll pay you back tomorrow when I get the money from selling goods. Haha. No need to pay me back. Chengzhuo shook his head with a smile. You helped a lot today. You don't need to keep that in mind. It's still the same. What's owed is owed. Catherine shook her head. I never cheat my own people. Then she took out 3 pieces from the pile and handed them to Wan Qinghe and the other 2 women. If you're planning to sign a contract in Hongsher Town, just use these. When you go there, you'll pass through a medium risk zone. It's better to have some self-protection skills before heading over. Thank you, sister, the 3 women said gratefully. Don't worry about the Abyss stuff for now. Catherine looked at Chengzhuo again, her tone becoming more serious. Focus on preparing for tomorrow's mission into H0173. Honestly, I only wanted to bring you in because of the higher-ups' orders. I wasn't entirely comfortable leaving Manhwa and the others in your hands. But since Uncle Wang thinks highly of you, I feel more at ease. Are you familiar with Director Wang? Chengzhuo asked. Catherine nodded slightly. Yes, I grew up in the orphanage in the town. He's the town mayor and also the director of the orphanage. Chengzhuo and Catherine discussed the town's situation, then asked her about team coordination. As a trainer for a low-potential wolf pack team, her training method was simple: use combat to train. So far, Manhwa and the others had only been in practical training for a little over a week. Most of it was about mental resilience. Therefore, there was no clear division of teams or tactical training yet. They needed to overcome their fear of the wasteland first before they could become true hunting teams. Originally, Chengzhuo's role was mostly filled by some experienced members who had not yet advanced in the guild. Recently, many long-term dangerous ruins appeared near the valley, and many veterans were recruited as attendants. This is why they recruited a group of wilderness hunters from outside. Since this was the plan from above, it must be because H0173 is relatively safe. Although mutations can happen easily, the portal can be entered and exited freely. So Catherine told him not to worry. Whatever methods they used to fight in the endless wilderness could be used here as well. Night fell deeper. After returning to his room, Chengzhuo took a quick shower and stood in front of the projection TV for a long time. It was playing a scene repeatedly. Mu Yanji just killed a 5th-level dominant beast. She was wearing the same professional dress she had just worn when she saw Chengzhuo, with a cold expression. She held a seemingly ordinary long sword. With a gentle swing, there was no spectacular sword light, not even extra airflow. The dominant beast was nearly 100 meters long, and it was sliced in half from head to belly as if by a sharp knife, like butter. Tonight, the Nanling ruins suddenly had a 4-star portal breach. 3rd to 5th level beasts entered the low-risk zone. The dominant black-spined beast has been killed, and others are being hunted down. All low-risk zone units, please stay alert. If you find anything, report it to the high-level hunting team immediately. Do not fight blindly. She's so amazing. Ruan Qing's envious voice came, and then her cool, slender arms gently wrapped around Cheng Zhuo's waist and stomach. You'll be that amazing someday too. Cheng Zhuo pulled her in front of him and gently rubbed her face. Ruan Qing slightly pouted her red lips. Lies. I'm just a priest. Who says priests can't wield swords? Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Yeah, you're right. Ruan Qing's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she tilted her chin with her finger. My husband is a summoner who still uses a big gun, and he likes to fight 3 at once, huh? Cheng Zhuo was surprised and looked at the girl in his arms. All right. You're getting into trouble, huh? Come on, let's see how powerful your husband's big gun is. No, you have work tomorrow. With by MOMO here, it won't be delayed. A little cicada, help me. I won't help. Let sister help you push. Early the next morning. Black Cloud Forest. 6 heavy armored vehicles, each more than 10 meters long, rolled over the ground covered with dry branches and decaying leaves. The roar of their engines shattered the silence of the forest, sounding like 6 steel beasts charging deep into the woods. Cheng Zhuo leaned against the window, watching the morning scenery rush backward outside. Now he finally understood how the forest got its name. Thick black mist, as dense as ink, rose half a man's height on both sides of the road, blocking even the sunlight. Moving through it felt like traveling inside flowing dark clouds. After about half an hour, the convoy gradually slowed down and finally stopped steadily in front of an open area. Cheng Zhuo got out with the team. The cold air, mixed with the damp smell of rotting leaves, rushed toward him. In front of them was a clearing about the size of 2 football fields. Freshly cut logs were piled at the edges, and the uneven stumps still glistened with resin. It was clearly a newly built temporary base. The thick fog here had already been dispersed. All around, many different teams had gathered, some from major guilds, others from smaller ones Cheng Zhuo didn't recognize. There were also a few scattered groups, likely independent hunters. In the center of the clearing stood a boundary gate more than 10 meters tall. It blended almost perfectly with the surroundings, and if not for the faint ripples on its surface, it would have been nearly invisible. Be Brother Cheng, don't be nervous, Wei Qingfeng said, gripping his staff so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. His shoulders trembled slightly, but he forced himself to move closer and whispered, "We'll just fight the beasts near the gate. If anything goes wrong, we'll retreat right away. It'll be fine. Look down at your shaking legs first," Pang Wei said, leaning against the car door with his arms crossed. He gave Wei Qingfeng an annoyed look. "You're trembling like a leaf, and you're telling others not to be nervous? Maybe you should take Kay's advice and work in the kitchen instead." Everyone around burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere quickly eased. Cheng Zhuo and Nuan moved a little closer to him. "Are you nervous?" She wore a dark green combat uniform today, the fabric fitting snugly without being tight, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Her waist was sharply defined, making her tall 170 centimeters height mostly appear as long, even legs. Cheng Zhuo looked back and raised an eyebrow, saying, "How could that be? I am the strongest newcomer. Only exotic beasts see me as nervous," and Nuan smiled softly, using her long bow to tap his shoulder, teasing, "Wow, you're quite confident." With this movement, she immediately drew the attention of many boys in the team. And Nuan was already a girl with outstanding looks and figure. Standing next to Cheng Zhuo, she looked even more eye-catching. Recently, Cheng Zhuo's physical strength had greatly improved. His already handsome face now looked sharper, and at nearly 190 centimeters tall, he was tall and straight. Standing within Nuan, who held a long bow, they looked strangely matching. Even the models in the Hunter promotional videos played on the square screens couldn't compare to how good they looked together. As a result, many people looking at Cheng Zhuo's eyes carried a hint of envy or even hostility that they couldn't hide. "TSK, it seems I've become a thorn in many people's sides," Cheng Zhuo chuckled playfully. And Nuan instinctively looked around, her cheeks suddenly flushing with a light red, and her voice was a bit nervous. "No, I didn't pay attention to them. Qingzhou didn't notice her unusual reaction. His gaze fixed on the transparent boundary gate of H0173, and his tone grew serious. These multidimensional gates, after completing the awakening mission, can either be exited or used to upgrade to a higher-level realm, right? Yes, and Nua nodded slightly, then looked surprised. Are you thinking of, after this, you bring them out first? I want to go explore the one-star realm. Chengzhua's eyes flashed with a strange excitement, and Nua immediately looked worried. The one-star realm here is very different from the novice realm, which is often distorted and incomplete. Inside, there are many first-level enhanced beings and dominant entities, and even second-level bosses are possible. Plus, the guild. She wanted to say that the guild wouldn't allow it, but suddenly remembered that Chengzhua wasn't a guild member. Don't worry, Chengzhua looked at her tense face and slowed his tone. If I encounter danger, I will retreat. He tilted his chin and gestured toward the gate. Let's go. It's time to enter. This team, led by Chengzhua, included not only Anhwa, Wei Qingfeng, and Peng Wei, but also a young man and woman named Li Deshuan and Feng Han. They looked a bit older, about 24 or 5, and seemed to be a couple. Years ago, they hadn't yet succeeded in awakening their powers and were part of the previous group of awakeners. They were somewhat wary of Chengzhua's arrival. The guild wanted to recruit this strongest new member, which was obvious, and giving a position meant for experienced hunters to a newcomer was a gamble with their lives. However, they had no say in team arrangements. So, they decided quietly. They would just wander near the gate and not go too deep. Let's form a team first, Anhwa said. We'll be there soon. She was the first to release a faint blue source energy, like spider silk slowly reaching out from her fingertips. Chengzhua followed, raising his hand, and a pale gray source energy flowed out. This was a kind of core coupling that allowed all 6 members to be linked, preventing chaos during teleportation into the Void Realm. The moment they passed through the gate, a bone-chilling cold seeped into their clothes. It was several times colder than the morning breeze in the Black Cloud Forest, mixed with a sharp frost and a foul smell, making everyone cough involuntarily. Chengzhua paused and looked around. They were in an empty ice cave with intersecting layers of rock and ice. Icicles hung from the towering walls, some 3 or 4 meters long, glowing with a bluish-white cold light. At the tips of the icicles, webs covered with ice particles swayed in the wind, with large spiders hanging from them, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Another ice cave, and that long-haired spider is tough to deal with, Wei Qingfeng sighed. Just as he finished speaking, the gate behind them rippled, and a rough voice, like grinding stones, echoed. Little rookies, step aside. If you can't handle it, better run back to the guild and drink milk. Don't end up losing your lives here. Anhwa recognized the voice and frowned slightly. She quietly moved closer to Chengzhua and whispered, It's the team from the Burning Ruins Guild. The leader is called Lei Hu, and his team consists of hunters who are about to reach the next level. We met them once before. They have a very bad temper and never leave any prey behind. Last time, they cleared all the monsters outside, even taking what we injured. Today, I think our harvest will be much smaller. Watching the 6 people walk toward another cave, Chengzhua casually replied, It's not a big problem. He just glanced at their information. The strongest among them is only D-level potential, with less than 30 in body strength, not as strong as the giant corpse he killed in the distant wasteland. They can bully Anhwa and the others only because they are low-level veterans. The wasteland's clues are simple. You have entered the survival wasteland frost cave. Wasteland exploration progress, 75.1%. Keyword, survival. Promotion task, kill the frost stone ape. Just find that frost stone ape. Relying on Anhwa and the others to guide the way definitely won't work. They haven't left the area near the gate much. Chengzhua took out the thunder staff he just got. With a slight movement of his source power, he summoned the jar from his source card. Meow, the chubby little cat appeared lazily, stretching in a crouching position, its round body looking adorable. Anhwa couldn't hold back and quickly picked it up. He rubbed its belly a few times. Hey, little jar. Long time no see. The rubbed jar squinted its amber eyes at Chengzhua, full of question marks in its tiny head. Is this also your wife? If not, I'll scratch her. Lately, it's been feeling down. Every time it comes out, it gets hugged and petted, and its belly is rubbed. Rubbing its belly is one thing, but they even said its belly is almost touching the ground. Doesn't it understand? This is just a roundabout way of saying it's fat. Chengzhua stifled a laugh, gave the jar a don't cause trouble look, then turned his gaze toward the distant mountain cave wall. Sha-sha, sha-sha. A messy scraping sound came from the cracks at the top of the cave and the rock wall, with broken ice falling down. They're coming. Manhwa quickly stood up, his voice a little more serious. She tiptoed lightly onto a raised stone platform, holding her alloy bow at her side. A faint blue energy flowed along the bowstring, quickly forming a glowing arrow. Peng Wei, Li Dixuan, keep your formation, okay. Peng Wei grinned fiercely, showing his sharp teeth. Li Dixuan also took a step forward, causing his heavy shield to thud onto the ground. Manhwa's gaze shifted to Wei Qingfeng, and her tone became more cautious. Wei Qingfeng, your fireball is the nemesis of those eye bugs. Don't be afraid, and don't overuse your power. Watch your energy. Got it. Got it. Wei Qingfeng took a deep breath, calming his nerves. His palms quickly ignited 2 orange flames. Finally, Manhwa waved her hand at Feng Han behind her. Sister Feng, watch the monsters they're entangling. Their abdomen is weak. Strike once and retreat. Don't get into a fight. Feng Han nodded slightly and drew a dagger that shimmered with blue light. Her figure flickered. She almost became invisible. Only a faint air current trail remained, silently moving toward the shadowy part of the rock wall. Chengzhua, you can do your own thing, Manhwa said softly, reminding her. Be careful not to get hit by their self-destructing eye bugs. They are corrosive. Chengzhua nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the rock wall. She saw a group of half-human height spiders crawling along the stone surface, covered in tiny ice patterns. Their abdomens were densely packed with pupils, staring intently at everyone. Meow? Guangguan looked at everyone ready for battle, tilting her round head in confusion, and looked at Chengzhua. Are they nervous because of these big bugs? Should the kitty go in? Chengzhua focused on a large spider climbing down the wall. Thousand-eyed spider frost, level. Tier 0 derived creature, biological strength. 18.5. Talent AI pupil digging. Can dig out her own eye bugs and launch explosive attacks with her eyeballs. Description: a strange spider that grows in extremely cold places. It likes to eat human eyes. Be careful of the eyeballs it throws out. They burst with strong corrosive power. The spider looked quite intimidating, about half a person tall, but it didn't seem very strong. Shuocheng quickly lost interest. Can, let's finish this quickly, with a command. Can's amber eyes instantly narrowed into vertical pupils, and its round body tensed suddenly. It shot forward with a whoosh, like a plush bomb full of energy. Its paw pads kicked out tiny cracks on the ice rock, and it swiftly rushed to the frontmost thousand-eyed spider. Shuocheng was not idle either. He flicked his fingertips, took out a silver night gravity card. Source energy flowed from his fingertips into the card, and he gently threw it forward. A dazzling light of pale blue shimmered. The metal parts clicked and fit together in the glow, as if alive, rapidly assembling. The head, shoulder armor, torso, and legs formed one after another. In just 3 seconds, a dark silver mech over 3 meters tall landed heavily, its thick foot crushing the ice surface, causing the surrounding ice to crack and scatter. Shuocheng leapt up, spun into the cockpit. He swung his mechanical arm, and the epic-length spear, Lone Star, materialized instantly. The spear tip shimmered like cold frost, and the dark patterns on the shaft slowly lit up as source energy was injected, resembling a dormant purple-scaled dragon. Shuocheng controlled the mech, suddenly stomping his left leg. Crack! The ice rock instantly cracked like a spider web, and the silver knight shot out like an arrow, sweeping the spear across with a sharp breaking sound. Wow, this gravity device is still in Brother Cheng's hands. So cool, Wei Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. His flames had gone out. The others also turned their attention back, all captivated by the cool gravity device. Shuocheng did not use the heavy weapons on the gravity device. For fighting this level of alien beast, using source energy weapons might not be enough. He held the spear horizontally, attacking boldly. Shoo! A giant spider on the stone wall was instantly split in half like paper. Kim was even faster, jumping and darting around, with occasional flashes of pale blue arcs on its claws. That was the Thunder Punishment, enhancement skill from the Thunder Staff. Any thousand-eyed spider touched by its claws would be instantly electrocuted, paralyzed, and twitching on the ground. Soon, it would be motionless. Its hunting speed was so fast that even Zhuocheng couldn't help but glance a few more times. He deliberately checked Can's panel. Apart from the new Thunder penalty boost, other data haven't changed much. The growth progress is still surprisingly slow. Previously, Cheng Zhuo looked through summoned beast training materials and learned that when a summoner advances, their summon also advances at the same time. But during the growth phase, evolution depends on feeding beast food and source cores. Last time in the Endless Wasteland, he defeated nearly half of the mutant beasts, feeding half of the source cores into the jars, but their growth only increased by 0.1%. At this rate, it's uncertain when it will reach the juvenile stage. However, Cheng Zhuo noticed that every bit of growth in the jars was very noticeable. That 0.1% increase brought a significant improvement, about 50 points in the biological strength of the jars, which now reach level 115.6. To know, first-level mutant beasts usually have biological strength between levels 50 and 150, so the jars have already surpassed most beings at this level. If they add the dragon form state, in terms of body strength alone, they are already unbeatable among first-level creatures. There are also some changes Cheng Zhuo cannot understand. For example, its source core. The system still shows it as a first-level evolution, but he can faintly feel that its source core is much stronger than ordinary first-level pets, as if it has some special storage ability. It's probably due to system enhancements and the influence of the mythic-level breathing meditation card, slowly fermenting inside it. As the person and the cat rush out together, their overwhelming slaughter leaves Manhwa and others stunned. Is a first-level pet really that strong? Where do the rumors of low-level summoners being weak come from? Handle the source core. I and Guan will go find the boss. Only when Cheng Zhuo's mechanical voice sounded did they realize that the thousand-eyed spider inside the stone cave had already been almost completely defeated. On the other side, not far from here, in an open stone cave, Lehu blasted the last wave of bugs shot by the thousand-eyed spider lord with a shockwave, a fierce smile on his face. Little brat, aren't you pretty good at shooting? Keep shooting. After saying that, he grabbed an iron hammer. Furious, he leapt into the air. The lord in front of him was over 2 meters tall, covered in armor-like shell on its spider legs, one of their targets on this trip. Bang! His iron hammer hadn't yet struck the thousand-eyed spider lord. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past. In the next second, the thousand-eyed spider boss was sent flying like a broken kite, sticking to the cave wall with a loud slap. Its legs twitched twice before going still. Only a pool of dark green liquid flowed down the rock wall. Damn, what just zipped past? Thunder Tiger froze in place, still stunned by the quick defeat of the thousand-eyed spider lord. Suddenly, a deep hum came from behind him. He instinctively turned around. His gaze met a pair of cold, glowing red eyes. They looked like optical sensors from a mech suit, but Thunder Tiger somehow sensed a strong warning from them. Brother Tiger. A man with a lizard tail stepped closer, speaking with a stumble. How come there's a mech here? Thunder Tiger raised his eyebrows and cursed. Why the hell are you asking me? Who should I ask? Recently, that new team in the distant ruins used a custom-made mech called Divine Scout Hunt Team to win first place, said a woman from the team. The team leader, Cheng Zhuo, is rich and handsome. Many of my friends are his fans. I heard the team leader's name is Huang Fubai. I don't know about that. The woman replied, I'm not interested in these young hotshots. They can't compare to our brother Tiger. Feeling pleased, Thunder Tiger nodded slightly. His gaze drifted to a short distance away. There, a crimson mech was advancing with crushing force, accompanied by a chubby, furry creature that looked like a panda or a tiger, moving incredibly fast. The thousand-eyed spiders along the way had no chance to react and were instantly killed. He swallowed nervously. The lizard-tailed man looked at the thousand-eyed spider lord stuck to the wall, a greedy glint in his eyes, and asked Thunder Tiger, Brother Tiger, what should we do? Should we try to pry off that icy shell? Go ahead if you want to die. Thunder Tiger was annoyed and turned to leave. He had wasted a chance, and the ruins of the day wouldn't come again. The lizard-tailed man was stunned. Brother who? Where are we going? Changing pictures, idiot. Are we just here to watch their show? 2 hours later. Outside the gate of H0173. Not far above, The deep roar of engines approached from afar. A silver and white-powered flying craft slowly landed. The hatch hissed open, and several hunters with different styles, all bearing phoenix emblems on their chests, stepped out one after another. The woman leading the group was especially eye-catching. She wore a tight, fiery red combat suit with bold cuts, highlighting her hot figure perfectly. Her long, fair legs were covered in matching tactical boots, each step flowing with a gentle rhythm that immediately drew everyone's attention. It's Rosa, a genius girl from the Sacred Beast Guild, daughter of the city lord, Lord Rod. She only awakened twice this year, and in just over half a year, she reached the peak of the 3rd stage. Her S-level potential is incredible. Oh my, she's even more beautiful in person than in videos. Her figure is amazing. Soft whispers of admiration spread among the crowd. Rosa's name was known throughout Star Iron City, mainly because of her prominent family background, her legendary journey from F-level to S-level awakening, and her Phoenix Squad, which often achieved great victories in advanced battles. Catherine was also drawn to the commotion. Her gaze instinctively fell on Rosa's white, powerful-looking long legs, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a deadly beauty. She instinctively looked down at her own cybernetic limb, which shimmered coldly, a fleeting trace of loneliness flashing in her eyes. But unfortunately, she wasn't any less impressive herself. "Big Sister K, you're so early today," Rosa called out from afar, twisting her sexy waist and smiling brightly as she slowly approached Catherine. "Little troublemaker," Catherine muttered silently but greeted her with a full smile, wrapping her arm around Rosa's. "Rosa, why are you so late today? I've been missing you a little." Rosa's lips curled into a faint smile, and she nudged Catherine. "Since you like your sister so much, why not come join our Sacred Beast Guild? There's no need for that. I'm quite comfortable with the wolf pack." Catherine's tone shifted. "Actually, my sister, why don't you come to our guild? Our guild doesn't have as many complicated rules as the 4 major guilds." Rosa raised an eyebrow. "Aren't your rules quite strict? Sending a 3rd-tier A-level heavy shield master like you to lead low-level teams, isn't that a waste of your time?" "I'm volunteering," Catherine shrugged casually. "I was also planning to wait for the afternoon's 3-star world gate." "Didn't Rosa bring a team too?" "But mine is a team with high potential." Rosa projected a set of data in front of Catherine, showing a proud, childlike smile. "Look, sister, these students just reached 80% exploration progress in the emerging wasteland yesterday. Even better than some veteran hunters. Pretty good, right? If you come, I'll give them to you. Then you'll have a bunch of high-potential hunters, and your reputation will soar." New team just cleared a level. At that moment, a monitor from the Hunt Wasteland Army exclaimed in surprise. "See, they cleared it, right?" Rosa smiled brightly and turned to ask the monitor. "Is it our Sacred Beast team? The Wolf Pack?" "See, it's the Wolf Pack." Rosa paused, stunned, then looked sharply at the monitor. "What team?" "Miss Rosa, it's Wolf Pack's Grey Wolf Team 7, the monitor replied. Hearing this, Catherine also froze for a moment. She quickly moved behind the monitor. On the large screen, various data about the monitored wasteland was displayed. Among them, the wasteland called Frost Cave showed a completed exploration progress. Team names and completion percentages. Wolf Pack Guild, Grey Wolf Team 7, 99.7%. Gene Wasteland Guild, Roar of the Tiger, 0.3%. It's that Chengzhua. No wonder. Rosa, who had also come over, looked at the list and showed a sudden realization. But then she suddenly narrowed her eyes and said angrily, "Why is he with you? Damn it, isn't my chest bigger than Sister K's? Why hasn't he replied to me?" "Catherine, do you even hear what you're saying? Is there any relation between those things?" Frost Cave. At the end of a dense series of tunnels, a strange beast covered in white fur lies. It is over 5 meters long, with a chest full of muscles that look like icy stone slabs, each one radiating a strong, wild power. Level 1 Newborn Body Lord, body strength 123.8. Higher than the blind corpses in the endless wasteland. Chengzhua gazes at the corpse of the frost stone ape, a satisfied look in his eyes. This kind of pure strength beast is perfect for his current method of summoning corpses. Not only can he perfectly recreate its strength from when it was alive, but because the corpse puppet doesn't know fear or pain, its fighting ability can be improved even further. With a slight movement of his finger, Cheng Zhuo puts the ape's corpse into the system space. Earlier, when he used a zombie hen as a quick fix, he had this idea. He can prepare some beast corpses in the system space for emergencies. These corpses within his mental summon range can be stored in larger numbers. Time in the system space is frozen, so there's no need to worry about corpses rotting. But now, it's time to increase the difficulty. Cheng Zhuo looks up at the message that appeared after defeating the boss. Would you like to enter a 1-star wasteland, the Forest of Death? Continue. Actually, those frost beasts posed a significant threat to Cheng Zhuo himself. He had just tried fighting without using enhancement cards. Maybe because he had the jar and various backup measures, Cheng Zhuo was clumsy but didn't get into a tense state. A second awakening requires a long period of extreme conditions, preferably with a near-death experience to trigger it. Cheng Zhuo clicks his tongue lightly and stops wasting time. Let's go? With a flick of his finger in the air, a ripple appears in space, and a 1-meter-tall teleportation gate suddenly materializes. Inside, gray mist swirls, and strange sounds can be faintly heard. Cheng Zhuo controls his mech and steps through. Roar! As soon as he crosses the gate, a blinding white light instantly floods his vision, and a strange, furious roar suddenly explodes in his ears. He instinctively tries to control gravity to block with his gun, but a dead silence and sluggishness follow. What's going on? His mech completely loses response. As the white light in front of him dissipates, Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized that a giant corpse with a green face and sharp teeth was rushing toward him. It was a 2.5-meter-tall giant corpse, all shriveled and blackened. Its torn work clothes revealed bony joints, and an orange helmet was strapped on its head. Its eye sockets were empty, only swirling with ghostly green flames. Wow, what a coincidence! Another blind zombie. Yunjing Villa. In a spacious room. The room was filled with the cold glow of a screen and various control panels. Security guard Lao Gao stood at the door, holding a silver tray, watching the figure almost embedded in the screen behind the control panels. His tone carried a bit of worry and sadness. Young master, you haven't eaten yet today. Inside the control room, Huang Fu Bai seemed not to hear. His fingertips flicked across the projection like weaving threads. His eyes, bloodshot under the glow, looked very fierce. He stared tightly at the jumping data on the screen, whispering obsessively. If even a small blind zombie's force field can't be handled, what's the point of this so-called technology to destroy the ruins? After a moment, he looked as if all his strength had been drained. He suddenly collapsed onto the cold metal floor. Suddenly, he started trembling and whimpering. At first, just slight shoulder movements and soft sobs. But in no time, he completely lost control, lying on the ground with limbs spread out. He ruffled his golden hair into a messy nest and cried loudly. Wah, wah, wah. We got first place, but didn't even make it into the top 1,000. More than half of my teammates are dead or injured. I was saved by a level F guy. I'm locked inside this broken fortress and can't get out. It's so embarrassing. Lao Gao rubbed his pounding temples, thinking, another personality is emerging. Luckily, this little Bai still knows to eat. He crouched down beside Huang Fu Bai with the tray, speaking softly. Young master, the team did get first place, and that's your goal. Without your gravity body, Cheng Zhuo couldn't have taken the strongest newcomer title. From another perspective, you are the strongest newcomer. Really? Huang Fu Bai popped a snot bubble, wiped it on Lao Gao's tie, and looked up with tearful eyes. Then it settled. You are the strongest newcomer. Old Gao nodded heavily, lifted the lid of the food tray, revealing a carefully arranged sandwich. Eat something first, a black fish roe and gold leaf sandwich, your favorite. Okay. Just as Huang Fu Bai was about to take the sandwich, he suddenly looked at Old Gao with a pout. But Liamo knew the whole time I messed up. We worked on it for days before we finally got it out. Boo-hoo. Smack. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard across the face. The look of grievance on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a fierce gaze. His tone turned cold. If you ask me, we should just kill both of them and be done with it. That can't be done. His face showing anger, he whined. Cheng Zhuo saved my life. His expression turned cold again, and he scolded. What do you suggest we do? Stop arguing. Suddenly, Huang Fu Bai's emotions seemed to hit a reset button. He gently twisted a bracelet on his wrist, tidied his messy hair, and his demeanor instantly regained its noble air. His tone carried a hint of certainty. "Shall Bai, take the Emperor Killer back." After saying that, he stood up, adjusted his collar, and looked again at the complex design plans on the screen. Old Gao stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Young master, have some food and rest? You're not in good shape. If they cause trouble outside, I won't be able to stop them." Huang Fubai paused, withdrew his gaze, picked up a glass of red wine from the tray, and took a sip. "What's the situation outside?" "The heat from the extra-dimensional ruins has mostly subsided. Several major forces with bases in Redstone Town have sent you contracts. They also found your residence, and the gifts are almost filling the hallway," Old Gao replied. "Ignore it." Huang Fubai's lips curled slightly, and he finished the wine in his glass. Then he asked, "And those two guys? Those guilds also sent them contracts." Li Mo signed with Thunder, but Chengzhua hasn't signed yet. He reached a short-term cooperation with a small guild called Wolf Pack. Looks like he's waiting to see what happens. Xiaobai is right. "I really owe Chengzhua a life," Huang Fubai suddenly said. "Your gravity body hasn't been recovered yet, so it should be enough to repay." "Not enough?" Prince Bai directly interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "Those are just external things. How could they compare to my life?" "That's true," Old Gao nodded. "So, what do you mean? Since he saved my life, I will find a chance to save his." "Huh?" Old Gao was surprised. "Get ready." Prince Bai turned to leave, his golden hair swaying with his steps. His lazy voice drifted over. "Check Chengzhua's location, bring the anchoring device and the mimic bait. I'll set a trap for him, then save him again. Payback is a must." "This idea is brilliant, Old Gao." Is that how you use the phrase, payback? It seems the most normal thing is often the most absurd. "Oh, and don't forget to gather some tool teammates. I am a person who follows rules," Prince Bai added. Old Gao hurried to follow. Considering his tone, "Shouldn't you let the Killer Emperor advance first? What if you encounter a type like the Blind Corpse again? Have you also been brainwashed by Little White?" Prince Bai shot him a sidelong glance. "Chengzhua hasn't advanced, so how can I anchor him if I advance first? Don't worry, I won't be that unlucky. I probably won't see a blind corpse even once in 100 worlds. It's too coincidental to keep running into them." At the edge of the Forest of Death, near the gate of the realm, roar, a blind corpse staggered out of the fog, but it was still fast. Seeing it rush forward with claws bared, Chengzhua moved his source power slightly, instantly retracting the paralyzed Silver Knight. As its blackish nails brushed past his nose, Chengzhua could clearly smell a rotten, fishy stench. He didn't summon the jar. Using the side force, he twisted his waist, then clenched his right hand in the air. A faint purple source power suddenly condensed, and the Lone Star appeared. Then he swung it. Clang! The blind corpse instinctively raised its arm to block. When the gun barrel collided with the withered, thin arm, Chengzhua felt a tingling in his arm, like hitting an iron pole. He was shaken back half a step, and the rotten leaves and mud at his feet were scraped into 2 deep grooves. The strength of the blind corpse's body is level 87.3, slightly higher than his. This strike caused a faint pain in his wrist from the recoil. At that moment, the power of the epic spear truly revealed itself. A faint purple glow spread from the point of impact. Though it extended only an inch, it carved a visible mark across the blind corpse's dark claws. Thick, blackish fluid seeped from the wound, dripping onto the fallen leaves with a faint sizzling sound. The ghostly green fire inside the creature's skull flickered sharply, as if it had felt pain. Roar! It lunged forward again. Its movements were still clumsy, but faster than before. The dark claws slashed toward Chengzhua's vital points, each strike cutting through the air and forcing him to retreat step by step. Yet his gaze remained calm and focused, locked on the creature's chest. That was where its core lay, its true weakness. When he had retreated about 10 steps, Chengzhua suddenly changed tactics. Instead of dodging, he leapt back a few meters, pushed off the ground, and charged forward with full force. The spear spun in his hands, leaving a faint afterimage as its tip aimed straight for the creature's skull. The blind corpse instinctively raised its claws to protect its head, but Chengzhua twisted his wrist, pressing down with his left hand. The purple glow along the spear flared, extending half a foot longer, and he thrust straight toward the creature's chest. Before it could react, the glowing spear tip pierced the gap in its chest, right where the core was hidden. With a sharp sound, the purple light burst forth. The blind corpse froze mid-motion, its claws hanging in the air. The green fire in its eyes flickered violently a few times, then quickly faded away. A single feint, enough to end the fight. Low-level corpses really don't think much, he muttered. If it had been a normal person with slightly higher physical strength, it wouldn't have been defeated so easily. A first-tier variant isn't much trouble anymore, even without using enhancements. Satisfied with his performance, Chengzhuo scanned his surroundings. He began to study the strange realm around him. The forest was dense and misty, filled with the smell of decaying leaves and damp earth. The air clung to his skin with a sticky feeling. It was called the Forest of Death. Just the name suggested it was home to many undead creatures. Strangely enough, this was the second time he had encountered such beings. He had entered 3 realms in total, and 2 of them had contained creatures like this. Corpse summoning. Begin. A deep spell echoed through the forest, carrying the cold aura unique to the undead. The blind zombie, whose green fire in its eyes had just gone out, suddenly ignited a faint blue flame and slowly rose again. The corpse puppet waited at the gate of the realm. Chengzhuo followed a relatively clear forest path deeper into the woods. As he went further in, the fog grew thicker. He encountered many strange, undead creatures along the way. He used the same method to kill and then revive them. He kept about 10 behind him to guard, while the rest of the corpses were stored in his space for later use. There was a giant corpse about 4 or 5 meters tall, holding a rusty iron hammer. There was a skeleton archer wielding a bow, shooting green flames. There was also a thin, weak-looking corpse holding a green oil lamp. Chengzhuo had seen this type in the Endless Wasteland. It could produce a blind core. But most of them were still blind zombies. With these creatures around, it was clear that using energy-powered weapons in this ruined world was impossible. Fortunately, Huangfu Bai hadn't come here. Otherwise, Chengzhuo would have to hide inside his metal shell again. He secretly thought. He still didn't know what exactly was going on with Huangfu Bai. The billions of silver knights with gravity bodies were still in his system space, but the other person hadn't asked about them. Still, this generous attitude suited his character. Since they didn't ask, Chengzhuo had no intention of returning them. The gravity bodies were very useful. Although they consumed a lot of energy cores, he could afford it now. If he didn't know where Huangfu Bai was, he even wanted to ask him to upgrade the gravity bodies. After all, they were still in a weakened state, and he felt his firepower was running out. Time quietly passed during the hunt. Along the way, Chengzhuo didn't deliberately seek the limit. He wouldn't personally fight strange beasts that his corpse puppets could handle, only observing their fighting styles. Occasionally, he sent a few puppets back to the entrance, just in case. He was close to death, but not truly dead. After about 2 hours, there were nearly 1,000 different corpses in his system space. If the fog in the forest hadn't limited his vision, the number would be even higher. Just when he wondered why he hadn't encountered the Lord yet, a strange, eerie sound suddenly came from the dark forest on the right. With the hoarse sound unique to spirits, like rusty metal scraping, Chengzhuo's heart tightened as he quietly moved closer. He passed through a dense bush, and suddenly his view opened up. There was a withered, thin zombie-like creature, about the height of a normal person, completely black, holding a bone knife with green flames, leaning against a decayed tree root. Huh! The moment Chengzhuo appeared, the bone knife zombie immediately looked up. Its eyes were blood red, wild and crazy, and it roared as it charged straight at Chengzhuo. So fast, Chengzhuo was greatly surprised, almost only seeing a fleeting shadow. If not for a giant hammer in front of him blocking the attack, he might have activated his dragon form immediately. Why did such a fierce creature suddenly appear? Chengzhuo wondered, focusing his gaze. Zombie Assassin Spirit, level, Tier 1 derivative, biological body strength. 88.5, 176.0, talent, mist concealment. Can hide in thick fog to deliver a deadly strike. Description: when it appears, stay away from the fog. This creature is in an overexerted, berserk state. In a split second, Chengzhuo noticed a scar on its forehead, with dried black blood at the edges, like that day when Demeng's skull was lifted. Chengzhuo carefully examined it. Sure enough, the zombie's bloodshot, frantic eyes and violent aura of its movements were exactly like Demeng's out-of-control state at that time. No way. Cheng Zhuo felt it was a bit unbelievable. Could it be that the guy called Luo Qiang didn't really die? Damn it, resurrecting such a godly tool is so common now? Or are they just hunters with similar abilities? Cheng Zhuo still couldn't quite believe it. Staring at the zombie assassin, who was easily slaughtering his puppet, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he activated his core technique. A layer of dragon scales suddenly appeared on his chest, spreading rapidly like a tide. Outside the H0173 World Gate. Buzz, buzz. Several low-altitude flying crafts arrived one after another, making the originally empty temporary base feel crowded. The first to land was the standard aircraft from the Hunter's Bureau. The moment the hatch opened, a military officer dressed in a black uniform, accompanied by several fully armed Hunter Corps soldiers, strode out quickly. His face was stern and square, like a piece of iron, and his eyes scanned the gathered crowd. He spoke in a deep voice. Spirit Monitor has detected abnormal internal energy fluctuations in H0173. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Then, the flying ships from the 4 major guilds landed one after another. A few senior officials stepped out. Ren Tianqing heard the warning and, with a serious expression, approached the officer. Lieutenant Colonel Liang Yi, could the abnormality in the gate of the constant state be caused by someone from the Shadow Society? Yes, Liang Yi replied heavily, glancing at the leaders of the 4 guilds. His tone carried some suspicion. You guys are well informed and came here specifically to help. OSI pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and explained proactively. No, we are here for Bai Huangfu. He just entered H0173. Liang Ye's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his tone became more serious. The S-rank newcomer that the deputy director values so much. Exactly, they all replied. Oh no, suddenly, at the edge of the base, a huge figure burst out from the treetops. As its 4 hooves hit the ground, the earth shook, and leaves flew everywhere. It was a giant blue wolf, about 2 meters tall, with smooth, silk-like fur. At this moment, it was panting heavily, and with a few thuds, it landed near the gate of the constant state. Riding on the wolf was an old man with dark skin and white hair at his temples. He looked over the 4 guild leaders and the Hunter Corps members, snorted softly, and paid no attention. He headed straight toward Catherine. Hey, boss, why are you here? Catherine hurried to greet him. Don't be so informal. Call me Grandpa, the old man said irritably, giving her a sidelong glance, then got straight to the point. How many people are still inside? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Catherine didn't joke anymore and replied immediately. This morning, 10 new teams entered. Only Team 7 has come out so far. The others are still inside. The old man sighed in relief. That Cheng Zhuo is in Team 7, right? It's good he's out. Old Wang kept reminding me to make sure Cheng Zhuo and Bai Huangfu are safely delivered to him. He hasn't come out. Huh? Did he switch teams? No. He advanced in rank and went to the Forest of Death. Catherine hesitated. Also, Huangfu Bai just went in too. What? In less than half an hour, the originally crowded border outpost was mostly empty. Only a few Huntress soldiers in black uniforms and some guild staff responsible for supervision remained, whispering around Liang Yi. More Huntress teams came out one after another. They were immediately ordered to leave. After giving a series of commands, Liang Yi approached some senior guild members, pulled out the electronic document from his watch, and on the faint blue projection, the golden seal of the Huntress Bureau was very prominent. Everyone, the deputy director has just issued an emergency call-up order. All 3rd and 4th rank Huntress teams from each guild must immediately set up defenses at the first Beast Tide line 20 kilometers outside the city. Is it that serious? Could it be that the Shadow Society wants to cause chaos again? Those lunatics will do anything. Recently, some hunters' organs have been dug out. It must be them. Voices of discussion arose. Better safe than sorry, Liang Yi frowned. Please, everyone leave quickly. This area is now under Huntress Army control. When other guild teams come out, we will ensure they leave as soon as possible. Everyone looked at each other but ultimately chose to follow the instructions. Before boarding the aircraft, He hurried over to stand beside Ren Tianqing and whispered, Old Ren, what do you think? Ren Tianqing stroked his goat beard, glancing at the patrol Huntress soldiers in the outpost. They won't let us defend nearby, but they arrange for us to retreat 20 kilometers outside the city. This isn't about defending against the beast tide. It's about keeping us out of sight. Song He's eyes flashed with suspicion. Are they planning to hide something valuable? Hard to say. Ren Tianxing looked at a few teams nearby and raised an eyebrow. Look at who they brought. Only third-rank hunter soldiers. If they're worried about the border breaking, why not bring high-ranked teams or armored troops? Are you suggesting? Song He looked suspiciously. They want to go in, most likely, Ren Tianxing replied. Song He looked a bit anxious. Are we just going to leave like this? Why not? Ren Tianxing teased. Do you want to snatch something from the deputy director? Song He hesitated, looking regretful. Being able to make the deputy director and the Shadow Society compete is definitely a good thing. Ren Tianxing stroked his goat beard thoughtfully. Don't rush. Don't you understand the Shadow Society's crazy nature? If they can't get it, they'll fight to the death, even trigger a breach. There might still be a chance. It seems difficult, Song He said, pouting. Last time, we heard that a forbidden item appeared in the Endless Wasteland, but we didn't even know what it was. The deputy director took it and pretended not to know anything. That's true. I wasn't lying. That thing really didn't show up, Ren Tianxing explained. I have an old friend researching the Death God's secret stash for the deputy director. He said it disappeared the night it was supposed to respond, as if it had never appeared. Really? Song He widened his eyes. Isn't it said that as long as a fragment appears, the secret stash won't be taken back easily? Who knows? Such top-level forbidden items, humans still know too little about them. Ren Tianxing shook his head, but suddenly stopped. Hey, who's that? He looked up suspiciously. Song He followed his gaze, and his heart suddenly clenched. On the treetops to the west of the base, a middle-aged man in black stood there, dressed in a neat black suit, hands behind his back. Song He's first notice wasn't the person, but the branch. A thin branch, only as thick as a finger, supported the weight of an adult, bending only half an inch. Not even a yellowed leaf on the edge fell. What shocked Song He more was that, using his full source energy perception, he couldn't sense any aura from the man. It wasn't a matter of energy shielding, but truly empty. It was as if the middle-aged man wasn't real, more like a projection. It's the bodyguard of Huang Fu Bai. Song He looked slightly enlightened. I saw him outside the gate of the world that day. I thought he was just an ordinary person. A bodyguard so mysterious. Ren Tianxing's eyes narrowed as he sighed. What is Huang Fu Bai's background? The Forest of Death. Strength, 72, 122. Agility, 65, 115. Spirit, 139. Constitution, 66, 116. Luck, 35. Biological body strength rating, 76.55, 182.45. Cheng Zhua was satisfied as he quickly checked his dragon form status. As his attributes kept improving, the effects of his dragon form also grew stronger. He looked up at the undead assassin killing the Iron Hammer zombie. His vertical pupils flashed. The rotten leaves beneath his feet suddenly exploded. Cheng Zhua shot forward like a cannonball, rushing out with a loud wind. Bang! 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 A series of dull crashes echoed through the forest. His fists, covered in dragon scales, struck the undead assassin repeatedly at a speed almost like a shadow, landing dozens of punches. Once the undead assassin entered a berserk state, its biological body strength jumped to level 176, nearly matching Cheng Zhua. It was clearly fast and agile, able to keep up with Cheng Zhua's punching speed. But the problem was, Cheng Zhua's dragon scales were incredibly hard. The green flame bone sword of the undead assassin shattered after a few hits, forcing it to use its thin, bony arms to barely block Cheng Zhua's heavy punches. Crack! After a powerful strike from Cheng Zhua, the undead assassin's wrist suddenly made a crisp sound and bent at a 90-degree angle. Huh! The undead assassin's eyes, glowing with crimson flames, paused. It tilted its head to look at its bent arm, seeming confused. Why did its good hand bend like that? Cheng Zhua's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, a hint of teasing in his expression. Bang! He shot out again, punching directly. The undead assassin instinctively raised its hand to block, but was stunned to find that the right hand, which should have stopped the punch, was limp and hanging down, soft, and aimed toward its own head. Bang! Crack! The fist, as big as a sandbag, hit its face without resistance. A sharp sound rang out as the undead's head instantly deformed, black blood mixed with shattered bones splattering everywhere. In the next moment, its thin body was struck as if hit by a heavy truck, flying backward and crashing hard into a tree trunk across from it, embedding itself into the hollow of the tree. Its thin limbs twitched a few times, then quickly went still. Chengzhuo stepped forward and removed its core. He shook off the dirt and casually threw it into his space. The body of the zombie assassin was mostly destroyed. He didn't lose interest and casually threw out a dozen giant hammer zombie puppets, ready to continue clearing the way. The strange rampage of the zombie assassin made Chengzhuo more cautious. He didn't cancel the dragon form state. After reaching the second source level, he was no longer a 5-minute hero. Dragon form could last nearly an hour. There were many source energy recovery cards in his system space, so he didn't need to worry about running out of source energy for a while. Suddenly, just after Chengzhuo summoned the dozen or so giant hammer zombies, a bright red firework suddenly lit up in the high sky not far away. Signal flare? Chengzhuo paused slightly. Looking at the seemingly not far away red light, Chengzhuo hesitated for a moment but decided to go and see. This kind of distress signal might lead him to encounter some challenging strange beasts. Thinking this way, about 20 minutes later, he was standing on a large branch of a giant tree, looking out at a dry river valley about 50 meters deep nearby. Strangely, on his side was a humid rainforest. Along the way, streams were dense. On the other side of the valley, it was like a desert with gravel and rocks, jagged stones, and withered grass, as if the world was lifeless. The noise at the bottom of the valley was loud. From his angle, he could see dozens of blind corpses crowded together. They were tearing something apart nonstop. Based on the trajectory of the signal flare, the person who fired it was probably nearby. He stomped his foot, causing a large branch to break. He then dropped down and grabbed a horizontal branch, throwing it directly at the group of blind corpses. The sudden attack caused the zombies to scatter in all directions. Silver Knight, seeing what was trapped in the center, Chengzhuo was momentarily stunned. It was actually Emperor Fu Bai's custom Silver Knight, kneeling in the middle of the zombie group, covered in mottled scratches, looking lifeless. Without hesitation, Chengzhuo grabbed his spear and rushed forward in a quick stride. In dragon form, the blind corpses were as fragile as paper in front of him, almost one shot, one kill. Soon, the ground in the river valley was littered with corpses. After the last blind corpse fell, Chengzhuo arrived in front of the gravity body. With a click, he reached out and unfastened the Silver Knight's cockpit latch, opening the door. Inside, it was indeed Huang Fubai. He was leaning at an angle, his eyes dull and heavy, with a swollen spot on his forehead that was bleeding slightly. Chengzhuo released his dragon form, shook his shoulder gently, trying to wake him up. "Hey, Huang Fubai, can you hear me?" Huang Fubai's eyelids fluttered. When his gaze focused on Chengzhuo's face, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he showed a shy, annoyed expression, weakly saying, "You? Why? On a planet." Before he finished, his head tilted and he fainted. Chengzhuo was about to shake him again. But suddenly, Huang Fubai's head jerked up sharply, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at Chengzhuo. "Wow. Chengzhuo, it's really you." He quickly climbed out of the cockpit, grabbed Chengzhuo's arm, and shouted excitedly, "Wow, I'm so touched. You saved my life again." He looked very excited, talking non-stop like a machine gun. "Was that armor your meditation technique? Wow, so cool. I told you long ago, you're extraordinary, but they didn't believe me. By the way, why are you on the planet's ruins? Didn't they say you were with the new team? Why are you using a gun as a summoner? Where's your beast companion?" Seeing Huang Fubai talking so rapidly and strangely, Chengzhuo's eyes twitched involuntarily. Could it be possessed by a little ghost? He showed a hint of suspicion. "Are you Huang Fubai?" "Yes." Huang Fubai pulled Chengzhuo's arm and jumped in front of him. "You can also call me Xiao Bai, or Little White." Chengzhuo's neck hairs stood on end, and his arms instantly goose-bumped. He hurried to pull back his arm, but Huang Fubai held it tightly, blinking with anticipation, waiting for him to say Little White. A strange feeling crept into Chengzhuo's heart. Could his mind be broken? He was about to pull his arm free when Bai Huangfu's words made him stop immediately. "Hey, I owe you my life again. I don't know how to thank you. How about I transfer 10 billion to you first?" "Huh?" Chengzhuo was momentarily stunned. his hand hanging in midair. He forced a dry laugh and said, "Haha, that's a bit too much to accept." Then he reached out with his left hand as well. He pulled out his payment code. Oomph. At this moment, Bai Huangfu suddenly let out a cold snort. He quickly shook off Cheng Zhuo's arm, looking anxious and panicked. He frantically shook his hand and then wiped it back and forth on his combat uniform. Seeing his disgusted expression, it was as if his hand was covered in dirt. Cheng Zhuo was confused. "No, does this person have some serious illness? Why are you here in the first star ruins?" After wiping his hand for a while, Bai Huangfu suddenly glared at Cheng Zhuo. It seemed he was holding back some strange anger, speaking with a mix of patience and fury. "Do you think that just because you're a new top talent and you've killed some low-level alien beasts, you can hunt here in the first star ruins? Foolish. Don't you know second-level alien beasts appear here? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Considering the gravity body." Cheng Zhuo suppressed his frustration and said in a deep voice, "Captain Bai Huangfu, we're not official teammates. You're overstepping." Bai Huangfu hesitated for a moment, then reacted. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his eyes, and returned to his usual cold and proud look, slowly saying, "Sorry, I lost my temper. Thanks for your help, but you were a bit unnecessary. I can handle it myself." Crazy. Cheng Zhuo rolled his eyes and secretly thought, "Are rich people this eccentric?" He didn't want to bother with this crazy person anymore and turned to leave. But Bai Huangfu suddenly called out to him, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find a second-level alien beast and get myself killed," Cheng Zhuo replied irritably. Bai Huangfu paused, then suddenly raised his voice a few notches, with a tone that left no room for refusal. "Come with me to find something." Cheng Zhuo ignored him and walked forward without looking back. "I'll give you 10 billion. Bai Huangfu's voice raised a few more levels. Cheng Zhuo's steps suddenly stopped, as if nailed to the ground. This dead leg. Suddenly, a strange feeling of shame rose up. He angrily turned around and stared at Huangfu Bai. "Is having money so impressive? Do you think money can buy everything? Don't you want it?" Huangfu Bai asked suspiciously. "Yes, I want it. I don't want to miss out." Cheng Zhuo unhesitatingly showed his payment code and said calmly, 10 billion isn't enough. The things that can make someone like you, a rich person, excited are probably very dangerous. In return, you help me upgrade the Silver Knight to its full form." "No problem." Huangfu Bai's lips curled slightly, and he tidied his collar. "Having money means you can buy everything, right?" "Humph." Cheng Zhuo sneered and scoffed. "If you have the ability, buy me a second awakening." "No problem." Cheng Zhuo was stunned, looking at Huangfu Bai with shock, his face serious. "Captain Huangfu Bai, are you serious?" "Of course." Huangfu Bai casually took out a mirror, fixed his hair, and said nonchalantly, "But we'll talk about it after we go out." "I can't do it, but my bodyguard can." Cheng Zhuo found it hard to believe. He started to worry. But this guy's arrogant personality made Cheng Zhuo feel that what he said might actually be true. "Where's the thing you're looking for?" Huangfu Bai didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Cheng Zhuo, "Do you know what's happening here?" Cheng Zhuo looked around, his eyes passing over a few dusty hunter corpses not far away, and asked suspiciously, "Did your teammate die again?" Huangfu Bai's mouth twitched, and his fair forehead twitched with visible veins. He clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it. Didn't you notice that the environment on both sides is completely different?" "Yes, I noticed." "What's the problem?" Cheng Zhuo asked confusedly. "In a place like the Abyss, strange environments are normal, right?" Huangfu Bai shot a quick glance at Cheng Zhuo and patiently explained, "The Abyss also follows the laws of the world. Don't you think it's like two completely different worlds merging on both sides?" Certainly, Cheng Zhuo noticed this point. The environment on both sides of the valley was very different. One side was dense rainforest, while the other was a lifeless, dry wasteland. But that wasn't the main issue. The sky was also different. On the rainforest side, dark gray clouds hung very low, as if a heavy rain would fall at any moment. On the wasteland side, the sky was dark red, as if stained with blood, and the air was dry and hot. It was like someone drew a straight line in the sky and on the ground, dividing the two areas. However, the boundary of the void world was always strange. He thought these were normal phenomena in the void world. "I need to find something called a boundary stone, which only appears when the void world merges," Emperor Bai said, looking at the strange dividing line in the sky with bright peach blossom eyes, showing excitement. I feel that if we can embed the boundary stone into a mimic armor, it might solve the problem of interference with mecha fields, or even allow us to ignore the rules of the gate and come and go freely. Cheng Zhuo's pupils shrank suddenly. You mean, a third or fourth level source power device can freely enter a low star level void world? Exactly. Emperor Bai proudly lifted his chin. If it works, hunters with only a little source power could operate heavy weapons inside the void world. Low-level void worlds wouldn't be a threat to humans anymore. Cheng Zhuo thought for a moment and then poured cold water on the idea. Are you sure? That thing called a boundary stone can be mass-produced? Emperor Bai hesitated, his tone noticeably weaker. That's a problem for later. He waved his hand casually and said, anyway, I'll focus on solving the shielding field problem first. The collapse of the void world has already begun, and they must have collected the boundary stones. Void world collapse? Cheng Zhuo frowned, showing confusion. What is that? Emperor Bai looked as if he had heard something unbelievable, raising his eyebrows and sizing up Cheng Zhuo as if he were an idiot. What were you doing in school? Isn't this basic knowledge of the void world? Hearing this, Cheng Zhuo immediately got annoyed. I'm the top of my class. If I don't know, it just proves the textbooks don't cover it. TSK, Huang Fubai clicked his tongue, looking strange, but he still pulled up a holographic image. In the image, the water-like sky barrier gradually disappeared, and strange whirlpools appeared in the sky. He pointed at the image and explained, the collapse of the wasteland is when different dimensions of the wasteland experience the disappearance of their barriers, causing a chain reaction. Some new wastelands may form, others might vanish completely, and sometimes portals break open, leading to beast invasions. There's also that explanation. Cheng Zhuo paused, surprised. The textbooks in Star Iron City are missing a lot of information. Even the wild histories of the wasteland I read online don't mention anything like this. Seeing Cheng Zhuo's confusion, Huang Fubai casually said, maybe it's because your small city is deliberately hiding things. After all, your city defenses are quite weak. The collapse of the wasteland can be caused by humans, and the higher-ups might be trying to prevent this from happening. Humans can cause it. Cheng Zhuo was even more surprised. What kind of power would that take? It's not as hard as you think. Huang Fubai's eyes sparkled. It's mainly about restrictions. It's not something one or two people can do, and it often costs lives. So, you're saying they collected the boundary stones? Cheng Zhuo looked serious. Who are they? Are you planning to steal from others? Of course not. Huang Fubai shook his head. We just borrowed a little. Boundary stones aren't that important to them. Those people just see the boundary stones as a kind of tool. Huang Fubai spoke casually, but Cheng Zhuo kept a wary eye. After all, this guy? His teammates seemed to have a high death rate. Cheng Zhuo looked at the nearby bodies with a sad expression and stepped closer. Hey, what are you doing? Huang Fubai looked confused as Cheng Zhuo rummaged over the corpses. Calmly, Cheng Zhuo packed some cards and core sources into his backpack, making sure there was nothing valuable, then stood up. I just don't want their hard-earned wealth to go to waste. You. Huang Fubai lost his composure again, staring at Cheng Zhuo in shock. I've already given you 10 billion, and you're still picking up stuff from the dead. You rich guys like you don't understand the fun of looting supplies. Cheng Zhuo shook his head with a sigh, then called out, why are you just standing there? Let's go find your boundary stone. Huang Fubai looked a bit reluctant as he put away his gravity device, showing an annoyed expression that he didn't want to be with Cheng Zhuo, but had to endure it. Cheng Zhuo didn't care about his attitude. He had given him 10 billion, promised to upgrade his gravity device, and maybe help him awaken again. He didn't care about his attitude at all. Hey, those two kids up front, there's a problem here. Hurry and find a portal to get out. Suddenly, a loud roar came from above the valley. Cheng Zhuo looked in that direction. Across the valley, 6 people were standing. They all wore dark combat suits, with silver stripes on their shoulders and arms, obvious signs of the Hun army. He and Huang Fubai exchanged a glance. Without needing words, they both saw the unspoken "let's retreat" first message in each other's eyes. They nodded and turned to walk into the forest. After a moment, when they confirmed no one was around, Cheng Zhuo asked, what do you want to do? The Hun army seems to have gotten involved. These people aren't easy to deal with. Maybe you should use your money power again? Huang Fubai looked a bit surprised. What do you mean? Cheng Zhuo rubbed his hands together. If it's not something very important, just buy a few pieces from them with money. Huang Fubai immediately shook his head. The Shadow Society people wouldn't sell easily. Hey, wait a minute. Cheng Zhuo quickly raised his hand to stop him, suspiciously looking at Huang Fubai. Why are you talking about those cultists from the Shadow Society? Huh? Huang Fubai cleared his throat, lowering his head to hide his embarrassment after being caught. It doesn't matter what they're doing. We just need to take our boundary stone. Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes and asked, is the boundary stone important to them? After they use it, it's no longer important. Huang Fubai's voice grew quieter. He was fiddling with the seams of his combat suit, afraid to meet Cheng Zhuo's eyes. After they use it, can you still use yours? Cheng Zhuo pressed. No. Cheng Zhuo stared at him for 3 seconds, feeling a bit speechless. He turned and headed deeper into the forest. After taking a few steps, he looked back and saw no movement. He turned around and frowned, urging, why are you just standing there? Are we waiting for them to finish using the boundary stone so we can go scavenging? Huang Fubai pointed behind him. They're in that direction. Cheng Zhuo immediately stopped and quickly walked back to his side. Young master, lead the way. Don't dawdle. Huang Fubai subtly sneered, what are you so fierce about? Then he reached into his combat suit pocket. He took out a card shimmering with purple light and handed it to Cheng Zhuo. This is a mimic stone armor. It can block biological signals and source energy fluctuations, so they won't be able to find your trail. A generous gift from a wealthy benefactor. Definitely good stuff. Cheng Zhuo took it without hesitation and immediately activated his source energy to sense. In an instant, the card transformed into streams of gray stone, quickly wrapping around Cheng Zhuo's entire body, forming armor that looked like rocks. Don't you need this? Cheng Zhuo's voice, muffled by the stone armor mask, asked Huang Fubai. I have something better. Huang Fubai flicked his wrist, revealing a watch almost integrated into his sleeve. With a slight movement of his fingertips, the watch emitted tiny points of glow. Next second, his combat suit suddenly rippled like water, turning a deep green that almost perfectly matched the rainforest foliage. A flowing shape appeared around his neck, quickly forming a close-fitting hood that covered his delicate, almost otherworldly face. What surprised Cheng Zhuo even more was that his body shape had changed somewhat. He was previously about 175 centimeters tall. Now he was nearly as tall as Cheng Zhuo. His shoulders also widened considerably, giving him the look of a masked strongman. Cool. Does my nano-combat suit have this feature? Cheng Zhuo asked, a bit envious. Huang Fubai snorted coldly, ignoring him, and turned toward the canyon. The forest light was somewhat dim. After walking a few steps, a heavy roar suddenly came from ahead. A strange beast with a grayish-green body, deer-like head, and petals-like mouth that opened in 4 directions charged straight at them. Although Cheng Zhuo had released his dragon-shaped armor, he kept his dragon attributes active. His powerful senses allowed him to react almost instantly. Boom! A loud explosion sounded beneath his feet as he thrust his spear forward, slicing through the air with a swift, icy gleam. There was only a sharp hiss sound. The 4 hooves of the strange deer beast suddenly stopped, and its large body collapsed softly to the ground. Level 2 beginner creature. Huang Fubai looked a bit surprised as Cheng Zhuo put away his long spear and used a dagger to extract the source core. A flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Recalling how Cheng Zhuo quickly dealt with the group of blind corpses in the river valley, he sighed. Your legendary level meditation technique seems much stronger than mine. Huang Fubai originally just needed someone to help, but seeing Cheng Zhuo's skill level boosted his confidence in obtaining the boundary stone. His words made Cheng Zhuo pause slightly. Is your breathing meditation technique also legendary level? But after asking, he quickly realized. That makes sense. With your financial strength, even mythic level is reasonable. Huang Fubai sighed regretfully. I wanted to buy a mythic level 1, but the seller's offer wasn't quite right for me. Cheng Zhuo's eyes widened. Isn't it said in the records of the Void Realm that only 1 mythic level was ever seen? Huang Fubai looked at him, as if he were a fool. Are you a bookworm? Believe what the book says. 20 kilometers south of Star Iron City. At the border between the wasteland and ruins, a continuous defensive belt stretched like a steel giant snake. Every few hundred meters, heavy source energy cannons with dark barrels could be seen, and concrete high platforms rose from the ground, equipped with various heavy source weapons. On one of the towers, Song He, after receiving a call, immediately moved to stand beside Ren Tianxing, squinting and making a face. Got it. Want to know what's going on? Tell me. Song He brushed his bangs aside. You ask me. Seeing Rin Tianxing's disinterest, Song He felt bored and spoke to himself. Remember 20 years ago, that strange beast boss that bit the captain of the MO gene hunting team in Tianji City? Rin Tianxing paused, his brow furrowing as he recalled. The white-faced nine-tailed beast that was almost at level 8? Of course I remember. If that thing had still been a juvenile back then, MO gene might have been wiped out. He looked up at Songha with a more serious expression. What's wrong? Does this have something to do with that strange beast? Exactly. Songha raised an eyebrow, then suddenly leaned in closer, speaking in a mysterious tone. Do you remember 3 years ago, before Deputy Director Hu Yin Song became Vice Director, when he was working on the strategic weapon plan? Yes, he replied. He wanted to turn the white-faced Ninetails into a puppet forbidden item, but the city lord rejected it. The plan was too dangerous, involving the collapse of the multidimensional ruins, which could trigger another beast tide. It was a matter of lives at risk. Rin Tianxing shook his head regretfully, then changed the subject, staring intently at Songha. You're not going to say that this H0173 anomaly is related to the deputy director, are you? No way. Songha shook his head. The deputy director is a bit stubborn, but he wouldn't disobey the city lord's orders. Do you know where the white-faced Ninetail's body is? Isn't it at the research department? That's the problem. Guess what? Stop wasting time. Are you telling a joke here? Rin Tianxing said impatiently. Songha chuckled, then his eyes suddenly turned cold. The white-faced Ninetail's body was stolen by those lunatics from the Shadow Society. Looks like they want to turn it into a puppet forbidden item. Rin Tianxing's pupils shrank, and his beard trembled. What? This must not be allowed to succeed. What is the deputy director doing? Why aren't we sending people? Could he be trying to intercept it? Who knows? Songha spread his hands. From what the little kids just told us, the collapse at H0173 has already begun. It's probably too late to stop it. But trying to intercept it is very dangerous. Rin Tianxing's eyes twitched. Once that thing is completed, it could be a 7th-rank creature. If we can't control it immediately, the consequences could be disastrous. H0173, deep within the ruins realm. The black rock walls resembled the back of a dormant giant beast, slanting into a slow-flowing river of lava. Above the lava, a nearly 100-meter-wide stone platform was floating in midair. Around its edges, faint gray ripples of space distortion shimmered, glowing softly with the movement of the lava. At the center of the stone platform, a circle of semi-transparent, pale gold prisms stacked in a ring, about half a person tall. Their surfaces shimmered with tiny, star-like light patterns, supporting a large block of ice 2 meters high. Below the ice, faint black shadows curled up, their shapes resembling foxes or wolves, with glimpses of fuzzy tails lingering. Along the edge of the stone platform, dozens of figures in dark red robes formed a circle, their heavy hoods pulled low over their faces. Each held a card that glowed faint purple in their hands. They moved their fingertips through the air, making soft, scratchy sounds like dry paper. As they chanted, red light lines rose from the molten river below, slowly wrapping around the ice block. Soon, a member holding a bone staff stepped out of the crowd. He approached a tall man, knelt on one knee, and respectfully asked, "Master Shepherd, we can begin now. What are they doing with such a big setup?" On a steep cliff wall, Cheng Zhuo and Huang Fubai crawled on a large rock, watching from afar a floating stone platform hundreds of meters away. "We need to borrow the power of the collapsing boundary, probably to refine a forbidden object," Huang Fubai whispered. "Forbidden object? Can it be made artificially?" Cheng Zhuo was stunned. He felt today he was completely an inexperienced fool. Huang Fubai replied quietly, seriously. "Remember what I just told you. When you get the boundary stone, lean towards a position where I can see you. Missing even one piece will interrupt their spell. You can't delay for a second. Don't worry, I value my life a lot," Cheng Zhuo said. "Hurry, the energy from the boundary stone will form a light shield that blocks your view. I'll send you in just before it fully covers. Be ready." Cheng Zhuo made an okay gesture. He focused and prepared. He only just learned on the way here that Huang Fubai had the ability to teleport over short distances. Teleportation requires being within his line of sight and no obstacles. They had tested this on the way here. Cheng Zhuo could only say, people who get carsick shouldn't try it casually. They might vomit. After a moment, the strange floating stone platform suddenly trembled violently. The sky began to change rapidly. Sometimes dark clouds gathered. Sometimes the sky was clear. Sometimes the bright moon hangs high, and other times it is completely dark. In the confusing light and shadow, the dark red energy wrapped around the ice crystals is growing thicker. The boundary stone under the ice begins to glow brighter. Countless tiny light particles drift like fireflies, then are forcibly pulled back by an unknown force. A curved light shield gradually forms around the ice. Now is the time. Just as the shield is about to be completed, Bai Huangfu quietly shouts, his eyes showing excitement hidden beneath restraint. Remember to take as much as you can. Then he softly whispers, little white. As soon as he finishes speaking, his eyes brighten, and he lets out a giggle. He quickly pats behind Cheng Zhuo. In a moment of darkness, a blinding light suddenly appears before Cheng Zhuo. After losing sight briefly, the scene in front of him gradually becomes clear. He has indeed arrived on a floating stone platform. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the pile of crystal-like boundary stones that are half a person tall, stuffing them all into his backpack. Almost at the moment he moves the boundary stones, the light at the top of the curved shield visibly begins to weaken. After filling his backpack, Cheng Zhuo moves his mind, quickly storing all remaining boundary stones into his system space. During this, he glances at the corpse of the strange beast inside the huge ice block. It is a fox-like creature with a pale face, covered in dark gold short fur. Its two tails are smooth and flowing, almost like a living creature. Its biological strength level is also marked with 3 question marks. This means the creature's strength is at least 10 times his own. Stealing one item is stealing. Stealing everything is also stealing. Cheng Zhuo makes up his mind and casually puts the fox-like beast's corpse into his space. At this moment, the top of the shield begins to show large gaps. Cheng Zhuo hears a furious roar. Not good. Thief. Hearing this, Cheng Zhuo quickly moves back and jumps to stay within Bai Huangfu's line of sight. Suddenly, a tall shadow flashes in from above. A large hand like an iron claw grips his neck. Cheng Zhuo can even smell the strong blood scent on the hand. His pupils contract, and the light in front of him suddenly disappears. After a dizzy spin, Cheng Zhuo's back slams hard against a steep rock wall. He hears Bai Huangfu's urgent voice in his ear. Quick, get on the vehicle. Cheng Zhuo snapped back to reality and quickly sat in the back seat, tightly holding on to Huangfu Bai's waist. Huangfu Bai frowned slightly, trying to stay calm, and forcefully twisted the throttle. Vroom. The hovering motorcycle emitted a deep roar, blue flames spitting out as it shot forward like an arrow. At this moment, the light screen on the stone platform had disappeared completely. Dozens of hooded members looked on in shock, their eyes fixed on the empty space in the center of the platform. The chief priest stood still, his black robe moving without wind, trembling with anger, his face twisted in fury as he looked around and shouted like a fierce ghost. Who is ruining my plans? Master Priest. One hooded follower pointed in the direction Cheng Zhuo and the others had left. Someone over there. After a moment, that group from the Shadow Society drove various vehicles, rushing after Cheng Zhuo and the others in a large crowd. Damn it! Why aren't they going to find the boundary stone to repair the magic array instead of chasing us? Huangfu Bai muttered. Cheng Zhuo. Hold on tight, Huangfu Bai shouted sharply, suddenly slapping a card onto the vehicle. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sounds rang out as 2 jet thrusters appeared beneath the hover motorcycle. Boom! The motorcycle's speed suddenly increased, and Cheng Zhuo felt like his soul was a beat slower. He clenched tightly onto Huangfu Bai's combat suit, his peripheral vision filled with breathtaking scenes of destruction. Only then did he realize what a collapse of the Void Realm truly meant. The cliffs along the way seemed to be torn apart by invisible giant hands, with the rock layers twisting and deforming, stones flying everywhere. The hover motorcycle sped along a relatively flat mountain road. Before long, they entered a snowfield. Several giant beasts, over 10 meters tall, rose from behind the snow piles, their scarlet eyes locking onto them and roaring loudly. Cheng Zhuo glanced casually and was stunned to see that these strange beasts' body strength was actually around 700 or 800. But before the beasts could pounce, a dark crack suddenly split open in the sky above the snowfield. Red-hot lava poured down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the beasts. Their fierce roars mixed with steam from melting snow and ice. Chengzhuo even caught the scent of burning flesh. Soon, the scene before him changed again. The snow under their feet turned into hot, yellow sand. The sun was so bright it hurt their eyes. Suddenly, dozens of large black scorpions, as tall as a person, crawled out from beneath the sand. Their claws glinted coldly, and their tails curled high, rushing toward them. Fortunately, the modified motorcycle was very fast. The giant scorpions could only futilely dig at the sand behind them. They sped forward without stopping. It was clear that this multi-dimensional gate, which connected to the 0 to 3-star wasteland, was completely chaotic now. Different environments and strange beasts mixed together. After about an hour, the only one still able to keep up behind them was a tall man in a black robe. Unlike others on vehicles, he was running on his own legs. His steps were so fast they looked like shadows, showing he was a very quick fighter. He stuck close behind them like glue. This won't do. We can't keep going like this. The situation here is getting more unstable. Huangfu Bai suddenly stopped his motorcycle. He turned to look at the rapidly approaching red figure. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and a fierce killing intent filled the air. Chengzhuo suddenly felt a cold, sinister aura spreading from him. Huangfu Bai suddenly leapt into the air, pulling out a long sword that was over a meter long. He swung it directly at the black figure. In an instant, the air around seemed to shrink. A cold, dark sword light, carrying immense killing intent, struck down toward the person's head. The man in the black robe immediately tried to dodge, but his body paused briefly, as if caught by some force. He hurriedly raised a red light shield in front of him. Boom! The sword light hit the shield with a loud explosion. The red shield vanished in smoke, and the man in black was thrown backward like a torn sack, flying nearly 100 meters away. Chengzhuo's pupils shrank in shock. That guy was a third-tier hunter. He instinctively imagined himself in the black-robed man's place. Even if he activated his dragon form and used King, he felt he wouldn't be able to avoid being knocked back by that attack. He couldn't help but secretly marvel. It seemed that Huangfu Bai's weak appearance, unable to carry or lift anything, and leaving all the monsters to him, was just an act. He used teleportation and sword techniques. What exactly was Huangfu Bai's true origin? You twist the motorcycle handlebar and are about to start riding. Are you not going to attack? Chengzhuo suspiciously looks at the black-robed man, still struggling nearby. That guy is only slightly injured. I can only swing one sword, Huangfu Bai replies. As soon as he finishes speaking, a strange, cold aura suddenly emanates from him again, and his voice sounds weak but cold. If you had let me advance earlier, I could have killed him with one sword. Go rest now. No more talking. Huangfu Bai's voice returns to normal. Chengzhuo sees him struggling internally, first surprised. Thinking back to Huangfu Bai's previous behavior, he finally understands. He asks, "So, are you multiple personalities? The cheerful little Bai from before, and now this self-proclaimed emperor. Are they both parts of you?" Something like that. "Keep your dirty hands away. If you touch me again, I will cut you off. Ah, you really are something." Chengzhuo instinctively pulls his hand away from his waist, moves back, but can't find a handrail, so he grips the edge of the seat tightly. This personality has a bad temper and is too arrogant. He also boasts that once he advances, he can kill someone with a third-level sword. Chengzhuo secretly mutters, but then he thinks about the power of that last sword. This guy really didn't talk big. The humming sound of the floating motorcycle starts again, transforming into a rainbow streaking into the distance. The black-robed man grits his teeth and stands up again, coldly staring at the retreating figures, feeling surprised and suspicious. He couldn't dodge that last sword. Shush! 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 Soon after, several black-robed people arrive one after another. "Master Shepherd, are you all right?" The black-robed man called Master Shepherd narrows his eyes slightly, suppressing his anger, and asks, "Did you find the corpse of the white-faced Nine-Tails or any other boundary stones where they were hiding?" A man in red robes lowers his head, trembling as he replies, "Not yet. Keep searching." That kid only took one bag of boundary stones. The rest should still be nearby. Master Shepherd grits his teeth. Understood. Also, investigate who can afford that motorcycle and who has the ability to transform into a stone armor. The black-robed priest looked in the direction where Cheng Zhuo and the others disappeared, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will tear you into pieces. Amidst the chaotic environment, the two of them escaped for about an hour. Finally, they found an exit to the boundary gate. Phew, Huang Fubai took a deep breath, stopped his motorcycle, and pointed to the boundary gate. You go out first. I'll follow shortly. You two are too noticeable. I don't mind the Shadow Society people, but I don't want trouble right now. Okay, Cheng Zhuo replied, handing his bulging backpack to Huang Fubai. Before he could ask anything, Huang Fubai spoke up. You go back to the wolf pack base first. I'll find you about the gravity body and the second awakening. Cheng Zhuo made an okay sign with his hand. He turned and entered the boundary gate. A faint blue glow flickered, completely swallowing his figure. Suddenly, the scene changed. Cheng Zhuo found himself back at the entrance of the boundary gate in the Black Cloud Forest. As soon as he stepped out, armed hunters on both sides approached him, scanning him with a detection device. Someone from the wilderness, stay over there. He pointed in a direction where more than 20 people, dressed in various worn combat uniforms, gathered. Most carried bulky backpacks, and their weapons were strange and diverse. Cheng Zhuo frowned, glancing at the armed hunters around him. Counting quickly, there were nearly 100 people. Everyone had a calm presence, many at least at the third level of skill. A brave man doesn't suffer losses from the moment in front of him. He suppressed his doubts and quietly moved to the edge of the crowd. Just as he stood still, a man with a red snake tattoo on his neck approached and asked in a deep voice, "Hey, brother, what was the situation when you came out? Was there really trouble caused by the Shadow Society?" "I don't know." Cheng Zhuo shook his head slightly. "Why are the hunters holding us back and not letting us go?" The leader said it was to check for cult members of the Shadow Society. The snake-tattooed man spat on the ground, his tone full of anger. "I heard that everyone in front was released, but they only detained us just after we came out." Damn it, Cheng Zhuo's heart tightened. He asked carefully, "How long have they been stopping us?" "The people from Sana Town were the first to be detained. About an hour ago," the tattooed man replied. An hour? What a coincidence. He and Huang Fubai had just shaken off their pursuers and come out. About an hour ago. A doubt rose in Cheng Zhuo's mind. Could the Hun army have been nearby at that time? But if they were there, why didn't they stop the Shadow Society members? Were they trying to use others to achieve their goals? Or maybe, they are actually working together? The authorities might be using dark forces to do some shady things. That doesn't seem impossible. After a moment, a team of third-level Hun army soldiers stepped forward and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, show your core skills. All your source cards must be displayed openly." "What? Why should we? You're being too unreasonable. We're not from your city." "Exactly. This is an invasion of privacy. You preach freedom and democracy every day, but this is how you practice your freedom?" The crowd immediately started complaining. Some of those outside had clean hands, but most couldn't withstand such scrutiny. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out, silencing the noise. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed. A hunter, trying to escape secretly, collapsed painfully 10 meters away. He clutched his bloody, mangled right leg, blood pouring out wildly through his fingers, quickly forming a pool on the ground. His lower leg had been shot off, the wound still smoking with black gunpowder. Heavy sniper. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent with fear. Several Hun army soldiers moved forward slowly, searching his body and backpack. They found standard Hun army weapons cards and combat uniforms. This person probably fought against the Hun army before, no wonder he was running. "We're just investigating Shadow Society members. This has nothing to do with you. We won't interfere." A grim-faced officer stepped in front of everyone. He looked at the crowd with narrow eyes, his deep voice full of threat. "But anyone who tries to run will face the same fate." This man was Colonel Liang Yi, nicknamed Hyena, of the Hun army. Cheng Zhuo recognized him at once. Liang Yi is one of the high-ranking members of the Hunt and Destroy army who appears most often in the news. Every time he is seen, he is associated with labels like ruthless suppression and thunderous tactics. Rumor has it that Liang Yi cares little about methods to achieve his goals. Once, In a shantytown, a parasitic monster appeared. He ordered the entire area to be sealed off and carried out an indiscriminate cleanup. Less than 30% of the people survived. After this harsh action to serve as a warning, combined with Liang Ye's intimidating presence, people's desire to resist quickly faded. They all showed their origins and carried cards for inspection. Cheng Zhuo also took out some low-level cards from his bag. After checking everyone, one of the hunt and destroy soldiers pointed to a nearby transport truck and loudly said, "All hunters below level D in the wilderness, go to that truck. It's not safe here. We will take you to the first line of defense against the beast tide. Once there, you are free." Hearing this, Cheng Zhuo's brow immediately furrowed. Is the hunt and destroy army being so kind? He glanced at the wilderness hunters around him and saw that several of them looked hesitant. But with a heavy sniper rifle aimed somewhere unseen, no one dared to refuse. Cheng Zhuo and a dozen low-level hunters silently entered the transport truck. When the metal door slammed shut with a bang, a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. They also activated a shield for the truck. It's unclear whether it was to prevent monster attacks or to stop people inside from jumping out. At the gate of the boundary, after watching the low-level, low-potential wilderness hunters enter the truck, Liang Yi lightly touched his wristwatch and made a call. "Dr. O, the fish has been sent out. Remember to send someone to pick it up." Tap, tap, tap. Hunt and destroy headquarters. At the door of Vice Director Hu Yinsong's office, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. "Vice Director, good news." His chubby secretary hurriedly entered, stumbling. Hu Yinsong immediately stood up, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Did Liang Ye's side send the message? Did he get the forbidden white-faced nine-tails? The chubby secretary's face stiffened. No. Hu Yinsong looked a bit disappointed. Then what is it? The chubby secretary chuckled softly. "I have two pieces of news, one good and one even better. Which would you like to hear first?" Hu Yinsong shot him a look that said he thought he was an idiot. The chubby secretary shrank back, annoyed, and then showed a page of information, pointing to a picture on it. "I found information about Huang Fubai." Hu Yinsong raised an eyebrow and looked at it with interest. As soon as he saw a line of text, his face darkened visibly. "Do you think I'm forgetful? That's clearly a woman." The chubby secretary looked excited and said, "Maybe Huang Fubai is a woman disguised as a man. In stories, wealthy young women often run away from home like that. Don't get mad at me yet, just listen." He pulled out a family tree diagram and pointed to a woman's picture. "This girl is Bai Luowei, the princess of the Bai family, the top business group in Tianji City. She's very smart from a young age. It's said that many of Bai's technological weapons were developed by her. Think about those custom silver knights Huang Fubai has. Those can't be bought in stores." Hu Yinsong showed a hint of interest, but shook his head. "This doesn't prove she's Huang Fubai." "Don't worry, let me finish," the secretary said eagerly, pulling the family tree up. "There's a rumor that Bai Luowei is actually a daughter out of wedlock. Her mother's name is Huang Fuqin. Also, recently, the Bai group sent many hunting teams to different cities. They're apparently looking for Bai Luowei. I believe someone will contact you soon. Huang Fu and by surnames." Hu Yinsong narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "Lingxi, pull up all information on Bai Luowei from the Bai family's database." "Understood, respected Deputy Director Hu Yinsong," came the clear electronic voice. Suddenly, a bright red warning appeared on the projection. "Sorry, you do not have permission to access information about Bai Luowei from the Bai family." The chubby secretary pointed to his rough sketch and confidently said, "White Luowei's information is definitely top secret in Sky Peak City. You'll understand why soon. Look, these are news about the White Corporation I gathered over the past 10 days from online comments. I've checked carefully, and the details are quite accurate." Hu Yinsong looked at him suspiciously and started browsing the projected information. After a moment, he frowned and angrily said, "Are you trying to pack up and leave? It says here that White Luowei was an awakening candidate last year in the 4th phase. Did you forget that Huang Fubai just entered the new player zone?" The chubby secretary chuckled without worry and smiled. "Yes, the new player zone has a limit on first-time entries, but what if she hasn't entered in the past few months after awakening?" Hu Yinsong was surprised. "Are you suggesting she wanted to go the academic route before?" "No," the secretary stroked his chin and said, "Based on current information, I guess White Luo Wei might have delayed entering the zone by 2 months to create a custom Silver Knight. After all, this kind of talented girl always wants to rely on herself to be number one. Seeing that Huyin Song didn't reply, he continued, "Of course, there's another possibility. In these months, she might have been trapped by her own source ability and had no time to enter the zone." Huyin Song glanced at him sideways and asked, "What do you mean?" The secretary's expression grew more excited, and even the fat on his cheeks trembled as he said, "This White Luo Wei's source might not be S rank, but a rare divine seal source, which people usually call SSS rank." Huyin Song's pupils widened in shock. He quickly stood up and carefully examined the materials the secretary had organized, muttering, "Divine Whisper. The same source as the first Sky Peak City Master." The secretary nodded repeatedly. "Exactly, Divine Whisper. It's a powerful, mind-controlling source that can grant incredible abilities. If she hypnotizes herself into thinking she's a god, then she really is a god." He hesitated, then added, "But such backlash would make her unable to live even for a millisecond." Huyin Song rolled his eyes at the secretary and shook his head. "Besides, from the limited information Huangfu Bai showed, her source is S rank." The chubby secretary quickly said, "If she can fake an identity as Huangfu Bai and pretend to have S-level potential, it shouldn't be too hard." "You make sense." Huyin Song nodded and sat back down, giving instructions. "Most of this information is just your guesswork and needs more verification. But we definitely need to raise our alert level. Please contact Mayor Wang for me. Whether Huangfu Bai is by Luo Wei or not, he shouldn't go to dangerous places like Hongshi Town." "Understood." The chubby secretary nodded. "You mentioned 2 good news. What's the other one?" Huyin Song asked again. Hee. Well, the secretary's face jiggled with fat as he showed another holographic image in the center of the office. The scene was a group dining hall. The camera focused on a young girl. She looked about 18 or 19, wearing a faded light yellow t-shirt. She clenched the edge of the table tightly, seeming to be in great pain. Suddenly, she trembled violently, like having a seizure. But after a moment, an invisible pulse burst out from her body. The hunters nearby were thrown backward, and tables and chairs clattered to the ground, mess everywhere. Even more strange was what happened next. Centered on the girl, the ground quickly turned into a rocky, stone-like color. The tables, walls, and even the floating dust in the air visibly turned to stone. In just about 10 seconds, a large semicircular rock formation appeared around her in the dining hall. The surface of this rocky layer seemed alive, shrinking and expanding rhythmically. Second awakening with high potential, Huyin Song suddenly jumped up from his seat, eyes full of disbelief and excitement. "Exactly," the chubby secretary said excitedly as well. "From her performance, she might be S-level." Huyin Song quickly answered, then asked, "Where is this?" "Who is she?" The secretary pulled up another page of information and explained. The footage was sent from the Wolfpack's dining hall. "Her name is Xia Chan, a petrification gaze user with F-level potential. Unfortunately, she is blind." After speaking, he asked again, "Does she have a contract?" The chubby secretary's face stiffened slightly. "Her contract information is in Redstone Town." Huyin Song looked a bit surprised. "Redstone Town again?" "No, I need to go to the Wolfpack base. Vice Director." "Wait a moment." The chubby secretary hurried forward to stop him, hesitating. "There's one more thing you should pay attention to." "What is it?" "Summer-chan is married." Huyin Song rolled his eyes impatiently. "Married or not, it doesn't matter. I don't have any special feelings for her." The chubby secretary awkwardly smiled. "That's not what I meant. It's her husband. You know him. His name is Chung Zhua." "Huh?" Huyin Song suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing instinctively. "Before coming here, I checked. He might plan to take Summer-chan and 2 other wives to Redstone Town soon." As he spoke, the secretary hesitated and said, "You see, you previously punished Chung Zhua to go to the wilderness for a contract. He might not like the big city very much. Maybe we should." Huyin Song pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is Chung Zhua also at the Wolfpack base?" "He went to H0173 today," the secretary replied immediately. "We haven't heard from him yet." "Then contact Colonel Liang Yi quickly. If he shows up, send someone to bring him here immediately." "Yes, I'll do that right away." A moment later, outside the gate of H0173, Liang Yi hung up the communication and called his deputy. Check if anyone just came out named Chengzhua. F level, summoning type. The deputy looked up the information and replied, yes, there is one. Liang Yi waved his hand. Find out which vehicle he's in and send someone to the vice director. The deputy's face stiffened. He leaned in and whispered, Colonel, that vehicle is a fish. Liang Ye's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Then he hurriedly said, go. Contact the driver immediately to change the route. Don't let him meet the fish collector. The deputy nodded. Yes, wait a moment. Liang Yi called over his deputy, his eyes narrowing suddenly. His voice carried a hint of harshness as he said, send someone reliable to check it out. If the fish has already been caught, let him handle the situation. If there's a risk of exposure, we can't leave anyone who can be investigated. Understood. A heavy transport truck was swaying along in the dark cloud forest. Chengzhua leaned against the inside wall of the truck, looked around, and counted. There were 18 people inside, including himself. Most of them looked serious. Few people can survive in the wilderness without being smart. They said they were taking them back to the safe zone, but they separated the load based on their core potential. Is that really necessary? Brother, where are you from? A rough voice broke the silence. A tattooed man beside him leaned over, offering a rolled-up grass cigarette, and looked at Chengzhua. Fair and clean-looking, not like someone from the wilderness, he said. Chengzhua took the cigarette and casually replied, Hongsher Town. Oh, the tattooed man's eyebrows lifted, and his voice became more familiar. Such a coincidence. I'm from Hongsher Town too. But, you look pretty unfamiliar. I haven't been there yet. I just used a Tower Stone contract, Chengzhua said. The tattooed man looked surprised. Oh, I see. You're from the city, but couldn't make it. So you came out to explore. These days, not many from the big city come to our Hongsher Town with contracts. Chengzhua casually tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Hongsher Town has better treatment, right? That's right, the tattooed man said proudly. Can't say much, but our town has good benefits and is very united. He then opened his watch, slid his finger, and a card-shaped projection appeared in front of Chengzhua. The tattooed man chuckled. I'm getting married before next month's clearance event. We're so lucky. If you're in town then, remember to come have a toast. Chengzhua looked up. The card was a digital wedding invitation. The tattooed man grinned widely, his face full of wrinkles, leaning against a woman with wheat-colored skin, holding a bunch of wildflowers, her eyes full of tenderness. Okay, Chengzhua accepted the invitation. Congratulations. Hee. The tattooed man extended his rough, calloused right hand. Huaming. Chengzhua reached out and shook his hand. Chengzhua, sighing suddenly after shaking hands. Huaming leaned against the train wall, a worried look in his eyes. I just hope nothing goes wrong. The Hunt Wasteland Army's enthusiasm feels a bit strange. Chengzhua also felt uneasy. He glanced out the window. They had already left the Black Cloud Forest and were heading toward Star Iron City. It seemed fine, but he had a feeling it wasn't that simple. Before boarding, he secretly dropped a small, black-armored beetle corpse under the carriage when no one was watching. He had found this tiny alien creature while collecting remains in the wasteland. Its shell was hard, and it was small enough to use for a spell called Undead Swap. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, Chengzhua whispered, tapping his watch. 2 messages appeared on the screen. One from Ruan Qinghe, and one from Xia Mo. Xiachan had awakened a second time. This surprised Chengzhua, bringing him both joy and shock. He never expected that among the 4 of them, Xiachan, who had the lowest chance of a second gene awakening, would be the first to awaken. And according to Ruan Qinghe, Xiachan wasn't even stimulated. She just thought the braised pork in the cafeteria was delicious and ate a few more bites. Do you think they might want to use us for experiments? He asked suddenly. A rough voice broke the calm of the carriage. A burly man in the corner suddenly stood up, panic in his voice. I've heard rumors. Some people use live humans for experiments, creating emotionless killing machines. Do you think we might be just test subjects? His question made everyone's faces change. That's unlikely. The Hunt Wasteland Army is an official city-state military, someone replied. Yeah, using live humans for experiments? Won't that cause public outrage? In the eyes of the city folks, we who live in the wilderness are no different from monsters. Public anger? As long as we protect the great city, they'll cheer us on. So what do? Just sit here and wait to die. What can we do? Can you break the shield of this heavy transport vehicle? Suddenly, bang. A loud crash came from behind the transport, as if something heavy had hit it. The entire carriage jolted violently. Everyone was thrown about, and the clutter inside the carriage flew everywhere, chaos erupting instantly. After a moment, the bumping finally stopped. Crack! The back door of the vehicle was suddenly pulled open from outside, and a loud, clear voice rang out. Everyone get out. Hands above your heads, where I can see them. If you don't want to get hurt, don't make any sudden moves. Chengzhuo looked up. Standing at the door were a few people dressed in mixed combat gear, clearly wild bandits. They wore skull masks that covered most of their faces, and their energy rifles glowed blue at the barrels, all aiming at the vehicle's door. No one dared to move. They each held their heads and got out one by one. Chengzhuo walked in the middle, quickly glancing around. The driver from the hunter army was lying on the rocky ground beside the driver's seat, with his neck twisted at an odd angle. He was clearly dead. Strange. Could it really just be wild bandits? Chengzhuo initially thought these people were sent by the hunter army. It's you. Skull hunters. The last big man to get out suddenly shouted, Everyone run. The ones cutting open hunters' guts in the wild are these guys. He then kicked up a cloud of yellowish dust. But before he could run, there was a loud bang. The dust dispersed and fell to the ground. He instantly collapsed. In front of him, a thick gun barrel was smoking, and the hunter holding it coldly said, Those who aren't afraid of death, try moving. Everyone immediately fell silent. Chengzhuo took a quick look. There were only 12 of them. Besides the leader, a red-clad hunter who was a second rank, the others were first rank, and their weapons looked very advanced. But for Chengzhuo now, it wasn't too difficult. Just as he was thinking about how to attack, suddenly, a distant engine sound grew louder. Everyone looked up. Not far away, high in the sky, a silver-gray shadow was rushing toward them. The hunter army emblem on its body shone brightly in the sunset. It was a single-person flying craft from the hunter army. Great! It's the hunter army, someone among the kidnapped crowd exclaimed excitedly. Chengzhuo and Huaming exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. The reactions of these skeleton hunters seemed strange. The military aircraft had just landed steadily when the hatch suddenly hissed open. A dark-skinned hunter officer stepped out slowly. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His black combat uniform collar was decorated with a silver hunter star badge. His cold eyes swept over the crowd with a look of disdain, as if looking down on ants from above. The red-clad hunter saw the newcomer and immediately changed to a flattering smile. He bent forward and greeted him. Lord Red Shadow, this small matter, why did you come personally? Red Shadow glanced at him sideways, then looked at the group behind Chengzhuo. He muttered, You're quick to act. Too bad for you. Suddenly, there was a sharp, whoosh sound. A crimson beam shot out from the back of the red-clad hunter's head, dragging a thin shadow behind it, shooting rapidly toward the remaining 11 hunters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all 12 skeleton hunters fell to the ground. Chengzhuo's pupils shrank involuntarily at the sight, and he instinctively activated his dragon form state. Biological body strength, level 496.5. The officer named Red Shadow was a third-tier expert. Even in King's state, Chengzhuo was still slightly weaker. Great. We're saved. Thank you, officer. Thank you, sir, for saving us. The surviving wilderness hunters bowed to thank him, deliberately ignoring the unusual familiarity and flattery from the red-clad hunter toward the officer. Red Shadow looked over everyone's faces and finally fixed his gaze on Chengzhuo. Are you Chengzhuo? What's the matter? Chengzhuo asked back. Come with me. The deputy director wants to see you, Red Shadow said with an unquestioning tone. Sorry, I'm not interested in meeting him, Chengzhuo replied expressionlessly. Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? Red Shadow's face darkened. He reached out to grab Chengzhuo, but to his surprise, Chengzhuo suddenly moved, easily dodging his grasp. Huh? Red Shadow was a bit surprised and let out a soft exclamation. In front of him, Chengzhuo's body suddenly grew larger, almost instantly transforming into a humanoid beast over 2 meters tall, covered in dark green scales. Chengzhuo immediately activated the King support card. Level 488.65, status cards only boost the main body and the source skill. This is the combined effect of King and Dragon form, not multiplied after Dragon form. Red Shadow lightly taps the detector near his ear, a hint of realization and greed flashing in his eyes. No wonder he's so arrogant. It seems he has a treasure. With this effect, could it be a forbidden item? But you might misunderstand the barrier of levels. It's not something that can be easily overcome by just increasing the machine's strength. After speaking, he flicks his finger. That streak of red light reappears. Whoosh. This time, the red light is 3 times faster than when he killed the hunter, accompanied by a sharp breaking sound, aiming straight at Chengzhua's forehead. Chengzhua's pupils suddenly shrink. His arm, covered in dragon scales, muscles tense. He quickly appears with a spear, holding it horizontally in front of his forehead. Clang. Sparks fly. The harsh, continuous collision sounds make the eardrums numb. Chengzhua steps back several paces to steady himself. Run, someone shouts, and the surrounding wilderness hunters instantly scatter like birds and beasts. Oomph! Red Shadow snorts coldly, and the red light flashes again. Be careful! Chengzhua only manages to push Huaming away. The other 16 wilderness hunters fall one after another, unable to even scream. Huaming rolls and crawls back to the transport carriage, his muffled voice trembling. Brother Cheng, hold on. I'll call for help. Annoying thing, seeing that one escaped, Red Shadow's expression darkens further. He steps forward directly in front of Chengzhua. Even though Chengzhua has entered the king state, the speed of a third-level hunter is still beyond his reach. Chengzhua only feels a shadow flicker before a fist wrapped in source energy strikes his chest. Bang! In an instant, Chengzhua feels like he's been hit by a heavy hammer, flying backward more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into distant rocks. A loud boom sends fragments of stone flying. His spear slips from his hand, sticking into the sand and buzzing. After landing, Chengzhua quickly rolls to his feet. He touches his chest in surprise, a hint of joy crossing his brow. It doesn't hurt much. The dragon armor's defense is ridiculously strong. No wonder it's a myth-level source skill. Chengzhua lifts his eyelids, a fierce fighting spirit shining in his eyes. He shouts again, shooting forward at full speed. The two immediately fall into a fierce melee. At first, Chengzhua was occasionally hit by Qi Ying's needle attacks and punches, and he was almost overwhelmed. After nearly 100 exchanges, Qi Ying gradually sensed something was wrong. This kid feels like he's treating himself as a practice partner. He clearly noticed that at the beginning, Chengzhua's punches were stiff. Sometimes he couldn't control his strength well, almost throwing himself off balance. But as the fight went on, his movements became smoother, his footwork more strange, like an unkillable little insect. Although he was always at a disadvantage, he showed no signs of giving up and seemed to grow more courageous with each hit. Bang! After a heavy punch, Qi Ying showed a fierce expression and leapt dozens of meters away. Your armor is indeed stronger than I expected, but it's time to end this. Let me show you the true power of a third-rank warrior. Qi Ying shouted and suddenly raised both hands. Shoo! 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 In an instant, hundreds of crimson long needles appeared out of nowhere, dense like a net, emitting a terrifying aura. Kid, it's still not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. I'm not lying to you. The deputy director really wants to see you. As long as you keep quiet about what you saw today, I promise you won't get into trouble, and maybe even. But just as Qi Ying was rambling and threatening Chengzhua, crack, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck without warning, hitting Qi Ying right on the head. His body stiffened immediately. The electric current ran along his spine through his whole body. Before he could break free from the paralysis, a sharp pain and a strong shock came from behind him. Bang! He was thrown like a broken kite several dozen meters away, crashing heavily into the sandy ground. Dust and smoke scattered everywhere. Qi Ying, terrified, saw a huge tiger-shaped beast walking out slowly. It was covered in dark green dragon scales, with dark purple horns on its head. Its muscles under the scales were thick and coppery, with amber vertical pupils glowing purple, and the spines at the end of its tail still crackling with electricity. Roar! A deep, deafening roar echoed. Forgot to tell you, I am actually a summoner. Chengzhua's teasing voice came from not far away. Immediately, Qi Ying felt a series of intense electric shocks hit him, and he froze in place. The lightning strike wasn't deadly. It couldn't even hurt him. The number of attacks was so dense, it felt like they didn't cost anything, falling like rain and constantly hitting his chest. Soon, He felt numb all over, completely numb. How is that possible? He was sure he was just a low-level beast pet. How could it have such continuous spell-casting ability? Even with high-level cards boosting, it shouldn't make sense. It's just not logical. Red Shadow was filled with shock and anger, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the relentless thunder punishment that never stopped for even a second. At that moment, he was terrified to see Cheng-Zhuo suddenly leap in front of him, raising a long spear high. Red Shadow's pupils shrank in shock. You. No, you can't kill me. I am a captain in the hunter army. Next time you use a big move, don't talk so much nonsense. With a sharp sound, the spear, shining with a dazzling purple glow, fell suddenly, piercing through Red Shadow's head. Seeing the dragon form and king dual states of the jar, you've died a fair death. Cheng-Zhuo stared at Red Shadow's body, muttering quietly. He guessed that the jar, in king mode, was definitely much stronger than him. He originally planned to let the jar crush with brute force, but he never expected that after gaining the thunder punishment skill, the jar would turn into a magic-type electric cat, unleashing lightning without any cooldown. A series of lightning strikes, cool and fierce, hit without pause. This powerful spell-casting ability and endless source power truly surprised Cheng-Zhuo. Instant casting and continuous spell use. These are abilities only hunters or strange beasts above level 6 possess. The system's initial upgrade of the jar was far more shocking to Cheng-Zhuo than the mythic level meditation card. Red Shadow's charred corpse gradually curled up in the flames. Cheng-Zhuo stared at the fire, repeatedly using the system to scan. Only when the system confirmed it was a corpse did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was about to collect Red Shadow's belongings when he heard light footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Huaming carrying a bunch of packages and cards, trembling as he approached. Cheng, brother Cheng, here you go. Cheng-Zhuo was a bit surprised so fast. He hadn't even noticed when this guy went to lick the bag. Huaming shyly scratched his head and said, my main skill is gathering supplies, so the higher-ranked brothers often bring me along as a servant. Really? You have such a skill? Cheng-Zhuo looked surprised. He glanced down at the pile of miscellaneous items Huaming carried, mostly blue cards, and then waved his hand generously. Here, take these. Consider it a wedding gift for you. Huh? Huaming froze instantly, trembling as he held the bundle. These are worth at least 1,000,000 city-state coins. You've already saved my life. I really can't accept this. Don't fuss about it. Just invite me to a drink in the town next time. Cheng-Zhuo urged with a wave of his hand. Just take it. The area isn't safe lately. You should head back to the town early and prepare well for your wedding. All right? Thank you, brother Cheng. But Huaming no longer hesitated. He knew Cheng-Zhuo's abilities made these gifts insignificant to him. Still, looking at the charred remains of the Crimson Shadow, he couldn't help but speak seriously. Brother Cheng, this Crimson Shadow is a captain in the Hun army, with a pretty high rank. If he's found out, it could be trouble. But he was clearly colluding with the skeleton hunter and killing innocents. I can go to the city-state and testify to clear your name. No need. Cheng-Zhuo shook his head, his expression darkening. Do you forget who arranged for us to be sent here? He's just a minor thug. The higher-ups might be Colonel Liang Yi or even the deputy director. Do you think your testimony will help? Huaming wasn't stupid. Cheng-Zhuo's words made him recall the confusion when everyone was divided onto different vehicles earlier. He nodded and took out his wristwatch. Let's exchange contact info. I may be a small figure, but I have some connections in the town. Many of the higher-ranked brothers are on good terms with me. If you run into trouble because of this, I can help call in some favors. We in Hongshi Town won't let outsiders bully us. Seeing Huaming's serious look, Cheng-Zhuo felt a warm feeling inside. The wilderness hunters weren't as wicked as people said. All right, let's stay in touch if anything comes up. Cheng-Zhuo nodded in agreement. After watching Huaming leave, he collected all the bodies, vehicles, and even Crimson Shadow's flying device into his space. Once he confirmed nothing was missing, he released the battlefield RV, set the destination, and prepared to go. Activating the autopilot mode, he must quickly contact Wan Qinghe and her 3 daughters to stay away from this place of trouble. Red Shadow's attempt to silence others confirmed that the Hunter Army and the Skeleton Hunters are indeed working together. Perhaps because he was doing something shady, Red Shadow's watch was offline when he died, and it didn't record their fight. But Cheng-Zhuo knows that his killing of Red Shadow can't be thoroughly checked. As for Red Shadow saying the deputy director was looking for him, it's probably true. The reason is likely related to Xia-chan's awakening. That deputy director, who pretends to be upright and just, will probably try to persuade him to return to Star Iron City with Xia-chan and protect it, using big words like city-state community. After all, while contract users' activities aren't affected by the lighthouse, they still need to go to the lighthouse to accept missions and claim rewards. Especially for Abyss hunts, the lighthouse upgrades they earn can only be used at the contract lighthouse. Star Iron City definitely won't just watch a promising newcomer slip away. But with Chengzhu's current skills, he doesn't want to be anyone's tool. During the car's autopilot, Chengzhu took out a purple glowing card from his pocket. It's the only high-level card he found on Red Shadow. Strange that this guy only carried one weapon card for self-defense. Crimson Sleeve Arrow, weapon card, quality, epic, purple, effect, can release telekinetic sleeve arrows, with a number linked to mental strength, up to 1,000 arrows, usage limit, level 1 and above, description, miniature arrows made from a certain mental source core, moving at will, unstoppable sharpness, linked to mental strength. A hint of surprise flashed in Chengzhu's eyes. His undead origin already emphasizes mental attributes, so this card is practically a custom-made stealth weapon for him. It seems that Red Shadow was more inclined toward mental-based origins. Normally, Red Shadow only used the weapon card, and at least one ultimate origin skill remained unused. If he had used all his big moves right away, even with Chengzhu in King mode, he wouldn't be able to survive unscathed. Underestimating the enemy is truly a big mistake, Chengzhu quietly reminds himself. A fierce tiger fights a rabbit with all its might. No matter when he faces an enemy, he must never let his guard down. He puts away the crimson sleeve arrow. Chengzhu then looked at the boundary stones in the system space. Boundary stone, Forest of Death, quality, 1 star, description. The foundational stone of the world barrier in the Forest of Death, with powerful rule-based energy. Tip: consuming 100 He-Ming points can refine it. After successful refinement, you can replicate this boundary and rebuild the Forest of Death gate. The owner can enter the system's Forest of Death realm anytime and hunt. Do you want to replicate? Wow! Seeing the tip about replicating the realm, Chengzhu was shocked and exclaimed. He quickly checked the detailed instructions about replicating the realm. The system's power is truly amazing. The replicated Forest of Death is exactly the same as the original realm. He can hunt inside it and absorb source energy to improve his level. Even the source cores can drop from it. Chengzhu looked at the number of boundary stones in the space. There are 132 in total. Because H0173 is a parallel multidimensional realm, most of the boundary stones are duplicates. So, there's no need to use all the He-Ming points to replicate them. In terms of types, there are 6 0-star stones, 11 1-star, 5 2-star, and 2 3-star stones. The extra boundary stones from other realms can also be refined into a second gate. This made Chengzhu's eyes light up. If he places boundary stones in different locations, does that mean he can achieve long-distance teleportation within the realm? To test this idea, Chengzhu immediately spent 200 He-Ming points to refine 2 Forest of Death boundary stones. He placed one at the front control area of the vehicle and the other in the rear bedroom. With a thought, both gates opened simultaneously. Chengzhu stepped through the gate at the front. A familiar, thick, foul smell hit him. He had indeed arrived in the Forest of Death. Even the realm's hints were exactly the same. He turned back, reached out, and took back the boundary stone from the front of the vehicle. As he expected, the gate did not disappear. He immediately returned to the vehicle cabin through the gate. Sure enough, he successfully arrived in the rear bedroom. It worked. Chengzhu was overjoyed. He had been worried that if the wolf pack base was already controlled by the hunting realm army, how could he take the 3 women out? With these gates that can cross physical distances, who could still trap him? The military vehicle rolled over a pile of rubble and stopped at a ruined site. A tall, broken concrete and steel frame cast twisted shadows in the sunset. It was clear that this place was once a prosperous city. But now, only broken walls and debris remain. Chengzhu looked around and found a hidden underground entrance. He inserted the boundary stone into a wall slot, covered the traces with yellow sand and broken stones, and made sure it looked normal from outside. Satisfied, He dusted off his hands and turned back. This place is about 70 or 80 kilometers from the Wolfpack base. As the second entrance to the boundary gate, that should be enough. Back in the vehicle, it continued on autopilot. Cheng Zhuo didn't rush to refine other boundary stones. Instead, he focused on the corpse of the two-tailed fox. It was quietly curled up in an ice block. It looked like it was just sleeping. White-faced nine-tails corpse, quality, 7th order forbidden object, semi-finished product, description. This is the corpse of a juvenile white-faced nine-tails, distorted by the power of the erosion boundary rules, in the early stage of forbidden object refinement. Tip: this semi-finished product can be refined using 100 harmony points with the system's special version. Possible refinement methods are as follows. 1. Refine it into a 7th order alien beast forbidden object with powerful combat ability. Note: the current level of the owner cannot control it. At least 3rd order is required. 2. The system can reshape and enlighten it, keeping the core of the 7th order forbidden object, granting it new intelligence and a humanoid form. It can control 7th order strength independently and has growth potential, eventually evolving into a 9th order. Note: during the early stage, its intelligence is low, and it may not fully control its power initially. Long-term guidance is needed. Note: all refinement methods can recognize the owner. Cheng Zhuo knew this corpse was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be at 7th order level. The system's 2 refinement options made him pause for a moment. One was to directly use the 7th order forbidden object power after reaching 3rd order. The other was a growth type, which might be unstable at first due to its initial intelligence, but could develop into a 9th order with time. Let's choose the future, Cheng Zhuo decided. The growth potential of 9th order excited him more, and since its power was unstable, it proved that it still had 7th order strength, just needing more careful guidance. I choose 2, Cheng Zhuo silently recited. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the ice surface at a visible speed. The originally dull gray fur of the fox beast began to turn pink and white from its forehead, gradually changing in streaks and quickly spreading over its entire body. In the next moment, the system automatically moved it outside the space. It slowly floated in front of Cheng Zhuo. Refining in progress. Rebirth enlightenment ongoing. Detected residual rules. System automatically purifies. Purification complete. The new body removes pollution factors, retaining the core features of the forbidden item. 7th tier growth type forbidden item. White-faced nine-tails, young beast form. Is about to take shape, recognizing the master. A series of system prompts sounded. In just about 10 seconds, the fox beast's stiff body was reborn. Its chest rose and fell slightly, and its drooping ears gently trembled. Then a red glow shimmered. The outline of the fox's body began to twist and stretch, transforming from a half-grown fox into a small humanoid shape. The pink-white fur receded, replaced by smooth, white skin. When the red glow faded, a small girl, about 2 or 3 years old, floated quietly in front of Cheng Zhuo. She had a round face like a porcelain doll, translucent snow-white skin, and a pair of pink-white fox ears standing on her head. The system thoughtfully provided her with a light blue little dress, just covering her knees, revealing chubby little legs, and she wore a pair of red little leather shoes. She slowly opened her eyes, her big round eyes filled with innocent curiosity. After timidly looking around, her gaze finally settled on Cheng Zhuo's face. Refining complete. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the 7th tier growth type forbidden item. White-faced nine-tails, young beast form. That unlabeled forbidden item, customizable, successfully recognized as the Master. Quality, forbidden item, living, growth stage, young beast. Original skill, nine-tails resonance. Each new tail unlocks a new skill. Foxtail skills. 1. Void teleportation. 2. Illusion shapeshifting. The system's prompt faded, and an inexplicable connection naturally formed. Cheng Zhuo gently touched the little girl's fox ear on her head. It felt soft, like cotton freshly sun-dried. The little girl didn't shy away. Instead, she slightly tilted her head, rubbing her cheek against his finger, softly humming him. This little thing has 7th tier strength? Looking at the chubby little girl in front of him, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. Let's give her a name first. She's soft and pink. Maybe call her Peach? After saying that, he immediately shook his head. Not quite right. Too casual. You're also a little fox spirit now. So let's call her Tao Yao Yao. Chengzhua gently rubbed the little one's head. How about that, Tao Yao Yao? Yao? Yao. Tao Yao Yao tilted her head with some confusion. Huh, not bad. She can talk. Chengzhua's eyes lit up. Yao Yao, tell me, what can you do? Yao Yao, Yao 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 Yao. After a while of communication, Chengzhua felt a bit helpless. The little fox could indeed talk, but unfortunately, she only knew her own name. It seemed her intelligence was about the same as a newborn baby. Why don't you do a simple demonstration so I can see what skills you have? Chengzhua tried to communicate. Yao Yao? Tao Yao Yao's big, round eyes were full of question marks. Seeing Chengzhua make a fist gesture, as if understanding, her eyes suddenly brightened. With a thud, she jumped back. Then she raised her chubby little fist and waved it toward the back of the carriage. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. System core product damage detected. Repairing will cost 100 harmony points. Proceed? Chengzhua. Is this the power of a 7th tier ability? He was both shocked and delighted. The sturdy battlefield RV was directly smashed in the back by Tao Yao Yao's pure source energy pulse-like punch. Yao. Tao Yao Yao looked in surprise at the missing rear half of the carriage, her big eyes full of confusion. Then she timidly looked at Chengzhua, seeming to think she had caused trouble. Chengzhua gently rubbed her head to comfort her. It's okay, watch this. Outside the gate of H0173, Liang Ye's deputy officer approached him with a serious expression and whispered, Colonel, it seems there's a problem. The deputy hesitated and said, all signals from the Red Shadow, including the aircraft and transport vehicles, have disappeared. I sent a drone nearby, and there are signs of a fight at the disappearance point, but no people or vehicles are there. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes. What did the fish merchant say? What about their people? They said they sent some, but there's no news now, the deputy replied. Also, I checked around, and there are no unusual energy fluctuations. They probably weren't swallowed by the ghost realm. I suspect that maybe the shadow organization is involved. That's unlikely. They don't have the energy now. Liang Yi shook his head and gave a cold order. Keep investigating. We need to see the person alive or the body. Yes, the deputy responded and then asked, what about the deputy director? How should I reply? Just tell the truth. Say that Chengzhua's vehicle might have been attacked by hunters, and everyone in the vehicle disappeared, Liang Yi said casually. The deputy took the order and was about to leave when he suddenly looked at the message on his wrist and froze. What's wrong? Liang Yi looked up suspiciously. The deputy looked surprised and said, the deputy director's people just told me that Chengzhua has already returned to the Wolfpack base. Chengzhua had just arrived at the Wolfpack base entrance when a chubby man in an ill-fitting suit blocked his way. The man was sweating on his forehead, his tie was crooked, and he held a wrinkled file bag, looking a bit anxious. Chengzhua? The deputy director is waiting for you in the reception room. He specifically sent me to pick you up. Chengzhua glanced at him. Okay, tell him to wait. The chubby secretary was stunned for a moment. Thinking he had misheard, he quickly caught up 2 steps, voice growing more urgent. I'm talking about the deputy director, Lord Hu Yen Song. He's waiting for you in the Wolfpack's reception room. I heard you. Chengzhua's voice grew colder. Even if the city lord comes, until I see my wife, let him wait first. After saying that, he turned and walked into the base without looking back at Tao Tao. Only the chubby secretary was left standing there, confused. Just now, Chengzhua realized he had a headache. Peony is not considered his pet beast, unlike the jar that can be stored in the core card beast space. She is not a lifeless object and cannot be put into the system space. She is a newborn, very curious about everything. If left outside alone, Chengzhua fears she might accidentally cause damage to the Wolfpack base. So, he can only carry her inside together. Fortunately, her current form is transformed by the system, so there's no need to worry about others noticing anything unusual. Chengzhua walked straight to the dormitory area, holding Peony, who is looking around with a curious face. He has already contacted Wan Qinghe in advance. All 3 girls are waiting for him in the dorm. As he enters, Wan Qinghe is the first to come forward. She starts to say, Brother Zhua, you finally, but her eyes are suddenly drawn to Peony, and her voice softens. Wow, whose little girl is this? She's so adorable. Inside, Xia Mo and Xia Chan are also attracted by the sound of the door opening. When they see Cheng Zhua, they are completely captivated by Peony in his arms and gather around. The sudden enthusiasm scares Peony, who immediately shrinks into Cheng Zhua's embrace. She clutches his clothes tightly, her fox ears drooping, and her golden eyes full of fear. Cheng Zhua gently pats her back and speaks softly. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. These are the 3 beautiful sisters I told you about. They are all our friends, and you'll need to protect them in the future. Hearing this, Peony lifts her head curiously and looks at the 3 girls. Is her name Yao Yao? Where did she come from? Wow, her cat ears can move. So cute. Wan Xinghe is already melted by Peony's cuteness, her eyes unable to look away. Yes, her name is Peony Yao Yao, Cheng Zhua says proudly. Peony of the Peony Blossom. That's the name I chose. You chose it. Xia Chan's eyes roll mischievously. Hee hee, Brother Zhua, isn't she your secret love child you're hiding outside? Of course not. It's a long story. I'll explain later, Cheng Zhua says, setting Peony down to play in her room. After reminding her not to cause trouble, he closes the door and pulls Xia Chan over. This time, you can see everything clearly now. No need to hold Xia Mo anymore. Yeah. Summer cicadas kept nodding their heads, raising empty hands, and pressing their faces close to Cheng Zhua's eyes. Can see very clearly. Kiss. Cheng Zhua held her face and gave her a firm kiss on her red lips, then smiled teasingly. How about that? I wasn't lying. Exercise can help you awaken again. Summer's cheeks instantly turned red. She suddenly broke free from his embrace, then pulled Ching He and Xia Mo into a hug, grinning mischievously. Then you guys should work hard too. Ching He gave her a playful glare, then turned to look at Cheng Zhua with a more serious expression. Brother Zhua, the deputy director contacted us earlier. Oh? What did he say? Cheng Zhua raised an eyebrow and gently brushed her stray hair behind her ear. Ching He repeated. He said he can arrange a high-altitude villa for each of us inside the city, with epic-level source cards for me and Xiao Mo, and even better contracts for you and me. He hopes that after summer advances, she can re-sign her contract back in the city. What do you all think? Cheng Zhua looked at the 3 girls. Of course, we listen to Brother Zhua, Summer replied quickly. You don't know. Ching He was very serious about it. She suddenly straightened up, cleared her throat, and imitated Ching He's serious tone. Deputy Director, we're sorry, but you don't need to waste your time with us. Before our husband returns, we won't give you any answer. My words are Summer's words. Her serious act made Cheng Zhua chuckle, and he asked her with a smile. Do you want to go to the city? Used to want to? Summer suddenly stopped her playful attitude and said seriously, but now I don't care. Wherever Brother Zhua and the sisters are, that's home. I don't think becoming S-rank is anything special. I still want to hide behind my husband and sisters, be a silly girl. Hee hee, and you? Cheng Zhua looked at Xiao Mo again. The girl didn't speak. She just tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him directly. Her soft lips carried a bit of warmth, and her breathing grew faster until they were both almost out of breath. Only then did she release him, her ears blushing bright red, but her eyes clearly showed her attitude. She was sticking with him. So shy. Summer Cicada covers her eyes, secretly peeking through her fingers, and teasingly says, Big Sister probably wants to say that even if we live in a small forest, she'd still hold on to a tree and wait for Brother Zhua. Xia Mo blushes, grabs a nearby pillow, and throws it at Summer Cicada, as if trying to cover her mouth with a towel. Sis, don't pinch me. My petrification is really strong now, sob. Wan Xinghe leans against Cheng Zhua's chest. She watches them playfully chase each other with a smile. Cheng Zhua notices that Summer Cicada's biological strength, boosted by recent attribute rewards and her second awakening, has reached level 37.5. With such a body, Xia Mo can no longer catch her. Soon, Tao Yao Yao is also infected, bouncing her little legs and running behind, her bell-like laughter filling the room. While running, Tao Yao Yao suddenly stops, walks slowly to Cheng Zhua's leg, and wraps her small arms around his thigh, lifting her face and calling out, Yao Yao. Wan Xinghe looks at Cheng Zhua with suspicion. What is she saying? Cheng Zhua helplessly shrugs. I don't know either. Tao Yao Yao looks up at Cheng Zhua pitifully, trying hard to express something, but after a long time, all she says is Yao Yao. Wan Xinghe stares at her slightly drooping little ears, her eyes brightening. Hey, I see she has a pair of cat ears. Maybe if we take out Guangguan, she can understand. She probably means. Cheng Zhuo originally thought she had fox ears in the story, but then he paused, thinking being mistaken for having cat ears might be fun too. Although he doubts Guangguan can understand either, he still releases Guangguan. Meow? When Guangguan appears, she blinks sleepily and looks around. Yao Yao. Seeing the suddenly appearing big cat, Tao Yao Yao jumps 2 meters high, lands on her hands and feet, and crouches like a fluffy little wild animal, her small pigtails standing up. Guangguan seems to sense Tao Yao Yao's powerful aura. Her soft fur on her back bristles, and she emits a low growl, woo-woo. Hey, don't be reckless. The 2 little ones' tense standoff surprises Cheng Zhuo. If they fight, the dormitory might be turned into ruins. They try to calm them down for a while. After repeatedly confirming that both of them had Cheng Zhuo's aura, the 2 little ones finally calmed down. They huddled together. Guangguan nudged Tao Yao Yao's hand with his head, and Tao Yao Yao reached out to touch him. Surprisingly, they quickly became familiar with each other. It seemed like they were on the same wavelength, both speaking baby talk. Soon, Guangguan was carrying Tao Yao Yao around the table. Yao Yao. After playing for a while, Tao Yao Yao drooped her ears and moved closer to Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo had no choice but to try asking Guangguan. Guangguan, do you know what's wrong with her? Meow. Guangguan looked at Tao Yao Yao with interest. His big eyes spun around, and through telepathy, he responded to Cheng Zhuo. She wants milk, preferably the kind with a fresh flavor from a small cow, about 1.8 liters. After a moment, Guangguan happily hugged a big bucket of milk and drank it. Tao Yao Yao was lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. It turned out she was just tired. Cheng Zhuo and the 3 girls looked at the 2 adorable creatures with affection. The rare quiet moment was very warm and cozy. Who would have thought? The strongest fighters in their family were actually these 2 little ones still drinking milk. Knock, knock, knock. Soon after, there was a series of urgent knocking sounds outside the door. Cheng Zhuo frowned and walked impatiently to the door. He really didn't want to talk to that deputy director. If it weren't for the appointment with Huang Fubai to wait here, he would have left through the portal already. That guy, he didn't know what was wrong, hadn't responded to messages. Could he have failed to get out? Worried, Cheng Zhuo reached the door and opened it. Cheng Zhuo, we meet again. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, dressed in a crisp black suit. His appearance was plain, the kind that was hard to distinguish in a crowd. Cheng Zhuo had only seen him once before, but he recognized him at a glance. Recognizing the person, Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up. Did Huang Fubai send you? He clearly remembered Huang Fubai once saying his bodyguard could help him awaken a second time. That's right. There was no unnecessary small talk. The man in black, a bodyguard, responded in a deep voice. My surname is Gao. Let's find a quiet place to talk. There are some things I must explain first. Okay, Uncle Gao. Hearing this, Cheng Zhuo immediately contacted Catherine to borrow a quiet room. As they turned the corner of the dormitory corridor, a sudden fiery red figure appeared, blocking their way. The person was tall, with waist-length wavy red hair, fair skin, and half of her ample chest was dazzlingly white. Her tight red combat suit outlined her hot curves perfectly. Although she looked only 20, she exuded a captivating, mature charm. She was Rosa, the noble daughter of the city lord. Cheng Zhuo, it's really hard to see you, she said with a slightly husky voice, carrying a hint of playful seduction. Cheng Zhuo stopped and nodded slightly. Miss Rosa, would you consider signing with our Sacred Beast Guild? I can help you level up in the higher-starred wasteland, Rosa said directly. Cheng Zhuo shook his head. Sorry, I have no plans to join a guild right now, Rosa continued. A level signing. I can help you explore higher-starred wastelands. Hearing this, even old Gao, who had been silent all along, subtly looked over, feeling a bit worried. Does she know I plan to help Cheng Zhuo with a second awakening? Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow, a hint of genuine surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew well that online opinions about him mostly said he relied on enhancement potions and legendary meditation techniques for immediate power, with little potential, mainly capable of blowing up rookie pawns. I'm really curious. Cheng Zhuo tilted his head slightly, speaking with a tone of inquiry. Miss Rosa, how did you see that I am worth an A-level contract? Intuition, Rosa suddenly leaned in, a faint fragrance filling the air. Her body almost pressed against Cheng Zhuo's. her bright eyes narrowing as she stared at his face, as if trying to find an answer in his eyes. Honestly, have we met somewhere before? This sense of familiarity, shouldn't it be something a sea king uses to attract fish? Chengzhua smiled faintly. With your reputation, Miss Rosa, I must have seen you many times. But you probably haven't seen me. Thank you for the invitation, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. After saying this, he gestured to Lao Gao, and the two continued walking toward the quiet room. Rasha slightly frowned her eyebrows and asked again, "Are you really not considering it? The signing fee for an A level is 100 million. I might consider S level, but A level is fine." Chengzhua's voice came from afar. Strange. Rasha crossed her arms over her chest and watched Chengzhua's tall figure gradually walk away. She muttered, "Why do I feel so strangely familiar?" She paused for a moment, then dialed a number labeled Turtle Teacher. "Teacher, I saw Chengzhua. How did it go? Is he willing to sign with our guild along with Xiachan?" Came an old voice from the other side. "He refused," Rasha pouted. Suddenly, her tone shifted with a hint of curiosity. "Do you think we could offer both of them an S-level contract?" "Child, A level is already the highest I can give you. Don't be reckless." The voice on the other side grew serious. S-level isn't just about money and resources. It also involves various city-state privileges and deep abyss battles, which affect the guild's status. "Oh, they know. Don't nag me about it." Rasha impatiently interrupted, then hesitated and asked, "Why do I feel so familiar with him at first sight in the video? Like, we've known each other for a long time. Can you help me recover that memory from the Source Burial Realm? I feel like I might have seen him there." "Foolish girl," the voice on the other side sounded helpless. "You're confused. Chengzhua was just a newcomer to the Realm of Ruins last time. How could you have seen him in last year's realm?" "Ah, that's true," Rasha sighed. "Could it be that he's a dragon walker? We're missing just one of the 4 walkers." No, the sacred beast hidden cache didn't react at all. "Ha!" A teasing laugh came through the receiver. "Little girl, I think it's time you start dating. Besides, that Chengzhua guy is quite handsome. Are you interested, teacher? Do you know how weapon cards are created?" As soon as the two sat down, Lao Gao asked about the basic knowledge of the middle school source card course. Chengzhua confidently replied, "After 7 years of hunting, Master Mo Shan created the first weapon with embedded cards, called source weapons. Since then, weapon cards began to appear in blind cores or lighthouse rewards. After 35 years of hunting, Master Mo Shan studied the principles of weapon cards, and artificial weapon cards officially came into being. Now, tell me, what is the principle behind making artificial weapon cards or resource cards?" Lao Gao asked again. Although he didn't see how this related to the Second Awakening, Chengzhua still recalled what he had learned and answered carefully. Spirit Masters strip the source cards from space-type source energy to make blank cards. Then, card makers guide the source energy to connect the source weapons with the blank cards. That's right. Whether it's the original weapon cards or later resource cards, the lighthouse or the wasteland seems to have a kind of power monitoring them. Every human breakthrough with source cards causes it to update lighthouse rewards or cards in blind cores. It can easily replicate any new card humans create. Lao Gao continued from Chengzhua's words, suddenly changing his tone with a strange sense of pride. However, there is one type of card that humans have created, but it has never been able to successfully replicate. Chengzhua was slightly stunned. What kind of card? The ancient martial arts meditation card. Lao Gao mentioned a card named Chengzhua had never heard before. Is it about integrating ancient martial arts moves into cards, so people can master skills like Lingbo Weibu or 18 dragon subduing palms? Chengzhua asked excitedly, testing. That's one way to understand it. Lao Gao nodded slightly and explained, ancient martial arts meditation cards are similar to weapon and resource cards. They strip source energy into blank cards and then couple an ancient martial arts tradition with the blank card. But unlike the others, these cards strip the breathing meditation aspect. So, ancient martial arts meditation cards, like breathing meditation cards, can merge into the source, using this power to trigger the Second Awakening. Chengzhua's eyes lit up. That's one way to see it, but not entirely. Old Gao shook his head and lightly tapped his fingertips on the table, organizing his thoughts. To be precise, a new cultivation system has been integrated into your original card. It combines ancient martial arts and source energy. This can change your source card potential. but your core skills and potential haven't actually changed. The potential shown by your source card reflects your ability in ancient martial arts. That's what I want to tell you. The awakening your young master mentioned and the second awakening you talked about are not the same thing. He paused and continued. This cultivation system is called Ancient Martial Arts Source Stream. Ancient Martial Arts Source Stream. Cheng Zhuo repeated these words softly, then looked up after a moment and asked, does this style have any restrictions? Since there's a way to awaken, why isn't it widespread? Combining ancient martial arts with source energy sounds very powerful. There are many reasons. For example, it's hard to merge and requires a lot of cultivation energy from the practitioner. Old Gao's voice grew a bit deeper. Also, the ancient martial arts source stream has only been around for about 100 years. This kind of risky act, using one's own cultivation to forcibly increase someone else's potential, is very limited. So, practitioners of this style usually follow a master-disciple system, and most disciples are very few. I see, Cheng Zhuo suddenly understood. So, if I want to inherit this, I need to become your disciple. Let's not talk about becoming a disciple for now. Old Gao waved his hand. What I want to remind you is that merging with the ancient martial arts meditation card only happens once. If you inherit my skills, you might only reach level A, and after that, you can't accept any other source martial arts inheritance. You can only practice the techniques I pass on to you. Of course, if you can create your own, that's impressive. I guess I can't find another master either. Young master can. Mentioning Huang Fubai, Old Gao's lips curled into a faint, proud smile. If you can wait a year or two until the young master completes his plans, he can introduce you to a grandmaster. Maybe that will help you reach S rank. You should know the power of an S rank ancient martial arts inheritor. There is one in Star Iron City. Who is it? That girl named Mu Yinji. Her strength is quite good. Mu Yinji, at the peak of the 6th rank. Yet in this person's words, her ability is only described as quite good. Cheng Zhuowei hesitated, then asked after a moment. Uncle Gao, I have only one question. Go ahead. Will the inheritance of ancient martial arts affect my second awakening of the origin? Not at all. Old Gao glanced at him with a hint of confusion in his tone. But with your low awakening rate, why are you considering this? Do you really think the second awakening is possible? Then that's settled. Feeling assured, Cheng Zhuowei immediately stood up, bowing respectfully, as if clasping his fists. Master above, please accept my bow. I don't plan to take disciples for now. Old Gao looked at him, raising a finger into the air, and a gentle yet irresistible force helped Cheng Zhuowei stand upright. Then, his face serious, he said, our school is called Liang Yi, which emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. It is one of the 7 main branches of ancient martial arts. Since young master has agreed, I can make an exception and pass on the inheritance to you. As for becoming a disciple, we can discuss that later. Cheng Zhuowei nodded. Yes, master. This Uncle Gao was unwilling to take a disciple, whether because he was busy or didn't see value in him. Cheng Zhuowei had no objections. The inheritance was a free gain anyway. Not becoming a disciple was also fine. It meant fewer formalities. But he still had to call him master, especially since this was a highly skilled person who once commented that Mu Yinji's strength was pretty good. He might even be like the legendary monk who quietly guards the temple. I have only one request. Old Gao's voice suddenly grew serious. Under no circumstances are you allowed to do anything that harms young master. I am also close friends with brother Huangfu. I've saved him twice, so you can rest assured. Cheng Zhuowei promised confidently. What a joke. Only a fool would offend a billionaire who can casually transfer 1 billion yuan unless he had lost his mind. Come with me. Old Gao stood up and headed outside. Are we starting now? Cheng Zhuowei hurried to follow. Do I need to prepare some advanced breathing technique or something? I have a blank meditation card. Old Gao explained without looking back. Ancient martial arts rely on the practitioner's cultivation, not the level of the source card. The two walked out of the wolf pack base. By then, the sunset had fallen, and the last streak of red glow hung in the sky. The wilderness began to feel cold, and occasional distant howls of strange beasts could be heard. The wind carried tiny grains of sand that made a soft, sifting sound. Finally, when they reached a wide, rocky clearing, Old Gao stopped and said, "Let's stop here." Cheng Zhuo felt a little nervous. "Do I need to do anything? Just stay calm," Old Gao advised. It might be painful later, so be patient. Okay. Wolfpack Base. Inside a large meeting room. A bright white ceiling light hung above a long conference table, and even the smell of coffee in the air felt tense. Vice Director Yu Yin Song sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the dark wooden surface. He spoke in a serious voice. Does anyone have ideas? Please share. No matter what, we need to keep the S-class talent in the city, even if nearby towns are safer than Redstone Town. Does anyone have the ability to persuade them to stay? If it really can't be done, maybe we should keep them under house arrest at the base. A member wearing round glasses in the corner whispered, but as soon as he spoke, he shrank back. Foolish. Suddenly, Song He from the Ember Guild sneered, his tone full of teasing mockery. An S-class hunter, and you want to force her to become an enemy of the city? Really? The member's face turned red as he argued. What else can we do? We can't just watch her jump into the fire. I think Vice Director doesn't need to rush. Song He leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with a carefree look. Women tend to admire strength. When Xiachan finds out that Cheng Zhua is just a pretty face, she'll leave him soon enough and return to the city. You're so strong, but I don't see me admiring you. A cold female voice suddenly interrupted him, her tone icy with sarcasm. Everyone looked toward her. It was Rosa from the Sacred Beast Guild, her finger touching her lips, eyes shining with cold light. This usually polite star hunter, the daughter of the city lord, was rarely angry, but now she was clearly annoyed by Song He's dismissive words. Little Rosa, I didn't mean it that way. Song He's casual expression immediately froze, and he forced a laugh to smooth things over. With your talent, you don't need to envy others. Rosa didn't want to pay attention to him. Instead, she looked at Hu Yin Song and said, if you want to keep Xiachan, you first need to keep Cheng Zhua. I asked him today, if he signs an S-level contract, he's willing to sit down and talk. If not, let them go. Is it really so hard to decide? Constant meetings. What's the point of you bringing so many people to these meetings? You're joking. As soon as she finished speaking, the meeting table erupted in chaos. Earlier, Cheng Zhua and Xiachan had ignored everyone for a long time. The crowd was already annoyed. Now, hearing the words, S-level contract, they mocked even more, winning the best newcomer and getting a legendary meditation card. Thinking that makes you important enough to sit at the table? Cheng Zhua is really funny. Exactly, greed makes you swallow more than you can handle, and you'll end up hurting yourself. Using his woman as a bargaining chip. Just wait. When Xiachan leaves him far behind in strength, do you think he'll still be interested? At this moment, the door of the meeting room suddenly burst open with a bang. A chubby, breathless secretary rushed in, his face trembling with fat jiggles, voice trembling. Vice Deputy Director. Outside, someone is experiencing a second awakening. The signs are stronger than Xiachan's. Outside the Wolfpack base, on the open gravel ground, dark red source energy surged like boiling lava. Within 100 meters, stones were lifted by invisible forces, swirling into a huge crimson vortex in the air. Even the passing night wind was dyed red, carrying hot air that hit their faces. At the center of the vortex, Cheng Zhua was surrounded by two types of energy, crossing and merging. Strange, why did the second awakening trigger? Old Gao, standing opposite him, furrowed his brows and looked at Cheng Zhua with confusion. His previous understanding was that Cheng Zhua's second awakening rate was less than 0.01. How could he trigger a second awakening? Cheng Zhua, can you hear me, Master? Yes, this is truly strange. Old Gao's palm-held energy flowed like a long stream, slowly reaching Cheng Zhua. As he continued to promote the fusion of the ancient martial arts meditation card, he hesitated and said, it seems that the fusion of the ancient martial arts has triggered your second awakening. Cheng Zhua couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Has this kind of second awakening ever happened before during fusion? Is it dangerous? Not really dangerous. When the meditation card fuses, it does cause a slight stimulation to your core. But that amount of force, don't forget, your unlocking rate is less than 0.1%. He showed a slightly guilty smile. Maybe I just got lucky. Hold your breath and focus. Old Gao suddenly said seriously. This will be tough. Be prepared. If your second awakening potential is high, I might be able to boost your ancient martial arts potential to S level. Got it? Cheng Zhua responded seriously. Perhaps because his mental strength was relatively high, he didn't feel much pressure. As the pure white meditation card gradually merged with his core card, the red glow grew more intense. He could clearly feel his core card trembling violently, as if some mysterious force was trying to break free from its bonds. At that moment, the crimson vortex was already surrounded by people. Yes, it's the source power star vortex, no doubt. Such a special sign of awakening. Hui Yin-song looked away from the swirling crimson and turned to ask his secretary, "Who's inside?" The chubby secretary quickly pulled up the holographic panel and projected a video in front of Hui Yin. "Vice Director, according to the base entrance surveillance, the person coming from that direction is Cheng Zhua. Accompanying him is a middle-aged man in a black suit." Cheng Zhua? Hui Yan's brow furrowed slightly. It can't be him. I remember his unlocking rate. There's no way he could have a second gene unlock. Do you have a more precise image? I've already arranged for the surrounding surveillance footage to be retrieved. It will be here soon, the chubby secretary said. And the core fluctuation index, has it been tested? Hui Yin-song asked again, his eyes returning to the bright red star sphere. He could feel it. There was a very powerful presence at the center of the star sphere. It couldn't be Cheng Zhua. The chubby secretary stared at the fluctuating numbers on the panel, sounding a bit excited. It's still rising. The current level has already exceeded the B-level threshold, but the influence of this star sphere is larger than the records of S-level awakenings in our database. We can't accurately predict its final potential yet. Could Cheng Zhua be like Miss Rosa, jumping directly from F-level to S-level potential after a second awakening? OSI suddenly said. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of calculation flashing behind the lenses. If that's true, our Thunder Guild would definitely try to recruit him. So far, only they have signed a B-level contract. Maybe they have the best chance. Song-hee couldn't help but snort upon hearing this. What are you thinking? Isn't it possible he's still inside? The unlocking rate is so low. How could he have a second awakening? Don't speak so definitely. Rin Tianqing squinted and stroked his goat beard thoughtfully. This kid's luck is extraordinary. He even managed to get a legendary source card from a blind pig core. A low unlocking rate doesn't mean there's no chance for a second awakening. At that moment, a staff member in a wolf pack uniform ran over, panting. Deputy Director, it's confirmed. The person inside the star sphere is Cheng Zhua and a middle-aged man. Two people. Hui Yin-song's pupils shrank suddenly. How can there be two? Are you sure both are inside the star sphere? Absolutely. The young man quickly handed over a detector on his wrist. The screen showed a biological image of the center of the star sphere. I switched to the body detection mode, and I can clearly see two life signs at the center. When he said this, everyone present was stunned. Even if someone is an F-level awakening to E-level, the surrounding source force rejection can throw ordinary people away during awakening. The star sphere's source force influence extends over 100 meters. No one present could step inside, let alone stay at the center. Ha ha! Suddenly, a loud, hearty laugh silenced the commotion. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a large, sky-blue wolf running in with flames behind it. Sitting on the wolf's back was an old man with dark skin and white hair. His black cloak fluttered loudly in the wind, and he looked like a wild hunter from the wilderness. The big wolf stopped steadily outside the crowd, and the old man leapt down. Who would have thought that our small wolf base could attract so many important guests? Hey, President Yang Tianlang, nice to see you again. Song-hee's eyes lit up, and he pretended to be friendly as he approached. It's clear that trying to recruit people from Hongshi town is impossible for him. Yang Tianlang looked at him with slight disdain. Can you cut that messy hair of yours? You're old, but you dress like a girl from the red light district. Isn't that embarrassing? Song-hee was immediately annoyed. Hey, old man, why are you always so rude? I'm a painter. This is called artistic sense, understand? Yang Tianlang didn't want to argue and turned to look at Ho Yin-song, who had a serious expression. His eyes flicked to the swirling crimson vortex, and he smirked playfully. If Cheng Zhua really had a second awakening, that would be interesting. Some people forced others into wilderness contracts and are now eyeing their wives. If this kid really becomes an S rank, those same people might have to beg him to come back to Qingtai City. This story is more dramatic than a soap opera. Ho Yin-song looked at him with some helplessness. President Yang, you don't have to be so sarcastic. Oh, so the vice director is here too. Yang Tianlang pretended to have just noticed Ho Yin-song, smiling slightly. but his tone turned cold. Ho Yin Song, don't bother. Old Wang said that as long as Cheng Zhua and Huang Fu Bai don't want to return to the city, no one will bother them. Of course, Xia Chan is included now. Ho Yin Song's face showed no emotion as he said slowly, President Yang, you should know best that Hongshu town won't last a year. So what? Yang Tianlang moved closer to Ho Yin Song, his eyes full of contempt. Until the last moment. How do you know it will be us who fall? Ho Yin Song turned his head, seeming unwilling to argue, and simply said, we'll see. Lieutenant, we've found it. Liang Ye's assistant hurried forward holding a holographic projector, bowing slightly with a cautious tone. This is surveillance footage from the vehicle transport center. Before the transport truck lost contact, it recorded some sounds, but only the audio is clear. Some of the content is sensitive, so I didn't dare to make assumptions. Please listen yourself. Liang Yi took a deep breath of smoke and coldly ordered, play it. The audio played out, starting with a flattering male voice, deliberately trying to please. Lord Qiying, this is a small matter. You don't need to come personally. Just tell me what to do. Are you Cheng Zhua? What's the matter? Come with me. The deputy director wants to see you. Sorry, I'm not interested in meeting him. Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? Kid, you can still kneel and beg for mercy. By the way, I should tell you, I'm actually a summoner. You. No, you can't kill me. I am a captain in the hunter army. Next time you unleash a big move, don't talk so much nonsense. Brother Chung, this Qi-Ying is a captain in the hunter army. He's clearly colluding with the skull hunter and killing innocents. I can go to the city-state to testify and help clear your name. Add a contact method. I, Huaming, am just a small player. All right, contact me if anything comes up. Hearing this, the audio was completely drowned out by static, and the holographic image went dark. The assistant swallowed hard, a hint of confusion in his eyes. There was strong electrical interference on site, so the signal was patchy. But it's certain that Lord Qi-Ying was definitely killed by Cheng Zhua. It's strange. How could that kid possibly kill Lord Qi-Ying? Liang Ye's brow furrowed as he listened repeatedly. A cold killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Cheng Zhua, Huaming, they must not be left alive. The subordinate has already arranged to investigate Huaming, the assistant replied. What about Cheng Zhua? His wife has now awakened to S rank. The deputy director values him highly. We can't act against him easily. Liang Yi squinted, hesitating for a moment, then asked, how's the Wolfpack base? Has the deputy director scheduled a meeting with him? Not yet. The deputy shook his head. Our people say that Cheng Zhua is very proud. He refused all interviews and left the base with an unknown middle-aged man. And he paused, seeming hesitant to continue. Go on, Liang Yi urged coldly. The deputy looked strange and uncertain, saying, according to the reports from the scene, Cheng Zhua may have experienced a second awakening. Based on the star pattern, he might even be in S level. What? Liang Ye's eyes widened. It might not be him, the deputy quickly added, startled by Liang Ye's reaction. I heard that there are two people inside the star pattern. One is Cheng Zhua, and the other is that unknown middle-aged man. Do you even know what you're saying? Liang Yi rolled his eyes. An awakening star pattern can't have others inside, he said. The deputy looked confused. I'm also puzzled, but our sensors detected two life signs right at the center of the star pattern. He paused. Then his expression turned sinister. Colonel, we must keep the cooperation with the hunters secret. Maybe we should cut off the beginning of the video, keep only the later part, and make it seem like Cheng Zhua murdered the hunter-ruined soldiers. Once Huaming is dead, he won't be able to defend himself. With this audio, no matter if he's S level or not, they'll listen to us. Liang Yi fell silent, thinking deeply. His fingertips rubbed the edge of the projector repeatedly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and his military boots made a heavy sound on the floor. That's the plan. Let's go to the Wolfpack base. Outside the Wolfpack base, a crimson star pattern was spinning in the sky. Its dark red tendrils stretched out like living tentacles, wrapping Cheng Zhua and Old Gao in the center. As the fusion continued, time slowly passed. Cheng Zhua's consciousness seemed to be pulled away by an invisible force. He felt as if he had entered a vague, ethereal state. In an instant, the crimson star pattern suddenly vanished. Instead, there was a huge arena floating in the void. Under the dark, deep starry sky, the The stone stands were layered and countless blurry figures shouted and cheered. The roaring applause was deafening, making his eardrums feel numb. In the center of the arena, a huge dragon covered the sky as it fought a creature with 8 limbs. The dragon's scales were dark purple, shining coldly. Its breath, a purple flame, fell to the ground and ignited blue flames that twisted the air. The 8-limbed creature was silver-white, resembling a snake or a lizard. Its 8 sharp claws gleamed like blades. Each swing tore the air and sent out semi-transparent streaks of energy. Boom! 2 powerful energies collided, causing big ripples to form in the air. The 8-limbed snake lizard was no match for the dragon. Every time the dragon's claws nearly pierced its body, a dark gold pattern suddenly lit up on its collar. An invisible force pulled it back fiercely, tearing off some of its scales. Dark purple blood beads dripped onto the stone ground and instantly evaporated into white smoke. Soon, it had to retreat and was locked inside a golden cage on the side. As the sun and moon changed places, the 8-limbed snake lizard appeared again. Chengzhuo watched their fight silently. The dragon kept winning, but each time it was confined again. Gradually, the 8-limbed snake lizard grew stronger. Meanwhile, the dragon grew weaker. Finally, it fell under the claws of the snake lizard. Damn it! Chengzhuo clenched his fists tightly. He could feel that the dragon's peak power was long gone. It shouldn't have lost in such a way. Come on, let it go! Chengzhuo shouted loudly. But all he got in response was cheers from the spectators. When the dragon finally collapsed, the arena began to fade away. The dragon seemed to sense something, slowly lifting its eyelids, as if looking at the starry sky or staring at Chengzhuo. Get up! Chengzhuo felt a strange ache in his heart. But then, the vivid scene that had lasted nearly 100 years, or seemed to only last a moment, suddenly disappeared. Everything before his eyes turned into emptiness. A deep, hot feeling suddenly washed over him. Old Gao couldn't help but smile happily. It's done. I actually passed on an S-rank potential ancient martial arts inheritance. And his second awakening of the origin is also S-rank. Old Gao's eyes sparkled with excitement. His usually calm face was now full of joy. But this burst of joy didn't last 3 seconds. His smile suddenly froze, and his pupils shrank sharply, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He leaned forward slightly. His fingertips hovered in front of Chengzhuo. He could clearly sense that beside Chengzhuo's source card, there was still a faint, cold aura emanating from a source card. Dark lines wrapped in wisps of gray mist, and surprisingly, it was also an S-level source energy fluctuation. How is there another one? For a moment, Lao Gao even thought he had sensed incorrectly. An S-level source card. How could it suddenly appear in Chengzhuo's source? Something was wrong. Almost at the moment he noticed the second source card, a strong pull suddenly erupted from Chengzhuo's body. Lao Gao felt his entire source energy surge out like a broken stream, and a tearing, stabbing pain came from his source. Oh no, it's losing control. Lao Gao immediately remembered the records about source chaos in the clan's ancient texts. 3 source cards. That's not a power humans can control. The owner will eventually be contaminated by the wasteland, becoming a vessel for evil spirits, leading to disasters beyond measure. Lao Gao quickly shouted, Chengzhuo, wake up. Don't be led away by the source. But Chengzhuo seemed unresponsive, his gaze wandering, lips moving faintly and brokenly, with a stubborn obsession. Get up. Get up. Get up. Outside Xingxuan, the crowd watching suddenly shivered all over. In the originally warm source energy fluctuations, a piercing coldness suddenly seeped in. Someone instinctively shrank back and pointed at the edge of Xingxuan, shouting, Look! What is that? Is something crawling out of the ground? Everyone looked in the direction of the shout. They saw at the edge of the crimson glow, countless pale white bones emerging from the dirt, followed by skull-shaped outlines. Skulls. An old hunter's face changed drastically, and he took 2 steps back. Someone is summoning spirits. When the pale blue glowing skeletons surged out from the edge of Xingxuan, the crisp sound of cracking and clattering made everyone's scalp tingle. The crowd watching suddenly erupted in chaos. They instinctively stepped back, especially some veteran hunters who had experienced the beast tide 20 years ago. Their faces turned pale, and memories seemed to flood back to the fierce battles against those undead summoning creatures. These creatures do not feel pain or fear. As long as their core isn't destroyed, even if they are only half alive, they will chase and bite people. The undead mage possessed by the evil spirit, although only at the 6th level, caused great trouble for Star Iron City's defenses against the beast tide. Deputy Director, does the Grim Reaper's secret stash have any response? Ren Tianxing pushed through the crowd quickly and approached Hu Yuan's Song, frowning as he asked. Several high-level guild members also gathered around. They all knew that undead mages used a rare type of summoning source. They weren't very dangerous by themselves. Only those who used forbidden items from the secret stash would be contaminated by the Void Realm and become a source of chaos. The Grim Reaper's secret stash responds to all forbidden undead items in the mortal world. This was what they cared about most right now. Hu Yuan's Song turned to his secretary beside him. How's the situation? The chubby secretary didn't dare delay. He quickly swiped his finger across the holographic display on his wrist, and a 3D projection appeared instantly. It showed real-time monitoring of the Grim Reaper's secret stash. A large, dark gold book, ancient in aura, floated inside a special energy shield. The surface of the book was calm, with no ripples or faint light. He switched to several detection angles. The fluctuations of energy around the stash were as steady as a straight line. Deputy Director, the chubby secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and said confidently, "There's no response from the Grim Reaper's secret stash. This should just be an ordinary awakening of undead summoning." Ordinary awakening? When these words were spoken, everyone froze. They all turned their heads to look at the group of skeletons. A dense mass of skeletons and zombie puppets crowded around Xingxuan, numbering at least 1,000. Some dragged broken spines and crawled quickly on the ground. Does this look like an ordinary awakening that could cause such a scene? Everyone, don't panic. Hu Yuan's Song shouted loudly. His rough voice cut through the chaos instantly. These undead summons are not showing any signs of attacking. Everyone, step back. All hunters, listen up. Set up a warning line. Go into alert mode. Do not attack unless I give the order. As soon as he finished speaking, the prepared huntress army immediately sprang into action. Their neat footsteps made the ground tremble, and the glowing blue shield clanged shut, quickly forming a protective barrier around the perimeter, with guns aimed at the group of skeletons. The chaos at the scene gradually calmed down. As he had said, the summoned skeletons near Xingxuan were just aimlessly wandering. Occasionally, some would accidentally enter Xingxuan and be instantly turned to ash. They looked quite dull and not very smart. At this moment, the previously swirling crimson wind suddenly changed color. Dark purple flames burst from the center of the whirlwind, like living vines climbing along its spiral, quickly wrapping Xingxuan in a burning purple firestorm. Is this a sign of awakening? Someone muttered, full of doubt. I've lived 60 years and have never seen such strange signs. It must be an S rank. Every S rank sign is unique. I just don't know if the awakening is happening to Cheng Zhuo or that middle-aged man. There's no need to doubt. If that middle-aged man is awakening a second time, Cheng Zhuo's strength would have been reduced to ashes long ago, having stayed inside so long. But the strength of Xingxuan. Someone lowered their voice, filled with awe. Among the 6th-tier experts here, who has confidence they could stay inside that long? The rules of the lighthouse wrapped in the awakening sign are no joke. I believe that person must be a 7th-tier card master. While everyone was discussing, suddenly, bang, a shadow shot out backwards from the purple fire Xingxuan. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, his body twisted strangely in midair, lightly touching his toes, and he landed steadily. This person was the mysterious middle-aged man who had entered Xingxuan with Cheng Zhuo earlier. Hu Yinsong and the others quickly stepped forward. Sir, may I ask what's going on? Hu Yinsong asked politely. Oh, you're the bodyguard of Huang Fu Bai, that Mr. Gao? A nearby person, Song He, exclaimed in surprise. The last time he invited Huang Fu Bai, it was this man who responded sharply. At first, he thought he was just an ordinary bodyguard, but it turned out he was an exceptional expert. Hu Yinsong, hearing the name Huang Fu Bai, suddenly understood. No wonder he asked Lingxi to check the face recognition, but no information was found. It turns out it was related to Huang Fu Bai. Gao's eyes were fixed on the swirling star fire. and he spoke seriously. I am passing down the ancient martial arts lineage to him. Ancient martial arts lineage? Ren Tianxing's eyes brightened at the words. He knew very well how mysterious this kind of inheritance was. His student, Mianji, had improved rapidly because she received an ancient martial arts inheritance. If her mysterious master hadn't been missing all this time, she might have already reached the 7th level. Everyone around, experienced hunters of the ruins world, understood how important the ancient martial arts lineage was, especially Hu Yin-song, who thought that Star Iron might produce another genius like Mianji, and he started to breathe faster. I wonder, what level is Cheng Zhuo's ancient martial arts inheritance? Level S. Gao's voice was calm, but it caused a shock among the crowd. Is such an inheritance so powerful? Just passing it down makes it an S level? But his next words made everyone panic. However, if something goes wrong, he is a dual source holder. The ancient martial arts source I guided triggered his F-level source's second awakening. 3 sources squeezed together, and now he's in a state of source chaos. Source chaos? Yang Tianlang, who had been silent for a long time, muttered with a changed face, quickly stepping forward to ask, "Do you mean he might have been contaminated by the evil spirits of the ruins realm and turned into a puppet? Given his current state, that's very likely." Gao frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the purple fire star, and he spoke with rare concern. But the ancient martial arts source is a man-made origin that even the lighthouse can't replicate. I've used up 30% of my cultivation to stabilize him. If he can hold on. He paused, his tone filled with hope. Maybe he will become the first hunter in history to have 3 S-level sources. Now, it all depends on whether this young man's willpower can hold up. 3 S-level sources? Song he was shocked and exclaimed. I've heard of SSS-level divine seals, but this is the first time I've heard of 3 S-level sources. Which one is stronger? This isn't about strength now. Kalian Song interrupted him, his face dark and serious. If Cheng Zhuo can't hold on, if the source chaos occurs and the evil spirit invades, this level of awakening could trigger a boundary not lower than 6 stars. After speaking, he slightly bowed to old Gao, showing great respect. Mr. Gao, please allow me to order the emergency preparations. If a high-star level boundary gate is triggered, this place is too close to the city, and the consequences could be terrible. Yes. Old Gao nodded slightly, about to agree, but suddenly waved his hand. No need. It seems he has succeeded. Everyone was stunned, looking in the direction of his gaze. The originally burning purple fire star was suddenly subdued, and a faint red light appeared at the center, like the sun breaking through dark clouds. 3 minutes ago, at the center of the star, Cheng Zhuo floated in an endless ink-like space, his consciousness clear but unable to grasp anything tangible. He clearly heard old Gao's last warning before leaving. I've done my best. Now, it depends on your willpower. Never lose yourself in the chaos of the source. Remember, you are you. In the chaos of the source, Cheng Zhuo was completely confused when old Gao mentioned this term. He could hear the outside discussions clearly. If contaminated by the evil spirit, it might trigger a high-star boundary gate. It's unbelievable. Others have smoothly awakened a second time. Why is it that for him, things turn into such a big problem? But right now, Cheng Zhuo didn't care about the invasion of a high-star boundary. He was more concerned with how to deal with the soul of the giant dragon in front of him. Above this void space, a giant dragon with purple and gold scales was circling. Its scales shimmered with a cold purple glow, each like a carefully forged armor. Its deep crimson eyes and fiery breath radiated intense heat, distorting the surrounding darkness. Human, the dragon's voice was like rolling thunder, filled with overwhelming hatred. Hand over your body. I want revenge. I want revenge. This dragon was the same one Cheng Zhuo saw in the void arena. Cheng Zhuo really wanted to ask old Gao, are you saying that relying on your own willpower isn't to defeat this dragon's soul? Roar. The giant dragon didn't give Cheng Zhuo a chance to communicate. Its huge body turned into a purple glow, carrying thunderous roars, and charged straight at Cheng Zhuo. Buzz. At a critical moment, a milky white shield suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Zhuo. Within the faint glow, he could vaguely sense Lao Gao's presence. However, just as he felt a glimmer of hope, the shield cracked with a crack sound, spiderweb-like lines spreading across it. and in the next second, it shattered into countless light spots. In the face of the overwhelming dragon power, the shield was as fragile as paper, breaking at the slightest touch. Even Lao Gao probably didn't expect this. Chengzhua's chaotic origin summoned a terrifying evil spirit. Almost instantly, Chengzhua felt a bone-deep tearing pain from his mind. He felt like a small boat in a tsunami, about to be destroyed at any moment. All over, only these two words remained in his mind. What the heck is this willpower? Can anyone really survive in front of such a creature just by willpower? Just as Chengzhua's consciousness was about to sink into darkness, a clear system prompt suddenly rang out, like a light piercing through despair. Detected that the system-created undead origin card is being eroded by unknown substances. It costs 100 harmony points to repair. Would you like to repair? Desperate, Chengzhua grabbed the last straw, almost shouting in his mind. Repair? Repair quickly. Minus 100 harmony points. Repairing undead origin card. Detected that the owner's core is unbalanced, auto-adjusting. Detected a small dragon spirit, persuading through human words. It's stubborn, persuasion failed, physical persuasion in progress. Subjugated and obedient, recognizing the master. Master recognition successful, successfully integrated into the owner's summoning core. A series of prompt sounds exploded in his mind, so fast that Chengzhua couldn't react in time. He vaguely heard a dragon roar full of reluctance from the darkness. Then a warm force enveloped his consciousness. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. The purple fire star swirl before him was slowly dissipating. What surprised him was, there were a bunch of skeletons around, staring at him with big eyes, as if waiting for his command. Oh no, when did I summon them? Chengzhua hurriedly waved his hands and lowered his voice, saying, Go back. Everyone, return underground. The skeletons clattered as they turned around and quickly sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. Only scattered bone fragments remained, which soon turned to ash in the aftermath of Xing Xian's energy wave. Chengzhua, how do you feel? A figure almost teleported in front of him, showing a hint of nervousness that was hard to hide. He said he didn't care, but Chengzhua was his first successor, and he had used 3 of his core sources. Of course, he cared deeply. Chengzhua steadied himself and expressed sincere gratitude. Master, I feel very good. My core is stable now. No problem at all. Release your core. Let me see. Old Gao urged. Chengzhua looked at the crowd gathering around him, hesitating. Don't worry. Seeing this, Old Gao's rough voice softened a little. On his usually cold and stern face, a rare smile of satisfaction appeared. With me here, you don't need to hide anymore. He then opened his 5 fingers. Boom! A white glow appeared in his palm, instantly transforming into a pulse that spread out like ripples on water. Everyone nearby stopped in their tracks. The sound of their hearts pounding was continuous. One by one, they knelt or bowed low, including the best at the moment, like Zhou Yong and others, who were half kneeling with faces full of fear. They knew this Mr. Gao was very powerful, but they didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. This was not the aura of a 7th-rank cultivator. It was probably an 8th rank. Old Gao's lips curled slightly, and he flicked his sleeve. The white glow vanished instantly, and the oppressive pressure also disappeared. He patted Chengzhua's back and said proudly, This move is called shaking mountains and rivers. I took the time to teach it to you. It's best for intimidating small-minded people. Only then did the crowd dare to breathe heavily, looking at Old Gao's back with fear. But Chengzhua was still stunned, his eyes suddenly brightening. Master, does this mean he has acknowledged me as his disciple? Filled with joy, Chengzhua knelt down and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. He only had one thought now. He must take good care of the divine rich Emperor Pu Bai. Old Gao helped him up and said, Release your origin. Let me see if there are any problems. Chengzhua nodded respectfully and quickly projected his origin outward. 3 different waves of source energy appeared along his arm, quickly forming 3 unique cards in his palm. 1 black, 1 white, and 1 purple, slowly swirling around. A faint red glow, representing S-level potential, shimmered around them. According to his master's previous explanation, the ancient martial arts origin created by humans should normally merge with his source card like a breathing meditation card. It seems the system, to keep the origin balanced, separated it out, forming a separate source card. To think it forms such a balance in this way. Strange. I can't understand this undead origin card of yours. Old Gao raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. It's truly a rare wonder. Someone with 3 source cards. And they stay stable. This kid is definitely extraordinary. A nearby voice, full of admiration, came from Song He, who was praising exaggeratedly. Old Gao shot him a sidelong glance. That's because your hair is long and your knowledge is short. The smile on Song He's face froze for a moment, and he awkwardly touched his nose, not daring to argue. An 8th rank expert's words are always true. Old Gao's gaze returned to Cheng Zhua's palm, focusing on the purple-flamed summoning source card. Curious, he asked, what changes happened to your second awakening of the summoning source card? Hearing this, Cheng Zhua's mind moved. With a thought, a faint purple light pattern burst from the card and quickly coalesced into shape in front of him. When the light faded, a figure over 2 meters tall appeared. He wore dark purple dragon scale armor, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long limbs, and a powerful, explosive presence. His appearance was quite similar to Cheng Zhua's dragon form state, but he was wrapped in ghostly purple flames, radiating intense heat and pressure. The most striking feature was his crimson vertical pupils, which tilted slightly as he looked around, with a slight upward curl at the corners of his eyes. He carried an air of haughty disdain, as if looking down on ants. Generally, when a second awakening occurs, besides increasing potential, it usually strengthens the source technique. Perhaps because the system enhanced the jar's abilities, besides his attributes improving along with him, the jar was unaffected by his second awakening. Cheng Zhua could clearly sense this. The jar was still in the room, holding an empty milk bottle and sleeping soundly. Cheng Zhua summoned a brand new creature. He immediately checked its details. Star Abyss Summon. Star Abyss Dragon Beast. Creature Body Strength. 155.1. Talent. Dragon Beast Body. Has the same body strength as its owner. High resistance to fire. Energy remains stable, and its condition does not weaken. Note, the Dragon Beast can use most non-fusion cards. Talent. Living Armor. Can transform into Beast Armor attached to its owner or other summons, with combined attributes, and develop related armor skills. Talent. Dragon Flame. All damage carries the effect of the Star Abyss Dragon's Flame, with strong burning and corrosive effects. Description. This is a summon infused with a trace of the Star Abyss Dragon's bloodline. Influenced by the dragon, it carries some arrogance and is difficult to look directly at. Rather than a summon, it's more like a living armor. It's similar to Venom. It can fight independently and also use source cards, attaching itself to the jar or even to Cheng Zhua, who is riding a gravity body. Perhaps because the jar performed too powerfully. After seeing the data of this humanoid dragon beast, Cheng Zhua was not very surprised. He even felt that his original potential for a second awakening probably hadn't reached S rank. It was likely the influence of that giant dragon that brought him to this level. After all, the talents of this summon all show the shadow of a dragon. That dragon is sleeping in his summoning space. Since it's not a core summon, summoning it would be very costly. The system currently doesn't allow Cheng Zhua to summon it. With his current energy, he'd probably be drained in a second. Moreover, its mood seems very low. It's not exactly sleeping, but rather unwilling to wake up and face the world. No wonder it's an S-rank summon. It's truly extraordinary. Song He was the first to flatter. But unlike his deliberate flattery, someone with a detector let out an incredible exclamation. This. How is that possible? The creature's body strength is actually 155.1. Cheng Zhua is also 155.1. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. The person with the detector hurriedly checked to verify. When there was no space, they pushed forward, stretching their necks to stare at others' screens, their faces full of confusion. Isn't he this year's new recruit? He only awakened less than a month ago, and he's already at the peak of the first level? Is this the power of 3 S-grade origin cards? This summon creature's flames are so intense that even 4 or 5 meters away feels terrifying. Oh my goodness, I'm only at the 3rd level. As everyone knows, different potential card cultivators, after reaching the 1st level, usually have biological strength between levels 50 and 150. Occasionally, some very strong individuals are slightly above that range, but not by much. But Cheng Zhuo and his summon creature are both exactly at level 155.1. The problem is, he hasn't absorbed any advancement core in his origin yet. Level 0 at 155.1. What a joke. Everyone present was stunned and confused. Cheng Zhuo no longer used the system's mimicry to hide his state. He now had enough confidence and background. Showing strength and potential properly was necessary to gain respect and status. At that moment, Old Gao reached out and grabbed Cheng Zhuo's wrist, and the two instantly disappeared from the spot. Only a faint breeze remained, startling everyone to look around in surprise. Deputy Director, this Cheng Zhuo has an incredible future ahead, Ren Tianqing sighed. Huyan Song stood in front of the crowd, a complex look in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel regretful. He had thought that a useless F-grade summoner with no awakening ability, using a legendary breathing meditation card, was just wasting resources. He believed Cheng Zhuo would never break through to the next level in his lifetime. But less than a month later, just in terms of biological strength, Cheng Zhuo was already stronger than most first-level cultivators. As the vice director of the Hunt and Destroy Army, he deeply realized that his handling of Cheng Zhuo had been too emotional. Since Xia Chan awakened her S-grade ability, this frustration had been growing in his heart. In his moment of anger, he had handed over a talented young person and even held a grudge. His vision was too narrow. Huyan Song silently regretted his actions. Yang Tianlang, the president of the Wolf Pack Guild, approached and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Gao, is that Mr. Tian from Sky Peak City?" Huyan Song nodded. "Probably." Yang Tianlang frowned and turned to walk toward his giant wolf mount. Far away, he said, "Vice Director, perhaps now you should think about how to prevent the Heavenly Extreme City from taking people away, instead of just trying to bring Cheng Zhuo and the others back from Redstone Town." At the top platform of the Wolfpack base, Old Gao stopped walking. Here, he turned around and handed two strange, moving white cards with mysterious patterns to Cheng Zhuo. "At first, I didn't plan to take on a disciple, so I only prepared these two cards, which are basic ancient martial arts techniques from the 2E source. The other core techniques need more time to prepare. Practice these first." Cheng Zhuo took the cards and looked at them carefully. The cards were very smooth, with only tiny 2E characters carved in the corner on the back. At first glance, they looked just like basic breathing cards. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, are these ancient martial arts techniques also directly integrated into the source? Exactly, Old Gao nodded. As he patiently explained, he unconsciously drew a Tai Chi circle in the air with his fingertips. "We've removed the limits of meditation stacking. As long as you work hard, your skill level will keep improving. In the old days, martial artists were limited by their bodies, but with our martial arts cards, your potential is limitless." Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up. "You mean there's no bottleneck?" "Exactly, no bottleneck. But you still need to absorb and advance through the core sources," Old Gao nodded. "These two techniques are the 2E virtual step, which focuses on agility and can walk through the void when perfected, and the primordial force, a power technique that helps you unleash much greater strength than usual. It can be used in close combat attacks." Old Gao's attitude changed from cold to very gentle and patient. Whenever Cheng Zhuo asked questions, he explained in detail, breaking down everything from how to advance in ancient martial arts to daily training tips. After explaining the basics of martial arts practice, Old Gao suddenly changed the topic, with a more urgent tone. "Young master is researching a new material. I can't leave his side. You should go hunting more often and raise your level quickly. H0173 might be chaotic soon. You should find a different place." "Understood. I will do my best not to disappoint my master," Cheng Zhuo replied honestly. Feeling that he had delayed too long, he left very quickly. With a light jump, his figure shot out like a feather and disappeared into the dark night. After his master left, Cheng Zhuo finally had time to check his status panel. He gained 2 new S-level origin cores, each adding 30 points to his 4-dimensional attributes. His luck, a special trait, could only be increased through system rewards. At this moment, his biological body strength had reached level 155.1. This was more than double what it was before he awakened. But among these surprises, what excited Cheng Zhuo the most was not the sudden increase in attributes, but the breaking of the restrictions on absorbing source power. He instinctively looked at the system space, focusing on the floating boundary stones. The boundary gate crafted by the system was not limited by realm rules. This meant he could finally take his wives to fight monsters and level up. The night wind swept over the high platform again. Chengzhuo was no longer in sight. A swift figure leapt several times above the base, quickly heading toward the gate. Wow, Brother Zhua, are you a god? Looking at the boundary gate shimmering with gray light and rippling like water, Xia Chan's big eyes widened in amazement. Ruan Xinghe and Xia Mo were equally shocked. Chengzhuo could decide when to open the boundary gate, and it was only for their use. Stop staring. Follow me. Chengzhuo carried the still sleeping Tao Yao, greeted Guangguan and the three girls, and stepped into the boundary gate first. The gray light flowed over him like water. In the next moment, he touched soft grass under his feet. Before him was a world that could make one's heart tremble. The bright moon, dozens of times larger than in reality, hung in the sky, casting a clear glow that made the vast grassland look bright and transparent. The blue-green grassland sparkled with tiny stars, forming a sea of stars along the terrain's undulations. Occasionally, tall, glowing giant flowers stood among them, with petals larger than a person, emitting a warm yellow light. To ensure both harmony with the harmony and monster fighting, Chengzhuo deliberately chose a boundary stone marked with prairie to facilitate the movement of the battle vehicle. You have entered the survival wasteland world, Firefly Grassland. Star rating, none. Keyword, survival wasteland exploration progress. 0.1% common monster types. Wind type, Firefly spraying type. Ultimate mission, kill the red-spined wolf king. What a beautiful place. Ruan Xinghe instinctively gasped in admiration. She reached out to brush away a speck of dust floating in front of her eyes. The moment her fingertips touched it, the dust turned into tiny, warm glimmers that dispersed like starlight. Yes, that flower can also glow. Summer Cicada couldn't hold back and instinctively wanted to get closer to examine it, but Chengzhuo quickly pulled her back. The environment is indeed nice, but we can't be careless, Chengzhuo reminded her. Then he lifted his lips and whistled sharply. Whoosh! A bright red arrow suddenly shot out from the void, leaving a long crimson trail behind. It moved like a red lightning bolt, spinning rapidly around them 3 times. They heard a few sharp, mournful sounds. More than a dozen semi-transparent beast shadows emerged from the grass, revealing their true forms one by one, collapsing immediately. These creatures were about half a person tall, covered in light blue fur, with faces that split open like those of man-eating flowers, looking very fierce. Summer Cicada was so frightened she let out a cry and immediately turned to hide in Xiaomo's arms. Big sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you, Xiaomo. Just protect, no need to shake. Chengzhuo released the battlefield vehicle, placing the sleeping Tao Yao into it. Only then did he start to organize. Today, I'll let you get used to hunting. During the day, we'll switch to a higher star-rated world gate, and I'll lead the team to farm. That way, we level up faster. After speaking, he used his source power to form a team with the 3 women. He also equipped them with some cards, fully arming them. Summer Cicada looked at the TDG rifle in her hand, hesitating for a moment, then looked up at Chengzhuo and asked, Brother Zhua, do you have a knife? Why? Chengzhuo raised an eyebrow and looked at her. The girl was clearly scared, her lips trembling, but she still held her head high, eager to try. He couldn't help but smile. You're scared like this, and you still want to fight up close? I'm not afraid. Summer Cicada raised her chin defiantly and said, I'm excited. Using a knife is so cool, like the female swordsman in those novels. I meet one, and I'll turn her to stone with one strike. Okay, here you go. Chengzhuo didn't refuse. He took out the bloodthirsty demon blade from the space, which was looted from the Thunder Squad. This epic-level weapon card immediately emitted a crimson glow. The card's patterns looked like flowing blood, and even before materializing, it radiated a fierce aura. Chengzhuo thought that once Xia Chan was scared enough, she would naturally choose to stay at a distance. He then handed the bloodthirsty demon blade to her. Xia Chan couldn't wait to dive into her source energy. Suddenly, a large crimson sword, as tall as her shoulders, materialized. Wow, so cool! Xia Chan's eyes lit up. She excitedly swung the sword a few times, then shouted, Ah, and raised the long blade, swinging it at a nearby wolf-like creature. Cheng Zhuo initially thought she would retreat quickly, but surprisingly, although she was afraid, her attack was fierce and precise, showing some talent for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Wan Qinghe also looked excited as she took out her staff. Her source skill, Holy Light, can heal, but against strange beasts, it can cause holy damage. With the epic staff's power, she fought the beasts confidently. She had previously said she felt an inexplicable fear of the wasteland. But when she started hunting, her calm and pure appearance made it impossible to see any sign of fear. Cheng Zhuo released the dragon beast and the jar, which protected Wan Qinghe and Xiachan respectively. Then he summoned 30 zombie assassins to clear the area. He watched for a while. The two women hunted without a clear plan, but Cheng Zhuo was not in a hurry. It was just the beginning. His main goal was to improve their cultivation levels and strengthen their bodies. Otherwise, the gap would be too big, and future intimacy might be dangerous. Don't go there. Cheng Zhuo pulled Xia Mo, who was eager to join the hunt. Your most important task now is to awaken quickly. Let's focus on the main task first. Xia Mo, who had been watching her sister's hunt, felt a bit lonely. When she heard Cheng Zhuo's words, her eyes suddenly brightened. Wolfpack base. In a small meeting room. You. No, you can't kill me. I'm a captain in the Hunter Ruins army. Next time, don't talk so much when you make a big move. After listening to the audio brought by Liang Yi, Hu Yinsong's brow furrowed tightly. Deputy Director, Cheng Zhuo has malicious intentions. He killed a Hunter army officer. We must not leave him alive. Please issue a wanted notice immediately and arrange to catch him. Destroy it. Before Liang Yi could finish speaking, Hu Yinsong interrupted with a cold, firm voice. What did you say? I said, destroy the video. Hu Yinsong ordered expressionlessly. Why? Liang Yi looked confused. This kid is an S-level genius, no doubt. But because of that, we should crush such threats early, before they grow, Hu Yinsong said coldly. Mr. Gao is a 7th-rank ancient martial arts expert. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes. I know, Hu Yinsong replied. So what? Cheng Zhuo killing a Federation hunter officer is a death penalty. Since Mr. Gao comes from Tianyue City, he should know the laws of the Federation well. If he dares to attack us openly, he is an enemy of the Great City Federation. Hu Yinsong looked at him calmly. Do you remember last year's bloodshed incident in the east suburb? Liang Yi was stunned. Mu Yanji was different. She was out of control and accidentally killed someone. That can be understood. Hu Yinsong shook his head slightly. I don't know why Cheng Zhuo killed Qi Ying, but I believe there was a misunderstanding. If I have time, I will personally find him to understand what happened. Hu Yinsong said something that made Liang Yi feel a chill down his spine. I've been watching his movements. This kid resents me, but he isn't an enemy of the city-state. At most, he's indifferent like most outsiders. Unconcerned about the great city, minding his own business. He paused and spoke more seriously. As long as he's hunting monsters and standing on humanity's side, I will do my best to support him. I won't waste any talent or resources fighting against the Void Realm. Liang Yi frowned deeply. Deputy Director, go back. Your current task is to find the corpse of the white-faced Ninetails as soon as possible. I will decide what to do about Cheng Zhuo. Firefly Grassland. The hover engine of the battlefield vehicle hummed softly, slowly following Wan Qinghe and the others as they hunted. Scarlet flashes of blades crossed with bright spells, tiger roars mixed with shifting shadows, and the glowing beasts fell one after another. A gentle breeze swept across the roof. Cheng Zhuo leaned against the silver-gray railing, holding half a can of cold beer between his fingers, his eyes fixed on the lively hunting scene below. A faint light of source energy flickered around him, the effect of a source energy team link. As long as they stayed close, the energy released when the beasts died would automatically flow toward him. Even though these were only low-level beasts, his energy level kept rising rapidly. The potential of an S-rank source was truly astonishing. A soft sound came from the stairs. Cheng Zhuo turned almost instantly, a smile lifting the corners of his lips. Moonlight fell on the figure approaching. Xia Mo wore a simple black dress, her silver-white hair loosely tied behind her head, a few strands brushing her neck as she walked. She had just taken a shower, and a faint fresh scent mixed with the cool night breeze, making Cheng Zhuo's heart stir slightly. Among the three girls, Only Mo could remain calm under his warm gaze. Her usually cool eyes now seemed softer, making her look even more graceful and charming. "Are you cold?" Zhua reached out and gently pulled the girl into his arms, placing a light kiss on her forehead. Mo shook her head slightly, resting her hands on the railing and leaning close to him. Her eyes first followed Ruan Qinghe and her sister hunting in the distance, then turned back to Zhua with a quiet, longing look, as if to say, "I wish I could fight like them." "Don't worry," Zhua said softly. "You're improving faster than anyone. It won't be long." Mo nodded and rested her forehead on his shoulder. Her skin was cool and smooth, and the warmth of the moment made Zhua's heart soften. He gently held her closer, comforting her quietly. The two stood together under the moonlight, their shadows merging as the night wind swept across the endless grassland. Soon, Zhua realized that it was indeed the real Kong. He instinctively looked up, only to see the girl in his arms already blushing and breathing heavily. She gently brushed her messy silver hair, and her bright eyes were full of charm. The moonlight softly poured down, casting long shadows of Zhua and Mo. The girl's back was slender and flexible, her waist like a willow branch, but her hips were surprisingly round and firm, and very elastic. After daily attribute enhancements, her figure became noticeably better and a little taller. It also seemed more sensitive. Mo's longing for you is growing stronger, and the harmony value 21, the system's prompt sounded. Zhua chose to turn it off and focused on the beautiful woman before him. Under the moonlight, Mo's silver-white hair was already messy, with thousands of strands flowing freely in the night breeze. Like a blooming flower, full of springtime charm. In the distance, the sounds of hunting continued. The calls of cicadas and the crackling of thunder mixed with the fiery breath of dragon beasts, as if the heat waves could reach the top of the carriage. But these noisy sounds couldn't hide the romantic atmosphere on the roof. Big Sister is secretly working hard again. Xiachan stopped her long sword and looked back at the lively roof in spring. Little troublemaker. Even when the beast was cut, she didn't make as much noise as her. Xiachan pursed her lips, a hint of excitement in her eyes, then whispered, "Forget it. Let her focus on awakening properly." Ruan Qinghe had also noticed the chaos on the roof. After hearing a long sound, she immediately stopped her staff and quietly moved toward the carriage. Levelly potential, but improving her realm was still too slow. She needed to work harder. "I'm not craving that feeling." Ruan Qinghe's face flushed with blush, and she quickly entered the bathing room. After washing off the sweat from the hunt, she couldn't wait to put on a sleep robe, just about to go to the roof. Suddenly thinking of something, she paused, then took out a white, slightly elastic combat suit from her backpack. She bit her lip, thought for a moment, took off her sleep robe, and quickly put on the combat suit. Then, gently tapped the adjustment device on her wrist. A soft hiss sounded. Her combat suit suddenly tightened perfectly around her figure, highlighting her curves and showing off her soft, bouncy body. Especially her full bust, which was slightly larger than her twin sister's, outlined a tempting curve. Ruan Qinghe looked down at herself, her cheeks flushing again. She couldn't let Mo outshine her. This girl was really good at it. Ruan Qinghe thought to herself. She reached out and pulled the zipper down a bit more. Step, step. The sound of footsteps on the stairs was light, like a cat's walk. As Ruan Qinghe appeared at the edge of the roof, Zhua's gaze was instantly drawn to her. Her white combat suit fit tightly, accentuating her full curves from her ankles to her legs, from her slim waist to her soft chest. Every inch of her skin's rise and fall visible. Her waist and hips formed a perfect curve as she moved lightly. She approached step by step. Her charming expression and eyes like autumn water made her look alluring. Zhua's throat involuntarily rolled, and the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. "Come here, Mo is exhausted." The scenery of the Firefly grassland was like a dream. Of course, no matter how beautiful the scenery, it couldn't compare to the beauty standing beside Zhua. The night breeze and their breathing intertwined. Unconsciously, it was already late into the night. You and Mo achieved a harmony. Harmony points 150. You successfully achieved harmony. Blind core 1. You and Ruan Qinghe achieved harmony. Harmony points 150. While counting the gains, Zhua finally realized there was a special surprise. Since the source potential became S rank, each of his harmony gains increased fivefold compared to before. At this rate, in less than a week, his undead source could reach the second stage. And perhaps because of growing feelings over time, the harmony points caused by the emotional fluctuations among the three women also increased significantly. Especially feelings like, even though you're right in front of me, I still miss you so much, which, during this romantic late night, could increase 4 or 5 times in an hour. This increased much faster than in actual combat harmony gains. Night grew deeper. As sleep sounds around me began to rise, Chengzhou stopped the caravan and stepped outside. Not far away, the zombie assassin was still searching for missed targets, and the dragon beast with purple glow was rushing around. When Xiachan returned, Guangguan had already hidden in the corner of the carriage and fallen asleep. Chengzhou thought for a moment, and his dragon form suddenly appeared. Biological body strength rating, 334.5. The typical strength range for second-tier card masters is between 200 and 400. After his second awakening, Chengzhuo's dragon form had a strength comparable to regular second-tier card masters. It might not be as strong as some who focus on physical enhancement, but it was still quite impressive. After a brief adjustment, he looked up at the nearby dragon beast, still busy hunting, and changed it back. Compared to Guangguan, who was still a young hatchling but had sharp intelligence, this dragon beast seemed less clever, only able to follow Chengzhuo's commands mechanically. Chengzhuo stood beside it and compared. One was dark green, the other purple. Besides the dragon beast's head looking more like a fierce beast, it was very similar to his dragon form. Armor attachment, Chengzhuo muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon beast suddenly let out a low growl. He saw the scales all over its body start to tremble, and its body began to deconstruct visibly. Dark purple scales peeled off from its back, transforming into streams of purple glowing light that wrapped around Chengzhuo's ankles and moved upward. In no time, the color of Chengzhuo's dragon scales shifted to a flickering mix of dark green and deep purple. On his limbs, bone spikes appeared, layered and sharp, making him look taller by a few inches. He also became a bit stronger. Even Chengzhuo's dragon helmet changed shape. Its once smooth outline became more fierce, with 2 short, thick purple crystal horns protruding from the forehead, and 3 rows of jagged spikes sticking out from the jawline. He looked like an ancient fierce beast. At the moment, the beast armor formed. The system updated his beast armor dragon form with new information. Beast armor dragon form, biological body strength, 490.2. Beast armor technique, dragon flame pulse, focuses the dragon flame power of the armor to shoot out a high-temperature, corrosive pulse. Current duration, 1 hour 45 minutes. Description, the state after attaching the dragon form to the armor. Defense and body attributes are greatly increased. It also gains long-range attack ability. Congratulations, this is a perfect humanoid combat weapon. Chengzhuo slowly raised his hand, while silently reciting Dragon Flame Pulse. The armor on his right arm made a clicking sound, gradually forming a barrel about the size of a palm, glowing with a dark purple light. Bang! A deep rumble suddenly roared. A dark purple dragon flame pulse, like a compressed purple fire, burst out from the barrel. The firefly grass passing through it instantly curled into blackened fragments. The air along its path twisted into wave-like patterns, carrying a strong shockwave as it sped away. 30 meters away, an unknown strange beast happened to walk into the pulse's path. It sensed danger and dodged sideways, but the residual purple dragon flame wave still knocked it flying. No blood splattered. Only a sizzling corrosive sound erupted as its shell-like skin melted visibly, revealing gray glowing bones underneath. In less than 3 seconds, the entire body collapsed into a black, smoky mud. Seeing this, Chengzhuo's crimson vertical pupils flashed with satisfaction. Finally, a decent long-range skill. The next day, the blazing sun hung in the sky, inside an underground passage of an old city ruin. Clatter! Suddenly, a few pieces of debris fell from the grooves on the side wall, hitting the dusty ground with a faint sound. Then, faint light halos appeared. A grayish gate suddenly materialized. Chengzhuo stepped out from the gate. Although he had awakened S-level potential, had a powerful master backing him, and received top contracts from several guilds, he still chose not to stay at the Wolfpack base. He had no intention of dealing with high officials, nor did he plan to sign with any guild for now. He followed his original plan and used another portal through the Forest of Death to reach the abandoned ruins of the old city he had prepared in advance. He couldn't understand why the Hunt Army and the Skeleton Hunters would cooperate. Those bandits who roamed the wilderness for years, targeting low-level hunters and selling their organs. Could they really be secretly arranged by the city-state? Everything for the continuation of humanity. The city-state is a community of shared destiny. The leaders of the city always say these words. But do the lives of ordinary people not matter? If they really need to dissect and study something, why must it be these struggling small characters in the wilderness? People like Huaming, do they not deserve the right to live? If it's just to replace the organs of the wealthy and noble, that's even more absurd. Cheng Zhuo had no mind to argue about right or wrong. His experiences from 2 lives had already taught him that in a world ravaged by disaster, and where civilization barely survives, you cannot rely on the kindness of rulers. Rules and morality are just chains used by the strong to control the weak. Only one's own strength is the most reliable asset. Thinking of this, Cheng Zhuo no longer hesitated. He immediately opened the system space and looked at a 3-star world stone. With his current beast armor dragon form, plus the help of Tao Yao Yao and Guogua, he was confident enough to challenge a higher level in the 3-star ruins. Refine. On the outskirts of Star Iron City, the first line of defense. In a quiet fortress interior, Lieutenant Colonel Liang Yi, an officer of the Hunt Army, leaned against the sofa. A brass cigar cutter sliced through the cigar, making a crisp snap as it cut cleanly. He held the cigar between his fingers, not yet close to his lips, when the door suddenly sounded with 2 light knocks and 1 deep knock. Knock, knock, knock. Liang Yi glanced at the blinding sunlight outside the window, showing a hint of surprise. He paused, gave a look to his aide. The aide understood immediately, without hesitation, quickly stepped forward, opened the heavy alloy door, and welcomed the visitor inside. Afterward, he pressed a hidden button on the wall. A faint blue signal shield flickered and covered the entire room. After completing these steps, he withdrew his hands and stepped back. The visitor was a tall man wearing a cloak. As he entered the room, he took off his hood, revealing a narrow face. His brow bone is high, his eye sockets deep, and his thin lips carry a faint smile. Behind him, there is also a thin, hunched figure. You're breaking the rules. Liang Ye's eyes suddenly narrow, staring hard at the hunched figure. In broad daylight, and you bring an outsider? The tall man seems not to hear, walking straight to sit on the sofa opposite. He picks up a freshly cut cigar from the table, takes out a silver lighter, and clicks it on. The burning aroma of tobacco spreads out. He takes a deep breath, exhales a smoke ring, and then slowly says, "Don't worry, I only bring trustworthy people." After saying that, he pats the sofa beside him. "Come over and sit, young Master Luo." Zhao Gongming. The tall man's calm attitude seems to anger Liang Yi. His eyes turn red with rage. "You better give me an explanation. As a 5th-level hunter, even if your powers are limited, you should at least be at the peak of the 3rd level. But what happened? The Nine-Tails forbidden object was stolen right under your nose. Is this the foolproof guarantee you made? This matter is indeed my fault." Zhao Gongming takes a deep puff of his cigar, looking a bit annoyed. "The place restricted my mental senses. I didn't expect anyone so bold to steal from our shadow society." Bah! Liang Yi spits on the ground, his eyes full of sarcasm, pretending to be the leader of the shadow society for a few days. "Do you really think you're one of us? You messed up a 7th-level forbidden item. How do you plan to explain this to that person?" "This is my explanation." Zhao Gongming gestures to the person wrapped in a cloak beside him. "Young Master Luo, say hello to your instructor." Haha. The person called Young Master Luo suddenly emits a strange, grating laugh like sandpaper being rubbed, slowly removing his hood. "You." Liang Ye's pupils shrink suddenly. What kind of person is this? His skin is pale gray, gaunt, with a blood hole in the middle of his brow, but no blood is flowing out. This is not a human. Liang Yi instinctively wanted to draw his weapon, but he suddenly stopped after the next words. "Haha. Instructor Liang, are you planning to use the illusion revolver to attack the students?" Liang Yi narrowed his eyes and showed a look of surprise mixed with suspicion. "Luo Qiang? Young Master Luo? Luo Qiang raised his thin, bony hand, with knuckles showing a bluish-gray color, skin pressed tightly against the bones, like wrapped in wrinkled paper. He looked at the lines on his palm, with a cold tone mixed with self-mockery. It's normal that the official authorities wouldn't recognize me in this state. Liang Yi looked suspicious. What's wrong with you? Huh? Luo Qiang's fingertips suddenly sparked with faint blue flames, flickering along the cracks of his fingers, but without any warmth. Instead, the surrounding air grew colder. I have an invincible item from the Death God series. What? Liang Yi froze completely, quickly flipping his wrist, and with a loud sound, drew his pistol. A faint blue glow flowed along the gun's barrel, aiming steadily at Luo Qiang's forehead, and even his breathing slowed a bit. Zhao Gongming, what's going on? Is what he said true? You're an officer, yet more reckless than a rookie. Zhao Gongming sneered, reaching out to press Liang Ye's wrist holding the gun. His gaze swept over Luo Qiang, then said, if young Master Luo has a problem, it's not your turn to draw your gun. I guess your deputy director has already prepared to use the Death God's secret weapon to kill him. Liang Yi hesitated, slowly lowering his gun. But he remained alert. He knew very well the reputation of the Death God series' forbidden items. 20 years ago, during a great war, a deadly undead forbidden item from the Death God series appeared, causing a terrible disaster. In history, there have been 4 instances of the Death God series, 3 of which turned into puppets of the wasteland. The only exception was the first generation of the heavenly extreme city lord. But Zhao Gongming was right. If Luo Qiang had truly been contaminated by a forbidden item, the deputy director would have already sounded the alarm across the city. The Death God's secret weapon can even sense forbidden items appearing in the wasteland, let alone in the suburbs. Although Luo Qiang looked like a walking corpse, his mind seemed still normal. Could he have found a way to suppress it? Liang Yi looked at Luo Qiang, who seemed neither fully human nor fully ghost. Young Master Luo, why choose to live a wealthy, noble life and then ruin yourself like this? Heh. Luo Qiang chuckled strangely. It's all because of that Qingzhua. Qingzhua? Liang Yi looked a bit surprised. Why was it always Qingzhua? Luo Qiang looked at Liang Yi with a meaningful gaze. The instructor is probably also annoyed because of him. Liang Yi didn't reply. He glared angrily at Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming immediately spread his hands. Don't look at me. I didn't say anything. There's nothing to be upset about. Liang Yi sat back on the sofa, acting casual. He has no proof. Oh? Is that so? Luo Qiang's thin lips curled into a cold smile. We're all smart people. No need to hide things. As an instructor, if he had a chance to believe you, he wouldn't leave such a thorn. Liang Yi no longer denied it. Do you have a plan? He's now a big shot. Create an opportunity for me, and I can deal with him, Luo Qiang said. Liang Yi shook his head helplessly and laughed. That kid can't even see the deputy director. I heard he secretly took his 3 wives away early this morning without anyone noticing, not even the security cameras. It must be his mysterious master. How can I create an opportunity for you? Luo Qiang's lips slightly lifted, showing a confident smile. Just send a team to set up a base at the Nanling ruins and spread the news about the summon type Broken Tier Source Core. Since he's an S-rank summon type, he'll come to us willingly. You're underestimating him. Liang Yi snorted coldly, his tone serious. This kid is very cautious. He kills and covers up all traces. If he didn't know that military vehicles have hidden cameras, he might not even have known that Qi Ying was killed by him. Why do you think he'd be fooled by your fake news? Who said it's fake news? Luo Qiang shrugged. Liang Ye's pupil shrank. Are you saying the news about the Broken Tier Source Core at the Nanling ruins is real? Luo young master, I'm not joking. This is 100% true. Zhao Gongming took over the conversation, flicking his fingers on the virtual screen to bring up an encrypted file. I've confirmed it. This is the lighthouse mission in Sanha Town, a nest beneath the Nanling ruins. A sequence-breaking core source will appear there, with levels from 1 to 3, possibly dropping a legendary advanced core. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes. Legendary level. So it's not a summoning type. No one knows what type it is, but he definitely won't miss it, right? Lu Qiang's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. All you need to do is help me spread this message quickly. Once he enters the nest, the rest is up to me. We can't move against him outside, but if he dies inside the nest, no one can blame us. Liang Yi looked suspicious. He's a 7th level expert's heir. Why do you think you can kill him? Don't expect me to send people. I'm not at the point of risking everything to fight him. Huh? Lu Qiang let out a hoarse, eerie laugh, his thin hand slowly opening. Under his grayish-blue skin, 3 glowing silver orbs spun around a gray card in his palm. Each orb contained a faint aura of rank. 1 first level, 1 second level, and the outermost one was clearly a 3rd level advanced core. Liang Yi froze slightly, staring hard at the 3 glowing orbs. Just after awakening, Lu Qiang had become a 3rd level card user. Is this the power of an unkillable artifact? Can it turn a newcomer directly into a 3rd level hunter? Why should I help you? What's your reason? Liang Yi suppressed his shock, thought for a moment, then shook his head. If Cheng Zhuo were still that useless F rank, I wouldn't blink before killing him. But now, the deputy director values him greatly. I have no reason to see him as an enemy. It would affect the organization's plans. Even if he said something to the deputy director, I can easily claim it was just a personal act of the Red Shadow. And judging by that kid's attitude toward the deputy director, he might even suspect him. Why should I get involved in this mess? What if I told you there's a chance for you to reach the 7th level? Lu Qiang said something that left Liang Yi stunned and confused. Liang Yi suddenly stood up, releasing a powerful energy field around him, and coldly stared at Luo Qiang. Young Master Luo, don't think that just because you're the city lord's illegitimate son, you can deceive me easily. My reputation as a fierce warrior is not just for show. Faced with Liang Ye's pressure, Luo Qiang showed no fear. He flicked his fingers, holding a gray source card in his palm. You might not believe it, but I had the chance to directly reach the 6th level. He paused, gritting his teeth as he continued. I sacrificed 50 years of my life to suppress the corruption of forbidden items, but Cheng Zhuo ruined my plan. He took away the undead forbidden item I hadn't yet fused. Liang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. But the death god's secret stash didn't respond. That's what I want to say. Luo Qiang's expression grew increasingly fierce and passionate. Cheng Zhuo's S-level undead source must be the form of that undead forbidden item. But look at him. He doesn't seem like a typical undead mage. He can probably remove the pollution from the forbidden item and block the death god's secret stash's sensing. Don't you feel tempted? As far as I know, besides the deputy director and my father, only you have access to the death god's secret stash in Star Iron City. Luo Qiang suddenly moved closer, speaking in a deep voice. Think carefully. If you can uncover Cheng Zhuo's secrets and fully control the death god's secret stash, then reaching the 7th level wouldn't be difficult for you.